A vessel for the damned number 1. The dim glow of the computer screen was the only light in the room, casting long shadows over the cluttered desk. The sounds of clattering keys filled the air as the young man hunched over his keyboard, furiously clicking away. His eyes were glued to the screen, his face a mask of concentration, mixed with growing irritation. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered, his voice thick with frustration. On the screen, his dragonborn character was sprinting through a dank, ancient tomb, the dark stone walls lined with crumbling urns and eerie carvings. 2 undead minions clumsily swung their swords at a towering Dragra Death Lord that barred the way forward. The creature's glowing eyes and massive battle axe made it an intimidating presence, but his undead servants were proving to be little more than a mild annoyance to it. Level 100 Conjuration, all the perks unlocked, and this is what I get? 2 lousy zombies that can barely scratch this thing. He shook his head, his irritation boiling over. The undead thralls staggered around the Death Lord, their sluggish movements and weak attacks doing little to stop its relentless advance. With a few quick clicks, he tried to kite the Death Lord away, casting a flurry of spells in desperation. But his stamina was nearly gone, depleted from his focus on magicka above all else. His character staggered, then slowed, finally running out of breath as the Death Lord's axe came crashing down. The screen flashed red, and with a final, resounding thud, his dragonborn fell to the ground, dead. "Ugh, this is so underwhelming," he groaned, leaning back in his chair and running a hand through his hair. "I love this game, but they friggin' dropped the ball with necromancy. 2 zombies? Really?" He clicked through the menus, loading his last save. "Okay, one more try," he muttered, determined to give it another shot. But as the loading screen lingered, an odd sensation washed over him. His head began to spin, the room around him blurring slightly. He tried to blink it away, but the dizziness only intensified. "What the?" he mumbled, reaching out to steady himself, but his hand slipped off the mouse, and his vision darkened. His head slumped forward, landing on the keyboard with a dull thud. The last thing he was aware of before everything went black was a muttered, "So fucking lame, lame." When he opened his eyes again, he wasn't in his room. The cold, hard surface beneath him was a far cry from his cushioned chair, and the faint smell of damp stone and burning torches filled his nose. Panic surged through him as he tried to move, but his limbs were bound tightly to a stone slab. His heart pounded in his chest as he strained against the restraints, but they held firm. Where am I?" he whispered, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The room around him was dark, the only light coming from a series of flickering torches mounted on the walls. Strange symbols were etched into the stone, glowing faintly with an eerie, otherworldly light. He tried to remember how he got here, but his mind was a haze of confusion. The last thing he could recall was playing Skyrim, grumbling about necromancy, and then, nothing. Now he was lying in some medieval dungeon, bound to a stone slab, with no idea how he got here. The sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, growing louder as they approached. He strained to see who was coming, but the angle of his head and the darkness made it impossible. A figure finally stepped into view, clad in tattered black robes that billowed around him like shadows given form. The man's face was hidden beneath a deep hood, but there was an unmistakable aura of power around him, something ancient and malevolent. "Necromancer. You're awake," the necromancer's voice was low and raspy, filled with a cold malice that sent a shiver down the young man's spine. "Good. It's always more satisfying when they're awake. Where am I? What do you want with me?" The young man stammered, his voice trembling as he tried to make sense of the situation. The necromancer didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his robes and pulled out a long, ornate dagger, its blade glinting menacingly in the torchlight. "You are nothing but a change of garments," the necromancer said, his voice dripping with disdain. "A means to an end." Before the young man could react, the necromancer plunged the dagger into his side, the cold steel biting deep into his flesh. He cried out in pain, his body arching against the restraints, but the necromancer paid no heed. He began to chant in a language the man couldn't understand, his voice growing louder and more intense with each word. The room seemed to darken as the necromancer's spell took hold, the symbols on the walls glowing brighter, pulsing in time with the rhythm of the chant. The young man's vision blurred again, but this time it was different. His consciousness was being pulled away, dragged into a dark, twisted void. Waking up, he found himself in yet another strange place. Still bound to the stone slab, he looked up and saw a bleak and cloudy sky, raining lightning on the ground. There was no sun in the sky, but instead a single moon and a huge black circular void. The landscape around him was barren and dry, with only dead trees and bushes scattered throughout the realm, as well as plant-like growths that seemed like a mixture between a fungus and an aquatic plant. It was a strange place, both familiar and alien. "Where am I now?" he wondered aloud, his voice echoing unnaturally in the space. "Welcome to the Soul Cairn, soon to be your new home," a voice answered, filled with a sinister glee. The necromancer materialized before him, his form towering and imposing, as if he were some dark god in this twisted world. This is where your soul will be imprisoned for eternity, and your body will become mine. The young man's heart raced as he backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The necromancer gestured, causing the stone slab to disappear. Now free from his restraints, the young man wasted no time in trying to escape. Only chains of dark energy erupted from the ground, wrapping around his wrists and ankles, pulling him back to a stone pillar that materialized behind him. He was trapped, helpless. The necromancer approached slowly, savoring the moment. You should feel honored, he said, his voice mocking. You will be the vessel for my soul, the means by which I will renew my vigor once more. As for your pitiful essence, or whatever is left of it, will be offered to the ideal masters in exchange for more power. Why me? The young man gasped, struggling against the chains, though he knew it was futile. Why not? The necromancer replied with a cruel smile. You were easy to take. A weak, insignificant soul with no defenses. The perfect host. The young man felt despair wash over him as the necromancer began the final incantation, the words reverberating through the mindscape with a power that made the very air tremble. A gigantic purple crystal appeared above him, drawing something from deep within him, something that shouldn't be tampered with. He could feel his consciousness fading, his soul being pushed to the brink of annihilation. But something unexpected happened. As the necromancer's magic reached its peak, the man's mind suddenly surged with a flood of emotions: anger, fear, desperation. And then, something more: a deep, primal instinct to survive as his life began to flash before him. Suddenly, the floating crystal shifted its attention from the young man to the necromancer and hungrily began to devour his soul. What is this? The necromancer snarled, his voice filled with shock as tendrils of energy began leaving his body, flying to the crystal. He tried to push through, to complete the ritual, but the crystal continued to eat at his soul, its pull growing more intense, until it was irresistible. The necromancer screamed in rage and pain as his soul began to dissipate, his very essence evaporating, leaving only memories. The power he had so carefully controlled was now turning on him, tearing him apart. No. What treachery is this? He howled, but his voice was drowned out by the overwhelming surge of energy. The mindscape shattered, the dark clouds and lightning dissipating as the necromancer's form disintegrated, his soul obliterated by the very beings he tried to bargain with. Though he had survived, the young man began to lose consciousness, and the last thing he heard was a voice emitted from the crystal, ancient and filled with mystery. Honored. Outer. A maker. Cairn. Ideal masters. Chosen. You will continue. Incomplete existence, one purpose. Bring us souls. Though he could barely hear the voice due to his dizziness, he still pieced together a few words, and the very last sentence spoken by the being before his vision grew completely black. He gasped as he was thrust back into his body, his eyes snapping open to the sight of the torch-lit chamber once more. The stone slab was cold beneath him, and the pain from the dagger wound was still fresh, but he was alive. More than that, he was different. The necromancer's body lay crumpled on the floor beside him, lifeless, his robe singed and tattered. The young man could feel the memories and the knowledge that belonged to the necromancer now swirling within his own mind, mingling with his thoughts, though not the power. As the cuffs holding him snapped open on their own, he slowly sat up, his hands trembling as he reached for the dagger still embedded in his side. With a sharp intake of breath, he pulled it free, the pain nearly overwhelming him. But even as he did, he could feel something else: a strange, unfamiliar energy flowing through him, healing the wound almost as quickly as it had been inflicted. He knew exactly what it was, a delayed spell cast by the necromancer to heal his new vessel as soon as the ritual was completed. Necromancy isn't just a game anymore, and it's fucking terrifying. Echoes of the Death Song number 2. The young man sat slumped on the necromancer's throne, his head resting heavily in his hands as he tried to sift through the flood of memories that were now his. The chamber was silent, save for the faint crackle of the torches that lined the walls. The body of the necromancer, Eric Death Song, lay crumpled on the cold stone floor beside him, a lifeless heap of tattered robes and ancient bones. Eric Death Song. The name echoed in his mind, reverberating with a weight of nearly 2,000 years of history. He struggled to piece together the fragments of Eric's life, each memory a shard of a broken mirror reflecting a different aspect of the man who had once been one of the most feared necromancers in all of Tamriel. Eric had been born into a clan of fierce warrior Nords when the world was still young, a time when the Nords fought to dominate the entirety of Tamriel. But from a young age, Eric had been different. His insatiable curiosity and natural disdain for the rigid traditions that bound his people had set him apart, leading to his estrangement from the clan. For a time, Eric had served as a skald, traveling from Nordic hold to Nordic hold, chronicling the deeds of heroes, gods, and monsters. He had witnessed countless battles, sung of the valor of the fallen, and recited the ancient sagas that defined his people. But the more he saw, the more disillusioned he became with the fleeting nature of life. The tales of heroism and glory began to ring hollow in his ears, overshadowed by the inevitable march of death that claimed even the greatest of warriors. It was then that Eric turned his gaze to the darker aspects of the world, seeking a way to cheat death and attain the immortality that eluded all mortals. His search took him far beyond the borders of Skyrim, into the crypts of High Rock, the deserts of Hammerfell, and the depths of Black Marsh. Along the way, he learned from various dark practitioners, absorbing their knowledge and honing his craft. But it was in the ancient ruins of an allied city that Eric made his most significant discovery. Hidden within the crumbling stone walls of that long-forgotten place was a tome on necromancy, a book filled with secrets of soul trapping, reanimation, and communication with the ideal masters. It was a treasure trove of forbidden knowledge, and Eric devoured it with a fervor that bordered on madness. The memories of Eric's descent into darkness were the most vivid, the most haunting. The young man could feel the necromancer's obsession growing, could see the countless hours Eric had spent in dimly lit chambers, poring over ancient texts, experimenting on both the living and the dead. He could feel the power that Eric had wielded, the legions of undead that had obeyed his every command, and the fear that his name had inspired throughout Tamriel. And yet, despite all his power, Eric had remained a prisoner of his own ambition, forever chasing the elusive dream of true immortality. He had extended his life far beyond its natural limits by transferring his soul into younger bodies, a process he had perfected over the centuries. In those days, countless years ago, Eric Deathsong was akin to a god of death, feared by all. His power was unmatched, and his name was spoken only in whispers. He acted as he pleased, and none dared to bar his path. But nothing lasts forever, and even the greatest of tyrants must face their downfall. Eric's glory days came to a bitter end just as he was on the verge of achieving his ultimate goal, immortality through Wicked132. Eric had committed countless evils in his pursuit of power, and those sins had not gone unnoticed. Enemies he had made over the centuries, priests of Arche, vengeful spirits, rival necromancers, and even some of the Daedric princes began to converge upon him. The whispers of his impending Wicked132 reached the ears of those who would see him destroyed, and soon, Eric found himself besieged by more enemies than he could count. They tore through his sanctuaries, dismantled his plans, and very nearly ended his life. For the first time in his existence, Eric was humbled. The mighty Necromancer, who had once thought himself invincible, was brought low. But even in the face of defeat, Eric refused to give up on his goal. Feigning his own death, he retreated into the shadows, wounded and weakened, but still determined. In those dark days of hiding, Eric Deathsong learned the value of patience. He realized that brute force alone would not grant him immortality. He needed to be smarter, more cunning. So, he waited. He used his almost limitless time to plan every move, to eliminate every variable, to ensure that when he finally acted, nothing would stand in his way. No longer did he slaughter every priest of Arche in a desperate search for one pure of heart to complete his ritual. Instead, he watched from afar, observing their movements, their rituals, waiting for the right moment to strike. When the time came, he would find his pure-hearted priest without raising suspicion. No longer did he annihilate entire clans of forsworn to plunder their storehouses for the rare materials he needed. Instead, he studied the hag ravens they venerated, learning their secrets, preparing to bargain with them. He would obtain what he needed without unnecessary bloodshed, at least not until it was necessary. No longer did he destroy entire colleges of magic in a blind search for the tools of his dark craft. Instead, he waited, watching as artifacts of power resurfaced over the centuries. He knew that patience would eventually bring those tools into his grasp. And so, Eric bided his time. Centuries turned into millennia, but he did not waver. Slowly but surely, the stars aligned in his favor. The pure-hearted priest, the rare materials, the magical tools, everything he needed for the ritual of Wicked132 was within his reach. But just as Eric prepared to take over another vessel, just as he was ready to finally ascend to the immortality he had craved for so long, the ideal masters intervened. With power beyond even his understanding, they annihilated his soul, devouring it for reasons that remained unclear to him even as he perished miserably, his goal so close, yet so far away. And now, the young man sat on Eric's throne, the weight of all that knowledge, those memories, and those unfinished plans pressing down on him like a leaden shroud. Eric's centuries of patience, his cunning, his dark wisdom, all of it had been transferred to him in an instant. The young man chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "I guess I'm Eric Deathsong now." The absurdity of it all was almost too much. A legacy of darkness and power that he neither wanted nor needed had been forcefully taken from one man and dumped onto him. The ideal masters, whatever their reasons, had made their choice, and there was no undoing it. He didn't understand their motives, but then, who could ever truly fathom the whims of beings like them? Though Eric Deathsong had hidden away for centuries, his name fading into obscurity, the idea that his enemies might still be out there wasn't entirely far-fetched. The man had made many enemies, powerful ones who might still seek vengeance, even after all these years. And now, despite the change of bodies, the annihilation of Eric's soul, and the transfer of only memories, those enemies might very well still come for him. After all, memories were powerful things, and in the world of magic, they could carry more weight than flesh and bone. As for the original owner of this body, the one who had become the vessel for his soul, the young man had no idea who he had been or where he had come from. Those memories were lost, perhaps forever, to the void. Maybe they had been devoured by the ideal masters along with Eric's soul, or maybe they had simply been erased by the brutal transition. Either way, it didn't matter now. That person was gone, and in his place stood a new Eric Deathsong, or rather, someone who would have to bear that name, whether he liked it or not. Shaking his head, he muttered, "None of this matters," before delving once again into the depths of Eric's memories, trying to piece together his current situation. He found himself in the basement of Fort Snowhawk, a desolate fortress in Hashalmarch, west of Morthal. In the game, he remembered this place as a necromancer's den, a grim location where battles between the Imperials and Stormcloaks raged above while dark rituals took place below. Now, it was his domain occupied by himself and an army of undead, created by the original Eric Deathsong. The year was the 198th of the Fourth Era. He wasn't certain of the exact date when the events of Skyrim would begin, but he knew it couldn't be far off. Ulfric Stormcloak had already made a name for himself by retaking the Reach and Markarth from the Forsworn with his militia over 2 decades ago. By his estimate, it was only a matter of time, perhaps 3 to 4 years at most, before Alduin would appear in Helgen, and with him, the Dragonborn. He let out a long sigh, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. If he were to survive in this world, he needed to use these precious years wisely. Establishing himself, carving out a foothold, and gathering power were his top priorities. There was no getting rid of his identity as Eric Deathsong, so he might as well embrace it and see how far it could take him. After all, he didn't have many other options. Might as well start by taking control of the undead in Fort Snowhawk, he muttered to himself, already thinking about his next move. Standing up from the cold stone throne, he made his way to the exit of the ritual room. The heavy wooden door creaked as he pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit hallway. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and decay, the faint flicker of torches casting long shadows along the walls. As he stepped into the corridor, he was greeted by the sight of skeleton warriors patrolling the hallway. Their empty eye sockets seemed to fixate on him for a moment, their bony heads turning in eerie unison as he entered their line of sight. Then, without a sound, they resumed their patrol, recognizing him as a guest and not an intruder. These weren't the fragile, naked skeletons wielding ancient, rusty weapons that he remembered from the game. No, these undead were something else entirely. Each skeleton wore a set of steel armor that gleamed ominously in the torchlight, the metal unmarred by time or battle. Their weapons were equally impressive, well-forged swords, axes, and shields that would make any Nord warrior green with envy. A palpable aura of malice radiated from them, as if the very essence of death clung to their bones. He couldn't help but feel a strange mix of awe and dread as he observed them. These undead weren't just mindless husks, they were formidable warriors, brought back from the grave and bound to a will stronger than their own. The original Eric Deathsong had clearly poured a great deal of time and power into creating these soldiers, and now, they were his to command. Somewhat excited by the idea, Eric puffed up his chest and stepped toward the nearest skeleton warrior. With a grand flourish, he raised his hand, reaching toward the skeletal figure. His magicka began to course through his veins, the ancient necromancer's memories guiding him as he prepared to cast the spell and take control of these undead soldiers. "Subjugate undead," he intoned, his voice echoing in the dim hallway. The magicka surged around him, the rags he wore fluttering as if caught in a strong wind. The torches lining the hall flickered, then extinguished altogether, plunging the space into darkness save for the eerie glow of his spell. It seemed as though the spell was about to succeed, and Eric could feel the power of the ancient necromancer's magic bending the undead to his will. But suddenly, his vision began to blur, a wave of dizziness crashing over him. The spell wavered, his concentration slipping through his fingers like sand. Before he could process what was happening, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the cold stone floor, consciousness slipping away. The skeleton warrior, the target of his spell, paused and looked down at Eric with an almost human-like confusion. It tilted its bony head, the eerie empty sockets staring at him as if trying to make sense of the scene. After a moment, the skeleton used the blunt side of its axe to scratch its head, as if pondering the situation. But then, with a shrug that sent a rattle through its bones, it decided to ignore the fallen figure and continue its patrol as if nothing had happened. The hallway returned to silence, the only sound the soft clank of the skeleton's armor as it moved away, leaving Eric unconscious on the ground, surrounded by the shadows of Fort Snowhawk. Arcane deficiency number 3. Eric groaned as he came to, lying on the cold stone floor of the hallway. His head pounded, his vision still swimming with the remnants of dizziness. He rubbed his forehead in frustration, feeling both disoriented and humiliated. With a weary sigh, he pushed himself to his feet, wincing as he dusted off the tattered rags that clung to his body. The sight of the skeleton warriors patrolling the hallway, their hollow eyes now indifferent to him, only deepened his embarrassment. He kept his gaze down, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the undead soldiers. It was bad enough that he'd collapsed in front of them, he wasn't about to endure the indignity of their silent stares. Shuffling forward, he navigated through the corridor until he reached a wooden door at the end. Grateful for the escape, he pushed it open, slipping inside and closing it behind him. The room was vast and filled with the unmistakable aura of dark magic. Candles lined the walls, their flames flickering with an eerie green glow. Bookshelves, cluttered and overflowing, stood against the stone walls, filled with ancient scrolls and tomes bound in cracked leather. Skulls of various creatures sat on display, and a large alchemy table, covered in vials of unknown liquids and powders, dominated one corner. In the center of the room, a circular rug, its patterns warped with arcane symbols, marked the space as a place of power and study. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, burnt herbs, and something darker, perhaps the remnants of forgotten rituals. But Eric paid no attention to the sinister ambience. He moved directly toward the large desk against the far wall. Several grim-looking tomes lay scattered across its surface, their pages open to diagrams of necromantic spells and detailed instructions on the manipulation of souls. Slumping into the chair, he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk and burying his face in his hands. A curse word hovered at the top of his tongue, but he swallowed it down. There was no point in losing his temper. He knew exactly what had gone wrong. The spell hadn't failed due to lack of skill or technique, it had failed because he lacked the most basic resource, magicka. Not only had his attempt to cast the subjugate undead spell fizzled out due to his depleted reserves, but the sheer effort had drained him to the point of fainting. Both of these issues should have been impossible. The old necromancer had chosen this body with great care. He'd spent years rotting in an old body to find a new vessel that was suitable for the intense magicka manipulation required for his necromantic magics. This body, the one Eric now inhabited, had once belonged to a young Nord whose latent magical talent surpassed even that of the most gifted Altmer. It should have been more than capable of handling even complex spells with ease. And yet, here he was, barely able to summon a flicker of magic without collapsing from exhaustion. Frowning, Eric leaned back in the chair, rubbing his temples. There was no way this was a coincidence. Something had gone terribly wrong during the soul transfer, and the problem was more severe than even the old Necromancer could have anticipated. Eric stared blankly at the scattered tomes before him, his mind churning as he pieced together the puzzle of what had gone wrong. He had already suspected that something had occurred during the soul transfer, but now, he was certain. The old Necromancer, Eric Deathsong, had been meticulous. A man with 2 millennia of experience wasn't prone to carelessness, and he would not have made a mistake in preparing his new vessel. Every precaution had been taken. The body Eric now inhabited had been chosen specifically for its immense magical potential, and everything had gone according to plan at least, until his soul was disintegrated and devoured. He could remember it clearly, both from his perspective and that of the old Necromancer, the moment the ritual began, the dark energy swirling around the chamber, the old Necromancer's soul detaching from his decaying body, ready to claim the younger, stronger one waiting for him. The problem hadn't arisen until after the ritual was well underway. Eric frowned, narrowing his eyes in concentration as he replayed the ritual in his mind. It didn't take long for him to pinpoint the exact moment everything had gone wrong. The ideal masters. Of course. He clenched his fists in frustration. The old Necromancer had sought their help, knowing that transferring his soul into a new body would require more than just raw magical power. Extracting a soul and placing it into a new vessel wasn't like raising a zombie or animating a skeleton. It was a direct violation of Arkay's divine authority over the cycle of life and death, something that no mortal, even one as powerful as Eric Deathsong, could accomplish without divine intervention. The ideal masters had been the key. Their power transcended mortal understanding, and for centuries, they had struck deals with necromancers, granting them the ability to manipulate souls in exchange for sacrifices. The old Necromancer had intended to offer up Eric's soul as the price for their assistance in the transfer, allowing him to take over the young man's body and continue his dark reign. But the ideal masters, true to their nature, had reneged on the deal. Midway through the ritual, they had decided that Eric Deathsong's soul would be a more appetizing prize. They devoured the Necromancer instead, leaving Eric the intended sacrifice alive but with a significant piece of his soul missing. And that was the crux of the issue. The ritual had never been completed properly. Eric's soul was incomplete, devoured in part by the ideal masters before they turned their attention to the old Necromancer. It explained everything: why his magicka reserves were so pitiful, why he had fainted after attempting a simple spell, and why he felt an underlying sense of emptiness deep within himself. Without a complete soul, his ability to tap into his full magical potential was crippled. Sitting back in the chair, Eric exhaled slowly, staring at the ceiling. He was alive, yes. He had over 2,000 years of memories and knowledge at his disposal, along with a treasure trove of dark magic. But without a complete soul, all of it was meaningless. Eric slumped back in his chair, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The solution was clear: he needed to restore his soul, and the only way to do that was by communicating with the ideal masters directly. But there lay the problem: he didn't have the magicka to reverse summon his own soul to the soul cairn, a feat that the original Eric Deathsong had mastered long ago. For the old Necromancer, it had been as simple as temporarily banishing his own soul to the cairn as one would do a Daedra or a summoned undead, something Eric himself could now do in theory. But knowing the spell and having the magicka reserves to cast it were two different things entirely. Eric cursed under his breath. Without enough magicka, his only option was to travel physically to the soul cairn, and the thought of it made him grimace. Black Marsh and elsewhere, he muttered, rubbing his temples. The old Necromancer had left portals scattered across Tamriel, hidden in dens like Fort Snowhawk, but the closest ones were halfway across the continent. Crossing Tamriel in search of them wasn't just time-consuming, it was reckless. Too many eyes, too many risks, and it would take years. He didn't have that kind of time, especially not with his current magicka deficiency. There was another option, but it wasn't much better. Folkihar Castle, Eric sighed, pushing himself up from the desk and pacing the room. He knew exactly where one portal to the soul cairn existed right here in Skyrim. However, the portal wasn't just sitting around, waiting for him to waltz through. It was tied to the vampire clan living in Folkihar Castle and the Dawnguard, both factions deeply entrenched in their own conflicts. And that conflict, well, it wasn't exactly something he was eager to get mixed up in. The thought of dealing with vampires, particularly those of Lord Harkon's brood, was enough to send a shiver down his spine. And then there was the Dawnguard, whose sole purpose was to eradicate vampires like the ones he'd have to negotiate with. Neither side was one he could afford to antagonize, not in his current state. With his pitiful magicka pool, he was in no shape to challenge anyone, let alone the vampires of Folkihar Castle. The best he could do right now were novice apprentice spells, basic reanimations, sparks, forcible, and things that wouldn't even faze a vampire lord or his thralls. He clenched his fists, frustration welling up inside him. Damn it, Eric muttered, stopping his pacing. He was stuck in a bind. Going to the soul cairn was the only real option, but getting there meant involving himself in the Dawnguard and Folkihar conflict, something that was easier said than done. He needed more power, more magicka, more, everything. Yet, sitting around wouldn't help. He needed to start somewhere. Well, I suppose if I can't take on vampires right now, I'd better start working on that, he muttered, looking back at the tomes on the desk. The old Eric's knowledge was vast, and even if his magicka reserves were low, there had to be ways to improve them. Eric straightened, a newfound determination bubbling within him. First things first, find a way to fight with this broken body. Then we'll see about vampires. Eric hunched over the alchemy table, his fingers working quickly and efficiently as he mixed ingredients into vials. The faint aroma of herbs and reagents filled the air, as the contents of the vials simmered and turned shades of green and blue. Alchemy had always been a secondary pursuit for him in the past, but now, it had become his primary focus. Unlike magic, alchemy didn't demand magicka, and the old Necromancer Eric Deathsong had been one of the finest alchemists in Tamriel. Eric, the new bearer of that name, was now benefiting from centuries of accumulated knowledge. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the clinking of glassware. I may not have the magicka to cast advanced spells yet, but with these potions, I'll make sure the little I do have will never run out. His tone was sharp, focused. The irony of his situation wasn't lost on him. An ancient necromancer, feared across the land, reduced to brewing potions to compensate for his lack of power. He carefully poured a shimmering blue liquid from a flask into a smaller vial, his hand steady as he stoppered it. Magicka restoration potions. Simple but necessary. Eric had learned early on that magic was all about endurance. Having more magicka than your opponent meant outlasting them, and right now, he had to take advantage of every scrap of energy he could get. As he set the potions aside, he couldn't help but feel a spark of satisfaction. If nothing else, the old necromancer's alchemy skills had transferred perfectly. The mastery of plants, minerals, and the arcane art of combining them for powerful effects was at his fingertips. He could use these potions in the coming days to prepare for whatever challenges lay ahead. He leaned back, letting out a sigh. It's something, at least. Finished with his brewing, Eric rose from the alchemy table and left the study. The skeleton warriors patrolling the hallway continued their rounds, but Eric kept his eyes averted. He wasn't about to relieve the embarrassment of earlier. Navigating through the dim corridor, he found his way to a room he hadn't explored yet, an armory. The armory was exactly what he expected. Rows upon rows of weapons lined the walls, from crude iron swords to intricately designed steel blades. Armor sets were displayed on mannequins, varying in design and material. Eric's eyes scanned the room, noting everything from battle axes to staffs, but what drew his attention the most was a sword sitting in the far corner, unlike the others. It was thin and straight, sheathed in a heavily decorated black scabbard. Eric approached it slowly, feeling something stir within him as he reached out to grasp the hilt. There was a certain gravitas to the weapon, as if it was more than just a simple blade. He unsheathed the sword carefully, revealing the gleaming silver blade, decorated with intricate blue and silver symbols along its length. They shimmered in the low light of the armory, almost glowing with latent power. Suddenly, a memory surged through him. One of Eric Deathshong's memories. He was in Hammerfell, watching from the shadows as 3 sword saints Ansei stood their ground against an army of risen dead. These warriors were masters of the Shihai, spirit swords formed from their very souls, and they moved with grace and precision, cutting through the undead ranks with frightening ease. The group of elven necromancers leading the attack couldn't withstand their assault for long. In a matter of minutes, the sword saints had decimated the entire army and beheaded the elven mages. It was one of the few times the old necromancer had felt admiration, a rare moment where he acknowledged the skill and bravery of others. But, of course, admiration hadn't stopped him from capturing their souls afterward. The sword saints' memories had been added to his own, scanned and stored for future use. It had been the old necromancer's design to orchestrate the necromancer's attack on Hammerfell, a plot to harvest souls for a ritual. Though he had succeeded in his goal, the valor and power of the Ansei had impressed him enough to leave Hammerfell and never return. The memory faded, and Eric blinked, his breath catching in his throat. Holding the decorated blade in his hands, he could feel the echoes of that same power. Although forming a Shihai spirit sword like the sword saints was beyond him, their swordsmanship was not. Their memories were within his grasp, buried deep in his mind. All he had to do was unlock them. He ran his fingers over the symbols etched into the blade. I may not be able to summon a Shihai, but the swordplay of a saint alone. He paused, thinking. With the memories of those sword saints, he would be able to surpass most warriors easily. Sword singers were legends in their own right, but the Ansei were something else entirely. For the first time since waking up in this place, a small grin crept across his face. He sheathed the sword and strapped it to his belt. If nothing else, he now had a weapon worthy of a necromancer who had lived for over 2,000 years. Eric sat cross-legged on the stone floor of an empty room, surrounded by dozens of sheets of parchment, all scrawled with fresh ink. The pages fluttered slightly, disturbed by the faint draft creeping through the castle's corridors. Each one bore arcane symbols, arranged with obsessive precision, yet written in a frenzy, his hand moving faster than his mind could keep up. He had an almost manic grin plastered across his face, a far cry from the despair that had consumed him days earlier when he first learned his soul was damaged. The dim light from the room's soul candle flickered, casting dancing shadows across the chaotic assembly of papers. Eric's gaze darted from one symbol to another, his grin widening as he continued scribbling, his quill flying over the pages with barely a pause. Row after row of arcane inscriptions poured from his hand, each one representing a novice or apprentice spell from the depths of the old necromancer's vast memory. Despite the supposed weakness of these low-level incantations, Eric's excitement never wavered. Who cares if they're weak on their own, he muttered under his breath, the grin still etched into his face. Together, they'll be unstoppable. The sheer number of these basic spells was staggering. Eric knew he couldn't access the powerful magics the old necromancer had mastered, not with his diminished magica pool. But that didn't mean he was helpless. He saw the potential in these useless spells, realizing that their limitations were only a matter of perception. He didn't need a grand spell of destruction when he could weave together the subtleties of these lower-tier magics, blending them into something entirely new, something that even the old necromancer had likely overlooked in his arrogance. The thrill of it coursed through Eric's veins. There was something intoxicating about being on the brink of discovery, of forging a new path in a world that was his for the taking. The arcane symbols on the paper in front of him were no longer just spells, they were pieces of a puzzle. Each spell, no matter how small or insignificant, was a tool he could use to bend reality to his will. It was then that a familiar thought resurfaced in his mind. Ultimate freedom. For years, he had spent countless hours playing open-world games, immersing himself in their carefully crafted universes. Some offered the freedom to explore vast landscapes, while others gave players the ability to make world-shaping choices. But true freedom, the kind where a player could manipulate the game's very mechanics, twist the combat systems, and break the rules, was elusive. Even in the most liberating games, there were boundaries, limits that couldn't be crossed. But here there were no boundaries. Eric was no longer bound by the constraints of a game engine or limited by design choices. In this world, this ancient and magic-ridden reality, the limitations came only from himself. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized the boundless opportunity that lay before him. He wasn't just another player on a preset path. He had absolute freedom that even the most sophisticated games could never offer. Break the system, he whispered, the grin stretching further across his face. Reinvent the rules. Reimagine the spells. He saw it now. The potential to weave novice-level spells in tandem, to create devastating combinations that no one would expect from such humble beginnings. No longer limited by the linear progression of magic, he had the creativity and insight to transcend the old necromancer's teachings. While that ancient soul had focused on mastery of power, Eric would focus on mastery of manipulation. He would bend even the weakest spells into something extraordinary. He set the quill down for a moment, wiping sweat from his brow, feeling his heart race in his chest. This world wasn't a game, it was his reality now. But the mindset he had cultivated over years of gaming, the urge to push the limits, to find loopholes and exploit them, was his greatest strength. And in this world, Eric had the ultimate cheat code, knowledge, unbounded by rules. The Necromancer's wardrobe number 4. Eric stood in front of a tall, dust-coated mirror in the underground bedroom, silently adjusting his attire. He had grown accustomed to the reflection that stared back at him, the face of a man long dead but now his own. His sharp, angular features were starkly framed by pale skin, and his eyes had taken on a subtle blue glow, an eerie, almost ethereal reminder of the soul transfer that had fused his being with the old Necromancer's memories and powers. His hair, turned white as a result of the botched ritual, now reached his shoulders, and was neatly combed, framing his face with a touch of sophistication. The figure in the mirror, though undoubtedly Nordic in origin, stood slightly apart from the typical hulking Nord physique. He was tall and impressive 185 centimeters, but his frame was a bit thinner than the average Nord, though still strong and sinewy. In his past life, he would have towered over most people, but here, he was just another Nord, one that was on the shorter side even. Still, there was power in the way he carried himself, an air of confidence he hadn't possessed when he first arrived in this forsaken body. He wore black robes that clung to his form with a subtle eastern flair, a testament to the old Necromancer's travels and his taste for exotic things. Draped over the robes was a long, coal-black cloak lined with fur around the neck, a functional yet elegant garment to shield him from Skyrim's biting cold. The heavy fabric hung over his shoulders like a shadow, giving him a menacing aura that matched the new role he found himself playing. As he slid 6 rings onto his fingers, Eric's lips curled into a small, self-satisfied smile. These weren't ordinary adornments, they were the products of countless hours of trial and error, a triumph in the art of enchanting. Each ring bore 2 enchantments, designed with precision. Most of them focused on increasing his magicka and stamina recovery, compensating for the crippling damage to his soul. He flexed his fingers, feeling the faint hum of magic coursing through the metal, each ring buzzing with latent power. Now that it's time to leave this god-forsaken fortress, he muttered to himself, giving one final glance at his reflection. At least I should look presentable. He admired his reflection once more, satisfied with the old Necromancer's wardrobe. That ancient bastard was a menace to society, but his fashion sense wasn't half bad. He was now ready to face the world. Still, despite all his efforts, his attempts to enchant anything that would directly increase his magicka had failed. He had tried various combinations of soul gems, enchantment methods, and rare materials, but the result was always the same: his magicka pool remained pitifully small. Eric sighed, his smile fading. The broken vessel that was his soul can only hold so much, after all. That was the frustrating reality of his situation. No matter how many enchantments he layered, no matter how many potions he brewed, his damaged soul was a leaky container, incapable of holding the immense power the old Necromancer had wielded with ease. It was a limitation that gnawed at him, an obstacle that no amount of ingenuity could fully overcome. But Eric wasn't the type to be easily discouraged. The old Necromancer's memories had given him centuries of knowledge, and he would use every ounce of it. He might not have access to the immense power he craved just yet, but with the arsenal of low-level spells he had pieced together, the enchanted rings on his fingers, and his growing expertise in alchemy, he would make his mark. Even if it was with a scalpel instead of a hammer. Let's see what this world has in store, he whispered, turning from the mirror, the soft rustle of his cloak following him as he made his way toward the door. After 2 full months, he had already perfected a fighting style that was suitable for his crippled soul, using both low-level spells alongside the swordplay that belonged to the sword saints of Hammerfell. Although he can't cause havoc as the old Necromancer did, there would not be many people who can oppose him in Skyrim. It was time to leave Snowhawk Castle and step into this dangerous, unpredictable world. But he would be prepared. And he would make sure his enemies underestimated him until it was far too late. Trudging along the snow-covered road, Eric finally stopped at a 3-way crossroad. He turned to glance back, squinting through the cold wind at the distant silhouette of Snowhawk Fortress, now little more than a shadow on the horizon. The path had led him down from the hills, snaking alongside its steep, snow-dusted inclines and bringing him to the main road. To the west, the road stretched towards Dragon Bridge, a day's journey at least. To the east, it wound toward the misty marshlands, where Morthal lay nestled in the distance. Morthal should only be 2 to 3 hours' ride, at most, Eric muttered under his breath, recalling the Necromancer's memories with a furrowed brow. The recollections were still foreign to him, like half-remembered dreams that didn't quite belong to him. Nodding to himself, Eric checked both directions along the road to ensure no one was watching. He crouched slightly, casting his gaze down at the snow where his shadow stretched long and thin in the pale afternoon light. "Skidoo," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the whistling wind. The shadows beneath him began to stir, twisting and swirling unnaturally as though responding to his call. In moments, they coalesced into the shape of a horse, its form dark and imposing, shrouded entirely in black cloth that hung from its frame like funeral drapery. From head to hoof, the creature was veiled in black, giving no glimpse of its body beneath. Eric reached out, running his hand over the horse's neck, and instead of the soft warmth of flesh beneath the cloth, his fingers touched cold, unyielding bone. Skidoo, the old necromancer's mount, a skeletal horse fashioned from the bones of powerful creatures Eric couldn't even name. The old necromancer had drawn inspiration from the ghostly steed Arvak in the soul cairn, and through a mixture of necromancy, enchantments, and shadow magic, he had crafted this undead shadow spectre, more than capable of traversing the most treacherous terrains of Skyrim. Luckily for Eric, Skidoo was a permanent kind of undead, bound to him not by magicka but by the utterance of its name. Controlling such a creature would have been far too taxing on his meager magicka reserves, even if the necromancer had succeeded in claiming Eric's body fully, without the soul damage. All it took now was a single word, and the mount was his to command. Eric smiled as he swung himself onto the horse's back. The shadows shifted beneath him, coiling like living things as Skidoo responded to his weight, steady and unbothered. He straightened his cloak, gripping the reins of shadow and bone. "Let's get moving," he whispered, and with a swift tug of the reins, the shadowy horse leapt forward into a gallop, its hooves making no sound on the snow-covered road. Eric slowly approached the bridge that spanned the wide, churning waters of the Hjal River. Below, the river surged through the heart of Hjalmarch, carving its way south from the marshlands that were connected to the Sea of Ghosts. The wind carried a hint of the sea's cold bite as Eric guided Skidoo across, the skeletal horse's hooves soundless on the wooden planks. Ahead, the path curved sharply alongside the mountain, flanked by jagged boulders and thick trees that cast long shadows over the road. There, lying beside a broken carriage, a man leaned against one of the wheels, clutching his leg in apparent pain. His eyes lit up as he saw Eric approach, and he waved his arm frantically. "Please, traveler. Help!" The man called out, his voice tinged with desperation. "I'm a merchant. My horse, spooked by the howls of wolves, overturned my carriage. I've been stranded here ever since." Eric's gaze shifted from the man to the carriage, then to the surrounding area. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in the landscape, the boulders scattered along the roadside, the dense tree line at the foot of the mountain. The scene felt off. Maintaining a calm expression, Eric gently tugged at Skidoo's reins, prompting the undead mount to trot toward the man at a slow, deliberate pace. As he dismounted, Eric offered the man a friendly smile. "Rough luck," he said with a nod toward the overturned carriage. "When did this happen? If your horse hasn't gone far, maybe I can track it down for you." The man's face brightened with gratitude, his eyes briefly flicking to Skidoo before returning to Eric. "It's only been an hour or so," he said, pointing toward the tree line near the foot of the mountain. "The horse ran that way, spooked by the howls. It's probably still nearby." Eric followed the man's gesture, his smile widening, though there was a subtle shift in his eyes. "Is that so?" he murmured. "Strange. I don't see any tracks. With how high the snow is on the ground, you'd think there'd be some sign of its passing." The man's expression faltered for a split second, a barely noticeable flinch, but he quickly recovered, keeping his voice steady. "Ah, the wind might have covered the tracks by now. This snow can be unpredictable." Eric's eyes flickered with amusement. "Unpredictable, you say?" He gave a dramatic sigh, his tone light but laced with a hint of something darker. "I've been on this road for hours now. Haven't seen a single snowflake fall." He paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked the man over, his pointed stare making the air between them grow tense. "And now that I think about it," Eric continued, voice low, "there aren't any wolf packs in this area. They tend to steer clear of the marshes this time of year, they don't get along with the spiders." The man's mask of calm began to slip, and his eyes darted nervously to the trees. "Must have been a lone wolf then," he muttered quickly. "Not uncommon, right?" Eric's smile faded, and his hand rested casually on the hilt of the straight sword at his side. His posture relaxed, but the air around him had shifted, a subtle tension coiling beneath his calm demeanor. "Lone wolves. Uncommon, yes. But not impossible," Eric mused softly, his eyes never leaving the man's face. The merchant swallowed hard, sensing that his ruse had been seen through. He tried to hold Eric's gaze with a blank expression, as if his mask of innocence could somehow mask the obvious lie. Eric, in contrast, watched him with amusement dancing in his eyes, his lips curving into a subtle, almost playful smile. To him, the situation had shifted from minor irritation to a game, a test to see how long it would take for the man to crack under pressure. After a moment, the man's face hardened into a scowl. He realized the charade was pointless now, his confidence replaced with open hostility. "So what if you saw through me?" he growled, rising to his feet with a sudden burst of bravado. "You're still surrounded." With a sweeping gesture, he shouted, "Everyone, come out." At his command, 8 figures emerged from behind the trees and boulders that lined the road, each brandishing weapons. Their armor was a patchwork of fur, leather, and battered iron plates, the typical garb of highwaymen. Some clutched crude swords, others held axes and maces. None of them looked particularly well trained, but there were enough of them to be a threat to a lone traveler. The leader's eyes gleamed as he looked Eric up and down, his gaze lingering on the sword hanging from Eric's belt and the rings glinting on his fingers. "I see you've got some valuable gear," he sneered, pointing at the ornate weapon, his voice dripping with greed. "That sword of yours, those rings made of gold and studded with flawless gems, no less." His attention shifted to Skidoo, and his smile widened further, showing his teeth like a wolf eyeing prey. "But the real prize is that horse of yours." He gave a low whistle, stepping closer as he studied the undead mount cloaked in black. "Even covered up like that, I can tell it's no ordinary beast. Specially bred warhorse, right? Must have cost you a fortune." Eric's smile remained, his amusement deepening at the man's utter ignorance. He let the bandit's words hang in the cold air for a moment, savoring the impending shift in tone. These fools had no idea what they were dealing with, especially the horse. "You're right," Eric said, his voice calm and measured. "Skidoo is, quite valuable." The bandit leader's smug smile widened as he stepped closer, clearly confident in his assumed victory. "I knew it," he repeated with a sneer, his voice dripping with condescension. "Now, why don't you be smart and hand over your valuables, that way I might consider letting you keep your undergarments." The bandits around him erupted in laughter, their crude humor filling the air, but Eric remained unbothered, his eyes glinting with amusement. Gesturing casually towards Skidoo, he said, "If you want my horse, then go ahead and take it." The bandit leader's eyes gleamed in satisfaction. "Wise choice." He strode towards Skidoo, chuckling to himself. "Let's see what this beauty looks like up close, shall we?" With a confident grin, the man reached out and lifted the black cloth covering Skidoo's head. His smile vanished the moment he saw the blackened skull beneath, glowing with an eerie purple flame. He barely had time to curse before Skidoo snapped at him with lightning speed, its skeletal jaws closing around his face. A sickening crunch filled the air as the horse tore his nose clean off. The bandit staggered back, shrieking in pain, but Skidoo wasn't finished. With a powerful kick, the horse's hoof connected with his chest, caving it in with a brutal thud. The man fell to the ground, dead in an instant. The sudden, gruesome spectacle left the other bandits frozen in shock. A woman among them, wielding a sword and shield, broke the silence. "Undead! Quick, kill it!" she screamed, charging at Skidoo with another bandit following behind her. Skidoo let out a low, bone-chilling whinny, the sound reverberating through the clearing like the voice of death itself. Without hesitation, it charged the woman, its skull head slamming into her with a sickening crack. She was sent flying, crashing into the snow several feet away, unconscious or worse. The bandit behind her barely had time to react before Skidoo trampled him underfoot, his screams cut short by the sound of bones shattering beneath its weight. The remaining 6 bandits snapped out of their stupor at the sight of their comrades being slaughtered. One of them, a hulking man wielding a large battle axe, shouted, "This undead is too powerful. Hold it down while me and Ulrich deal with its master. It'll disappear if we kill him." 2 of the bandits, including the man with the axe, charged at Eric with murderous intent, while the others fanned out, clearly intending to swarm Skidoo and bring it down through sheer numbers. Eric, however, didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled. There was no fear in his expression, no panic in his posture. He had been preparing for this moment. Months of sparring with the lesser skeletons outside the hidden basement in Snowhawk Fortress had honed his skills, and now, for the first time, he had the chance to test his mettle against human opponents. The first bandit, axe in hand, rushed at Eric with a wild look in his eyes, eager for the kill. "Die, Necromancer!" His massive weapon swung downward with brutal force, but Eric moved with the precision of someone who had seen countless battles, sidestepping the clumsy strike with ease. The axe bit into the ground instead, its momentum dragging the bandit off balance. Before the man could recover, Eric's sword flashed from its sheath, the blade singing through the cold air as it struck the axe's handle just below the blade, snapping it clean in half. Caught off guard, the bandit staggered backward, his arms flailing for balance. The opening was perfect. Eric capitalized on it in an instant, stepping forward and slitting the man's throat in a single, smooth motion. Blood sprayed across the snow, and the bandit gurgled, clutching at his neck before collapsing. The entire exchange took less than a second. But Eric had no time to reflect. The second bandit was already upon him, charging with a spear aimed directly at his chest. The man's eyes burned with determination, certain that he would skewer Eric with sheer speed and strength. Eric raised his free hand calmly, his fingers splayed wide. "Blinda," he muttered under his breath. An intense flash of light erupted from his palm, a modified candlelight spell designed for one purpose, to blind and disorient. It consumed very little magicka but delivered a burst of brilliance that outshone the midday sun. The bandit screamed, stumbling forward as his vision was suddenly seared by the light. "My eyes! I can't see!" His spear jabbed forward wildly, missing Eric by a wide margin. With a practiced sidestep, Eric slipped past the flailing weapon and sliced the back of the bandit's knee, severing tendons and bringing the man to the ground. In the same fluid motion, Eric thrust his blade through the bandit's back, piercing his heart before he could even scream. The bandit collapsed into the snow, face first, his blood pooling around him in a dark, steaming patch. Eric stood over the body, his breath steady, his expression calm, but inside, there was a slight unease. He glanced at the blood-slicked blade, watching the crimson droplets fall from the steel and stain the white snow beneath his feet. He sighed, muttering to himself, "So, this is what it feels like to kill someone." Technically, it wasn't the first time his hands had drawn blood. The memories of Eric Death Song, thousands of years of battles, dark rituals and slaughter drowned out any sense of guilt or remorse that might have surfaced. Life was no longer sacred, it was cheaper than hay. Yet, despite the numbness of those inherited memories, something still lingered in him, a faint echo of what it meant to take a life. It wasn't horror, nor was it regret, just a quiet, uncomfortable understanding that some part of him still reacted to death. He swung his sword to the side, casting the blood from the blade before sliding it back into its sheath. "Who's next?" "Bones to spare number 5. Eric declared, "Who's next?" as he turned to face the remaining bandits. But he paused, eyebrows raised, as he realized there were no opponents left standing. The area was littered with the grisly remnants of what had once been men and women, now reduced to bone fragments and bloody paste beneath Skidoo's relentless hooves. The skeletal horse stood amidst the carnage, its empty eye sockets somehow conveying a sense of satisfaction. Eric sighed, rubbing his forehead. Note to self, don't use Skidoo unless necessary, he muttered under his breath. The sheer brutality of the scene was a stark reminder of his mount's overwhelming power. He glanced around at the mangled bodies and shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Could have put their bones to good use, he mused aloud. Oh, well. Accepting the situation, Eric decided to make do with what remained. Turning his attention to the 2 bandits he had personally dispatched, he approached the nearest corpse. The man's lifeless eyes stared blankly at the sky, a pool of crimson spreading beneath him. Eric extended his hand over the body, fingers splayed as he focused his will. "Extract bone," he intoned. Immediately, the bandit's arm convulsed, the flesh bulging grotesquely as the underlying bone tore itself free. With a wet, ripping sound, the forearm bone burst forth, shedding muscle and sinew that fell away in grisly chunks until only a pristine, white bone hovered in the air. Eric watched with clinical detachment, unperturbed by the macabre display. Most necromancers, he recalled, would simply reanimate a corpse as a shambling zombie and be done with it. A crude method, and one that often resulted in a slow, foul-smelling minion prone to decay. The old Eric Death Song had preferred a more refined approach. By extracting magic-rich bones from various sources and combining them, he could construct skeletons of formidable strength and agility, creations that surpassed the limitations of mere animated dead. This technique required precision and a deep understanding of necromantic arts. The spell he had just used, one of his own design, allowed for the efficient collection of bones without the messy and time-consuming process of butchering a corpse by hand. Eric moved to the second bandit, repeating the process. "Extract bone," he commanded. This time, the femur lifted from the leg, slipping free with less resistance now that he was growing accustomed to the spell. The bone joined the forearm in the air, both hovering obediently at his side. He surveyed the remains of the other bandits. While Skidoo had left little behind, perhaps there were still usable pieces among the debris. With a wave of his hand, he sent the extracted bones toward a clear spot on the snow-covered ground. They arranged themselves neatly, awaiting further instruction. "Let's see what we have to work with," Eric murmured. He began to walk among the carnage, eyes keenly searching for intact bones. A rib here, a scapula there, every piece counted. Occasionally, he would use the extraction spell again, salvaging what he could from the less damaged bodies. As the collection grew, the bones started to assemble themselves into a rough humanoid shape, guided by his will. The process was methodical, almost ritualistic. Eric chanted under his breath, weaving threads of magicka through the bones, binding them together. The air around him shimmered faintly as the enchantments took hold. Despite his limited magicka reserves, he managed the task by using minimal energy, relying on precision rather than brute force. Minutes later, a new skeleton stood before him. It was taller than an average man, its frame composed of the strongest bones he had gathered. The skull bore a pair of horns, adding an imposing touch to its appearance. Its eye sockets glowed with a faint, eerie light, signaling the successful binding of the animating force. "Not bad," Eric remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. "You shall serve me well." He continued to inspect the skeleton closely, raising its arm and tapping its bones, feeling their strength. The creature was sturdy enough for now, but Eric knew it could be improved. "I'll have to find a necromancer shrine and toughen you up those bones of yours later," he murmured. His eyes gleamed as he bit the tip of his index finger, drawing a thin line of blood that welled up against the cold air. With precision, he began to draw intricate symbols across the skeleton's body, tracing them with his blood before carving them deeply into the bone with a small, sharp knife. Once finished, he stepped back, observing his work. These runes, part of an ancient necromantic technique, would bolster the skeleton's resilience and ensure its obedience even when far from its master. Eric continued, "You'll draw too much attention for now, though, so go back and get yourself geared up until I call you again." With a snap of his fingers, the skeleton was engulfed in a shimmering purple energy, its form quickly fading into nothingness. Eric smiled at the success of yet another of his modified spells, a personal twist on conjuration magic. Unlike the traditional conjuring spells used to summon familiars, Atronax, or even Daedra from oblivion and banish them back to whence they came, Eric's magic allowed him to store creatures and objects in a hidden space he had created in the basement of Snowhawk Fortress. It was, in essence, his own personal storage vault, a practical alternative to dimensional rings or bags of holding. Though the summoning required a bit of magicka each time, it was an efficient solution for someone like Eric, who preferred to travel light without losing access to his tools. With the skeleton safely stashed away, Eric turned his attention back to Skidoo. The undead horse stood silently, its glowing eyes locked on its master. Eric reached up and pulled the black cloth back over the horse's skull, concealing its unsettling visage. "Let's go," he said, mounting Skidoo. "Morthal shouldn't be too far off now." He urged the skeletal steed forward, the misty marshland stretching out ahead as they rode toward the small, isolated town. Reaching the outskirts of Morthal, Eric dismounted, watching as Skidoo melted seamlessly back into the shadows, vanishing from sight as though it had never been there. He took a moment to adjust his attire, straightening his cloak and smoothing down the ornate leather belts that held his weapons. With a deep breath, he began his descent down the narrow, uneven path leading into the town. As he neared Morthal, a few of the patrolling guards gave him curious glances, their eyes lingering on his finely crafted sword and the intricate rings on his fingers. They were likely more accustomed to travelers in simpler attire, but none of them approached him or questioned his presence. Eric returned their gazes with indifference, continuing on his way without so much as a second thought. The town unfolded before him, and despite its familiarity, Eric found himself both surprised and intrigued. It was like stepping into a living version of the Morthal he remembered from the game, similar yet strikingly different in its own way. The town was situated on a shallow, marshy body of water, just as he recalled, with wooden platforms crisscrossing over the swampy terrain. These walkways connected patches of dry land where the houses stood, raised slightly above the marsh on sturdy stilts. The visual detail, however, was far richer than what he had ever experienced in the game. The soft lapping of water against the stilts, the faint scent of moss and wet earth, and the cool, damp air hanging in the mist lent the village an eerie, immersive atmosphere. Eric's boots thudded softly on the wooden walkways as he toured the town, his eyes scanning the simple, weathered structures that surrounded him. The houses were built of aged timber with slanted thatch roofs, looking worn but resilient against the swamp's harsh climate. There were several small boats tied to wooden posts, presumably used by the townsfolk to traverse the marshy waters. A few fishermen worked nearby, casting nets into the shallows with quiet concentration. Despite the familiar layout, Eric noted how much larger the town appeared in reality. The buildings were grander, more expansive than what he had seen in the game, and Morthal itself stretched out farther than he expected. His gaze was drawn immediately to the towering structure near the town's entrance, the Jarl's Longhouse. Built in the same traditional style as the other buildings, with slanted thatch roofs and wooden walls, it stood far taller and broader, exuding a quiet authority over the town. Its imposing size marked it as the seat of power in this isolated corner of the hold. Other than the Jarl's Longhouse, however, Morthal didn't have much to offer in the way of commerce or entertainment. Eric spotted a small inn nestled near the center of town, its worn sign creaking gently in the breeze. A potion shop stood nearby, with bundles of herbs and alchemical ingredients hanging outside its entrance, adding a faint but pleasant scent to the otherwise musty air. The town's simple, modest atmosphere was palpable. There were no bustling markets or lively crowds, just the quiet murmur of villagers going about their daily routines. After some time, Eric finished his quiet tour of Morthal, sighing in mild disappointment. He had been searching for a particular burned-down building, a familiar landmark from the game that should have triggered the start of one of two quests tied to this town. In the game, Morthal was known for two things: Feline's dealings with the cure for vampirism, which didn't concern Eric for now, and a quest involving a group of coven vampires plotting to use the town's residents as livestock. That quest always started with inquiries about a burned-down house, a tragic event that should have already happened if the vampires had made a move on Morthal as he suspected. His thoughts swirled as he mused over this. If the vampires had yet to make their move, they were likely still lurking somewhere around the outskirts, laying the groundwork for their eventual plan. Eric's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating the benefit of uncovering their hideout sooner rather than later. If he could get ahead of the situation, it would make his own plans for the future considerably easier to execute. Vampires were powerful, and more importantly, valuable assets if controlled properly. Having made up his mind, Eric headed toward the Moorside Inn, located near the bridge that led deeper into the marshes. The inn's weathered sign swayed gently in the breeze as he pushed open the door, the creak of the hinges echoing in the quiet air. Stepping inside, he found himself in a dimly lit, mostly empty tavern. The space was modest, with several wooden tables scattered across the room, though none were occupied. The warm glow of a hearth flickered in the corner, casting shadows on the stone walls. The only other occupants were an orc sitting in one corner, struggling to play a lute with what could only be described as painful incompetence, and a Reguard woman standing behind the counter. Her dark eyes were narrowed in irritation as she glared at the orc, who continued to mangle the instrument with complete obliviousness to her displeasure. Eric's lips quirked slightly in amusement as he made his way toward the counter. The innkeeper, clearly the woman behind the bar, didn't seem overly enthusiastic to greet him, her attention more focused on whether she could endure another off-tune chord from the lute player. "Good evening," Eric greeted, his voice smooth but authoritative enough to draw her attention away from the orc. She looked him over, taking note of his finely crafted clothes and the weapons at his side, before offering a polite nod. "Evening, traveler. What can I do for you?" Her voice was curt but not unfriendly, though her eyes flicked back to the orc as another sour note reverberated through the room. Eric leaned casually against the counter, his eyes flicking between the innkeeper and the orc struggling to pluck out a tune on a battered lute in the corner. The dissonant notes echoed through the empty inn, grating against his ears. He grimaced slightly before turning back to the Reguard woman behind the bar. "An ale will do for a start," he said, placing a handful of coins on the counter. The innkeeper, clearly used to doing business in a place where patrons came and went without much fuss, swiped the coins off the counter with practiced ease. She pulled a dusty bottle from beneath the bar and poured a generous serving into a mug before sliding it over to Eric. "Here you go," she said, her voice carrying the same curt yet professional tone. Eric took a sip, the bitter taste of the ale coating his tongue. He glanced at the orc again, who was now muttering the words to a song, completely off-key. "What's with the orc by the way?" he asked, raising a brow. The innkeeper scoffed. "That would be Lerbuk. Fancies himself a bard." Eric gave her a bemused look. "A bard? I think he'll find more success working as a torturer." She sighed heavily, leaning one elbow on the counter as she watched the orc pluck another discordant note. "He pays, so I let him stay. If I had any customers, I'd be worried about him annoying them, but as you can see." She gestured around at the nearly empty room. Eric chuckled, taking another sip of his ale. "Now that you mention it, the town does look half dead, morbid even. The only people who seemed to be somewhat alive were a couple of drunk guards, talking about some burned-down house, but I didn't see anything like that." He let the question hang in the air as he gauged her reaction. The innkeeper's face shifted, a brief flicker of surprise crossing her features before she shrugged. "You don't need to mind those drunkards. They've got very little to do around here, so they always end up getting sloshed and talking nonsense. Especially that." She paused for a moment, frowning thoughtfully. Eric raised a brow, intrigued by the shift in her tone. "What's wrong?" The woman hesitated, her eyes narrowing slightly as if recalling something that bothered her. "Strange thing, though. Jarl Idrod came by here a few days ago, and said a stranger would visit one day asking about a burned-down house." She trailed off, her eyes scanning Eric more closely. "Said I should send him her way when that happened." Eric's pulse quickened at her words, but he kept his expression neutral, adopting a confused, inquisitive look instead. "Really? That seems odd." He tilted his head as if he were merely curious. The innkeeper waved her hand dismissively, sensing his confusion. "Oh, don't mind that. The Jarl's been known to spout all sorts of strange nonsense about visions and whatnot. People around here say she sees the future, but..." She made a face, clearly unimpressed. "It's probably just a coincidence. Best steer clear of that old hag." Eric nodded slowly, as if processing her words, but his mind was already spinning with possibilities. The Jarl's reputation for visions aligned uncomfortably well with the timing of his arrival and the quest he had been seeking. Something more was at play here than simple gossip. The woman crossed her arms, her voice lowering as she added, "And besides, she's mixed up with that damned mage, Falion. He's always poking around the marshes at night, doing gods know what. People around here don't trust him, and I don't blame them." Eric leaned back, contemplating. The name Falion struck a chord, but his focus was still on the mention of the burned-down house and the Jarl's cryptic message. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, finishing his ale and setting the mug down on the counter. "Thanks for the drink." The innkeeper nodded, casting one more weary glance at Lerbuk before turning her attention back to the bar. Eric stood, adjusting his cloak as he made his way toward the door. As he stepped out into the cool evening air, his thoughts churned with possibilities. There was more to Jarl Idrod than met the eye. Even in the game, she was known to have visions, but he didn't think he'd be included in them as well. Things just got a whole lot more interesting. Eric muttered, making his way toward the longhouse. Led by a stray number 6. After spending the last few hours subtly gathering information from Morthal's locals, Eric had pieced together enough of the town's happenings to satisfy his curiosity. Now, it was time to meet the Jarl. His path led him to the longhouse that loomed at the edge of town, its wooden frame standing out against the bleak, swampy backdrop. 2 guards stood at attention by the entrance, their expressions grim, as if echoing the mood of the entire settlement. As Eric approached, the guard on the right stepped forward, his eyes scanning Eric from head to toe before addressing him. The Jarl is accepting visitors, but there are a few things you need to be mindful of, the guard said, his tone cautious. He glanced at Eric's sword, then continued, you must maintain a respectful distance, make no sudden moves, and keep your hand far from the handle of that sword. Otherwise, you may be detained or, cut down on the spot, depending on the circumstances. Eric shrugged casually. I'll keep that in mind. The guard, satisfied but still wary, nodded and gestured toward the heavy wooden doors. You may enter. Eric pushed the doors open and stepped inside, taking a moment to survey the longhouse's interior. It was warmer than he expected, cozier, even, compared to the dreary atmosphere outside. Yet, despite the crackling hearth and the soft glow of candlelight, there was a lingering feeling of morbidity in the air, something that clung to the very walls of Morthal. His eyes moved deeper into the room, toward Jarl Idrod Ravencrone, who sat upon her throne at the far end of the hall. Her figure, draped in heavy furs and adorned with modest yet elegant jewelry, contrasted sharply with the typical image of a noble. She was older, her face lined with both wisdom and something more enigmatic, a distant, almost haunted look in her eyes. Nearby, leaning against a wall with a resigned sigh, stood her husband, a selfer. He was tall, with the tired eyes of a man who had heard the same complaints over and over again. As Eric entered, a selfer was shaking his head, half listening to one of the townspeople who stood before the throne, rambling on about the strange happenings in Morthal. Desecrating corpses and eating the hearts of children at night. That's what he's doing, I tell you. The man sputtered, his voice shaking with indignation. We all know it. Feline's up to something, everyone's afraid to speak out, but I'm not. He goes out there in the dead of night, into the marshes, gods know what for. Jarl Idrod remained silent, her gaze distant, as if she were listening to something far beyond the villager's words. A selfer, on the other hand, pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling through his nostrils in clear exasperation. Enough, a selfer finally said, his voice tired. We've heard your concerns. The Jarl will look into it, but there's no need to make wild accusations. He gave a small wave of dismissal, and the man grudgingly shuffled out of the longhouse, muttering curses himself. Eric stepped forward once the villager was gone, his boots clicking softly against the wooden floor. A selfer's eyes fell on him, his expression hard to read, while Jarl Idrod remained motionless, her gaze still somewhere far away. Eric inclined his head politely. Jarl Idrod, I've come to bring an urgent matter to your attention, he said, his voice respectful yet firm. At his words, Jarl Idrod's eyes seemed to clear, the distant look in them sharpening as they focused on him. She studied him for a long moment, and Eric could feel her gaze probing him, as if seeing far more than just his appearance. I knew you'd come, she finally said, her voice quiet but commanding. And I also know why you're here. Eric felt his second shock of the day. He had expected to approach the conversation cautiously, steering it subtly toward the vampire problem, just as he had been doing with the townsfolk. Instead, it seemed the Jarl had skipped the formalities entirely. He raised an eyebrow, feigning a relaxed demeanor. I wasn't aware my reasons for being here were so transparent. Idrod smiled, but it wasn't a warm smile, it was bitter, tinged with the weight of something far beyond her years. In time, everything becomes clear to those with the sight, she said, her gaze unwavering. But you, and your motives, are anything but transparent to me. She paused, her hand gripping the armrest of her throne as if steadying herself against an unseen force. In my visions, all the divines revealed was your figure, a burning house, and a looming calamity of blood. Eric couldn't mask his surprise this time. A burning house? A calamity of blood? He hadn't expected Idrod's visions to reveal so much. Still, he forced himself to stay calm. And what, exactly, do the divines expect you to do about it? He asked, his voice tinged with curiosity, though he couldn't hide his intrigue. There had been no mention of the divines or visions in the original quest he remembered from the game, just an investigation into a burned house that eventually revealed a vampire conspiracy. Then again, the one doing the quest had been the Dragonborn, not him. Could it be that the divines had sent these visions to Idrod because of him? Did they somehow sense his arrival into this world? The thought gnawed at the edges of Eric's mind as he watched Idrod closely. Her expression remained unreadable, but her words held a weight that was hard to ignore. The divines rarely meddle in the affairs of mortals, she said, her voice soft yet resolute. Even if they did, trying to decipher their will is beyond my means. All I know is that a calamity is approaching Morthal, and you may be the only one capable of stopping it. Eric frowned, turning her words over in his mind. Overthinking the matter wouldn't help him now. He had a goal, and this unexpected twist though unsettling might actually play in his favor. He smiled, a touch of grim humor in his voice. Well, you're not wrong. He uncrossed his arms and leaned slightly toward her. A coven of vampires has taken root nearby. They're planning to take control of Morthal, using its people as livestock to harvest blood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Idrod's husband, a Selfer, and her housecarl, Gorm, paled visibly. Their faces were a mixture of disbelief and alarm, with Gorm's hand reflexively gripping the hilt of his weapon. The air in the longhouse grew tense, thick with the gravity of Eric's revelation. You've been too careless, Gorm said, his tone harsh and brimming with irritation. If vampires are involved, anyone could be an enemy. They could already be inside the walls, for all we know. Eric chuckled lightly, though there was no real amusement in it. I've already considered that. A simple detect undead spell would have revealed any hidden threats within this longhouse. He gestured casually around the room, his eyes sweeping over the few guards and servants standing at their posts. And from what I see, there's no one but the Jarl's trusted followers here. Gorm didn't look convinced, his brow furrowed as his gaze shifted between Eric and Idrod. That's not enough to. Idrod held up her hand, silencing her housecarl with a single gesture. Her eyes, though weary, had a sharpness to them that Eric hadn't noticed before. She wasn't rattled easily, that much was clear. So, you seek my cooperation to rid Morthal of this threat. Her voice trailed off, and her gaze sharpened as she added, but to my eyes, you don't appear to be so selfless. Speak, what is your price? Eric couldn't help but laugh at her bluntness. Dealing with those who are wise is indeed refreshing. He gestured westward. West of Hjalmarch, there's an abandoned fortress, infested with undead. I want sole ownership of it and the lands surrounding it. The words had barely left his mouth when Gorm's eyes widened in outrage. His face turned red as he stepped forward, sputtering in disbelief. What nonsense! How dare you make such exorbitant? Idrod raised a hand, silencing her housecarl once again. Her gaze never left Eric. What else? She asked, her tone measured but unwavering. Eric couldn't help but feel impressed. Either her sight allowed her to see deeper into people's intentions, or she was simply an expert in deciphering people's intentions. He didn't dwell on the thought for long. This woman was sharper than most people he and even the old Necromancer had to deal with in recent memory. I need the position of Thane, he said smoothly, and a letter of introduction to the vigilance of Stendar. For the first time, a flicker of hesitation crossed Idrod's face. She leaned back slightly, her fingers tapping slowly on the armrest of her throne. Why do you need the title of Thane and a letter of introduction to the vigilance? Eric met her gaze evenly. I'm hunting an ancient vampire, he explained, his voice steady. One far more dangerous than the entire coven of vampires plotting against Morthal. He sighed, his expression darkening as if recalling a long and difficult pursuit. The vigilance would be vital in dealing with this particular vampire, but as it stands, I'm nothing more than a nameless wanderer to them. The vigilance tend to take vampires too lightly. They won't see the threat I'm trying to deal with unless I have a position of influence. Idrod listened carefully, her brow furrowing in thought. There was a long pause as she considered his words, her fingers still tapping in rhythm on the armrest. A Selfer shifted uncomfortably beside her, his eyes darting between Eric and his wife, but he remained silent. Gorm, however, was less composed, his jaw clenched as he struggled to hold back more protests. Finally, Idrod spoke, her voice deliberate. You ask too much, stranger. Ownership of a fortress, the title of Thane, and my personal recommendation to the vigilance. All of this in exchange for removing the vampire threat from Morthal. Eric nodded. Yes. But understand, I'm not just offering my aid in stopping this threat to your lands. I intend to destroy the coven and kill their master all on my own without even alarming the townsfolk to their presence, granted you agree to my terms, of course. Idrod sat in silence for a few more moments, weighing her options. Her piercing gaze seemed to probe Eric's every word, every gesture. Finally, she leaned forward slightly. Very well. If you can rid Morthal of the vampires threatening us, you shall have what you ask for. But if you fail, know this: there will be no second chances. I will not let this town be caught in the crossfire of your mission, whatever it might be. Eric's expression twisted in absolute disgust as he swung his blade to the side, flinging mudcrab blood from the steel. His trek through the marshes had been anything but pleasant. For 2 hours, the mire seemed to conspire against him, sending wave after wave of mudcrabs, each more mindlessly aggressive than the last, as if their very existence hinged on tearing him apart. But their shells cracked easily under his blade, and now, at last, his true destination lay ahead, the summoning stones. The sight came into view through the thick fog of the marsh: a circular platform made of weathered stone, edged with ancient Nordic runes, surrounded by crumbling pillars. Though it lacked the grim accoutrements of necromantic altars, the summoning stones would do nicely. Their deep connection to the realms of oblivion would be enough to strengthen the skeleton warrior he had prepared at Snowhawk Fortress, awaiting his call. As Eric neared the stones, a thick, coppery scent clung to the air. Blood. His steps faltered as the stench grew stronger, more oppressive. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the surrounding marshland, his instincts flaring to life. This wasn't the stale stench of long-decayed corpses, nor was it the usual swamp rot. This was fresh. Too fresh. Eric knelt, running his fingers through the damp, churned-up soil. Dark, wet blood. Multiple people had died here, and recently. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword as he stood, scanning the area with renewed wariness. The marshes were always dangerous, but this? Something had gone terribly wrong here. Moving cautiously, he edged closer to the summoning stones, his senses attuned to every shift in the marsh's eerie silence. The pillars, though in various stages of collapse, stood like silent sentinels, watching over whatever carnage had taken place. Finally stepping onto the platform, Eric's gaze froze at the sight before him. Strewn across the ancient ritual site were 5 bodies with signs of burns and frostbites all over them, wearing armored mage robes bearing the insignia of the vigilance of Stendar. Their cold, lifeless hands still clutched maces and great hammers, as if they'd fought to their last breath. Blood soaked the stone floor around them, the air thick with the iron scent of death. But despite the gruesome scene, it wasn't the bodies that drew Eric's attention. At the center of the platform sat a small creature, a corgi, with sleek black fur and a white underbelly, leisurely gnawing on the severed leg of one of the vigilants. It seemed entirely out of place, its tail wagging furiously as it chewed, completely unfazed by the carnage around it. The corgi noticed Eric before he could move, its eyes lighting up with surprising enthusiasm. It immediately abandoned its macabre snack and trotted over to him, barking twice in excitement as it sat at his feet, tail wagging with even more fervor. Eric instinctively reached for his sword but quickly hesitated, his hand faltering as he sensed no malice from the small creature. Despite the blood on its muzzle and the flesh caught between its teeth, the corgi's wide blue eyes glistened with an innocent charm, almost too endearing for the scene it had been part of. He knelt down, gripping the corgi by the nape and raising it to his eye level. The creature dangled in his grasp, still wagging its tail excitedly, its tongue hanging out of the side of its mouth. "What's a good boy like you doing in a swamp like this?" Eric asked, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. The corgi barked again, its tail wagging even faster, as though it understood every word. Eric chuckled, glancing at the fallen vigilance, then back at the dog. "You're no ordinary mutt, are you?" The corgi let out a soft whine this time, its eyes wide and imploring. Eric sighed, staring into the creature's unnaturally bright blue eyes. Even without the blood, without seeing it in the middle of the marsh, gnawing on someone's severed leg, he would have mistaken this creature for an ordinary animal. There was a dense aura of magicka radiating from its small body, so strong it made the hairs on his neck prickle. And it wasn't just any magicka, this was Daedric energy, raw and ancient, pulsing from the dog like a beacon. The creature didn't belong to Mundus. It was clear the corgi was a Daedric entity of some sort, but for the life of him, Eric couldn't figure out what kind. "You're not going to tell me what you really are you?" Eric muttered, lowering the dog to the ground. The corgi barked in response, spinning in a small circle, tail still wagging as if nothing in the world could dampen its mood. Eric shook his head in disbelief. Of all the things to find out here. His voice trailed off as he scanned the bodies of the vigilants once more. The bloodshed still fresh, the magicka permeating the area, and now this Daedric dog, something shady was at work here. He couldn't leave the creature behind. Whatever it was, it had been involved in the deaths of these vigilants, directly or indirectly. And while it wasn't outwardly hostile, Eric knew better than to ignore a Daedric presence, especially one so bizarre. Eric sighed, shifting his gaze back to the corgi. "Do you want to come with me?" The corgi, ever enthusiastic, barked excitedly, wagging its tail furiously as if it fully understood his words. Eric could tell by its energetic movements that the little creature wanted to be set down. "All right," he muttered, placing it gently on the ground. Without wasting a moment, the corgi bolted back to the center of the ritual site and let out a loud, commanding bark. Eric watched, intrigued. As if responding to the dog's call, a book with a deep purple cover materialized out of thin air, hovering briefly before dropping softly to the ground in front of the corgi. The corgi glanced at the book, then turned back to Eric, barking once again, this time with more insistence. Curiosity piqued, Eric walked over and knelt to pick up the tome. He recognized the book's deep purple hue and the intricate symbol on the cover, a conjuration spell tome. But something about this one felt different, ancient. His eyes narrowed as he spotted a single word scrawled across the cover in deep, bloody red ink: Jerry. "Jerry," he muttered, looking back at the corgi. He tilted his head slightly and asked, "Is that your name?" The corgi, now officially Jerry, barked once in affirmation, its tail wagging even harder. Eric couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, that saves me the effort of naming you, I guess." Shaking his head with amusement, Eric's attention returned to the tome. Flipping through the aged pages, his initial curiosity soon shifted into shock. His brow furrowed as he schemed over the intricate spell formula, which was more advanced than anything he had seen before. The deeper he delved, the more concerned he became, until finally, he glanced at Jerry with suspicion and a hint of wariness. The spell described in the tome was no ordinary conjuration. This was a summoning spell, specifically designed to summon Jerry. What made it unusual wasn't just its complexity, but the fact that it wasn't tied to any particular plane of oblivion, as most Daedric summoning spells were. Instead, this spell allowed the caster to summon Jerry from anywhere, at any time, pulling the creature from wherever it might be directly into the caster's presence. Eric's fingers tightened around the book as his mind raced. Summoning spells were often intricate, requiring careful manipulation of magicka to bend Mundus's natural laws, allowing Daedra or other entities from oblivion to manifest in the mortal realm. The more powerful the creature, the more magicka it required to summon and control. These spells were divided into levels: novice, apprentice, adept, expert, and master, each increasing in difficulty and magical demand. But this spell, it far rivaled even the master level. The staggering amount of magicka required to perform it bordered on the impossible for most conjurers. It wasn't just a simple bending of reality, it demanded an enormous strain on the very fabric of Mundus to make it work. He glanced down at the corgi, who continued to wag its tail innocently, seemingly oblivious to the weight of what Eric had just uncovered. "You're not just any Daedric creature, are you?" Eric murmured, his voice low as he studied the dog more carefully now. "Forged in Oblivion number 7. Finally realizing he couldn't figure out what Jerry was or what it was doing here, Eric decided to let the matter go, at least for now. After a few more half-hearted probes, it became clear the corgi wasn't going to reveal anything beyond its cheerful demeanor. While it was undeniably a Daedric creature, its power didn't match the spell used to summon it, not at the moment anyway. The magicka it radiated was significant but nowhere near the overwhelming strength the tome suggested. Maybe it had such power before but lost it due to an incident, Eric mused as he watched Jerry sniff around the summoning stones. Or maybe it will grow into that strength in the future. These speculations, however, would have to wait. For now, Eric had a more pressing goal. Glancing at the fallen vigilance of Stendar strewn across the ritual site, he muttered, "Can't let such good material go to waste." He knelt beside the first body, examining the bones. The vigilants had been powerful mages, experts in restoration and, to a lesser extent, conjuration, though their focus in the latter was on banishment, sending Daedra back to oblivion rather than summoning them. Eric's expertise, however, lay in raising the dead, and the bones of these vigilants, steeped in magicka, were rich resources for his necromantic craft. With precision and efficiency, Eric began extracting bones from each of the corpses, careful not to damage them. Magic practitioners tended to have bones more attuned to magicka than ordinary people, making them ideal for necromantic reanimation. Once he had gathered enough, he stood and surveyed the pile of harvested bones, feeling the subtle hum of dormant magicka within them. Nearby, Jerry lay on the ground, watching the entire process with interest, its blue eyes following every move Eric made. Eric glanced at the corgi and chuckled to himself. "Enjoying the show, are we?" Jerry let out a soft bark, tail wagging slightly. "Well, let's make this quick," Eric muttered, his hands already weaving intricate patterns in the air. His magicka flowed effortlessly, seeping into the bones as he began the reanimation ritual. Each bone clicked and snapped into place, drawn together by the invisible threads of necromantic energy. Slowly, a new skeleton soldier took shape, bleach-boned and looming, its hollow eye sockets glowing with faint magical light. Eric stepped back, admiring his handiwork as the skeleton soldier stood before him, silent but alert. "Not bad," he said, wiping his hands on his cloak. He then snapped his fingers, summoning the other skeleton he had raised earlier from the remains of the bandits near Snowhawk Fortress. With a whirl of magicka, the second skeleton materialized in a flash of purple light, appearing next to its newly created comrade. This one, however, was far more imposing, now fully armored in steel plate, a two-handed sword gripped in one hand, and a large shield in the other. The moment it appeared, it glanced at the fresh skeleton beside it, an almost imperceptible air of superiority in its stance. Eric couldn't help but laugh. "Stop bragging and get to work." The armored skeleton turned its attention to Eric, its hollow eyes glowing faintly, then shifted to the task at hand without further hesitation. Alongside its newly created kin, the two undead soldiers began moving the bodies of the fallen vigilants, clearing them from the center of the ritual site as ordered. As they worked, Eric crossed his arms, observing them. Once the corpses were piled to the side, he motioned toward the summoning circle. "Both of you, stand in the center." The skeletons complied, stepping into the stone circle, their presence lending an eerie aura to the already ominous sight. The ancient Nordic symbols etched into the stone seemed to pulse with faint, residual magicka, remnants of countless rituals performed here over the centuries. Eric could feel the power within the summoning stone stirring, resonating with his own magicka as he prepared to perform a spell few living mages even knew existed. His hands moved in precise, fluid gestures as he focused on the ancient knowledge passed down to him from Eric Deathshong's memories. The old necromancer's expertise in manipulating magicka and oblivion energies had been vast, and now Eric was tapping into that well of knowledge. Standing at the center of the ritual site, the two skeletons awaited his command. They were strong, but he needed them stronger. Dealing with a coven of bloodsuckers led by a master vampire required more than mere reanimated bones. He needed warriors imbued with the power of oblivion itself. Eric raised his hand, his fingers weaving through the air as he channeled his magicka into the summoning stones. Their ancient carvings glowed brighter, responding to his call. The energy they held was tied to realms beyond Mundus, realms of oblivion that had long used such sites as doorways. He spoke the incantation in a low, deliberate voice, the words vibrating with an otherworldly resonance. Slowly, the air above the platform began to shimmer and warp. Tiny rifts, no larger than a coin, flickered into existence, each one connected to a different plane of oblivion. They hovered in the air like fragile mirrors, reflecting dark and distorted glimpses of their realms. From each rift, thin tendrils of energy leaked through, spilling into the cold marshland air and weaving themselves around Eric's skeletons. Though small enough to prevent anything from crossing over, these rifts allowed the ambient power of oblivion to seep into Mundus, creating a web of chaotic energy that pulsed through the air. Eric's lips curved into a grim smile. Normally, the mere to attempt to open even one of these portals would have drained all of his magicka, but the summoning stones were amplifying his power, acting as a conduit to oblivion. This site had been built for this very purpose, to allow Daedra passage into Mundus. It made what Eric was about to do possible, though only for someone with the control and knowledge he possessed. His voice rose in intensity, the incantation shifting as he reached the critical point of the spell. The rifts pulsed with energy, and Eric could feel the different powers leaking from each plane: Malag Bal's oppressive darkness, Maron's Dagon's searing rage, and even the subtle, insidious magicka of Viermana's dream-twisting realm. Bind them, Eric commanded, his eyes locked on the skeletons standing within the circle. His hands moved in deliberate arcs, guiding the raw energy from the rifts and directing it into the bones of his undead soldiers. The transformation began immediately. The first skeleton, the one clad in steel armor and bearing a sword, was enveloped in the dark blue energy of Malag Bal's plane. The armor groaned as it warped, the steel darkening into an almost black hue, jagged spikes forming along its edges. The skeleton's bones glowed faintly with an eerie blue light, the power of undeath pulsing through its marrow. The two-handed sword in its hand elongated, its blade turning black and serrated, imbued with the power to drain the life force of those it struck. The second skeleton, made from the vigilance bones, was engulfed in a red flame from Maron's Dagon's realm. Its bones twisted and thickened, growing larger and more robust. Red veins of molten energy pulsed along the skeletal structure, each one crackling with destructive force. The skeleton's hands morphed, its fingers sharpening into claws that burned with the heat of Dagon's fury. The very air around it shimmered with heat distortion, as if it were standing on the edge of a volcanic rift. Eric's spell continued to weave the energies from oblivion into the skeletons, the rifts feeding their power directly into the bones and armor. The skeletal soldiers shifted, groaning as they adjusted to their new forms, the magicka that held them together growing stronger and more intricate with each passing moment. They weren't just animated bones anymore, they were avatars of oblivion's might, bound to Eric's will. As the final tendrils of energy fused with the skeletons, the rifts began to close, sealing off with a faint pop, their brief connection to the realms of oblivion severed. The marshland fell silent once more, save for the faint crackle of energy still radiating from Eric's newly transformed soldiers. Eric stepped back, surveying his handiwork. The first skeleton, now a dark knight of death, loomed ominously, its black armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. Its sword hummed with the energy to sap the vitality of its foes, a weapon of pure malice. The second, wreathed in flames, looked like a creature born from a volcano's heart, its burning claws and molten veins pulsing with destructive power. Jerry, who had been watching the entire process from a safe distance, barked once in approval, wagging its tail. Eric smirked. Excellent, he muttered to himself, feeling the surge of power that now radiated from his undead soldiers. The power radiating from the two skeletons was now unmistakable. You're not mere undead anymore, he proclaimed, pacing in front of them. You've absorbed the energies of oblivion. You can be considered Daedra to an extent, maybe even fragments of the realms that shaped you. The two skeletons stood silently, their eyes glowing faintly with the energies coursing through their bones. Eric wasn't bothered by their lack of response. Nothing to say? No matter, he said with a smirk, crossing his arms. Who knows? You might even gain intelligence one day. And it's only fitting to give you names before that happens. Eric turned to the skeleton imbued with the molten energy of Maron's Dagon. Its bones glowed like hot coals, radiating heat and destructive potential. I'll call you Surtur, Eric declared, recalling the mighty fire giant from ancient Nordic myth. Next, Eric shifted his gaze to the skeleton imbued with Malag Bal's dark power. Its blackened armor bristled with spikes, and its sword, a manifestation of death itself, hummed ominously. And you, Eric said, narrowing his eyes, I'll name you Heelrith. The moment the names left Eric's lips, both skeletons dropped to one knee. Eric blinked, genuinely surprised. The motion was fluid and deliberate, as if they had a sudden awareness of the gravity of the moment. They bowed their heads, a gesture of respect, or perhaps even loyalty. Eric chuckled, though his amusement was tinged with intrigue. Hey! Maybe the day you gain intelligence isn't so far off after all, he muttered under his breath. He felt a flicker of pride in the creatures he had shaped, satisfied with the results. Stepping toward Surtur, Eric drew a small blade and cut a shallow line across his palm, letting the blood drip onto his fingertips. He began inscribing the summoning symbols directly into the skeleton's bones, the blood acting as a conduit for the spell. Each symbol burned itself into Surtur's form, binding him even more tightly to Eric's will. The process was delicate but quick, the deep red runes glowing faintly as they sank into the bone. Done, Eric muttered, wiping his hand clean. With a snap of his fingers, the two skeletons Surtur and Heelrith vanished in a swirl of purple magicka, sent back to Snowhawk Fortress to await his call. Watching them disappear, Eric felt a sense of satisfaction, the ritual site now empty save for himself and his new companion. Jerry, the little black and white corgi, trotted over, his tail wagging furiously. He let out a happy bark, hopping around Eric's feet. Already bored of the swamps, are we? Eric said with a grin, looking down at the Daedric dog. Jerry barked again, clearly affirming the sentiment. Eric chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, it's about time we get moving anyway. But first. His words trailed off as he shifted his gaze toward a large tree near the edge of the ritual site. Its gnarled roots twisted into the ground, the branches heavy with old, moss-covered bark. Eric's smirk returned, though his eyes were sharp now. The fellow hiding over there. He called out, his voice calm but commanding. Isn't it about time you showed yourself? You've been watching for a while now. I'd be disappointed if you didn't say a few words at least. At Eric's words, a figure emerged from behind the gnarled tree. The man was tall and slender, his features distinctly registered beneath the hooded grey mage robes he wore. The moment Eric saw him, he recognized the man Falion, the former conjuration instructor at the College of Winterhold, now the reclusive mage of Morthal. He was also the unofficial court wizard for Jarl Edrod Ravencrone. Falion's eyes flicked nervously between Eric and the remnants of the ritual. His posture was tense, as if ready to bolt at any moment. You've exhausted the summoning stones. Falion's voice trembled slightly, betraying his unease. Do you even know what you've done? Eric shifted his gaze from the stones, now drained of their magicka, to Falion. He shrugged nonchalantly. It's a shame. I would have liked to create a few more mutant skeletons. But I suppose we all have to make sacrifices. Falion's face twisted in frustration as he began pacing, his hands gesturing wildly as if to dispel the anxiety gnawing at him. The summoning stones themselves don't matter, he spat, but the purpose they served does. The blood resonance from the daughter of Cold Harbor cannot be hidden any longer. The Folkihars will be upon us soon. Eric's brow furrowed at those words. You know about the daughter of Cold Harbor? He asked, his tone sharpening with interest. Falion's frustration only deepened at Eric's question. His pacing became more erratic, his hands now shaking. I've heard from the Jarl that you're after an ancient vampire, but to think you're chasing Harkon's spawn. Do you have any idea what that means? Harkon isn't just any vampire, he's one of the most powerful vampires to ever walk Tamriel. And his daughter? Serena. He shook his head, as if the weight of the situation was overwhelming him. You've stirred a hornet's nest, and the Folkihars won't let this pass. They'll come, and Morthal will burn. Eric remained unflinching, though his mind raced. He naturally knew about Serena, and in fact, she was the so-called ancient vampire he was pursuing, but he had no intention of killing her or even touching a hair on her head for that matter, despite what he claimed to Jarl Edrod. She was the key to reaching and opening the portal to the soul cairn, where he could mend his broken soul, after all. But Falion's panic was becoming an obstacle. The mage was clearly losing his composure, and panic would only lead to mistakes. Eric raised a hand, signaling Falion to calm down. Take a breath and calm yourself. You're falling apart, Eric said evenly. First, explain the purpose of the summoning stones you spoke of. What is it and how is it related to Serena of Folkihar? Falion took a shaky breath, steadying himself under Eric's cold gaze. The power within the summoning stones was used to maintain an ancient spell, one with the sole purpose of hiding the daughter of Cold Arbor's presence from her kin, Falion explained, his voice barely above a whisper. He winced, rubbing his temples as though the weight of the knowledge was crushing him. Now that you've drained them, it's only a matter of time before they appear. And when they do, they'll raise Hjalmarch to the ground, searching for her. Eric's eyes remained fixed on the mage, his expression inscrutable. He casually reached down to lift Jerry, the corgi letting out a contented huff as Eric began to caress his back. Falion's face was growing paler by the second, but Eric stayed composed. It's not just her blood, you know. Falion added, his voice dropping lower, as though sharing a cursed secret. There's something else. Something in Serena's possession. I don't know what it is, but I've been told that if the Folkihars get their hands on it, a catastrophe would engulf all of Tamriel. Falion's face turned ashen, and his eyes darted around as if expecting the vampires to descend upon them at any moment. Eric remained silent for a moment, continuing to stroke Jerry's fur. The mention of the item didn't surprise him. He knew full well what Serena was carrying: an Elder Scroll, an artifact with the power to shape the fate of Mundus itself. The scroll was just one part of the larger puzzle. The others, hidden in places far more dangerous, could not be easily retrieved. There's no need for panic, Eric said, his voice smooth, attempting to ease Falion's fraying nerves. I know about the item in Serena's possession, and while it's powerful, it's only one piece of the puzzle. Nearly impossible for anyone to gather all the pieces, Harkin included. So relax. Eric's calm words did little to ease Falion's anxiety, but the mage nodded nonetheless, perhaps out of desperation more than belief. The weight of his fear clung to him like a shroud. How much time do we have before the spell is completely gone? Eric asked, his voice sharp with purpose. Falion paused as he began to calculate. 2 or 3 months, maybe, he muttered, still wringing his hands. But the moment they find her, the Folkihars will move. We can't afford to be complacent. Eric grinned, his eyes gleaming with a dark amusement. 4 months, he said, as if it were a lifetime. That's more than enough time to take care of the vampire coven near Morthal and deal with Serena. By the time your precious spell breaks, you won't have to worry about the daughter of Cold Harbor ever again. As he spoke, Eric moved closer, his bloodied hand reaching out to clasp Falion's shoulder. The crimson stains from his earlier ritual still glistened on his fingers, unnoticed by the mage. Eric's grip was firm, almost reassuring until the blood on his hand began to shift. Thin tendrils of blood curled around his fingers, hardening and freezing into sharp, crystalline blades. For a moment, Eric's gaze lingered on Falion's neck, cold and calculating. The mage, oblivious to the deadly potential of the frozen blood, continued to speak, rattling on about preparations and what must be done next. Eric could feel Jerry at his side, the corgi's eyes glowing with excitement as his tail wagged furiously, sensing Eric's indecision. It would be so easy, Eric mused. A swift flick of his fingers and Falion would be silenced forever. No more worrying about loose ends or someone exposing what just happened in the ritual site. Jerry let out an eager yip, almost as if encouraging him to go through with it. But then, Eric smirked and loosened his grip. Patience, he reminded himself. There was still value in keeping Falion alive, for now. He might prove useful in the coming months, whether as a source of information about vampires or a tool to manipulate the powers of Morthal. Besides, killing him now would only create unnecessary complications. With a final pat on Falion's shoulder, Eric turned away, his frozen blood blade retracting into liquid before evaporating into the air. Falion blinked, still completely unaware of how close he had come to death. He nodded weakly, half-heartedly agreeing to whatever Eric had just said, his mind still clouded by the weight of their earlier conversation. Behind Eric, Jerry let out a disappointed whine, his tail slowing its wag. The corgi's blue eyes seemed to glimmer with unfulfilled anticipation, but Eric simply chuckled and shook his head. Not today, boy, Eric muttered softly. He might still be useful. As they left Falion standing in the swamp, Eric's thoughts were already on Serena and the intricate web of plans he had begun to weave. 4 months was more than enough time to set everything into motion. Lurking in the marshes, number 8. It was late at night. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow over the sleepy town of Morthal. Striding toward the bridge that led into the marshes, Alva greeted the guards with a sweet, practiced smile. They waved her off with easy familiarity, their minds dulled by the late hour and her charm. Over time, she had made a habit of wandering into the swamps to pick night flowers, and by now, the guards had long stopped questioning her late-night strolls. Alva smiled to herself, the memory of how easy it had been to win over the town's men playing in her mind. Not long ago, she had been a simple village girl, dreaming of a life beyond Morthal. She had often fantasized about the day a bold, handsome Nord would sweep her off her feet, whisking her away from this dreary town to a life of adventure. But fate had introduced her to Muvarth instead, a Breton man, full of charm and mystery. She had met him on a moonlit night, just beyond the edge of the marshes. He had captivated her with his exotic allure, his smooth words, and a gaze that seemed to promise everything her heart desired. That night had ended with a kiss beneath the stars, a moment that had sealed her fate. By their second meeting, Muvarth had given her a gift that far surpassed the fleeting thrill of romance. He had bestowed upon her the gift of vampirism, opening her eyes to the true blackness of the night and the intoxicating allure of blood. He showed her the world in shades of red and shadow, promising her eternal youth and power if she would do his bidding in Morthal. And so, the scheme was born. Muvarth had instructed her to enslave the town, to turn the men into cattle for their feast. Alva's mission was simple: use her beauty, her wiles, and the dark power now coursing through her veins to enthrall every capable man in the village, anyone who could raise a sword against them, and turn them into pawns to take control of Morthal. Her charm had always been a tool she wielded effortlessly, but now, with the vampiric blood running through her veins, it had become a weapon far more dangerous. Tonight, however, Alva wasn't heading to the swamps for flowers. The flowers were a convenient excuse, a lie to mask her true intentions. She was meeting with one of Muvarth's followers, an old, weathered vampire who had been hiding in the swamps, to report that she was ready to begin her work. Over the past month, she had carefully observed Morthal, noting who could be a threat and who might be useful. She had charmed the men who mattered, learned their habits, their weaknesses. The air grew damp as Alva made her way deeper into the swamps, the soft glow of Morthal's torches fading behind her. The sounds of the marsh croaking frogs and the whisper of reeds were the only company she had now. Her boots sank slightly into the mud, but she moved with a grace that belied her inhuman nature, her senses heightened by the darkness. Finally, she reached a small, secluded clearing deep in the marshes, where the moonlight barely touched the ground. A shadow moved from behind a cluster of trees, and Alva recognized the figure immediately. It was Wilford, a gaunt and pale vampire whose age showed in the hollows of his face, though his eyes still gleamed with the hunger of the undead. Wilford's eyes flashed with annoyance as Alva approached, his voice sharp. "You're late," he said, stepping toward her. "Muvarth is growing." His words were cut off abruptly as the ground beneath him erupted in light. Magic runes, hidden beneath the earth, flared to life. Wilford had no time to react before a wall of flames engulfed him. His shrieks of agony pierced the night, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. Alva froze, her mind racing, uncertain of what had just happened. The entire situation spiraled out of control too quickly for her to comprehend. Before she could make sense of it, a shadow detached itself from the surrounding trees. A figure stepped forward, wielding a thin, glowing sword that gleamed ominously in the moonlight. With terrifying precision, the figure, a young man, swung his blade in a single, fluid motion. Wilford's head separated from his body, his form disintegrating into dust before it even touched the ground. All that remained was a pile of clothes and his sword, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Alva's heart pounded as she stared at the man who had just beheaded her fellow vampire. The ease with which he moved, the calm confidence in his every action, and the cold, calculating look in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. This was no mere hunter. He was dangerous, and he had prepared this ambush with meticulous care. Panic surged through her, but she kept her expression calm. She knew she wouldn't stand a chance if she tried to fight him here, not with runes hidden beneath the ground, ready to spring their deadly traps. She needed to escape. Now. But Eric, as he was called, seemed to have already anticipated her next move. He smiled, amusement flickering in his gaze. "Your friend there just stepped on a fire rune, one of many scattered around the area," he said casually, nodding toward the spot where Wilford had perished. "You yourself were lucky enough to get here without triggering any of them. But the question is, will you be so lucky again?" Alva tensed, eyes darting to the ground around her, fear creeping into her bones. How many runes were there? Was the entire clearing rigged? Every step could be her last if she made the wrong move. Desperation flared in her chest. She had no choice but to fight. Her body tensed, and she spread her arms wide, her nails elongating into sharp, deadly claws. Her lips parted, revealing long, predatory fangs. She hissed, a feral sound that echoed through the quiet night, trying to muster the last remnants of her strength. Eric chuckled, a low, mocking sound. "That's right," he said, taking a step forward, his glowing blade steady in his grip. "Rather than risking it in a minefield, why not try to kill the mere mortal standing before you? That's definitely your best chance at survival." His taunt gnawed at Alva's already frayed nerves. She lunged at him with terrifying speed, her claws aiming for his throat. But Eric was faster. He sidestepped her attack effortlessly, his blade flashing as it cut through the air. Alva barely avoided the strike, her instincts saving her at the last second. She twisted, landing a few paces away, breathing heavily. Her eyes widened with fear and frustration. This wasn't a fight she could win. Eric wasn't just toying with her, he was leading her exactly where he wanted her to go. Her mind scrambled for a way out, but the reality of her situation was clear: the only way to escape was through him. Alva's body tensed as she prepared to strike again, knowing that her survival hinged on taking down the man before her. But Eric, calm and composed, waited for her next move. She lunged, her claws aimed directly for his face. Eric parried her with effortless precision, his sword deflecting her attack with a metallic ring. In the blink of an eye, he swung his blade low, severing her right arm at the elbow. Alva's scream tore through the night, but she pressed forward, determined to sink her remaining claws into his flesh. Eric sidestepped again, his movements quick and deliberate, and with a smooth stroke, he cut off her left arm at the shoulder. Blood sprayed, staining the damp earth below. Alva staggered, her balance thrown off, but her eyes still burned with rage. She bared her fangs, intending to bite him, to tear into his throat with what little strength she had left. But Eric was already anticipating her desperation. With a calculated step, he ducked beneath her wild attack and brought his sword down in a brutal arc, cleaving one of her legs clean off at the knee. Alva howled in agony as she collapsed to the ground, her movements becoming frantic and erratic. She crawled on her remaining limb, snarling curses at him. "You're a monster!" she spat, her voice trembling with fury and fear. "You'll die for this." Eric simply watched her, his face impassive as he circled her fallen form. Alva tried to drag herself away, but it was futile. With a final, merciless slash, Eric severed her remaining leg, leaving her writhing in the dirt, nothing but a torso, her once beautiful face contorted in pain and terror. "Still think you can fight?" Eric asked, his voice cool and detached. Alva screamed in frustration, spitting venomous curses at him, calling him every foul name her mind could conjure. But Eric showed no emotion, only a hint of disappointment as he knelt beside her. "You're stronger and faster than me, alas, I was too naive to think I could properly test my swordplay against you," he said quietly, raising his hand. 2 drops of blood formed at the tip of his index finger, gleaming darkly under the moonlight. The drops hung in the air for a moment before freezing solid, transformed into sharp, crystalline projectiles. Without a word, Eric flicked his finger. The frozen blood droplets shot forward like arrows, one piercing Alva's forehead, the other burying itself in her heart. Her screaming stopped abruptly as her body convulsed. A second later, her flesh and bones crumbled into dust, leaving only a pile of ash where she once lay. Jerry, who had been watching from the shadows, finally emerged. He sniffed at the pile of vampire dust with interest before pulling back sharply, sneezing as the ash irritated his nose. The small croaky let out a displeased bark, then turned his back on the pile and lifted his hind leg, releasing a stream of urine onto the remains. Eric chuckled softly. "That's just going too far, you little devil," he said, reaching down to pick up Jerry, cradling the small creature in his arms. The croaky wagged its tail, satisfied with its defiant act. With Alva's ashes disappearing into the swampy ground, Eric turned his gaze toward the marshes ahead. "Now I just need to deal with Muvarth," he muttered, starting toward the heart of the marsh. "Then I can finally leave these goddamned swamps behind and never look back." With Jerry resting in his arms, Eric ventured deeper into the night, the oppressive silence of the marsh swallowing him whole, muttering as he went. "Goddamned mud, it gets everywhere, and these crazy mud crabs." Eric suddenly halted his steps at the entrance of Muvarth's lair, the mouth of the cave carved into the face of a craggy hill, its darkened recesses beckoning like the maw of some long-forgotten beast. Jerry bumped into his leg and stumbled back, letting out a bark of protest. Eric ignored him, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of activity. A single dead tree stood in the distance, its twisted branches a skeletal reminder of the desolation around him. 2 braziers flanked the base of the tree, flickering dimly despite the daylight. The flames seemed to form an eerie guide toward the cave, like a beacon for the damned. "So this is Muvarth's lair," Eric muttered to himself, his lips barely moving. The familiarity of the place tugged at something in the back of his mind, but his memories of it were blurred and fragmented. He remembered its general location, and the manner of enemies inside, but nothing beyond that. "Whatever," he sighed, dismissing the thought. "Detect undead." A soft glow enveloped Eric's hand as he cast the spell, and his eyes narrowed as the black auras of undead began to reveal themselves. Several dark shapes moved beneath the ground, deep within the cave, lingering in the shadows. Vampires, undoubtedly. The sun was already up, so they would all be inside, safe from the light. Eric smirked. If 1 or 2 happened to be outside and managed to avoid him, it wasn't his problem. He was here to destroy the coven, not to hunt every last straggler. "No point wasting any more time," he said, snapping his fingers. In a swirl of purple magic, Heelrith and Surdra appeared beside him. The 2 towering skeleton warriors stood silently at his command, awaiting orders. Eric's gaze turned toward the cave, and without hesitation, he strode toward the entrance, the skeletons trailing behind him with the soft clank of bone and metal. The interior of the cave was damp and unwelcoming, the smell of decay clinging to the air. Eric found himself standing on a wooden platform that creaked beneath his weight, attached to a narrow set of stairs leading deeper into the torch-lit cave. The flickering light danced against the stone walls, casting long shadows that seemed to slither like serpents. A sharp hiss drew his attention downward. At the base of the stairs, large frostbite spiders lurked in the darkness, their 8 eyes gleaming with malice as they skittered along the ground. Their legs twitched in anticipation, venom dripping from their fangs. Eric's lips curled into a grim smile. "Spiders, yes, it's all coming back to me." Eric patted Surdra's shoulder bone, feeling the heat radiating from the skeleton's fiery veins. "They're all yours, big guy," he muttered with a hint of amusement. The red glow in Surtur's eye sockets flared brighter in response. Without hesitation, the fiery skeleton leapt over the railing, landing on the cave floor below with a resounding thud. The impact echoed through the cavern, drawing the immediate attention of the frostbite spiders, their many eyes locking onto the towering undead with a mixture of curiosity and hunger. Eric chose to take the stairs instead, watching quietly as Surtur advanced, his footsteps leaving scorched prints in the dirt. The fiery veins running along Surtur's bones pulsed, the heat from his body intensifying as he approached the two spiders. Their fangs dripped with venom, and their legs twitched in anticipation of their next strike. True to their nature, the spiders reacted first, each spitting a stream of venom at Surtur in a synchronized attack. The venom, thick and green, sizzled and evaporated into wisps of steam long before it could make contact with Surtur's fiery bones. The heat surrounding him was too intense, turning the venom into nothing more than a harmless mist. Eric smirked from above, noting how the spiders seemed undeterred by the failure of their initial assault. Brave, or just too stupid to understand they don't stand a chance. He mused, continuing his descent down the stairs, keeping a careful eye on the battle unfolding below. The spiders hissed loudly, their long, segmented legs clicking on the cave floor as they charged Surtur in unison. One of them bent its legs, launching itself into the air, fangs bared and ready to sink into its fiery target. Surtur reacted in an instant, his flaming hand shooting up to catch the spider mid-leap. A sickening hiss filled the air as the spider's flesh seared upon contact with Surtur's burning grip. The creature thrashed wildly, its legs flailing, but Surtur's hold was unyielding. Without a word or hesitation, the fiery skeleton opened his mouth, and a wave of scorching flame erupted from within, engulfing the spider entirely. The creature's shrieks echoed through the cave, but they were quickly silenced as Surtur pulled the spider's body apart with ease, tearing it into two charred halves. He discarded the remains like they were nothing more than scraps, the blackened limbs collapsing in a heap on the ground. The second spider, perhaps driven by some instinct to avenge its fallen kin, lunged at Surtur with terrifying speed. But the skeleton was ready. He met the creature's charge with his own, catching it in midair just as he had the first. This time, he slammed the spider into the ground with brutal force, the dust stirring from the impact. Surtur lifted one of his feet and brought it down on the spider's head with a bone-crushing stomp. The creature's body convulsed violently as its head was obliterated, the blood that splattered out evaporating before it could even touch Surtur's bones, hissing into steam as it made contact with the intense heat. Eric chuckled softly, finally reaching the bottom of the stairs. A bit too showy but not bad at all, he said, shaking his head in approval. The stench of burning flesh lingered in the air, though it was already dissipating thanks to Surtur's flames. Jerry, who had been watching the entire fight while walking alongside Eric, scampered down the stairs and sniffed at the smoldering remains of the spiders. The little corgi took a bite, only to spit it out immediately, letting out a low growl of disdain, and backing away, clearly unimpressed by the charred remains. What did you expect? It's a dead spider, Eric said, stepping past the fallen creatures and deeper into the cave. Behind him, Surtur and Heelrith followed without a word, their skeletal forms blending into the shadows of the cave. A Dance with the Dead number 9. The chamber was vast and dimly lit, the flicker of torches casting long, dancing shadows across the cold, damp stone walls. The stench hit Eric the moment he entered, a sickening mix of decayed flesh and rotting blood. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, his eyes scanning the area. Jerry padded alongside him, ears twitching, while Heelrith and Surtur followed silently, the red and blue lights in their hollow eyes casting an eerie glow in the darkness. Across the room, a vampire stood, dressed in dark leathers, barking orders at two thralls. The Nord thralls, pale and lifeless in their movements, carried a pair of fresh corpses and tossed them carelessly into a pit. Eric's gaze followed the bodies, and he grimaced when he saw the sheer number of corpses already piled inside, some little more than skeletons, others in the various stages of decay. Flies buzzed around the mound of flesh, and the air was thick with the nauseating odor of death. The vampire's head snapped in Eric's direction, his red eyes narrowing as he sneered. To think a mortal would come here with his own 2 feet. What good timing. We were running low on cattle. Eric didn't respond immediately. He stared at the pit of corpses, his expression one of mild disgust rather than fear. His hand rested lazily on the hilt of his sword as he sighed, his voice dry and unimpressed. I get it. You're evil, blood-sucking fiends. There's a need to show off just how evil you can be for storytelling purposes. He turned his gaze back to the vampire, raising an eyebrow. But aren't vampires supposed to be, you know, classy? This, he pointed at the festering pit, this is just, sad. Even animals have better hygiene. The vampire's sneer faltered, his eyes blazing with fury at Eric's words. You lowly mortal! He hissed, his fangs glinting as he spoke. What nonsense are you spouting? Eric just shrugged, his lips curling into a smirk. I'm just saying, you're making all vampires look bad. If this what the aftermath of what your feasts look like, I'd hate to see what you do for entertainment. The vampire, seething with anger now, snapped his fingers at the two thralls. Kill him! Kill this blabbering fool and break his bony toys! The thralls, mindlessly obedient, turned and charged at Eric, their eyes glazed and lifeless, axes raised high. Seeing how the vampire wasn't interested in further conversation, Eric made up his mind not to waste any more time either. He gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it from the scabbard, but before he could unsheath it, Heelrith took a deliberate step forward. The imposing skeleton radiated an unmistakable aura of intent, his presence brimming with a cold, fighting spirit. Eric's eyes flicked toward his skeletal companion, and after a moment's consideration, he relaxed his grip, removing his hand from the sword hilt. They're all yours. Heelrith didn't hesitate, advancing toward the two thralls who charged at him with lifeless determination. He raised his shield in front of his chest with practiced ease, moving into a stance that momentarily gave Eric pause. The skeleton's posture was precise, almost perfect, something Eric hadn't expected from a newly raised undead. It wasn't impossible for undead, especially special ones like Heelrith, to retain or even develop martial skill, but it was rare. Eric had seen plenty of reanimated creatures wielding weapons clumsily, relying more on brute force than technique. Yet here was Heelrith, a skeleton not long pulled from the grave, fighting with an almost eerie level of proficiency. He wasn't doing anything particularly complex, but the control, the fluidity, it was impressive. Eric decided to remain silent and observe. The first thrall came within striking range, his axe raised high, but Heelrith moved faster than Eric expected. With a swift downward swing, the tip of Heelrith's massive sword cut through the thrall's body cleanly, splitting him in two before the Nord had a chance to react. The bisected body crumpled to the ground, a lifeless heap. Before the second thrall could even process what had happened to his companion, Heelrith moved again, his skeletal body a blur of motion. His sword pierced through the thrall's heart with precision, the strike so efficient that it almost looked effortless. He retrieved the blade with a quick flourish, sending a dry rustle through the air as the second thrall crumpled at his feet. What struck Eric even more than the ease with which Heelrith dispatched the enemies was the state of the bodies afterward. The flesh around the wounds, where Heelrith's blade had made contact, wasn't just severed, it was dry and withered, as if the life had been sucked out of it in an instant. The edges of the wounds were parched, the blood frozen in mid-drip, giving the appearance of decay accelerated by ages. Eric narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He'd expected his summoned skeletons to be powerful, but Heelrith's technique, combined with the strange desiccation effect of his strikes, was far beyond what he had anticipated. Interesting, Eric muttered under his breath, a small grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Whatever Heelrith was, he was no ordinary skeleton. Behind them, the vampire's irritated sneer had faded into a look of uncertainty, clearly disturbed by the swift dispatching of his thralls. Eric, now focused on him, stepped forward, his smirk growing wider. You were saying something about cattle and breaking my toys, as I recall, do go on. The vampire's eyes darted from Eric to the skeletal figures of Heelrith and Surtur, his confidence wavering. The undead creatures before him were far more than the simple minions he had anticipated. Panic flared in his mind, and with a desperate curse, he spun on his heel, fleeing toward the exit with the enhanced speed only a vampire could muster. Even if he couldn't win this fight, he could at least escape. They wouldn't be able to catch him, not with his speed. Or so he thought. Heelrith moved with startling precision, intercepting the fleeing vampire before he could reach the threshold of the chamber. As the armored skeleton raised his sword, several glowing magic circles appeared around his body, radiating with a sinister energy. From the circles, spectral chains materialized, their ethereal links shooting toward the vampire with a speed that rivaled even his own. Before the vampire could react, the chains wrapped around his limbs, pulling him back with a violent force. His escape was cut short, and he found himself yanked toward Heelrith. Panic surged through him as he struggled against the chains, but it was futile. Heelrith pointed his massive blade forward, and in one fluid motion, it pierced straight through the vampire's heart. A strangled gasp escaped the vampire's lips, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. But Heelrith wasn't finished. With a swift swing of his shield, he used its sharp edges to decapitate the vampire, the headless body collapsing into a pile of dust almost instantly. Only a cloud of fine particles and tattered robes remained where the vampire once stood. Heelrith calmly lowered his sword, his skeletal form devoid of emotion as he returned to his place behind Eric, his movements eerily smooth. Eric watched the display with quiet interest, a thoughtful expression forming on his face as he observed the aftermath. So Surtur was influenced by Maron's Dagon's realm, the Deadlands, and developed the ability to generate flames, Eric muttered to himself, piecing together the puzzle. He then turned his gaze to Heelrith, his eyes narrowing as he considered the armored skeleton's abilities. And you got those chains and that blood-sucking sword from good ol Malag Bal, hey. A small chuckle escaped Eric's lips as he scratched his chin in amusement. Makes sense, I suppose. Malag Bal, the Daedric prince of enslavement and domination. Seems fitting. He paused, glancing back at Heelrith with a smirk. I just hope you don't suddenly develop the urge to start raping people like your sponsor, that would just be too weird. Heelrith remained still, silent as always, his crimson eye sockets flickering slightly as if acknowledging Eric's remark. Surtur, meanwhile, stood at attention, his fiery aura crackling faintly in the background. Eric sighed, the levity fading from his expression as he looked toward the deeper recesses of the cave. Well, that's one less nuisance to deal with. Now it's just Muvarth left. He glanced down at Jerry, who had been sniffing around the chamber's floor and letting out a disapproving growl at the dust piles. Let's go, Eric said, his voice dropping into a more serious tone as he picked up Jerry, the demonic corgi leaning into his grasp. No sense in dragging this out any longer. Other than Muvarth there shouldn't be any more than 3 vampires left. With that, Eric strode forward, his 2 undead companions falling into step behind him, the eerie glow of their magic lighting the path ahead. The cavern's dim corridors stretched onward, a silent reminder of the darkness that lay in wait. The deeper Eric ventured into Muvarth's lair, the more the stench of decay and old blood permeated the air. His boots squelched against the damp cave floor, a mix of rotting flesh and centuries-old dust coating every surface. He glanced down at Jerry, the small corgi padding lightly beside him. The dog's usual mischievous demeanor was subdued, its nose twitching at the foul scents. Behind them, Heelrith and Surtur moved in silence, their skeletal forms casting eerie shadows on the cave walls as their glowing eyes scanned for threats. The lesser vampires and thralls had fallen easily. The camp of bloodsuckers had clearly not expected an assault, much less from a small party led by a necromancer with his undead. Eric and his skeletal companions had torn through them like a blade through silk. Surtur's fiery wrath and Heelrith's expert swordsmanship had made quick work of the lot. Now, only Muvarth remained. At last, they arrived at a larger, more elaborate chamber deep within the cave. The entrance opened into a wide, torch-lit room, the stench of blood overwhelming. At the far end of the chamber, Muvarth, a bald Breton vampire, sat at the head of a long, wooden table. His pale skin gleamed in the dim light, and his eyes shone with a cruel, ancient intelligence. Blood dripped from the table, pooling at his feet, and on top of the table, several people lay bound, blindfolded, and gagged, their terrified, muffled cries barely audible. Muvarth's cold gaze met Eric's as he leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping idly on the armrest. Well, the vampire drawled, his voice thick with amusement. It's been a while since I've faced a necromancer. I suppose I should have expected someone with your peculiar talents to show up sooner or later. Your kind flock to the stench of death like flies buzzing around dung. Eric ignored the pleasantries, his eyes flicking over the table and the helpless captives. You've really made a mess of things. What's with the bloodletting? As an ancient, shouldn't be a bit more sophisticated than an animal. Muvarth's lips curled into a sneer. Sophistication is a luxury we afford ourselves when it suits us. Right now, I prefer indulgence. His eyes narrowed as he examined Eric more closely. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? A necromancer playing with bones, pretending to grasp real power. Eric's smirk didn't waver as he took a step forward. Pretending, am I? Let's see how that holds up against the reality of what's about to happen. Muvarth chuckled darkly, standing from his chair. I've drained more lives than you could count, necromancer. Do you really think you can best me with those pitiful toys you call skeletons? Eric's eyes gleamed as he gestured toward Heelrith and Surtur, who stepped forward. Why don't you find out? With that, Muvarth's face twisted into a snarl. The battle began without another word. Muvarth's speed was supernatural, his form a blur as he moved across the chamber. Heelrith and Surtur were prepared, however. Surtur's sword weapon, an axe he picked up from the corpse of a dead thrall, lit up in flames as he brought it crashing down toward Muvarth, but the vampire darted to the side, avoiding the blow with ease. In retaliation, Muvarth lashed out with a powerful swipe, aiming to shatter Surtur's ribcage, but the fiery skeleton moved with surprising agility, blocking the strike with his blade. Heelrith charged forward next, spectral chains bursting from his form and wrapping around Muvarth's legs. The vampire hissed in fury, tearing at the chains with his inhuman strength. But Heelrith was relentless, raising his sword and slashing at Muvarth's torso. The blade connected, cutting deep, but instead of blood, the wound began to close almost immediately, tendrils of dark magic knitting the flesh back together. Muvarth grinned wickedly. You'll have to do better than that, he hissed, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. With a wave of his hand, blood from the bodies on the table rose into the air, swirling around him in a crimson cloud. He directed the blood toward Heelrith, the magical substance cutting through the air like whips. The chains restraining him shattered, and Muvarth vanished from sight, turning invisible in a blur of motion. Surtur, unfazed, swung his axe in a wide arc, flames scorching the air around him. Though Muvarth's invisibility made him hard to track, Surtur's fiery aura illuminated the chamber, casting long shadows that hinted at the vampire's position. Heelrith, too, moved with precision, his skeletal frame undeterred by the vampire's tricks. Spectral chains lashed out again, catching Muvarth's ankle just as he attempted to strike from the shadows. Muvarth growled in frustration, materializing in front of Surtur and unleashing a torrent of blood magic. Surtur's fiery veins flared brighter, and the magic dissipated harmlessly against the heat. The skeleton retaliated by hurling a fireball at point-blank range, but Muvarth's speed saved him once again, the vampire dodging just in time. Eric watched the battle with calculating eyes, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword but unmoving. He knew better than to interfere at this point. Surtur and Heelrith had the advantage, not only because of their strength but because they were undead. Muvarth could siphon the life force of his enemies to heal himself, a dangerous ability that could easily drag out the fight, but it was useless against skeletons beings with no life to drain. Eric considered using wards to prevent Muvarth from healing, but the risk of making a mistake was too great. If he faltered, even for a moment, it could give Muvarth the edge he needed to recover. As Eric weighed his options, he was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by a low, menacing growl. He looked down, surprised to see Jerry, the corgi, baring its teeth at Muvarth. The usually adorable dog was transformed, its wide blue eyes now entirely red, and a deep snarl rumbled from its throat. Eric blinked in surprise. What in the... Before he could react, Jerry leaped from his arms. Midair, the corgi's body ignited in flame, turning into a streak of fire as it shot toward Muvarth like a living missile. Muvarth, caught off guard, barely had time to register the attack before Jerry sank his fiery teeth into the vampire's side, tearing a chunk of flesh away with savage force. Muvarth howled in agony, staggering back as Jerry landed on the ground, flames licking at the vampire's body. The attack had left Muvarth vulnerable, his regenerative abilities faltering as he clutched at his side, trying to stem the flow of blood. Surtur and Heelrith seized the opportunity. Surtur swung high axe in a wide arc, flames trailing behind it as it connected with Muvarth's chest, cleaving through his torso with a sickening crunch. Muvarth reeled, his form barely holding together as Heelrith moved in for the finishing blow. The armored skeleton's spectral chains shot forward, wrapping around Muvarth's neck and arms, holding him in place as Heelrith's sword plunged into his heart. Muvarth gasped, his body convulsing as the last of his life force drained away. His eyes flickered with hatred, but before he could muster another word, Heelrith decapitated him with a swift, clean stroke of his shield's edge. The vampire's body crumbled into dust, his ashes scattering across the blood-stained floor. Eric let out a long breath, his posture relaxing as the fight ended. He glanced down at Jerry, who stood proudly at his feet, the flames around its body slowly dissipating until the corgi was back to its usual, fluffy form. Well, I didn't expect that, Eric muttered, a hint of amusement in his voice. Good boy, Jerry. The corgi wagged its tail, its eyes now back to their usual blue, as if nothing had happened. Eric bent down to scratch the dog behind the ears, shaking his head in disbelief. You've got a few surprises in you, hey. He stood up, looking at the pile of dust that had once been Muvarth. The battle had been shorter than he expected, thanks to Jerry's unexpected intervention. Eric glanced over at Heelrith and Surtur, the two skeletons standing silently, waiting for his next command. With their target accomplished, Eric turned back toward the entrance of the chamber, his mind already focused on the next task at hand. Well, that's that, he muttered to himself. He gestured to Heelrith and Surtur. Let's see if there's anything worth looting, then get out of here. Ancestral Claims Number 10. Striding across the creaking wooden bridge toward Morthal, Eric's mind wandered back to the loot he had claimed from Muvarth's lair after the battle. Jerry trotted behind him, occasionally pausing to sniff at the rotting logs or gaze curiously at the mist-covered marshlands. The grim remnants of Muvarth's lair weighed on Eric's thoughts, though it was not the sight of the bloodied table or the scattered thralls that lingered, but the spoils of the vampire's hoard. Aside from a motley assortment of soul gems, some black, some standard, there had been only one item truly worthy of note, an ancient allied crown. It was a masterpiece of lost craftsmanship, its design as intricate as it was foreign. Though Eric could sense no inherent magical power within it, the metal it was crafted from was exceptionally receptive to enchantments. Its ornate shape gleamed with a dull, cold light in the depths of the cave, but it was far more than mere decoration. The potential it held for enhancement was immense, and Eric already had several ideas in mind for its use. Then, there was Muvarth himself, or rather, what remained of him. The vampire had disintegrated into a fine, shimmering dust upon death, leaving behind a pile of ancient vampire remains. Eric had carefully collected every speck, not allowing even the slightest grain to slip through his fingers. Unlike the regular vampire dust he had by the kilo back in Snowhawk Fortress, this was something altogether rarer, ancient vampire dust. Its potency was unmatched, useful in rituals, alchemy, and enchantments. Even the original Eric Death Song, the master necromancer whose memories and skills he now possessed, would have valued it highly. There had been gold too, plenty of it. Weapons and gems worth no less than 10,000 septims combined littered the chamber. But Eric had left those behind. Gold had long since lost its value to him. The vast wealth accumulated by the old Eric over 2 millennia was more than enough, and Eric found himself caring little for material riches. Power, knowledge, and rare reagents held more worth now. As he continued his steady pace toward Morthal, the sound of a young girl's voice broke through his reverie. She was talking excitedly, her words tumbling over each other as she discussed something with great enthusiasm. I just know I'll get it right this time. Last time, I nearly set the roof on fire, but this time I'll make the flames blue, just like you showed me. The girl exclaimed, her high-pitched voice cutting through the morning fog. Eric turned his head slightly, his gaze falling upon the small figure of a girl walking beside someone he recognized instantly: Falion, the town's resident mage. The girl was practically skipping alongside him, her hands moving animatedly as she spoke. Falion, ever the calm teacher, nodded patiently, offering a few quiet words in return. I have no doubt you'll do better, Falion replied, his voice even and measured. But remember, control is the key. It's not enough to create the fire, you must guide it. Magic is a tool, and you must be the master, not its servant. The girl, an orphan, if Eric recalled correctly, listened intently, her wide eyes shining with a mixture of wonder and determination. Falion had taken her in, teaching her the basics of magic. Eric had seen them around town before, though the girl's name escaped him. She was one of the many lost children in Morthal, a town where tragedy and isolation seemed to breed in the mist. As Eric observed the pair, his expression remained impassive, a cool mask that betrayed nothing of his thoughts. Now, watching the mage and his young student, a small, insignificant part of Eric felt something. Perhaps it was a flicker of satisfaction at his decision to spare Falion, or maybe it was simply the rarely seen sunny weather in Morthal. Regardless, he kept his gaze steady as he turned and continued toward the Jarl's longhouse. The fog thickened as he approached the heart of the town, shrouding the longhouse in an eerie stillness. The torches flickered weakly in the damp air, and the soft murmur of townsfolk could be heard behind closed doors. Jerry padded along beside him, the corgi's ears perked up, but its usual playfulness was tempered by the somber atmosphere. He paused at the entrance to the longhouse, looking back over his shoulder. Falion and the girl were now out of sight, their voices fading into the distance. Eric's gaze lingered for a moment longer before he turned back, pushing open the heavy doors of the Jarl's longhouse. Standing before Jarl Edgerod, Eric dipped his head in a casual greeting, his demeanor confident and relaxed. The Jarl sat on her throne, her sharp eyes studying him with quiet curiosity. Beside her stood her husband and her husgirl, both of whom frowned at Eric's appearance, their skepticism palpable in the air. Stranger, Edgerod began, her voice measured, though there was a hint of amusement in her tone. What brings you here? I assume you're not here to ask for help with the vampires, are you? She raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Eric smiled, his expression easy. The offer is appreciated, Jarl, but unnecessary, he replied. The vampire coven, along with their master, has been slain. I'm only here to claim my reward, as agreed. The skepticism on her husband's face deepened, and the husgirl crossed his arms, clearly doubtful of Eric's claim. Edgerod, however, remained calm, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him further. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the armrest of her throne. That was, rather expedient, she said, her voice devoid of suspicion, yet her words still carried an undertone of disbelief. Eric shrugged nonchalantly, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. I would have brought Muvartha's head for proof, but unfortunately, he turned to dust. Vampires tend to do that. He chuckled lightly before adding, that said, you can send someone to Alva's house. There's a cellar there with a coffin and a journal inside, enough evidence of the vampire's existence. He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing, and as for proof of my work, you can send a few people to Muvartha's lair, a cave northeast of Morthal. It's, well, let's say, a lot quieter now. I'd advise doing it soon if you intend to claim the vampire's riches. Wouldn't want some bandits or curious wanderers stumbling across it before you do. Edgerod's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest again, her gaze thoughtful. Muvarth was an ancient vampire, she mused, her eyes locking onto Eric's. I imagine his hoard isn't just a few measly septims. Are you saying you left all of that behind? Eric waved his hand dismissively, his grin widening. I'm only interested in the reward we agreed on, Jarl. Gold and shiny trinkets have little use for me. He took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with humor. Consider it a personal investment in the town. Morthal could certainly use it more than I could. Edgerod allowed a small smile to tug at her lips, her fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping. A generous offering, to be sure. I will thank you in advance in my people's stead, she said quietly, before gesturing toward her husband and husgirl, who still looked unconvinced. Eric watched as the Jarl's husgirl gave a brief nod to Edgerod before striding quickly toward the exit. The man was clearly intent on verifying Eric's claims, likely heading first to Alva's house, then to Muvartha's lair. He prepared to take his leave, content to wait for the confirmation of his work before collecting his reward. However, he paused mid-step as Idrod's voice cut through the quiet hall. I must say, she began, her tone laced with curiosity, I'm quite intrigued by your request to take ownership of Snowhawk Fortress. An undead-infested ruin, one would think there are better properties to claim. Eric raised an eyebrow at the sudden question. He hadn't expected the Jarl to take such interest in his motives. Nonetheless, he answered smoothly, choosing his words with care. Though I may seem nothing more than a nameless wanderer, Jarl, my lineage is ancient, rooted deeply in the soil of Hjalmarch. My ancestors belonged to a tribe that once called the lands where Snowhawk Fortress stands their home in the late First Era. It wasn't entirely a lie. The old Eric Deathsong had indeed been born to a clan that inhabited these very lands. His decision to reclaim Snowhawk Fortress had always been tied to that ancient connection, albeit more out of sentimentality than practicality. Idrod's lips curled into a rare smile, the expression making her weathered face appear almost youthful for a moment. So, you seek to reclaim your ancestral lands? A noble endeavor, to honor those who came before you. Eric shrugged, allowing a faint grin to tug at his own mouth. That's part of it, he admitted. But nostalgia only takes you so far. You can't live on memories alone. He paused for a brief moment, watching her keen eyes track his every word. The fort happens to be strategically located on the only functioning road that connects Morthal to Solitude directly. As it stands, people avoid it because of the undead, but if I clean the place up, there's profit to be had. Trade, safety, security. It could open new doors for Morthal ASD well. Eric knew that in truth, he had no immediate interest in playing lord or managing territory. His current focus remained on something far more personal, repairing his soul, which had been damaged in the chaotic ritual that merged his identity with the old Eric Deathsong. Still, the thought of securing a base of operations somewhere to eventually lay down roots was not an unappealing one. After all, one of the original Eric Deathsong's greatest mistakes had been his arrogance. The ancient necromancer believed he could conquer the world alone, relying on no one but himself and his magic. Eric, having inherited those memories, understood now that such a path led only to ruin. He had no grand designs on world domination, but a devoted force at his command would serve him well, especially in a world as treacherous as this one. That's all for the far future, though, Eric continued, his tone casual. For now, my concerns are more immediate. Idrod's smile didn't fade as she nodded slowly, clearly absorbing his words. I see. It seems you've thought this through. Reclaiming the fort, removing the undead, it would certainly be of great benefit to Morthal. Her husband, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke up, his voice gruff. And how do you plan on dealing with those undead? They don't exactly scare easily, and there are many. Eric's grin widened, though it didn't reach his eyes. Let's just say, I have experience with such matters. I've handled worse things than a few restless spirits and skeletons. Idrod regarded him quietly, her expression unreadable, before offering a slight nod. I won't pry. But I do so look forward to seeing what you will do with the ancient fortress. As I've said, those are all plans for the far future. Eric's voice trailed off for a moment, as if weighing something in his mind. But if that is all, I will excuse myself, he added, giving a shallow bow and turning to leave. However, he stopped in his tracks as Idrod called out once again. Wait a moment. Eric's brow furrowed in slight annoyance, though he masked it as he turned back to face her. Do you have further need of me? Idrod's eyes remained steady as she replied, You've yet to claim your reward. Eric frowned. Didn't your Huskarl go to investigate the completion of my work? Shouldn't you wait for word from him first? There's no need for that, Idrod said calmly, her voice unwavering. The divines have already revealed to me that the threat to Morthal will be removed. I merely sent Gorm to investigate to assuage his and my husband's doubts. Eric's gaze shifted to Idrod's husband, Ollie's Fur, whose stern and mistrustful look lingered as though silently voicing his skepticism. He arched an eyebrow, then turned back to Idrod. And yet your steward still seems displeased, he remarked, his tone neutral but with a hint of amusement. Idrod sighed softly. It's why I sent Gorm rather than Ollie's Fur. They are both skeptics, but my husband adheres to my will without complaint. Eric mused at her words. Doesn't that just mean he's henpecked? He almost smirked at the thought but managed to keep his amusement to himself. Instead, he offered a more diplomatic response. Then I must thank you for your trust and generosity, Jarl Idrod, Eric said, his voice smooth as he bowed slightly once more. Idrod's sharp eyes remained fixed on Eric as she spoke. The deed to Snowhawk Fortress and the lands surrounding in addition to the letter of introduction is already prepared, she said, her voice soft but laced with meaning. She paused briefly before continuing, I only need your name to be written down, and the reward you requested shall be yours. At her words, her steward moved to a desk nearby, retrieving a yellowed parchment that had clearly seen better days. Eric watched for a moment, then chuckled softly. I see I've neglected to share my name, he said, his voice calm but carrying a hint of amusement. My apologies. I am Eric Deathsong. As the steward dipped his quill into ink and began to write the name on the deed, Ijrod raised an eyebrow. Deathsong, that is quite the lineage, she muttered, almost to herself. Her eyes flicked back to Eric. It almost seems too heavy for such a young man to carry alone. Eric's smile faltered ever so slightly. She knows, he realized. The name Deathsong had haunted Tamriel for centuries, spoken in fear and loathing. Despite the old necromancer's efforts to conceal himself, it was no surprise that such a name had not entirely faded from memory. Still, Ijrod's knowledge was not deep enough to concern him. Feigning ignorance, Eric returned her gaze with an easy smile. Indeed, my ancestors were great warriors, their names resounding across Skyrim when the land itself was still young. All I can do for now is attempt to match their valor so that they won't be forgotten. As he finished speaking, Ollie's Fur, the steward, approached and handed Eric the deed alongside a sealed letter. He accepted it with a nod, glancing briefly at the documents before tucking them safely away in his cloak. Very well, then, Ijrod said, her voice steady as she rose from her seat. Eric Deathsong, Master of Snowhawk Fortress and honored Thane of Morthal. May you walk these lands with the blessings of the divines. With a measured nod, she added, your Huskarl will find you on your way out. Eric inclined his head respectfully one last time, offering a shallow bow. I am grateful, Jarl Ijrod, he said, his voice carrying a weight of finality. I shall see to it that Snowhawk Fortress is restored to its former glory, in due time. Ijrod gave a subtle nod in return, her expression neutral but still observant. Ollie's Fur, standing by her side, maintained his cautious watch, but said nothing further. With the deed now in hand and the title of Thane bestowed upon him, Eric turned toward the exit, Jerry at his side, and strode out of the longhouse, ready to set his plans in motion. Outside, the cool Morthal air greeted him as he walked down the steps. A figure approached from the shadows near the entrance, his Huskarl, a lean and stern-looking Nord in light steel armor who bowed curtly upon meeting Eric's gaze. The Huskarl bowed his head respectfully. Honor to you, my Thane. I am Valdemar, your Huskarl as appointed by Jarl Ijrod. Eric nodded, but his stride did not falter. I'm in a rush. Walk with me. Valdemar quickly fell into step behind him as they moved out of Morthal, the wooden houses and fog-laden marshes fading into the background. Eric's voice broke the silence. What are your duties as my Huskarl? Valdemar straightened his back, his voice filled with the kind of pride that came with a long lineage of Nord warriors. Should you take me to battle, I will be your sword and shield. No harm will come to you so long as I draw breath. He confidently slapped his chest, the clang of his light steel armor echoing in the cool morning air. Otherwise, I can manage your properties, guard your home, and protect your interests. As they reached the outskirts of the town, Eric slowed to a stop and turned to face Valdemar. I currently don't require your services. You can go back, and he began, but then paused, shaking his head as if reconsidering. No, never mind that. Since you are one of mine now, it wouldn't do for you to trouble the Jarl by staying in High Moon Hall. Valdemar hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then where would you have me go, Thane? With a snap of his fingers, a sizable pouch appeared in Eric's hand. He held it out to Valdemar. There should be land available for sale. Buy a plot from the steward, build, and furnish a house there as you see fit. You may stay there until I have need of you. Valdemar took the pouch and bowed his head again, his voice firm. As you wish, Thane. Without another word, the Huskarl turned and headed back into town, disappearing into the mist. Eric watched him go until Valdemar was out of sight, then whispered under his breath, Skidoo. From the shadows, a skeletal steed materialized. Its body, a haunting amalgamation of bone and ethereal black cloth, stepped silently into view, exuding an aura of cold dread. Eric lifted Jerry with ease, placing the corgi onto his lap as he mounted the undead steed. Onward to Windhelm, he muttered as the creature surged forward, its hooves making no sound as it carried him swiftly through the marshes, leaving Morthal behind. Beneath the frozen veil number 11. It was midday, and a biting wind howled across the tundra, scattering snowflakes like white ash over the barren ground. The sky was a bleak expanse of grey, and the cold seemed to seep into Eric's bones as he urged Skidoo forward. The undead steed's hooves crunched the snow beneath them as they neared Windhelm. Eric prompted Skidoo to halt at the beginning of the great bridge leading to the ancient city, and the skeletal horse obediently came to a stop. The imposing stone archway loomed before him, its massive gates guarded by Windhelm's soldiers. A group of weary travelers and merchants had gathered, huddled against the cold as they waited to be inspected by the city's guards. The scene was one of cold efficiency. The guards, dressed in heavy fur-lined armor, stood watch while a scribe at a small desk documented each visitor's entry. Eric eyed the scene with a grimace. He had little patience for the bureaucracy of Windhelm, and even less for its people. The city's reputation as a bastion of Nord pride and their disdain for anyone not of their kind preceded it. Even the old Necromancer had little love for this part of Nord culture. Pride in oneself should come from one's power, and disdain for others should only be stem of their weakness, not the circumstances of their birth. He muttered to himself, out of the swamps and into a hellhole full of racist Nords. He spat to the side, turning away from the bridge. Instead of joining the line of visitors, he guided Skadu down the snowy slope toward the frozen river below the towering structure. The bridge's stone pillars jutted upward like the skeletal remains of some ancient beast, supporting the weight of the city's grand entrance above. The chill of the river felt even more intense here, the icy winds biting at his exposed skin as he descended. When he reached the foot of one of the massive stone pillars, Eric dismounted, his boots sinking into the snow with a soft crunch. Skadu, as if knowing his task was complete, melted back into the shadows, disappearing as swiftly as he had been summoned. Jerry poked his head out from the folds of Eric's robes, his black fur bristling against the cold. The corgi let out a small bark and wriggled free, hopping down onto the snow-covered ground with an eager curiosity. Jerry began to sniff around, his tiny nose working furiously as he investigated the unfamiliar surroundings. Eric, however, paid him no mind. His focus was elsewhere. He moved forward with deliberate steps, his eyes scanning the stone pillar as if searching for something hidden. Eric stopped when he reached the base of the pillar, where the stone was worn and ancient, covered in frost and grime. He stretched out his hand, muttering under his breath, "Reveal." As he spoke, his magicka surged, flowing from his fingertips like invisible tendrils, reaching out and brushing against the hidden object he sought. At his command, the air shimmered, and a faint glow began to emanate from the stone. Slowly, as if peeling back the layers of reality itself, a hidden altar revealed itself. The darkened stone structure emerged from nothingness, etched with arcane symbols and adorned with grim relics. Candle stands, now flickering to life with ghostly flames, illuminated skulls that sat atop the altar, their empty eye sockets staring into the void. Draped behind it was a blackened banner marked with a red skull and two crossed bony hands beneath it, the unmistakable symbol of Manimarco, the King of Worms. Eric's gaze hardened as he approached the shrine. This was one of the reasons he had come to Windhelm, a relic of the long-dead Necromancer, Manimarco. This altar was a conduit of dark power, used by necromancers who still revered the ancient Lich's legacy, a symbol of their loyalty to his forgotten cult. Here, rites had been performed, soul gems turned black, and lives sacrificed in exchange for greater power. Eric knelt before the altar, running his fingers along its cold, blackened surface. The stone hummed faintly with residual magicka, though its true strength had long since faded. Once, this shrine had been a beacon for necromancers, a place where they could commune with dark forces. But now, it was just a shadow of its former self, a forgotten relic hidden beneath the feet of those who would never understand its significance. As it should be. Eric muttered. A wry smile touched his lips as he studied the ancient banner hanging from the altar. Manimarco had been a figure of terror, a being who sought to ascend beyond the confines of mortal life. His followers had worshipped him as a god, their devotion unwavering even after his supposed death. However, Eric had little interest in the worship of long-dead kings, and he held not a shred of reverence for Manimarco. With a swift motion of his hand, Eric sent the skulls and candle stands clattering off the altar, the sound of them striking the stone floor echoing across the icy expanse. As if that wasn't enough, he turned his gaze toward the banner of Manimarco, eyes narrowing in distaste. A small ember flickered to life in his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, it flew toward the black fabric. The ember stuck, smoldering for only a moment before igniting into a blaze, reducing the banner to a pile of ash in seconds. Where others might beg and grovel at Manimarco's altar, hoping to gain a sliver of the power the King of Worms once wielded, Eric needed no such crutch. Power wasn't something to be given, it was something to be taken. Snapping his fingers, two skeletal figures materialized behind him, their hollow eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. Sir Tuur and Heelrith, the first of his creations, stood at attention, flanking a large pile of human bones. Each bone, carefully selected and harvested from his journey to Windhelm, was rich with magicka. It had taken Eric 2 weeks to reach his destination all the way from Morthal, but only because he had made it his mission to eliminate every bandit camp he encountered, stripping the corpses of their valuable remains. Now, with enough bones to create a formidable force, it was time to begin. Get to work, Eric commanded, his voice cold and unwavering. Without hesitation, Sir Tuur and Heelrith moved toward the pile, their bony fingers scraping against the frozen ground as they began assembling the pieces. One by one, they arranged the bones with precision, constructing the framework of a complete skeleton on the altar. The process was methodical, almost ritualistic, but Eric had no intention of following the typical necromancer's path. Traditionally, necromancers would assemble skeletons with only 2 or 3 magicka-rich bones to Manimarco's altar, borrowing the King of Worms' power to create undead soldiers. These skeletons, stronger and more resilient than the average reanimated corpse, were revered by necromancers across Tamriel. But Eric had no need for Manimarco's blessings. In fact, he held nothing but disdain for the ancient Lich. The memories of the old necromancer weighed heavily on his mind. The knowledge of the old Eric came with a price, haunting him with visions of a life spent in pursuit of immortality through unspeakable means. But aside from a bone-deep arrogance and unbridled sense of pride, those memories also left Eric with a searing contempt for Manny Marco, a sentiment that had been carved into his very soul. Whether he liked it or not, that disdain fueled his defilement of the altar. He refused to grovel before a dead king, especially one as cowardly as Manny Marco. Eric's lip curled in disdain as he considered the stark differences between Manny Marco and the old necromancer whose memories now mingled with his own. To the casual observer, Manny Marco's rise to divinity would seem like the pinnacle of necromantic achievement, a testament to his power. Meanwhile, the old necromancer's name had been buried under layers of history, forgotten by all but a few who still whispered of his terrifying reign. Manny Marco, the so-called king of worms, had achieved both literal and figurative immortality, but Eric knew the truth. Manny Marco had hidden behind a labyrinth of schemes, avoiding true conflict at all costs. The old necromancer had been different. He hadn't needed to weave convoluted plots or rely on backstabbing alliances. He had wielded the raw, brutal force of his magic and commanded legions of the undead to fight for him. And while Manny Marco only contended with his peers, the old necromancer had battled entities far greater and more ancient than any mortal. Eric knew the stories well. Daedric princes themselves had conspired to bring about his predecessor's downfall. Though their involvement had been indirect, it was a testament to the threat the old necromancer had posed. But the old necromancer's hatred for Manny Marco didn't stem from envy or jealousy, despite the disparity in their legacies. No, his resentment came from treachery, from Manny Marco's role in the siege that led to his undoing. They had no quarrel before that day, no crossed ambitions, no personal grudge. But Manny Marco had joined the forces aligned against him, tipping the scales and ensuring the old necromancer's defeat. That treachery lingered in the old necromancer's mind, a bitter taste carried through centuries of memory. As those thoughts consumed him, Eric was suddenly pulled back to the present as Surdr and Heelrith completed their task. The skeletal remains lay arranged on the altar with precise care, awaiting his next command. Eric allowed himself a moment to inspect the work, his eyes flicking over the bones, noting their magica-infused structure. He reached into the folds of his robes and retrieved 4 black soul gems, each one shimmering faintly with the souls trapped within. Carefully, he placed the gems at the corners of the altar, creating a dark square that seemed to hum with power. With everything in place, Eric began to weave the spell that would breathe unholy life into the unmoving bones before him. His voice, low and commanding, echoed through the icy air as he channeled his magica into the ritual. The black soul gems pulsed in response, drawing in the energy he poured into them. Shadows twisted and writhed around the altar, growing darker as the power built, threatening to burst forth. The spell surged through his veins, the air around him thickening with necromantic energy. Slowly, the bones began to shift, the faintest tremor running through them as Eric's magica took hold. His eyes narrowed in concentration, hands outstretched as he bound the souls to the skeletal remains, forcing them into servitude. As the final words of the incantation left his lips, the bones on the altar rattled violently. Then, with a sudden jolt, the skeleton before him rose, the empty sockets of its skull glowing faintly with the magica that now coursed through its form. It stood still, awaiting its master's command. Eric allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. He had no need for Manny Marco's blessings. He had created this servant on his own, using his own power, untainted by the influence of the King of Worms. He had even made sure the kind of worms would not receive even a smidgen of soul residue from the ritual, and with that, his third creation was completed, a small, petty victory over the King of Worms, but one that brought him slight satisfaction nonetheless. "Rise," Eric said softly, his voice carrying an authority that was absolute. And rise, it did. As Eric strolled through the decrepit streets of the Grey Quarters, his expression twisted in mild disgust. The neglected state of Windhelm's Dunmer district was even worse than he had anticipated. The crumbling stone walls were stained with dirt and grime, making the place look like it hadn't seen proper maintenance in decades. The cold wind whipped through the narrow streets, carrying with it the foul stench of mud, mold, and unwashed bodies. Eric stepped lightly, not wanting to get the filth caked on his boots, but the thick mud was unavoidable. Each step squelched unpleasantly, a reminder of the city's indifference toward its non-Nord inhabitants. Jerry wriggled uncomfortably, his keen senses picking up on the misery that filled the air. Eric absent-mindedly scratched behind the creature's ear, his mind elsewhere. He had never been one to concern himself with the internal political strife or social injustices of Skyrim. His focus was always on his own ambitions, but walking through the Grey Quarters, even he couldn't ignore the stark contrast between this rundown slum and the rest of the city. Windhelm was an ancient stronghold, its massive stone walls and towering spires bearing the weight of countless years of history. Yet here, in the Grey Quarters, it felt like time had left the Dunmer behind. The buildings sagged under the weight of neglect, their roofs patched with whatever materials the residents could scrape together. Beggars huddled in corners, shivering in the cold as they held out their hands for spare septims. The desperation was palpable, the air thick with hopelessness. Eric clicked his tongue in irritation as he sidestepped a particularly large puddle of mud. The Grey Quarters were built on lower ground, closer to the docks, making them more susceptible to flooding. It was a miserable location, made worse by the lack of care from the city's leaders. Even in the game, Windhelm's segregation had been a glaring issue, one that persisted despite any effort to overthrow Ulfric's Stormcloak and install a more sympathetic ruler. He remembered the replacement Jarl, an imperial sympathizer who had taken power after Ulfric's fall, though the man's name escaped him. He also recalled how, despite promises of change, the Argonians were still barred from entering the city proper. The reasoning given was that it was for their own good, a pathetic excuse that reeked of prejudice. The new Jarl had argued that the Nords would never tolerate the Argonians, that it was better to keep them in the cramped, damp confines of the docks rather than risk conflict. It was a half measure, one that did nothing to address the underlying racism that permeated Windhelm. The hypocrisy of it all was almost laughable. A city that prided itself on its ancient heritage and warrior culture, yet couldn't find it in itself to extend even the smallest amount of decency to guests from afar. Still, none of this concerned him. Eric wasn't here to play politics or champion the cause of the downtrodden. He went out of his way to sneak into the city using a roundabout method that involved a weight-reducing alteration spell to cross over the frozen river and sneak through the docks to avoid leaving traces, and he wouldn't anything distract him from completing his goal. As Eric turned down another filthy alley, his sharp eyes caught sight of a building at the end of the street. The disgust that had settled on his face after trudging through the grey quarters melted away, replaced by a cold calmness. He knew where he was headed. With purpose in his stride, he made his way to the structure, halting briefly at the entrance to glance at the weathered sign swaying gently above the door. Calixito's House of Curiosities, Eric murmured, reading the faded letters. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, a soft creak announcing his arrival. Inside, the warm glow of lanterns cast flickering shadows over shelves crowded with an eclectic assortment of objects. The smell of old wood and dust hung in the air, mingling with the faint scent of pipe smoke. An imperial man, wearing a worn brown tunic beneath a similarly colored long leather vest, stood from a wooden chair at the back of the room, pipe in hand. His eyes lit up with a welcoming smile as he greeted his visitor. "Welcome to the House of Curiosities," the man said, his voice warm but tinged with something Eric couldn't quite place, perhaps melancholy. The imperial set his pipe aside and stepped forward. Eric gave a slight nod in return, then gently set Jerry down, the small demonic corgi padding forward with his curious nose twitching. Calixto watched them for a moment before continuing, "I offer a tour and an introduction to the items you see before you for a few septims, or you're free to browse at your leisure." Eric barely responded, his eyes already scanning the room. The shelves and tables were cluttered with an assortment of oddities, each piece seemingly more bizarre than the last. Skulls of various creatures, some he could identify, others he could not, lined the walls. There were alchemical ingredients in jars, ancient cutlery polished to a gleam, and even musical instruments that looked as if they hadn't been touched in years. "Quite the collection," Eric remarked, casting a glance over his shoulder at Calixto. "How did you come by it?" Calixto gave a small, rueful smile. "My sister and I received a sizable inheritance some years ago. We decided to go adventuring, and the items you see before you are the result of our travels." His voice trailed off, and the cheerful facade faded. He let out a sigh before continuing, his tone quieter now. "Unfortunately, she passed away, and I found myself here in Windhelm. I opened this little gallery in her memory, to keep a part of her alive with me." Hearing Calixto's sentimental words, Eric kept his expression passive, masking his indifference behind a faint consoling smile. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said, the apology hollow but delivered smoothly. Calixto shook his head dismissively. "There's no need to be sorry," he replied. "So long as I live with her memory in mind, my sister will never truly be dead." His tone carried a meaning that most would have missed, a subtle undercurrent that barely concealed a smirk. Calixto's words, to anyone else, might have sounded like nothing more than a man holding onto his grief, but Eric heard the depth in them. He knew better. This seemingly cheerful, eccentric shopkeeper didn't come here and open a shop for sentimental reasons alone. He has it already. Eric's suspicions solidified, but caution remained his guiding principle. He couldn't act without being certain. He had learned that patience was a powerful tool, one he wielded with precision. "Well," Eric said, his voice casual, "I'm here for a specific item." Reaching into his robes, he retrieved a folded piece of parchment. He handed it to Calixto. "It's an old amulet. I'm not great at describing things, so you should take a look yourself." Eric's eyes narrowed as Calixto took the paper, watching the man's every move. The shopkeeper unfolded it slowly, his brow furrowing as he studied the image drawn on the page. Eric scanned his expression carefully, searching for the slightest flicker of recognition, the smallest giveaway that would confirm what he already knew. Calixto's fingers lingered on the parchment, his eyes tracing the intricate design of the amulet. For a brief moment, Eric saw a spark of something familiarity. Shock? Fear, flicker across the shopkeeper's face, but it was quickly masked by a practiced smile. "He definitely has it. I'm certain now." Death's Bargain number 12. Calixto, thinking he had done a decent job of masking his true thoughts, hummed thoughtfully, tapping his chin in an attempt to appear pensive. I think I may have seen something like. His sentence was abruptly cut short as he felt something cold and unyielding press against his throat. Eyes wide with shock, he glanced down to see the gleaming edge of Eric's straight sword, its tip resting dangerously close to his neck. His mind reeled. He hadn't even seen Eric draw the blade, let alone move into striking distance. The speed had been otherworldly, leaving him frozen, helpless. What are you? Calixto stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Eric's face remained a mask of eerie calm, his eyes cold and calculating. I'm feeling charitable today, he said softly, almost as if discussing something trivial. So let me do you a favor. Resurrecting your sister is an impossible task. Calixto's breath hitched. He wanted to protest, but before he could utter a word, Eric's eyes narrowed, his tone growing sharper. Whoever wrote those rituals in that necromancy tome you stumbled upon, Eric continued, was either a fraud or someone with far darker intentions. They sold you a lie. At best, the ritual won't work. At worst, you'll unleash something far worse than you could imagine on the world. Calixto's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing. But Eric gave him no time to dwell on the implications. Now, do yourself a favor and hand over the tome, along with Mannimarco's relic, the amulet, Eric said, his voice laced with quiet menace. For a moment, the shopkeeper's face remained passive, but then something shifted. His expression hardened, and in a desperate burst of defiance, Calixto thrust his hand forward, his fingers crackling with magical energy. You don't know what you're talking about. He spat, his voice trembling with anger. Eric's eyes flashed with deadly intent. In an instant, he tensed his grip, prepared to slice Calixto's throat clean, but the shopkeeper was faster than expected. A burst of flame erupted from Calixto's palm, forcing Eric to leap backward to avoid the searing heat. The fire roared through the shop, scorching the floor where Eric had just stood. The acrid smell of burning wood filled the air. Eric landed gracefully, his boots skidding across the stone floor as he steadied himself. His sword remained drawn, gleaming ominously in the flickering firelight. Calixto, emboldened by his brief success, began weaving another spell, his hands glowing with the telltale signs of more destruction magic. His breath came in quick, shallow gasps, and despite his bravado, there was a frantic look in his eyes. Eric clicked his tongue, the sound one of pure annoyance. I wanted to be civil since I didn't want to waste my time looking for the book and the amulet. He said, his voice a low growl, but you really do have a death wish. The air around them thickened with tension, magic swirling in the room as Calixto's hands moved faster, conjuring another spell. Eric, however, remained calm, his gaze never leaving the man before him. He twirled his sword in his hand, the sharp edge slicing through the air with an audible hiss. The moment stretched out, a heartbeat of silence before everything erupted once more. Calixto's spell took shape, a sharp ice spike hovering over his hand. Eric's lips curled into a smile, his body tensing for the inevitable clash. Calixto wasted no time. With a sharp thrust of his hand, the ice spike he had conjured shot forward, whistling through the air as it hurtled toward Eric. But Eric didn't flinch, didn't even consider dodging. Instead, he charged straight ahead, his eyes locked on Calixto, his expression a mixture of confidence and disdain. In his free hand, a shimmering lesser ward materialized with a simple flick of his wrist. He brought it up swiftly, and with a casual motion, slapped the incoming projectile aside. The ice shattered into glittering fragments, falling uselessly to the ground. Eric barely acknowledged the shards. He was already analyzing his opponent. Amateur, Eric thought. Though Calixto's speed at conjuring spells was unnatural, it was clear his technique lacked refinement. His control over magicka was rushed, his incantations sloppy. He was clearly relying on some external means, perhaps desperation or borrowed power. Before Eric could close the gap between them, Calixto's hands moved again, weaving another spell. This time, a lightning bolt. Eric could see it forming, the crackling energy coiling in his opponent's hand, the magic circle spinning faster and faster as it neared completion. He couldn't raise a ward in time, and dodging lightning at this distance would be impossible. But it didn't matter. Eric smirked. He had already read Calixto's intent, every movement telegraphed by the man's frantic motions. A split second before the spell was unleashed, Eric shifted his torso, a subtle but precise movement. The bolt of lightning shot past his head, close enough for him to feel the heat of its energy, but it missed its mark. Before Calixto could even react, Eric was upon him. Let me show you the proper use of an ice spike, Eric declared, his voice low and menacing, his tone implying just how outclassed Calixto was. Without the need for an elaborate gesture, Eric simply opened his palm, and an ice spike materialized almost effortlessly. It was no ordinary conjuration. The spike shimmered unnaturally, the surface perfectly clear, with thin tendrils of frozen green liquid swirling inside. It was both beautiful and lethal. And Eric wasn't done. The spike split into dozens of razor-sharp, crystalline needles, each one glowing faintly as they floated around his outstretched hand. With a mere flick of his fingers, he sent them flying forward with the force of a shotgun blast. The icy shards buried themselves into Calixto's body in a split second, puncturing flesh with sickening precision. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his body jerked violently, blood staining the needles where they lodged deep in his skin. The frozen tendrils, glowing with sickly green light, snaked through the wounds, freezing his blood and numbing his limbs. Calixto staggered backward, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps, his eyes wide with shock and agony. He tried to raise his hands, tried to summon another spell, but his body was betraying him. His legs gave out, sending him crashing to the floor in a heap. Eric stood over him, his eyes cold and unfeeling. "Necromancy is the study of death," he said, his voice calm but filled with quiet menace. "You'd have better luck dabbling in restoration if you want to revive your long-dead sister, though you won't get the chance anymore." Calixto's lips trembled, but he couldn't form words. The pain and cold sapped the fight from him, leaving only regret. Eric watched Calixto's final, shallow breaths escape him, the man's life seeping away like a candle flickering out. His cold gaze lingered on the lifeless body for only a moment before he knelt beside it, wasting no time. Reaching for Calixto's neck, Eric's fingers moved swiftly, brushing against the soft fabric of the man's tunic until he felt the cool touch of metal. He gripped it firmly and pulled free the amulet he had come for. As he held it up, the dim light of the shop glinted off the exquisite eight-sided amulet, its jade skull centerpiece gleaming with a sinister aura. A faint, dark energy radiated from the relic, a palpable sense of death, ancient wisdom, and necromantic power. This was the Necromancer's amulet. Eric had suspected it all along, deducing its presence based on Calixto's unnaturally fast spellcasting. The way the man had been able to fire off multiple spells in quick succession was far beyond his natural ability. Eric knew from his own experiences that such feats required an immense amount of magicka, far more than a novice like Calixto could wield without some external aid. "The amulet," Eric mused, his eyes narrowing as he inspected the relic more closely. "It's the only thing that explains it. The enchantments must have amplified his magicka to unnatural levels." The old Necromancer had encountered similar relics and artifacts before, but few were as notorious as the Necromancer's amulet. Its power came with a cost, something Calixto likely hadn't fully grasped until it was too late. Without hesitation, Eric clasped the amulet around his own neck. The moment the metal touched his skin, he felt its effects surge through him. A strange, draining sensation took hold of his body, sapping his vigor almost instantly. He could feel the slowing of his natural healing, the weight of fatigue already pressing down on his limbs. His stamina recovery had been reduced by threefold, and his body would take far longer to recover from wounds. But Eric didn't care. He hadn't slept for more than a few hours every few days since leaving Snowhawk Fortress anyway, relying on stamina potions to keep himself going. The physical cost of wearing the amulet was a minor inconvenience compared to the rewards it offered. More importantly, Eric felt the sudden rush of magicka flooding through him, filling reserves that had remained stagnant since his awakening. He had attempted to expand his magicka pool using potions and enchantments to no avail, but for the first time in what felt like ages, his magical energy surged beyond the limits imposed by his broken soul. He quickly assessed the increase, calculating that he could now cast adept-level spells with ease, something he hadn't been able to do without significant preparation. "This alone makes all the effort worth it," Eric thought with a satisfied smirk, his mind already racing with the possibilities. But he knew there was more to this amulet than just the magicka boost. The Necromancer's amulet was infamous for its layered enchantments, some of which would require careful study to fully understand. Dark magic always came with hidden costs, but it also offered untapped power for those bold enough to claim it. Eric muttered under his breath, "For something created by that vile crook Manimarco, it's surprisingly decent." The faint smile on his lips lingered as he turned to Jerry, his demonic corgi, who had been observing the fight from the sidelines. Jerry, now sporting a troll's skull like a makeshift helmet, barked in agreement, his tail wagging as he continued to curiously sniff around the cluttered shop. Eric couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the sight. "You look ridiculous, you know that," he said, shaking his head with amusement. The corgi tilted its head, the skull shifting slightly as if to say, "Who, me?" With a sigh, Eric turned his attention back to the task at hand. "Now I just need to find the magic tome Calixto learned the ritual from," he mused, scanning the shop's shelves cluttered with oddities and relics. "Maybe then I can actually get some sleep for once." Eric's interest in the Necromancer's amulet had always been purely practical. Its boost to his magicka reserves was invaluable. But the necromancy tome Calixto had used to craft his twisted ritual? That piqued Eric's curiosity on an entirely different level. Though he knew full well that resurrecting someone, especially with necromancy, was a fool's errand, something in him, a remnant of the ancient necromancer's thirst for forbidden knowledge, urged him to dig deeper. In all his time walking the dark paths of necromancy, Eric had learned one absolute truth: once a soul passed into the hands of Arche, it was gone. The god of life and death safeguarded souls with unyielding certainty, and no amount of manipulation, no twisted ritual, could truly bring someone back. There were ways to use souls trapping them, bending them to your will, but true resurrection? It was nothing more than a myth. But, Eric mused, there are always exceptions. If Calixto's sister's soul had been bound to an object or tethered to some relic after her death, that might allow for a semblance of resurrection. A skilled necromancer could move a soul from one vessel to another, similar to how the old necromancer had transferred his soul from body to cheat death. But even that wasn't true resurrection. It was more akin to changing vessels, like slipping on a new set of robes. Still, the thought nagged at him. In all his years, even with the vast knowledge he'd absorbed from the old necromancer's memories, he had never encountered a tome that claimed to offer the power of true resurrection. Such claims were almost always tricks, elaborate deceptions designed to unleash horrors from the plains of oblivion, or worse, ancient evils forgotten by time. Yet, despite the obvious dangers, the lure of the unknown was irresistible. Eric's hand drifted to the amulet resting beneath his robes. It was a relic of immense power, created by Manimarco, the king of worms himself, a figure who had delved deeper into the mysteries of necromancy than perhaps any mortal before him. Eric intended to delve even deeper into this dangerous path. I'll read through it if nothing else, he muttered to himself, already imagining the arcane secrets the tome might hold. The ancient necromancer's insatiable thirst for knowledge still coursed through his mind, an echo of a man long dead but not yet forgotten. It was one of the many things that had been etched into Eric's mind, burned into his psyche alongside the necromancer's memories. As Jerry continued to sniff around the shop, Eric began his search in earnest, his eyes scanning the shelves and corners of the room. He didn't doubt the tome would be hidden somewhere nearby. Calixto's judgment had been clouded by the notion of bringing his sister back to life. And once Eric had the tome in his hands, he would study it, piece by piece, and unlock whatever twisted knowledge it contained. Knowledge was power. And in this dark, dangerous world, Eric had every intention of wielding both knowledge and power. Night had settled over Windhelm, the cold winds howling outside the walls of the Cold Hearth Inn. Inside, the warmth of the hearth and the lively din of the common room brought a stark contrast to the harsh weather outside. Laughter, drunken banter, and the sound of a bard strumming through Ragnar the Red echoed faintly through the walls. Yet, Eric paid it no mind. He sat on the edge of the bed in his rented room, the flickering light of a lone candle illuminating his face. In his hands, an old tome rested, a weathered, dust-covered book that felt ancient in his grasp. Jerry lay at the foot of the bed, his demonic corgi form resting with his head on his paws, eyes half-lidded but alert, always watchful. Eric's eyes narrowed as he carefully turned each brittle page of the book, the same one that had captivated Calixto's obsession with necromantic rituals. The further he read, the deeper his frown became. This is no simple sham, he thought, not some fraud's attempt at necromancy. Though the tome had been crudely translated into the common tongue, Eric's discerning mind recognized its origins immediately. Allied, without a doubt. More specifically, it hailed from the Daedra-worshipping Allieds of the Merithic era, who once dominated modern-day Cyrodiil. He could tell by the language structure, the syntax, and, most importantly, the errors. The old necromancer's experience had granted Eric the ability to discern such details with ease. To someone untrained, the mistakes would have gone unnoticed, but Eric recognized the flawed attempts to translate words that carried multiple meanings in Aladuan. The scribes who had tried their hand at this task had botched many of the finer details, and it showed. Despite these translation errors, Eric could see the depth of the knowledge contained within. The rituals, even in their imperfect form, were profound, far more advanced than anything Calixto could have possibly understood. But what caught Eric's attention the most was the so-called resurrection ritual Calixto had been so fixated on. Eric had expected a sham, some convoluted trick to lure in desperate souls like Calixto, promising the impossible. Yet, as he read, his expectations were shattered. This was no ordinary necromantic rite, it was, in fact, a resurrection ritual. And, unlike the typical false promises found in most necromantic tomes, this one seemed genuine. But there was a catch. There's always a catch. Eric's eyes scanned the intricate details of the ritual, his frown deepening as the truth became clear. This resurrection spell wasn't designed to call a soul back from Arkay's embrace. No, this ritual was meant to summon souls from Cold Harbor, the dreaded realm of Malag Bal. That fool had no idea, Eric muttered under his breath. Jerry's ears twitched at the sound, but the corgi remained still, listening quietly as Eric continued. Of course, it wasn't stated where the soul would be called back from. The tome wasn't for her study. It was a record simply that documented several rituals and how to perform without going into the finer details. Eric only managed to infer this much from his own knowledge, making the connection to Cold Harbor due to the materials and methods used to perform the ritual. As he read further, Eric realized the sinister brilliance behind the ritual and couldn't help but be impressed. A great number of the Allieds, who had once ruled with an iron fist, were devout Daedra worshippers. They made countless bargains with the Daedric princes, particularly Malag Bal, the Prince of Domination. The Elites, in their lust for power, had used Malag Baal's influence to further their conquests, even going so far as to bind their own souls to him in exchange for victory. When one of their own fell in battle, their souls didn't pass to Arche, they were claimed by Malag Baal, taken to Cold Harbor. But they had a contingency plan. With this ritual, their comrades could call them back, ripping them from Cold Harbor and returning them to life. Unfortunately, Malag Baal demanded a hefty price in exchange, and so the ritual wasn't widespread among the Elites. Otherwise, they would still be ruling Tamriel to this day. Eric exhaled slowly, the implications settling in. While it was indeed a resurrection ritual, it was not one meant for the innocent or for those who had died natural deaths. It was specifically designed to call back souls bound to the Daedric prince, and Calixto's sister. She would have never had the chance to make such a pact, even if she wanted to. Her soul had passed into Arche's embrace, and no amount of desperate rituals would have brought her back. Even if Calixto had somehow succeeded in performing the spell, the best he could have hoped for was to unleash something far worse than death. Malag Baal was known for his cruelty, and it was likely that the soul called forth wouldn't have been Calixto's sister at all, but something far more sinister. A trick, a mockery, sent back from Cold Harbor to torment those foolish enough to meddle in such matters. The King of Rape's cruelty knew no bounds, and nothing was beneath him, after all. Eric closed the book, his fingers lingering on the cracked leather cover. A resurrection ritual, he muttered to himself, a trace of disdain in his voice. But only for the damned. His mind raced with thoughts, not only about the ritual's dark potential but also about the dangerous allure it might hold for others. Jerry, sensing Eric's shift in mood, let out a soft growl, his glowing red eyes lifting to meet Eric's gaze. Eric smirked. "Don't worry," he said. "I have no intention of meddling with Malag Baal's realm. Not yet, at least." With that, Eric slid the tome into his pack. He had learned enough for one night. As much as the Necromancer's thirst for knowledge gnawed at him, urging him to continue his research, Eric was exhausted. His body ached, and he hadn't slept properly in days. The amulet around his neck, while empowering his magicka, was sapping his strength with every passing hour. He could feel its toll weighing on him. "I don't have any use for the resurrection spell nor the other rituals recorded in the tome," he muttered, lying back on the bed. "Still, you never know what might happen in the future." Jerry let out a soft huff before curling up beside him, the warmth of the inn's hearth casting a soft glow over the room. Eric closed his eyes, the weight of the ancient knowledge lingering in his mind as sleep finally claimed him. "I'm motivated by praise and interaction, so be sure to leave a like, power stone, or whatever kind of shindig this site uses, and more importantly do share your thoughts on the chapter in the comment section." Brewing conflict number 13. Otter's note, quick confession. I got carried away, and Eric's encounter with the old alchemist, which starts in this chapter, ended up being way longer than it needed to be, taking 2 whole chapters. Still, I tried my best to keep it interesting, so bear with it, and do enjoy the read. Eric woke with a grimace, blinking against the dim light filtering through the thin curtains. His head pounded slightly as if echoing the remnants of a dream. He rubbed his forehead, letting out a slow breath before glancing down. Jerry was curled up on his chest, snoring softly. The little corgi's weight, though small, felt oddly comforting, as if his presence had been a protective ward while Eric slept. "All right, time to get moving," Eric muttered. He gently picked up Jerry and placed him on the ground. Jerry stirred but didn't complain, merely stretching his legs and yawning in response. For the first time in weeks, Eric felt mentally refreshed, his mind clear, the fatigue that had haunted him gone. Yet, in contrast, his body felt heavy, weighed down as if every muscle ached. He knew it wasn't from the strain of his journey, but the effect of the Necromancer amulet, which slowed his body's natural recovery. A powerful tool, no doubt, but not without its cost. "Guess there's no escaping that side effect," he muttered, pushing the thought aside. With a snap of his fingers, a potion of stamina materialized in his hand, its liquid swirling a vibrant green. Eric quickly drank it down, the familiar sensation of energy flooding his limbs. His weariness faded, though he knew it was only temporary. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and, with another flick of his wrist, sent the empty vial back to his storage in Snowhawk Fortress. He sighed, muttering, "I'll need at least 3 times as many potions going forward." His thoughts turned practical as he rose from the bed. He needed to find an alchemy table and stock up on ingredients. The amulet's drain on his stamina would be a long-term inconvenience unless he maintained a steady supply of potions. It was just another complication to add to the growing list of things that required his attention. "First things first," he said to himself, stretching his arms above his head. "Breakfast." Hearing the word, Jerry let out a sharp, excited bark and wagged his tail. Eric glanced down, amused by the corgi's sudden burst of enthusiasm. "You're always up for food, aren't you?" He smirked, giving Jerry a quick pat on the head. Eric pushed open the door to his room, stepping into the hallway. The innkeeper barely glanced up from her work as he passed, and Eric gave her a brief nod before heading upstairs to the tavern above. The warm scent of freshly baked bread and roasting meat filled the air, reminding him just how long it had been since he'd eaten anything other than rations on the road. The tavern was lively, though quieter than last night. Only a few patrons remained at this early hour, nursing mugs of ale or chatting in low voices over plates of breakfast. Eric found an empty table in the corner, far from the rest of the crowd. Jerry, ever alert, followed closely and curled up at his feet, his eyes darting around the room, curious about the unfamiliar faces. Eric settled into his chair, leaning back with a sigh. The fatigue might still linger in his bones, but his mind was already planning ahead. Supplies, ingredients, research. There was always something to do, another step forward in his quest to mend his soul. But first, a meal. Eric flagged down a passing server, raising a hand casually. Something hearty, and a strong drink to go with it, he said, his voice low and gruff from the morning's quiet. Glancing down at Jerry, who was sitting attentively at his feet, he added, and something chewy for my little friend here. The server gave a polite nod. I'll have your order ready right away, sir. As the server walked off, Eric leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. With nothing better to occupy his mind, he allowed himself to listen in on a conversation at a nearby table, where two burly Nords were having breakfast. Their voices carried easily across the tavern as they spoke with the casual ease of men who had known each other for years. Did you hear about Calixto's place? One of the Nords said, shaking his head. Burned down overnight. House of Curiosities, gone, just like that. The man too, they say. Eric's interest piqued, though he kept his expression neutral. He leaned forward slightly, pretending to stare idly out the window, though his ears were focused entirely on the conversation. The other Nord responded between mouthfuls of bread. Whole thing's in ashes. Shame, really. I used to like popping in there to see all those weird trinkets he collected. Odd fellow, though. Couldn't say I ever trusted him. Eric's thoughts drifted to the amulet now hidden beneath his tunic. He knew all too well what had caused the fire. The first Nord continued, I heard the court wizard took a look at the ruins. Said there was something unnatural about it. Probably magic involved, but no one's too keen on digging into it. The guards are just calling it an accident, as usual. Figures, the second Nord said with a shrug. Calixto was always messing with strange artifacts. Could be one of them turned on him, you never know with that kind of stuff. Before Eric could ponder the implications further, the server returned with his meal. A steaming bowl of thick stew was placed in front of him, accompanied by a large piece of soft bread and a bottle of mead. For Jerry, the server set down a generous piece of horker meat, to which the corgi's tail immediately began wagging in approval. Enjoy, sir, the server said with a smile. Eric tossed a few extra coins to the server as a tip, then picked up his spoon, still half listening to the conversation as he took his first bite. The stew was hearty and warming, the perfect comfort for the chill that always lingered in Windhelm. The bread was soft, and the mead, strong and sweet, cut through the heaviness of the meal with ease. Jerry, meanwhile, happily gnawed at his horker meat, his little paws bracing it against the floor. The Nord's conversation drifted to other topics, no longer of interest to Eric. As he finished the last of his stew and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, he pushed the empty bowl aside, feeling satisfied and ready to face the day. He stood up, leaving a few more coins on the table for the meal, then glanced down at Jerry, who had just finished his own feast. Let's go, Jerry. With a bark of agreement, the corgi trotted after Eric as they left the tavern and stepped out into the bustling streets of Windhelm. The morning air was crisp, and Eric turned toward the market square, his thoughts already turning to the next task ahead. In the heart of Windhelm's market square, Eric found himself slowing his steps as he took in the lively atmosphere. For all its cold and unwelcoming nature, the city had an undeniable energy, one that pulsed through its ancient stone streets. Windhelm was the oldest city of man still standing on Tamriel, its origins tracing back to the Merithic era, and the weight of its history could be felt in every corner. Despite its reputation for harshness and the often unwelcoming demeanor of its Nord residents, Windhelm was one of the largest cities in Skyrim. Its bustling marketplace reflected that, a melting pot of people from all walks of life. Stalls lined the square, filled with goods of all kinds. Housewives bargained for fresh vegetables and cuts of meat to prepare for the day's meals, while adventurers haggled over weapons and armor from the blacksmith. The constant hum of voices, the clinking of coin, and the occasional call of a merchant hawking their wares filled the air. Eric observed it all with a quiet detachment. While the city and its people held little interest for him, the sheer size of the market was impressive, even to a man as seasoned as he was. But he didn't linger long. Jerry trotted faithfully behind him, occasionally sniffing at the passers-by, his demonic eyes catching more than a few curious glances. Eric paid no mind to their stares as he made his way toward one of the more notable buildings in the market square, the White Phial. The alchemist's shop stood in one of the busiest parts of the square, its wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze. Eric pushed the door open, a small bell chiming as he entered. Inside, the familiar scent of herbs, potions, and alchemical reagents filled the air. Shelves were lined with jars and vials of every shape and size, their contents ranging from dried plants to shimmering liquids. This was the very place where the Dragonborn, according to the events of the game, would be sent to retrieve the legendary white phial, a vessel said to restore any liquid placed within it. Eric, however, had no interest in that particular quest. He already knew where the phial was hidden, buried deep within a crypt, the resting place of the alchemist who created it. Retrieving it would require a special alchemical mixture to access the tomb's inner sanctum, a challenge Eric was more than equipped to handle. But the phial itself was cracked, damaged long ago. To repair it, he would need unmelting snow from the throat of the world, a rare and elusive item that was currently beyond his reach. For now, he had neither the time nor the inclination to pursue it. Today, his business at the White Phial was more mundane. He needed ingredients and, more importantly, access to the shop's alchemy table. After all, with the Necromancer's amulet sapping his body's natural stamina recovery, Eric knew he would need far more potions to keep himself going. Inside the White Phial, Eric was greeted by the sight of two individuals. One was an elderly Altmer, seated comfortably in a creaking wooden rocking chair, his long, bony fingers delicately turning the pages of a thick tome. His sharp, angular features showed a lifetime of study and mastery of the alchemical arts. The other was an imperial man, much younger, sweeping the floor with quick, practiced motions. As Eric approached the counter, the imperial immediately abandoned his broom, stepping up with a welcoming smile. "Good day, what can I do for you?" the imperial asked, his voice eager. Eric returned the smile, but it was more measured. From the folds of his robes, he produced a neatly folded piece of parchment, presenting it to the man. The imperial took it, eyes scanning the contents with interest. "I'll have as much of these ingredients as you can spare," Eric said calmly, his tone professional. "And, if possible, I'd like to rent your alchemy table for a time." The imperial glanced back at the list: netch jelly, honeycomb, purple mountain flower, ingredients known for their stamina-restoring properties. A faint look of hesitation crossed his face, but before he could respond, the Altmer's sharp ears seemed to catch the mention of the alchemy table. His eyes flicked up from his book. "Give me that," the old Altmer said, his voice commanding but calm. The apprentice dutifully handed him the parchment without question. The Altmer's piercing eyes scanned the list in silence. His brows furrowed slightly before he finally turned his gaze to Eric, giving him a scrutinizing look. "By the looks of this, it seems you intend to brew stamina restoratives." Eric didn't respond, but his expression made it clear that the assumption was correct. The Altmer's lips curled slightly in something resembling a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "We just so happen to have more than a few already brewed," he continued, his voice carrying an air of superiority. "Why don't you save yourself the effort and buy the finished product instead? It'll be better than anything you concoct, anyway." The dismissiveness in the Altmer's tone was unmistakable. He barely concealed his disdain, as if the very idea of a younger mage crafting anything worthwhile was a waste of time. Eric's lips curved into a polite smile, though it never quite touched his eyes. "I've no doubt your brews are of superior quality," he began, his tone courteous but laced with something more, "but I'd still prefer to brew my own potions." The old Altmer alchemist sneered, his upper lip curling in obvious disdain. "Fine, fine," he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "If you want to waste your money and ingredients, be my guest." A flicker of irritation sparked in Eric's chest at the man's condescending tone, but he hid it behind an almost amused expression. His mind raced, contemplating how best to deal with the arrogance of the elderly Altmer. "This old bastard needs to be put in his place," he thought to himself. As the alchemist turned away from him, apparently done with the conversation, Eric spoke again, louder this time. "You don't seem to think highly of my skills as an alchemist," he remarked casually, a deliberate edge to his words, "even though you've never seen my work." The old man froze, slowly turning to face him with narrowed eyes. Eric caught the look and shook his head with a sigh, muttering just loudly enough, "I guess old age doesn't necessarily beget wisdom." The remark had the intended effect. The imperial apprentice's face paled, his eyes widening as if anticipating the explosion to come, while the Altmer's thin face contorted into a mask of pure outrage. His fingers tightened around the edges of the book he held, and his glare could have turned a lesser man to ash on the spot. "What did you say?" the Altmer hissed, his voice dripping with venom. Eric's smile widened, now almost predatory, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. "You heard me," he replied smoothly. "You dismissed me before even seeing my skill. What kind of alchemist makes such judgments?" The old alchemist's face darkened further, a vein bulging at his temple. His hands trembled, either from anger or age, perhaps both. "What skill could a greenhorn like you possibly have?" he snapped. "I've been studying this art for centuries, and even I find myself lacking. Yet you, a child in the craft, dare to compare yourself to me? Eric's eyes gleamed with a challenge, his smile growing sharper, almost like a wolf circling its prey. Just because you find yourself lacking doesn't mean I have to be, he retorted. Who's to say I can't learn in a single day what you haven't in all your centuries? The Altmer's pale face flushed with fury. He opened his mouth to hurl more insults, but Eric cut him off before he could even begin. How about a bet? Eric suggested, his voice calm and measured, though the thrill of confrontation was evident in his gaze. If I can't brew a stamina potion that's at least twice as effective as what you have in stock, I'll pay double for the ingredients. But if I succeed, I get them for free. For a moment, the old alchemist stood frozen, his expression torn between disbelief and fury. The Imperial apprentice looked back and forth between them, clearly mortified by the turn the conversation had taken. The Altmer's lips twitched, as though he were about to dismiss the idea outright, but something held him back. Gold was not a concern for him, he had accumulated more wealth than he knew what to do with in his long years of practice. But the idea of putting this insolent young man in his place, that was worth more than coin. Slowly, a cold, calculating look replaced the fury on his face. Twice as effective, you say? He asked, his voice laced with skepticism. Eric nodded, holding his gaze confidently. Twice as effective. I'm sure a master like yourself can easily judge the results. The old alchemist's sneer returned. You're a fool to make such a wager, he spat. But I'll gladly take you up on it. Consider this your lesson in humility. Eric's smile didn't waver. Oh, I'm counting on it, he said smoothly, his eyes gleaming. Alchemy Unbound number 14. The wooden table in front of Eric was laden with a wide array of ingredients, each one carefully sorted and neatly presented. The old Altmer alchemist had taken his time, pulling from well-stocked shelves and ancient jars, presenting Eric with most of the items on his list. There were multiple sets of each ingredient, enough for Eric to craft several potions with ease. Eric surveyed the collection, his sharp eyes darting from one item to the next. A lesser alchemist might have been intimidated by the sheer variety, but for Eric, the challenge was not simply in creating a potion. He wanted to make a point. I could just pick 3 of these and brew a stamina potion that would double anything these so-called masters could muster, he mused, but where would the fun in that be? He allowed a moment to pass, drawing out the tension in the room. The old Altmer stood to the side with his arms crossed, his expression a mix of disdain and impatience. The Imperial apprentice lingered nearby, his broom now forgotten as he nervously watched Eric's every move. Finally, Eric's hand hovered over the collection of ingredients, and without hesitation, he plucked a single saber cat eye from the array. He held it up briefly, studying the glistening orb in the dim light before setting it down on the workbench. The Imperial apprentice's face twisted in confusion. His eyes darted to his master, then back to Eric. Isn't that? He began, his voice uncertain. The old Altmer glanced at the saber cat eye and shook his head slowly, a look of disappointment settling over his sharp features. Amateur, he muttered under his breath, though loud enough for both Eric and the apprentice to hear. It wasn't an uncommon reaction. Alchemical ingredients had different properties, each capable of producing a variety of effects, some beneficial, others dangerous. Some ingredients were favored for crafting tonics, while others, like the saber cat eye, were primarily used for poisons due to their harmful effects. In the case of the saber cat eye, it boasted properties that weakened magicka and ravaged health. While it had one redeeming feature, its ability to restore stamina, few alchemists ever bothered to use it for such purposes. It was simply too risky, too unpredictable. The Altmer's sneer deepened. He's already lost, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with contempt. A saber cat's eye for a stamina potion? The boy doesn't know the first thing about alchemy. Eric ignored the mutterings, his face an unreadable mask as he selected his second ingredient. His fingers closed around a small, pale pine thrush egg. As he lifted it, a slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The egg was known for its beneficial effects, but also for its less savory property, inducing weakness to poisons. It was usually reserved for concoctions involving lethal substances, ingredients like Namara's root or death bell, used to create poisons rather than tonics. The Imperial apprentice's confusion deepened. He looked back at Eric, then to the Altmer, his brow furrowed. But, the pine thrush egg, that's... The old Altmer narrowed his eyes but said nothing this time. His silence, however, spoke volumes. He was now watching Eric carefully, though there was no longer just disdain in his gaze, there was a flicker of curiosity. Even so, it was clear he still believed Eric to be out of his depth. No respectable alchemist would pair those 2 ingredients for a tonic. The saber cat eye alone was unpredictable enough, but adding a pine thrush egg to the mix? It bordered on reckless. The apprentice, though inexperienced, couldn't hide his bafflement any longer. Are you sure, those ingredients are what you want to use? He asked hesitantly, clearly trying not to offend but unable to hide his disbelief. Eric didn't look up. He carefully placed the pine thrush egg next to the saber cat eye on the workbench, then glanced at the young man. Very sure, he said, his tone calm, though there was a subtle edge to it. The apprentice opened his mouth as if to say something more, but a sharp look from his master silenced him. The old Altmer finally stepped forward, his voice laced with thinly veiled mockery. You seem intent on making a fool of yourself, so I won't stop you, he said, his eyes locked onto Eric's with the confidence of a man who had seen countless arrogant young mages fall flat on their faces. You've made your choices that no alchemist with even a shred of sense would make, but far be it from me to interfere. I'll enjoy watching you fail. Eric met the alchemist's gaze and smiled, but this time it was a smile full of challenge, as though he were daring the old man to continue running his mouth. Alchemy isn't about mixing ingredients and calling it a day, he said quietly. A truly skilled alchemist is able to amplify, weaken, or even remove any effect of any ingredient during the brewing process. He paused, his smile turning almost predatory. You'll see soon enough. The Altmer narrowed his eyes further, clearly irritated by Eric's confidence, but said nothing more. He simply crossed his arms again and waited, the challenge unspoken but palpable in the air between them. Eric turned back to the array of ingredients. He still needed a third component, something to tie the mixture together. His eyes roamed over the jars and vials before finally settling on a small jar of silver-side perch scales. He picked it up with deliberate slowness, glancing back at the Altmer for just a second, noting the flicker of surprise in the old man's gaze. So, he recognizes this one, does he? Eric thought, amused. Silver-side perch scales were known for their unique properties as an ingredient. It could be used in poisons or in healing potions, depending on what it was mixed with, making it a highly versatile and dangerous ingredient. Eric placed the scales beside the other ingredients, and for the first time, the Altmer's mocking smirk faltered. He stepped closer, inspecting the combination Eric had selected. You're playing with fire, boy, the Altmer warned, his voice a low growl now, all traces of condescension gone. If you miscalculate even slightly, this concoction will be nothing short of deadly. Eric chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That's the beauty of it, he replied. Alchemy isn't about avoiding risk. It's about mastering it. With that, he set to work, leaving the old alchemist to wonder just how far Eric's mastery would take him. Eric gathered his ingredients on the alchemy table, his hands moving with practiced ease as he laid them out in a precise order. The saber cat eye, pine thrush egg, and silver-side perch scales sat side by side, an unusual combination, but in Eric's mind, each ingredient held a unique purpose in the complex alchemical equation he was about to solve. He could feel the eyes of the old Altmer and his apprentice on him, the room thick with anticipation. Normally, this part of the process would involve simply grinding, mixing, and distilling the ingredients, relying on their natural properties to create a potion. But Eric wasn't a normal alchemist, and he wasn't going to brew this potion like a common hedge wizard. With a slow, deliberate movement, he placed his hands above the saber cat eye, channeling his magicka into the orb. Skyrim's alchemical lore was steeped in the idea that every ingredient carried an innate essence, a latent power waiting to be unlocked. Most alchemists merely teased out these properties through conventional means, boiling, grinding, or infusing, but Eric had long learned that magic could be used to manipulate those properties, not just extract them. His fingers glowed faintly as he worked, weaving a subtle current of magicka through the saber cat eye. He could feel the raw, primal energy coursing through the eye structure, the harshness of its poison properties pushing against the more delicate restorative effect buried deep within. With focused intent, Eric carefully dampened the harmful aspects, weaving his magic to suppress the weakening of magicka and ravaging health effects, all while amplifying the ingredient's rare ability to restore stamina. The eye pulsed under his hands as it responded to his manipulation, and a faint hiss filled the air. Eric could sense the shift as the balance between its poisonous and restorative properties tipped in his favor, the dangerous essence coiling inward like a dormant serpent. Satisfied, he moved on to the next ingredient. The pine thrush egg was trickier. It carried beneficial effects, but its tendency to induce weakness to poison was well known, often used by those crafting lethal concoctions. Eric wasn't about to let that flaw stand in his way. Again, his hands hovered over the egg, and he let his magicka flow into it, his brow furrowing in concentration. This time, the process required more finesse. He wasn't simply negating harmful effects but carefully isolating them. With delicate precision, Eric split the egg's properties in two, drawing the beneficial effects like fortifying stamina into one sphere of influence while carefully locking away its poisonous aspect. He didn't remove the weakness to poison entirely, but instead balanced it in such a way that it wouldn't affect the final potion's potency. It was a dangerous technique, one that few would dare to attempt, but Eric relished the challenge. His hands glowed brighter as he worked, the egg shifting and vibrating under his spell until he felt it settle, the properties now perfectly aligned for his purposes. The old Altmer, still watching from across the room, narrowed his eyes. He could sense what Eric was doing, though the method was unfamiliar to him. Playing with ingredients is one thing, the Altmer muttered, but to change their very essence? Foolhardy. Eric smiled at the comment, though he didn't break his concentration. The silverside perch scales were his final ingredient. These scales were notoriously fickle, their effects shifting wildly depending on what they were combined with. Normally used to enhance poisons, the scales also carried a hidden potential for fortification. But unlocking that potential required a deep understanding of their nature and a steady hand. Eric didn't just mix the scales into the other ingredients, he infused them with his magicka, coaxing out the fortifying properties and binding them to the stamina-boosting effects of the saber cat eye and pine thrush egg. It was a careful balancing act, one that required manipulating the very essence of each ingredient to make them work in harmony. The scales shimmered under his hands as their properties aligned with the others, creating a concoction that was far more than the sum of its parts. As he finished the preparation, Eric reached for the pestle, grinding the ingredients together with a slow, deliberate motion. Even this was done with care, his magicka still flowing through the mixture, binding and amplifying the effects he had drawn out. The potion simmered in the glass vial, a faint greenish hue swirling through the liquid, flecked with shimmering gold. The mixture had an almost hypnotic quality to it, the result of Eric's careful manipulation of both physical and magical properties. Finally, Eric stepped back, wiping his hands on a cloth. "Done," he said, his voice steady but filled with quiet satisfaction. The old Altmer took a step closer, his expression now unreadable. He glanced at the potion and then back at Eric, the mocking tone gone from his voice. "You've played with fire, boy," he said slowly, "and yet, the potion seems stable." Eric smiled, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "Alchemy isn't just about ingredients. It's about understanding their nature, bending them to your will, and pushing beyond the limits others set." The apprentice looked on, wide-eyed, his confusion turning into awe. He hadn't seen anything like this before. The Altmer, however, wasn't so easily impressed. "So, it looks pretty," he said, his voice flat. "But how effective is it? Is it even drinkable?" Eric did not respond as he uncorked the vial and lifted it to his lips, drinking half of the potion in one smooth motion. The effect was immediate and unmistakable. His muscles surged with newfound energy, a rush of vitality flowing through his veins like wildfire. The weariness in his limbs evaporated, replaced by a sense of boundless stamina. He could feel the potion's power coursing through him, far beyond what even the most seasoned alchemist could brew. Without a word, Eric extended the vial toward the old Altmer, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Care to test it for yourself?" The Altmer narrowed his eyes, his earlier dismissiveness still lingering, though there was now a flicker of curiosity. He took the vial with a resigned sigh, his long, slender fingers cradling it as though handling a potentially dangerous substance. "Let's see if this is anything more than fancy theatrics," the old Altmer muttered under his breath. He began testing the potion with the caution of one who had spent centuries identifying both potent tonics and deadly poisons. First, he swirled the remaining liquid around the bottle, inspecting it for any residue or imperfections that might betray a flaw in the brewing process. The pale green liquid shimmered smoothly, no telltale signs of inconsistency or clumping, which would have indicated a misstep in the potion's creation. His expression eased somewhat, though he said nothing. Next, the Altmer brought the vial to his nose, inhaling deeply. The scent was unmistakably potent, the sharpness of raw magic tingling his senses, though there was no trace of anything off-putting or malicious. His frown began fading, but he proceeded with the ritual of his careful examination. He then poured a single drop of the potion onto his fingertip, rubbing it into his skin and waiting for any adverse reaction. None came. His brow furrowed, and he raised his hand to his lips, cautiously placing a drop on the tip of his tongue. His face remained impassive, though the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth suggested that the potion's effects were starting to impress even him. Satisfied there was no danger, he finally drank the remaining half of the vial, though his demeanor remained grudging. The old Altmer stood silently for a long moment, his eyes fluttering shut as the potion took hold. His posture shifted slightly, the subtle signs of fatigue lifting from his ancient frame. His eyes flickered open, glinting with the energy that now pulsed through him. Though his pride kept his expression neutral, the reality was clear, Eric's potion had worked, and it was exceptional. Grudgingly, the Altmer finally spoke. "I'll admit," he said slowly, "this is more effective than I anticipated. 2 times more potent, as you claimed." His voice was low, laced with the bitter taste of defeat. "It seems you've made your point." He set the empty vial down on the table with a soft clink, his gaze avoiding Eric's for a moment before he continued. "I'll bring the rest of the ingredients you requested. You can have them for free, along with access to my alchemy table whenever you need it. Consider it an acknowledgement of your skill." Eric smiled, the triumph concealed beneath his calm exterior. "I appreciate that." Hearing those words, the arrogant, smug expression on Eric's face vanished instantly, like the flicker of a dying flame. He let out a low, almost indifferent sigh. "Good. Now, if there's nothing else, I'll get to work brewing my potions." There was no need to ridicule Newlian further. Eric had accomplished what he came here for, and any satisfaction he might have felt was fleeting. With the memories of the old necromancer, Eric possessed a vast knowledge that stretched across centuries. His understanding of the world, of alchemy, and of magic made him, in a way, a being far older than he appeared. To put a mere master alchemist in his place was little more than a trivial exercise, driven not by Eric's own ego but by the lingering pride and arrogance embedded in the soul he carried. It wasn't personal, just something he felt slightly compelled to do. Eric turned his attention back to the ingredients laid before him and began his work without another glance at the alchemist. The old Altmer, meanwhile, watched in silence for a moment, his sharp eyes observing Eric's every move. He then gestured to his apprentice. Quintus, prepare the ingredients. The imperial apprentice nodded, swiftly gathering everything Eric had requested, the subtle clinking of glass jars and rustling of herb bundles filling the room. As he did so, Newlian cleared his throat, trying to dispel the uneasy tension that had settled between them. I'm Newlian, by the way. And you are? Eric didn't stop what he was doing, his hands working with a fluid precision that spoke of mastery. He replied without looking up, half-heartedly at best. Eric Death Song. Newlian gave a slight nod, muttering the name to himself. Death Song, is it? His gaze drifted toward the sword strapped to Eric's side, its intricate design standing out even in the dim light of the alchemy shop. Looking at the blade you carry, I'd wager you're not just an alchemist, Newlian continued, his tone thoughtful. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Eric finally paused, raising an eyebrow at the remark. What makes you say that? He asked, his tone curious but guarded. This sword could just be for self-protection. Newlian scoffed lightly, shaking his head. If that were the case, you'd be carrying a longsword, or an axe perhaps. Maybe even a mace, if you're the eccentric type. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the weapon more closely, his gaze flickering with recognition. But that sword, it's no common blade. It's Yakutin, a relic from Hammerfell. His voice dropped, almost reverent as he added, you'd be hard-pressed to find the likes of it anywhere in Skyrim. Even in Hammerfell, swords like that are rare, treasured by the very few Reguards who still honor the ways of sword singing. Eric's expression remained neutral, though inwardly he was surprised. The origins of his weapons weren't something that could be easily recognized by a simple glance. You're well informed, Eric said, his voice level. He resumed his work, the soft grinding of mortar and pestle filling the space between them. But you're right. This sword isn't from Skyrim, and I do happen to be a traveler of sorts. Newlian's eyes gleamed with a rare flicker of amusement, and he smiled a faint, ghostly expression that barely reached his tired eyes. A traveler, you say? I used to be one myself, in my younger days, he said, his voice carrying a wistfulness that only years of regret could shape. I've scoured all of Tamriel in search of the White Phial. A lifetime of searching, and still, nothing. He sighed deeply, the weight of countless years and the burden of unfulfilled dreams heavy on his breath. Then, with a quiet intensity, he asked, you wouldn't happen to be searching for the White Phial, would you? Eric's hands paused mid-motion, his fingers still on the mortar. The question caught him off guard, though he kept his expression neutral. Newlian didn't know where the White Phial was, yet of that much Eric was certain. If he had, the old Altmer would have already retrieved it, despite his deteriorating health. Eric knew that Newlian would fall gravely ill in the near future, around the time the Dragonborn would chance upon him, but now, the Altmer still had hope. No, Eric finally said, shaking his head calmly. I have no interest in the White Phial right now. I've got more pressing matters to attend to. Newlian's face darkened at that, a shadow of disbelief crossing his features. What could be more urgent to an alchemist than the White Phial? It's the pinnacle of our craft, boy. His voice was edged with indignation, the passion of someone who had spent a lifetime in search of something unattainable. Eric couldn't help the slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The old necromancer's arrogance bubbled beneath the surface, amused by Newlian's conviction. Curel may have created the White Phial, Eric said with a casual shrug, but my skills in alchemy aren't any worse than his. So why should I be chasing after his relic like some desperate apprentice? Newlian's eyes widened, his expression somewhere between offense and confusion. Eric pressed on, unbothered. Sure, it would be nice to have. But I won't go out of my way to retrieve it unless there's nothing better to do. If I focus on alchemy, I could achieve even more than he ever did. However, I simply chose to use my time pursuing other fields. It was the truth, or at least a truth that Eric had come to accept after merging with the memories of the old necromancer. Curel had been a genius, no doubt a mortal man who achieved the pinnacle of alchemy, creating something from nothing. But the old necromancer, through centuries of body swapping and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, had mastered the same art despite having a lesser talent for alchemy. His craft had been honed over millennia, making the White Phial seem less than impressive than it would be for someone like the old Altmer. Newlian winced slightly, his pride clearly wounded by Eric's dismissive tone. You certainly are arrogant, he muttered. Unfortunately, I can't grasp the depth of your skill, nor master Curel mills, so I can't really refute you. Eric laughed, a genuine chuckle that seemed to catch Nurlian off guard. Arrogant, maybe, but not without cause. He leaned casually against the alchemy table, the smugness gone from his expression, replaced by a calm confidence. I'll tell you what. If you want the white phial that badly, I'll tell you where you can find it. I'll even give you the gold to hire mercenaries to retrieve it. Nurlian's eyes widened, suspicion mixing with a glimmer of hope. You know where it is. Eric smiled faintly, leaning closer as if sharing a secret. Of course I do, and I can even tell you where it is. But there's a catch. Sharp-tongued Kaji at number 15. Eric strolled out of Windhelm, the frigid air biting at his skin, though he barely felt it. The crunch of snow beneath his boots was a familiar sound by now. Windhelm's great stone bridge stretched out before him, its ancient architecture rugged against the morning mist that hung over the icy river below. Jerry trotted behind him, the corgi's fur matted with snowflakes, his eyes wide and full of curiosity as he sniffed at everything in sight. Eric's mind drifted to his earlier conversation with Nurlian. It had been an easy bargain, really nothing overly complex or deceitful. He had simply told the old Altmer about the white phial's location, a piece of knowledge that had come from playing the game. In truth, he hardly needed the phial, but the prospect of claiming it without lifting a finger appealed to him. As for the gold, he had provided Nurlian with 2,500 septims, a small fortune for most, though mere pocket change for someone like him. Naturally, Nurlian hadn't needed the money, but Eric had insisted, using it as a way to assert his ownership over the phial. That was the real motive behind his generosity. In exchange for Nurlian doing all the work brewing the alchemical mixture needed to access the tomb and sending mercenaries to retrieve the artifact from its resting place, Eric would return at a later date to claim it once the old elf had time to study it. He knew well enough how obsessive Nurlian was about the white phial, how the old Altmer had spent decades chasing its legend. Eric had used that obsession to his advantage. Nurlian was blinded by his thirst for knowledge, and in that blindness, Eric knew the alchemist would do all the heavy lifting to retrieve the damaged artifact. As far as Nurlian was concerned, the phial was priceless, a once-in-a-lifetime discovery that would cement his place in the annals of alchemical history. He was already old, and beyond studying it, the phial would hold little value to him. And if Nurlian were to try and renege on the deal? Run off with the phial to claim it for himself? Eric smirked at the thought. He didn't care. The phial would be a convenient trinket, yes, but not essential to his plans. All it would do is save him the effort of brewing stamina potions, and given the sheer volume of potions he consumed daily, from stamina and magicar restoratives to cold resistance elixirs, that convenience was hardly worth a fight. In other words, he was simply throwing his net into a river. If a fish was caught, then he'd have an extra dish for his dinner, if not, he still had other things to eat. He reached the end of the bridge and paused, his eyes drifting toward the horizon. A distant snowy peak loomed in the distance, its jagged outline cutting through the pale sky. Eric's expression turned thoughtful as he gazed at the mountain. That place. He recognized it. A spark of memory flickered through his mind, a quest, something buried in the game's lore. Boethia is calling. It would be triggered by either reading the right book or by visiting that very mountain he now stared at. The thought of Boethia, the Daedric prince of deceit and treachery, made him pause. The old necromancer had dealt with Daedra more times than he cared to count. Malag Bal, Clavicus Vile, even Herson, he had struck bargains with them all, gaining power, knowledge, and cursed trinkets in exchange for services that were often far more costly than they first appeared. The first two, especially, were notorious for their treachery. Still, the old necromancer had decided to retaliate, and both Daedric princes had to his act of defiance. The two were instrumental in his eventual downfall centuries ago, their followers among the many who had besieged his stronghold in the end. Even now, Eric could feel the echo of those betrayals lingering in his soul, a faint scar of those ill-fated pacts. Malag Bal had tried to twist him into a pawn of domination, while Clavicus Vile had tempted him with promises of ultimate power, only to renege as soon as the price had been paid. The fact that Eric had survived either ordeal, let alone both, was a testament to his cunning. But there were lessons to be learned from that. Never again would he walk blindly into a Daedric trap. Still, despite his deep knowledge of conjuration and his study of the Daedric princes, there were a few he had deliberately kept his distance from. First and foremost was Sheogorath, the mad god. No sane necromancer or anyone, for that matter, would willingly strike a bargain with Sheogorath unless they had no other choice. The Prince of Madness was dangerously unpredictable, his whims and reality often indistinguishable. Eric had no tolerance for such chaos. The memories of those who had once allied themselves with the mad god lingered still, poor souls, their minds shattered beyond repair. Then there was Namara, Daedric prince of decay and repulsion. She was too vile, too extreme, even by Eric's standards. The thought of dealing with the Lady of Rot made his skin crawl. Finally, there were Nocturnal and Boethia, both shrouded in mystery and deception. Nocturnal's allure lay in her silence, her ability to manipulate events without being seen. Boethia, however, was more direct in her treachery, but her schemes were no less subtle. There was precious little information about her true goals, and that was precisely what made her so dangerous. In the first place, it wasn't known whether she schemed to achieve a certain purpose, or if she schemed for the sake of scheming alone. It was her domain, after all. Eric hadn't intended to meddle with Boethia or her cult. He had enough worries, and adding a Daedric prince of betrayal to that list seemed unwise. But now, standing on Windhelm's bridge with the distant peak of her shrine in his sights, he couldn't help but feel tempted. There was power to be gained from Boethia, a relic that could serve him well. The ebony mail armor imbued with her dark magic would grant immense protection while poisoning the enemies of its wearer. It was a prize too valuable to dismiss lightly. Eric sighed, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. The part of him that had been Eric Deathsong urged caution. Boethia's gifts always came with strings attached, strings that could tighten into a noose if he wasn't careful. Yet another part of him, the part that craved power and control, found it hard to resist the lure. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the very least. I'm not even sure if it's possible to get the ebony mail right now. He muttered under his breath. His mind made up for now, he whispered a name into the cold air, a name that carried with it a dark magic of its own. Skidoo. From the shadows, the figure of his undead steed materialized, its form ghostly and silent at first, before solidifying into the imposing black skeletal horse covered in black cloth. Skidoo's hollow eyes glowed faintly, and its breath came out in dark wisps of mist. Jerry, his demonic corgi companion, trotted over and gave a low, excited bark. Eric scooped the small yet powerful creature into his arms, its fur warm and almost comforting against the icy wind. Mounting Skidoo with Jerry nestled at his side, Eric took the reins. To the peak, he whispered, his eyes narrowing on the distant shrine. The mountain loomed tall before Eric, a silent sentinel shrouded in snow and fog. At the foot of its jagged path, a lone figure waited, leaning casually against a boulder. Jerry padded behind Eric, the demonic corgi's usual jauntiness gone, replaced by an alertness that set its dark eyes narrow. Eric, however, paid little mind to Jerry's unease as he approached the figure Acaciate with sharp, golden eyes and a grin that seemed more like a snarl. The Acaciate's fur was a mottled mix of silver and black, sleek and polished, almost like armor. His clothing, a loose-fitting set of robes mixed with leather straps, suggested a traveler, but there was something about him that made Eric wary. The Acaciate stood up straight, greeting Eric with a sweeping bow, though the look in his eyes spoke of anything but subservience. "This one is called Jaazir," the Acaciate purred, his voice smooth but laced with mockery. "A humble servant of Lord Boethia, yes. You are expected, traveler. The ritual begins soon, and Jaazir shall guide you to the shrine. If you can keep up, of course." Eric raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He wasn't expecting to be greeted, much less by Acaciate claiming to serve Boethia. His memories of Boethia's cult didn't mention any guides, let alone sharp-tongued ones, but he wasn't about to reveal his thoughts. For now, he would follow the charade, curious to see where it led. Jerry growled low, clearly displeased, but Eric silenced the creature with a glance. "Lead the way then," he said, his voice calm and detached. Jaazir's grin widened. "Ah, a man of few words. Good. Boethia has no patience for fools who waste her time with idle chatter. Follow, follow, this one knows the way." The Acaciate turned with an easy grace, his tail flicking behind him as he began to climb the narrow path up the mountain. Eric followed, keeping a measured pace, his mind already calculating the possible traps that awaited him. Jerry remained close behind, though its occasional glances toward Jaazir showed the animal's lingering distrust. The path twisted and turned, growing steeper with each step. Sharp rocks jutted out from the snow-covered ground, and the wind howled louder the higher they climbed. Jaazir moved quickly, his footing never faltering despite the treacherous terrain. Every so often, he would glance back at Eric, a glint of mischief in his eyes, as if daring him to stumble. At one point, Jaazir's voice rang out, barely audible over the wind. "Careful here, traveler. The path narrows, and the ice is slick. One wrong step, and you'll be feeding the crows below." Eric's lips twitched into a faint smile. He could sense the trap the Acaciate was trying to set. There was no slick ice, only an illusion meant to disorient him. Instead of reacting, Eric kept his pace steady, his boots crunching through the snow with surety. He passed the supposed hazard without so much as a second glance, all while the Acaciate looked on, his grin faltering for the briefest of moments before he resumed his carefree demeanor. "Ah, you are nimble. Boethia must be watching you closely," Jaazir commented, his voice dripping with false praise. Eric merely nodded, his expression impassive. He had seen through the Acaciate's trick without letting on, and he wasn't surprised by the deception. After all, this was Boethia's domain, a realm of treachery and lies. It was only fitting that her supposed servant would try to play games. What amused Eric most was how little Azir knew about who he was dealing with. They continued upward, the landscape growing more desolate and ominous as they climbed. The air was thin, and the wind had a bite to it that even Eric, with his centuries of experience braving the harshest climates, could feel. Finally, they reached a plateau, and there, beneath the looming statue of Boethia, was the shrine. An open area lay before them, ringed by a crude wooden fence. A fighting ring, Eric noted, with several armed cultists already gathered around it. They stood in silence, their eyes gleaming with barely restrained bloodlust. At the center of the ring, a makeshift platform had been erected, its dark wood stained with old blood. The sight of it brought a sense of familiarity to Eric, though it was strange it differed from what he remembered of Boethia's rituals. Azir stopped at the edge of the plateau, turning to face Eric with a sly smile. Here we are, traveler. Boethia is sacred ground, where only the strong and the cunning are worthy of her favor. But you already knew that, yes? Eric looked around, his eyes scanning the cultists who gathered near the ring. They were all heavily armed, some with blades glinting in the pale light, others with crude axes and maces. Each of them seemed poised, eager for violence. Azir stepped closer, his golden eyes narrowing as he spoke, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. Lord Boethia cares only for those who care for themselves, yes? Only those whose lives are marked by deeds worthy of her notice. To gain her blessing, you must prove yourself not just with your blade, but with your tongue as well. Lethal skill, in all forms, is the only path to her blessing. He gestured toward the ring, where the cultists were already gathering, waiting for the signal to begin. You, traveler, must enter the ring and slay every other warrior there. Only one can emerge victorious, only one will receive Boethia's favor. Eric remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ring. This was not how the ritual had played out in his memories of the quest, not immediately anyway. The Dragonborn would have to sacrifice someone who trusted him before even getting the chance to participate in the ritual. Boethia's calling had never been about mindless slaughter. Something felt off, but he didn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he merely nodded, as if accepting the challenge. Azir's grin returned, satisfied. Good. You understand. Now, prepare yourself. He walked away, passing by a few of the gathered participants, whispering in the ears of several warriors, his words too quiet to catch. The Khajiit made sure not to linger too long near those whose ears he whispered in, nor let out any sign of his schemas, but Eric immediately noticed the way the warriors' eyes shifted, the way they glanced at him, and the way their grips tightened around their weapons. The cultists moved into position, their weapons gleaming in the cold light as they surrounded the ring. 10 in total, but 5 of them had already decided to focus on Eric. Their eyes gleamed with malice, hungry for violence, and the tension in the air thickened, stifling the biting wind. Eric gripped the hilt of his sword, a double-edged straight blade that had seen countless battles across the centuries. He hadn't relied on it much since he left Snowhawk Fortress, choosing to let Skidoo, Heelrith, and Surtur do the heavy lifting. But now, without using magic or summoned undead to rely on, he felt the familiar weight of the blade in his hands. He too wanted to test his own mettle. The first cultist, a brutish Nord wielding a war axe, charged forward with a roar. Eric sidestepped the wild swing, his movements precise and fluid. With a flick of his wrist, his sword slashed across the man's chest, cutting through fur, leather, and flesh as if they were paper. The Nord staggered back, clutching at the wound as blood poured from him, and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. There was no time to rest. The second and third cultists came at him simultaneously, one with a spiked mace, the other with a curved dagger. Eric parried the mace with ease, the force of the impact reverberating up his arm, but he didn't falter. He spun on his heel, his sword slicing cleanly through the dagger wielder's throat in a single, brutal motion. Blood sprayed across the snow, staining it red. The mace wielder roared and swung again, but Eric was already moving. He ducked under the swing, closed the distance between them, and drove his sword through the man's gut. The cultist gasped, his eyes wide with shock as Eric twisted the blade before yanking it free. The body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The last 2 cultists in the group of 5 hesitated, realizing their advantage had crumbled in mere moments. One of them, an imperial woman wielding a short sword, glanced at her companion, unsure. Eric gave her no chance to decide. He lunged forward, his blade a blur of silver as it cleaved through the air. The woman barely managed to raise her sword to block, but Eric's strength was overwhelming. Her defense faltered, and Eric drove his sword into her chest, the tip of the blade bursting out from her back. The final cultist, a Reguard man armed with twin scimitars, let out a cry of rage and desperation, attacking with reckless abandon. Eric met his fury with calm efficiency, dodging and parrying with measured precision. The Reguard's attacks grew sloppier with each failed strike, his frustration mounting. With a swift, brutal swing, Eric disarmed him, one scimitar flying from his hand, and with the next stroke, he severed the man's head cleanly from his shoulders. The remaining 5 cultists watched in silence, their earlier confidence eroded by the brutal efficiency with which Eric dispatched their comrades. But they made no move to attack him. Instead, they lunged at one another. Soon enough, a victor among them emerged. Ultimately, he fell as quickly as he rose. Eric wiped the blood from his sword on one of the fallen bodies and stepped out of the ring, his breath calm, his expression unreadable. Zaire, who had been watching from the sidelines, stepped forward with a slow clap. "Ah, such beautiful carnage," he purred, his voice dripping with admiration, though there was an edge to it, as if he had expected something different. "You have earned your audience with Lord Boethia, indeed. Few survive such a trial, let alone with such finesse." Eric slid his sword back into its sheath, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the Caitiate. "Lead the way," he said simply. Zaire's grin returned, though it was sharper now, as if there were daggers hidden behind his teeth. He led Eric up the final stretch of the mountain, the path narrowing as it ascended to the peak. They soon arrived at a small plateau where the statue of Boethia towered above them, casting a long shadow over the snow-covered ground. The statue was that of a Dunmer woman, hooded and coiled in serpents. In one hand, she held a great sword, raised high as though in triumph. Her eyes, though carved from stone, seemed to look down upon those who stood before her with cold disdain. Zaire approached the statue with reverence, though his sharp tongue remained. "Behold, Lord Boethia, in all her glory," he said, bowing low before the figure. "She watches, always. Though it seems, perhaps, that her gaze has yet to fall upon you, traveler. But fear not, Zaire knows how to call for her attention." The Caitiate reached into his robes and produced a small ceremonial dagger. Without hesitation, he slashed his palm open and let the blood drip onto the ground before the statue. His golden eyes flickered with something anticipation, perhaps, or something darker. Blood for the Lady of Treachery. A humble offering to stir her from her silence. But the statue remained dormant, its stone eyes unblinking, its stance unchanged. The wind howled through the peak, but there was no other sign of Boethia's presence. Zaire's expression faltered for the first time, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Strange. It appears Lord Boethia has not yet deemed to grant you her blessing." He straightened, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "But fear not, traveler. This one knows another way to capture her attention. Boethia does not ignore true devotion." Zaire gestured to a small pillar at the foot of the statue, surrounded by ancient, weathered writing in Daedric script. The pillar was plain, save for the strange glow that seemed to emanate from its surface. "Touch the pillar," Zaire instructed, his voice low and coaxing. "Offer your respects to Boethia. Touch the pillar, and this one will do the rest." Cloaked in darkness number 16. Eric stood before the pillar, his hand hovering just above its surface. He could feel the faint hum of power radiating from the ancient stone, its Daedric script glowing faintly beneath the snow-dusted runes. The wind howled through the peaks of the mountain, biting at his skin, but his attention remained solely on Zaire, who watched him with eager anticipation. The Caitiate's golden eyes gleamed, the flicker of triumph barely concealed behind his sharp smile. Zaire believed the trap was set, that Eric would touch the pillar and seal his own fate. It was all too predictable the way Zaire's words dripped with false reverence, the subtle tension in his posture as he awaited the inevitable moment. But Eric wasn't as naive as Zaire assumed. He could see through the charade the subtle shifts in the Caitiate's expression, the way his tail flicked impatiently behind him, the faint twitch in his whiskers that betrayed his hidden malice. Eric had tens of centuries worth of experience alongside his knowledge from playing the game. He knew exactly how the ritual of sacrifice was meant to be started and that Boethia's devotees were all the same in the end, treacherous, scheming, and entirely too confident in their own deceptions. "Touch the pillar," Zaire purred, his voice sweet as poisoned honey. "Offer your devotion to Boethia, and let her power flow through you." Eric smiled faintly, the corners of his lips curling just enough to give the appearance of trust. "You're right," he said, his voice smooth. "Boethia demands more than just words. True devotion must be shown through action. But tell me, how exactly does it work?" Zaire's ears perked up slightly, his eyes narrowing in suspicion for a brief moment before he quickly masked it with a smug grin. "Ah, a wise question, yes. The pillar, it binds those who are worthy. Only those who offer their trust and their life to Boethia are rewarded. But fear not, this one knows the way. All you must do is place your hand upon the stone." Eric nodded, pretending to consider the words. "It sounds complicated. But before I commit myself entirely, I want to be sure I understand. I mean, you've done this before, haven't you, Zaire?" The Caitiate's grin faltered, just slightly, but he recovered quickly. Of course, of course. This one has guided many to Boethia's blessing." Eric feigned a look of admiration, leaning in just a little. "Then show me how it's done. You've guided me well, Zaire, and it would be an honor to learn from someone so experienced." Jair hesitated, his eyes narrowing again as if searching for any sign of deceit. But Eric's expression was perfect, open, trusting, exactly what the Khajiit expected. After all, Jair was convinced Eric had no idea what lay in store for him. Finally, Jair chuckled, his confidence returning. Ah, this one sees. You wish to learn by example, yes? Very well. He stepped closer to the pillar, placing his hand on the ancient stone as he channeled his mana into it. See? It is simple. You must trust in Boethia as well, as this one does. Eric's smile grew just a fraction, though his eyes remained cold. Thank you, Jair, he said, his voice low and almost reverent. Now, trust in Boethia as I trust in you. As soon as the words left Eric's lips, the pillar began to glow with a fierce, unnatural light. Jair's eyes widened in shock as the power surged through him, his body freezing in place. His mouth opened to speak, but no words came out, his limbs locked by the force of the magic binding him to the pillar. For a brief moment, confusion flashed across the Khajiit's face. He hadn't expected this, he had thought Eric would be the one ensnared, not him. But the truth had been hidden from Jair all along. Eric stood before the pillar, aware of the delicate balance between the two conditions necessary to activate its dark power. The first, one should be fully intent on sacrificing the other. The second, the victim had to trust, without reservation, that they would not be harmed by the other party. In this situation, Eric held the absolute advantage. He knew full well that Jair, the Khajiit, intended to sacrifice him. But the Khajiit, too confident in his own cleverness, remained blissfully unaware that Eric had already seen through the ruse. Jair's overconfidence had sealed his fate. Nearby, Jerry, the demonic corgi, had been observing silently but now let out an excited growl. The air was thick with anticipation as Eric reached for his sword, and Jerry's eyes gleamed with eager energy, his tail wagging furiously. He could sense what was coming. Jair, on the other hand, stood frozen, unable to speak, unable to move, his once sharp eyes now filled with desperation and mounting panic. He silently pleaded with Eric, his golden eyes widening in imploring terror, but it was far too late. Eric's expression remained cold, devoid of pity. Without hesitation, Eric drove the tip of his double-edged sword straight into the Khajiit's heart. Jair's body jerked as the blade pierced his chest, but he could do nothing to resist. Eric stepped back, watching with detached interest as the Khajiit's vitality began to drain into the pillar, leaving him nothing more than a withering husk. Around the altar, Jerry began to run in circles, barking excitedly as if celebrating the grim spectacle. His frenzied barks echoed off the cold stone walls of the shrine, adding a strange and almost joyous contrast to the scene. Eric couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Boethia teaches treachery, he muttered under his breath, but it's something that resides in the hearts of every man, mare, and beast alike. If you're guarded enough, not even Boethra can ensnare you in his schemes. The Khajiit's body finally disintegrated into dust, dissipating in the cold mountain air, and a deep, booming voice echoed within Eric's mind. I thought only the oldest of the Khajiitai would remember that name after the Riddledar reformed the Catmen's religion. Eric's head lifted toward the towering statue of Boethia. The eyes, once dormant, now glowed a deep, menacing red, their gaze piercing through him. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he bowed his head in acknowledgement. I greet Boethra, warrior of the East and West. As he straightened, Eric couldn't help but muse silently to himself. Most wouldn't have known of Boethra, the ancient Khajiitai aspect of Boethia, but I am not like most. In his long life, the old Necromancer had spent centuries studying the Daedric princes, their aspects, and their lore. His vast knowledge of the Daedra was born from hard-earned experience, especially after a particularly costly bargain with Clavicus Vile. Eric's understanding of Daedric trickery far surpassed even that of many who called themselves devotees of the Daedra, and certainly that of the vigilants of Stendar, who prided themselves on purging Daedric worship from Tamriel. He didn't recognize Boethra at first, as the Khajiit had long since stopped worshipping Boethia long ago. However, Jair matched Boethra's lore almost perfectly, his sharp tongue, and the way he looked and carried himself, all pieces of a puzzle that eventually fell into place. A simple trick like this, even if performed by Boethra herself, wouldn't be enough to deceive him. But Eric knew this was merely a test. If Boethia had truly desired to ensnare him, she wouldn't have revealed her hand so easily. There would have been layers to the deception, deeper twists he might not have noticed until it was far too late. Then again, this might just be another layer in her schemes. As the glow in the statue's eyes intensified, Eric stood his ground, his smile unwavering. He had passed the test. Now, it was time to see what Boethia or Boethra had planned for him next. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the air, vibrating with an unsettling amusement. You've not failed to amuse me, Boethia's voice purred. You've proven both the might of your arm and the sharpness of your tongue. So, tell me, mortal, what is it you desire? Eric didn't hesitate. His voice was calm, direct. The ebony mail. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air before Boethia chuckled, a sound rich with mirth. Not my favor or blessing, but merely an artifact. There was a teasing edge to her words, as though she found his request quaint. Eric raised an eyebrow at that, his tone dry. If Lady Boethia is feeling particularly generous, I'd appreciate knowing why I was tested so. Boethia's laugh lingered in the air, soft yet dangerous. Amusement, she replied simply. I wanted to see if watching you up close would be worth my time. A Neutre Almer like you should be more interesting than most of the dreary souls wandering this world. If you had proven boring, we would not be having this conversation. Eric's frown deepened, his mind catching on the word she used. Neutre Almer. He repeated, his voice sharp with surprise. Boethia's voice curled with amusement, savoring the moment. Ah, did you think it would go unnoticed? She taunted. None of the Daedra would fail to sense a foreign soul one torn from its proper place and forcefully thrown into this realm. You landed in Mundus like a crack of thunder, mortal. Even the Dre, weak as they are, sensed your arrival. She chuckled again, her voice echoing off the stone. Though unlike us, they are powerless to interfere in Tamriel's affairs. Eric sighed, the weight of her revelation settling on him like a heavy cloak. He had suspected that something like this might happen, but hearing it confirmed by one of the Daedric princes themselves was another matter. I suppose I should have expected as much, he muttered, his eyes drifting to the sacrificial altar. He paused for a moment, glancing back up at the statue. So, this was all prepared for me, then? What if I decided I had better things to do with my time? Boethia's response was swift, and tinged with indifference. Then the warriors gathered here would have been sent to hunt you down. Eric let out a low, humorless chuckle. Efficient. Naturally. Boethia's voice carried a tone that implied such tactics were obvious. I do not tolerate such insolence. But since you've come willingly, I didn't need to exert myself. There was a pause, and then her voice took on a more contemplative edge. You must know, Neutre Almer, I'm not the only one interested in your sudden appearance, and as such, I must be the first to have my curiosity quenched. Eric's brow furrowed. The other Daedric princes are interested in me too. Oh, yes, Boethia continued, her voice thick with intrigue. Some of my brethren are curious, like I am. Some, like Sanguine or Sheogorath, might simply be entertained by the chaos you bring. But others. Her tone darkened, and the air around Eric seemed to chill. Others have, less pleasant intentions. Malag Bal, in particular, has taken an interest in you. Eric's lips curled into a grim line at the mention of the Daedric Prince of Domination. Of course he has. Boethia seemed to savor the discomfort in his voice. Malag Bal is ever the opportunist. To him, you are a mystery. An anomaly. And he detests what he cannot control. But he is not reckless. He, like the others, doesn't know how or why your soul was brought here, or by whom. That makes him cautious. They won't act against you directly, not without knowing more. But make no mistake, that won't stop him from using his followers to hinder you or worse, eliminate you. Eric crossed his arms, thinking it over. So, while they're interested, they can't just kill me outright. Not yet, Boethia purred. But don't mistake caution for inaction. You may find yourself hunted by forces loyal to Malag Bal or others who are eager to gain his favor. The danger is ever present. He nodded thoughtfully, digesting her words. And you? Should I expect a dagger in the back from you as well? Boethia laughed softly, the sound like silk against a blade. I enjoy a good game of treachery, but no. At least, not until a more amusing mortal comes along. You intrigue me, Neutre Almer. There's no fun in eliminating you so soon. I prefer to watch, to see how your story unfolds. Perhaps you'll amuse me further, or perhaps you'll fall victim to one of my rival's schemes. Her voice dropped, becoming almost intimate. But if you bore me, Eric Death Song, I may have to reconsider. Eric couldn't help but smirk at her words. I'll do my best to keep things interesting, then. See that you do. The eyes of Boethia's statue flared brighter for a moment, her power palpable. Now, about your request. Her tone shifted, becoming almost lazy, as though toying with him. You desire the ebony mail. A powerful artifact, yes, and one I could give you. There was a pause, as if she were weighing her options. But such a gift comes at a price. Eric's smirk didn't falter. I've always paid my debts. Good, she purred, her voice a velvet threat. Then let us begin the exchange. Eric trudged through the thick snow, adjusting the heavy weight of the ebony mail over his robes. The dark, enchanted armor seemed to meld effortlessly with the black robes he wore beneath it, the intricate ebony greaves and gauntlets completing the ensemble. His black cloak billowed behind him as he moved, the whole outfit giving him a foreboding, almost spectral appearance. He paused at a frozen puddle, glancing down at his reflection. A single eyebrow arched as he inspected himself. The long, dark robes beneath the heavy armor, combined with the blackened metal of the ebony mail, gave him an almost startling resemblance to a Nazgul. He couldn't help but think of the spiked helmets and pauldrons that would complete the image, though he had none. Still, the resemblance was uncanny. Well, it's not the look I was going for, he muttered to himself, tugging the cloak over his shoulder to settle more comfortably. But I suppose it'll do. He certainly wasn't going to go out of his way to change it. The intimidating figure staring back at him in the eyes seemed fitting, in a way. Before he could dwell on his appearance any longer, Jerry came bounding up, darting between Eric's legs and leaping over the puddle. The wolf's weight cracked the ice as he landed, sending shards scattering. Jerry barked in excitement, his breath puffing out in small clouds of steam, utterly unbothered by the cold. Eric sighed, watching the wolf with a tired look. You damned little. You were as quiet as a mouse when you sensed Boethia's presence, and now look at you. Lively all of a sudden. Jerry tilted his head, his blue eyes wide and innocent, as if pretending he hadn't heard a word. Shaking his head, Eric turned to gaze back at the distant peak where Boethia's shrine stood. From here, it was nothing more than a silhouette against the icy horizon, but he could still feel the Daedric Lord's gaze upon him, drilling into the back of his mind. The results of his visit to the shrine had been unexpected, to say the least. He had gone there with the intent of acquiring the ebony mail, but he hadn't truly expected to succeed. Not so easily, at any rate. After all, the armor was supposed to have been granted to Boethia's champion, a warrior destined to rise and fall at the hands of the Dragonborn. In his understanding, that champion would become a bandit, only for the Dragonborn to kill him and claim the ebony mail at Boethia's behest. Yet things had unfolded quite differently. That so-called champion had been slain in the fighting circle beneath the shrine, his body cold and forgotten in the snow. The ritual to choose a champion was meant to take place in a year's time, but Eric's very presence had changed the course of events. Boethia had accelerated the process, amused by his arrival. And now, without needing to hunt down and kill a chosen champion, the ebony mail was his. As for the price he had to pay for such convenience, it was deceptively simple. He merely had to continue being amusing. That was the cost Boethia, the Daedric Prince of Deceit, had demanded. Eric had no reason to doubt her words, yet, he was far too astute to believe that was the full truth. Only a fool would trust Boethia's promises at face value, and Eric prided himself on not being a fool. The Daedric Lord undoubtedly had her own hidden agenda, a deeper price that she would extract sooner or later. It was in her nature, after all. She would discard him the moment someone more entertaining came along. But Eric wasn't concerned with her whims. He knew well enough the game he was playing. As far as amusing mortals went, none would be more amusing to a Daedric Lord than him, besides the Dragonborn whenever they finally appeared. That day, however, was still far off, several years at least. By then, Eric would have no need for the ebony mail, a mere Daedric trinket, to shore up his strength. He would have mended his damaged soul, regained his full power, and discarded the ebony mail long before the Dragonborn sought him out to claim it. If they ever did. As for whatever hidden cost Boethia intended to collect in the meantime, Eric cared even less. As long as it wasn't explicitly named, it was something he could thwart, something he could avoid paying if he deemed it too rich for his taste. Immortal though he may be, he wasn't a gullible one, easily toyed with by the whims of Daedric princes. He was a necromancer with knowledge spanning millennia, and he would remain vigilant. Guarded. Shaking the stray thoughts from his mind, Eric turned his gaze southward. The snowy landscape ahead was beginning to thin, giving way to the barren wastelands of sulphurous pools and dead, charred earth. Riften it is, he muttered under his breath, pulling his cloak tighter against the cold. Jerry barked in response, darting ahead toward the change in scenery, his tail wagging as he led the way through the desolation. Eric followed, his thoughts a swirling mix of anticipation and caution, ever mindful of the road ahead. The mage who isn't number 17. Ela the huntress moved swiftly through the sulphurous wasteland, her breath steady despite the acrid air. Her quarry a hulking, three-eyed troll let out a guttural roar, its breath visible even in the heat of the sulphur pools. She had drawn it from its cave, luring it here to these scorched lands where the heat would sap its strength and fire could aid her. The troll lunged, massive fists pounding into the cracked earth as it charged. Ela danced to the side, her movements fluid and calculated. She knocked an arrow in one smooth motion, loosing it toward the beast's chest. But the troll, more cunning than expected, twisted its body just enough that the arrow embedded itself in its thick arm instead. It snarled in frustration, yanking the arrow free. Ela frowned as she saw the wound heal almost instantly. She loosed another arrow, aiming for its heart this time. The troll raised an arm in defense, the arrow piercing deep into its forearm. Blood dripped, but again, the wound closed before it could weaken the beast. Damn it, she muttered, circling the troll with careful steps, her bow drawn once more. She needed to hit a vital point, heart, throat, or eye, but the creature was surprisingly adept at shielding itself, keeping its vital areas out of reach as it growled and swiped with terrifying strength. Ela nocked another arrow, this time aiming for the troll's eye, hoping to blind it. As she pulled the string back, tension coiling in her arms, she heard a voice cut through the heavy air. "I'll take care of it. Move aside," a calm yet firm voice called out from behind her. Startled but instinctively alert, Ela didn't immediately comply. She glanced back quickly, catching sight of a young man approaching with a measured stride, a strange small dog following behind him with white eyes full of curiosity. His black robe swayed lightly, and an air of control surrounded him, as though he had seen far more than his youthful appearance suggested. His hand rested casually on the hilt of a sword, its dark edge glinting in the dim light of the sulphurous pools. "Now!" the man repeated, sharper this time, his eyes focused entirely on the troll as if he were in complete command of the situation. Trusting her instincts, Ela jumped back, rolling to the side just as the troll bellowed and charged toward her. She barely cleared its wild swing, skidding to a stop a few feet away. The young man, Eric, took her place, stepping into the open ground between her and the enraged troll. Ela, now at a distance, watched warily, bow at the ready, unsure of his intent but intrigued by his calm demeanor in the face of such a brutal foe. Eric turned his hand with a casual flick, and a bottle filled with purple liquid materialized out of thin air. The troll, roaring in fury as it charged, seemed nothing more than a distant concern to him. Without so much as a flinch, Eric tossed the bottle into the air. As it arced above him, he drew his sword in a single fluid motion, shattering the glass mid-flight. Ela, crouched at a distance, narrowed her eyes. The shards of glass fell harmlessly to the ground, but the liquid inside didn't follow. Instead, it hung in the air, hovering and shimmering. Before she could fully process what she was seeing, the liquid began to solidify, freezing rapidly until it took the shape of 4 sharp, glittering ice spikes. With a mere wave of Eric's hand, the frozen projectiles shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, no, faster, like bolts from a ballista. They slammed into the troll with incredible force, sinking deep into its flesh. One embedded itself in its shoulder, another in its thigh, and 2 more punctured its torso. For a moment, the troll staggered, but its natural regeneration kicked in almost immediately, the wounds closing before it had even felt the full impact. Ela frowned, her eyes darting from the troll to Eric. Whatever magic he wielded, it was potent, but would it be enough to stop a creature like this? Her hand tightened around her bowstring as she prepared to act again. But Eric, still calm, lowered his sword with an almost leisurely flourish, his eyes on the troll as if he already knew the outcome of this battle. The troll, undeterred, roared again and lunged forward, its massive fists swinging as it closed the distance between them. Ela's instincts screamed at her to fire to do something, but something about Eric's unflinching posture gave her pause. She held her arrow steady, watching, waiting. The troll's fist came down, inches from Eric's face, but then nothing. The beast froze mid-motion, its eyes bulging in confusion and fury. Its body trembled, muscles locked in place. Ela blinked, confused, until she noticed the veins on its face and arms. They bulged grotesquely, pulsating with a sickly purple hue, spreading from where the ice spikes had struck. Eric, still unhurried, raised his sword, his fingers brushing along its edge. The blade flared to life, engulfed in flame. Without a word, he stepped forward and, with one swift, precise motion, sliced clean through the troll's thick neck. The head fell with a dull thud, the body collapsing soon after, consumed by the sudden surge of flames erupting from within. Ela's eyes widened as the beast's massive form crumbled into ash, the fire searing it away until nothing but charred remains were left. But as quickly as the flames had come, they flickered out, leaving only a smoldering corpse. Eric stood over the remains, his expression calm, almost indifferent. He examined his sword for a moment before shaking his head in mild disappointment. "The metal's no good," he muttered, running his fingers along the cooling blade. "It doesn't hold magicka as well as it should." Ela rose to her feet, lowering her bow as she approached. "That was impressive," she admitted, though there was a trace of skepticism in her voice. Eric glanced at her, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Maybe. But not good enough." Ela chuckled, her sharp eyes still lingering on him. "It looked good enough for me." She paused, taking the chance to give him an inspecting look. Her gaze traveled from his armored form to the ebony sword hanging at his side, then up to his face. She tilted her head slightly. "Are you a mage? If you are, you're certainly nothing like the ones I know." Eric raised an eyebrow, turning fully to face her, intrigued by her observation. The red hair, the ancient Nord armor, the bow slung across her back, it all seemed familiar, but it was the face paint and the piercing, almost glowing grey eyes that finally sealed the connection in his mind. Ela the Huntress, he realized, a prominent member of the Companions. He crossed his arms, adopting a casual stance. "What makes you say that?" Ela's eyes flicked to the ebony armor he wore, clearly heavy and restrictive, especially for someone dabbling in magic. Most mages I know wouldn't be able to buy groceries and armor like that, let alone roam the wilds comfortably. She smirked, her gaze moving to the sword, now sheathed at his side. And they most certainly aren't capable of wielding anything sharper than a butter knife without losing a few fingers. Eric shrugged nonchalantly. Other mages are limited by their arrogance and their disregard for anything that isn't arcane. He said it matter-of-factly, but kept the real reason for his reliance on a sword to himself. There was no need to tell her about his broken soul and how it weakened his magicka pool. It wasn't something he'd discuss with a casual acquaintance, even one as intriguing as Ela the Huntress. Ela looked like she wanted to respond, but before she could, Jerry suddenly lunged toward the troll's charred remains, gnawing at the still smoking corpse. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Isn't that poisoned?" she asked, her voice sharp with concern. Eric frowned slightly, glancing at the wolf before shaking his head. "The mutt's more clever than he looks. He won't eat anything harmful to him." Ela studied Jerry for a moment, impressed by the creature's intelligence, before looking back at Eric. "Interesting companion you've got there." "Interesting companion, eh?" "Same could be said of you," Eric replied with a faint smirk, his eyes briefly flicking toward her bow and armor, before resting back on her face. She smiled slightly, but her expression soon turned serious. "So, what brings you out here, mage who isn't quite a mage?" Eric exhaled, glancing past her toward the snow-covered peaks in the direction of Riften. "Just passing through." His gaze then returned to hers, sharp yet guarded. "And you? What's a companion doing this far south, hunting trolls?" Ela's lips twitched with a hint of a smile. "A hunt's a hunt, regardless of where it takes me." She leaned on her bow slightly, her posture relaxed but not unalert. "And I don't see too many lone travelers who can handle a troll that easily. What's your story?" Eric gave a noncommittal shrug. "I could ask you the same thing. But some stories are better left untold." His eyes glinted with a wry amusement, not offering more than that. Ela chuckled. "Fair enough." She looked at him for another moment, as if weighing whether to press him for more, then let the subject drop. Instead, she glanced over her shoulder toward the path ahead. "I'm headed back to Wicked132 soon." "You?" "Riften," Eric replied. Ela nodded. "Well, safe travels then, mage who isn't quite a mage." She gave him a final smile before picking up the troll's head and turning to leave, though her eyes lingered on him for a beat longer, intrigued by the strange man and his even stranger magic. In the end, she couldn't help but offer. "If you pass by Wicked132, consider visiting Horvaskr. We don't normally recruit mages, but your sword arm seems strong enough." Eric said nothing as he watched her walk away, then turned back to Jerry, who had already consumed an alarmingly large portion of the troll's midsection and was now trotting back toward him, tail wagging. He sighed, running a hand over the corgi's head. "Come on, boy. We've got a long way to go." With one last glance at the troll's remains, Eric adjusted the ebony mail on his shoulders and began walking south, his mind already drifting to what awaited him in Riften. After several days of travel, Eric finally approached the gates of Riften, the worn stone walls of the city looming before him. Jerry padded silently behind him, occasionally glancing at the passing trees as if expecting some hidden danger to leap out. The journey had been mostly uneventful after leaving the sulphurous pools aside from the occasional mud crab skittering out to challenge them. Eric dispatched them with little effort, and now, as they neared the gates, he felt the weight of the city pressing on him. 2 guards stood at the gate, their steel armor slightly worn, the crossed blades emblem of Riften gleaming faintly under the dim sunlight. As Eric made his way toward them, one of the guards stepped forward, a practiced scowl on his face. "Halt! If you want to enter Riften, you'll need to pay the entry toll." Eric paused, raising an eyebrow. His eyes swept over the guard before resting on the other, who shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. With an amused glint in his eyes, Eric crossed his arms and said, as expected of Riften, "I haven't even stepped into the city and I'm already the victim of a shakedown." The 2 guards paled visibly. The one who had spoken raised a hand nervously, glancing around as if someone might overhear. "Damn it! Keep your voice down, stranger. No need to cause a scene. Just, go inside." Eric chuckled softly, his expression unreadable as he stepped closer, his ebony armor shifting slightly as he moved. Now. Just because I've pointed out that it's a shakedown doesn't mean I'm unwilling to donate a few coins to the brave men who keep Riften safe." He reached into a pouch, pulling out a small handful of coins, the clinking sound making both guards exchange wary glances. The second guard, clearly the more cautious of the 2, cleared his throat. "What's the catch? What do you want?" Eric smiled, his tone light but deliberate. "Information. Simple as that." The guards relaxed slightly, though their eyes remained cautious. "What kind of information?" the first guard asked, lowering his voice. Eric slipped the coins into the man's waiting hand, his gaze now sharp and focused. "I want to know the lay of the land." What's happening in Riften these days? The guard weighed the coins for a moment before pocketing them, nodding to his companion. Riften's changed a bit over the years. You'll want to watch your step around the Thieves' Guild. They operate out of the warrens beneath the city. Best stay out of their business unless you've got a death wish. The second guard chimed in, his voice lowering to a near whisper. And don't cross Maven Blackbriar. She runs the city, more or less, and her family's got deep roots in, well, all kinds of dealings. If you value your life, you'll keep your distance. Eric nodded slowly, absorbing the information. The Thieves' Guild, and Maven. Just like I remember. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. What about the docks? Both guards hesitated before the first one replied, Skooma gangs and lizard folk. He spat out. They've been running things down there for a while now. You don't want to get tangled with them either. It's dangerous at worst, unsavory at best. Eric chuckled softly, dropping the last few coins into the guard's hand. Good to know. Keep up the fine work, gentlemen. The guards exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing more as Eric moved past them, Jerry following close at his heels. The gate creaked open, revealing the narrow streets and wooden structures of Riften beyond. As he stepped into the city, the familiar scent of damp wood and cold air hit him, bringing back memories of long nights spent hoarding treasures in the city's homes and the warm glow of hearth fire in his own house, Honeyside. He smiled faintly, walking deeper into the city, his mind already calculating his next move. Eric glanced at the sky, the darkening clouds casting long shadows over Riften. The dim light reflected off the murky waters surrounding the city, and a chill crept into the air as the evening settled in. He hadn't come to Riften just to rest, but whatever business he had would have to wait until tomorrow. For now, he needed a place to gather his thoughts and prepare for what was to come. His eyes landed on a small wooden bridge in the distance, connecting the walkways to Riften's central area, its commercial district, with lanterns flickering in the encroaching dusk. That should be the way to the Bee and the Barb, he mused, recalling the inn's location. Nodding to himself, he began making his way toward it, Jerry silently trailing behind him. He had barely made it halfway across the bridge when a voice cut through the stillness of the evening. I don't know you. You in Riften lookin' for trouble? Eric winced internally at the all-too-familiar greeting. Turning slowly, he saw a man leaning against the wooden pillar of a nearby house, arms crossed over his chest. The man's posture was lazy, but his eyes were sharp, assessing. Maul, Eric mused to himself, recognizing the man instantly. In the game, Maul had been little more than a mouthpiece for the Blackbriars, a thug meant to show that Riften's underworld was firmly under their control. He was simply a storytelling tool, insignificant then, and even more so now. Eric dismissed him with a glance, deciding that indulging the grunt's ego would be a waste of his time. He turned and continued walking without a word, his boots echoing dully against the wooden planks of the bridge. Maul, however, was clearly unused to being ignored. There was a brief moment of stunned silence before Eric heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Hey! Maul barked, his voice thick with anger as he moved to grab Eric's shoulder. Eric's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword, prepared to bash the thug's skull in if need be, but before the situation could escalate, a figure from further along the bridge intervened. Cloaked and silent, the figure raised a hand, a simple gesture, but one that spoke volumes. Maul froze in his tracks. His expression shifted from fury to immediate compliance. Without another word, he backed away, his gaze briefly flickering to the cloaked figure before settling on the ground as he stepped back. Eric raised an eyebrow but didn't slow his pace. Whoever the cloaked figure was, they had clearly earned Maul's respect or fear. But it didn't matter. He had no interest in involving himself with the likes of Maul or whoever controlled him. He pressed forward, his gaze fixed on the Bee and the Barb ahead. The sound of Maul's retreating footsteps faded, but Eric could sense the cloaked figure following him, their presence a silent shadow trailing behind. Even as Eric stepped past them, the figure didn't speak or make any further gestures, merely keeping pace from a safe distance. Eric, uninterested in their motives for now, continued his steady march toward the inn, ready to call it a night. Whatever Riften had in store for him, it could wait until morning. The door to the Bee and the Barb creaked open, and Eric stepped inside, leaving the city streets and its shadows behind for now. Nocturnal's Curse number 18. The Bee and the Barb was alive with activity despite the early hour. The warm glow of the hearth reflected off the polished wooden walls, the logs stacked tightly to form the inn's sturdy structure. The faint scent of pine mixed with the aroma of roasting meats and fresh bread. Patrons sat at rough-hewn tables, their chatter filling the air in a lively hum. The wooden beams overhead creaked now and then, a constant reminder of the building's age, yet it added to the charm rather than detracted from it. Riften was a rough city, but within the inn's walls, the atmosphere was welcoming if not for the occasional furtive glance from someone in the shadows. Eric sat at one of the larger tables, his breakfast laid before him a plate of smoked salmon, fresh from Lake Onric, with a side of scrambled eggs, a thick slice of hearty bread, and a wedge of goat cheese. Beside him on the floor, Jerry, his demonic corgi, gnawed on a chunk of venison. The hound's blue eyes glowed faintly, but he was surprisingly calm, his small form appearing almost harmless if one didn't know better. Eric ate slowly, savoring the simple but rich flavors. The salmon, slightly salty with a hint of smoke, was perfectly complemented by the creamy texture of the goat cheese. As he lifted his tankard of mead to his lips, his gaze flicked casually around the room, landing momentarily on the cloaked figure that had followed him last night. The figure sat at the corner table, watching him intently, but Eric paid him no mind. If they wanted something, they would have approached by now. The buzz of conversation continued around him, but Eric remained in his own world until Kirova, the Argonian CO owner of the inn, approached to clear his plate. Her scales caught the light as she smiled, her voice smooth yet firm. "Breakfast good, stranger?" Eric gave a curt nod. "Better than I expected." "Thanks." Kirova nodded back, her tail flicking behind her as she took the plate and moved away. Eric stood, adjusting his cloak and giving Jerry a slight nudge to get him moving. But before he could take a step toward the door, the cloaked figure rose and approached swiftly, cutting off his path. The moment the figure stood, the atmosphere in the inn shifted. The bard by the hearth began to strum his lute with exaggerated enthusiasm, launching into a boisterous rendition of Ragnar the Red. The patrons responded in kind, their once muted conversations growing into a cacophony of loud voices and laughter. Eric raised an eyebrow at the sudden increase in volume, realizing the distraction had been orchestrated. He turned to face the hooded figure directly, his voice low but clear. "I was wondering when you'd approach me," he said, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Seeing as you had the decency to wait until I finished my meal, I suppose I can give you a couple of minutes of my time." The figure chuckled softly, the sound barely audible over the noise of the inn. With a slow, deliberate motion, he reached up and pulled back his hood, revealing a sharp, angular face with striking green eyes. His long red hair fell past his shoulders, and a light beard framed his jawline. The black leather armor beneath his cloak marked him as someone who moved through the shadows with ease. Eric's eyes narrowed slightly as recognition dawned. Brynjolf. He knew that face well, along with the reputation that came with it. A member of the Thieves' Guild, one of the more prominent ones, in fact. Eric crossed his arms, his expression calm but alert. "So," Eric said, his voice low but firm. "What does a member of the Thieves' Guild want with me?" Brynjolf's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Straight to the point." "I like that," he said. "But trust me, lad, it's more than just a simple request. I reckon we might have some mutual interests." Eric's gaze remained locked on Brynjolf, waiting to hear more, his mind already calculating the possible angles. Whatever the Thieves' Guild wanted from him, he knew it wouldn't be straightforward, but then, nothing in Riften ever was. Brynjolf leaned forward, hands clasped on the table, his piercing green eyes fixed on Eric. "I've got an offer for you, lad," he began, his voice low but clear, "for a fellow walking the same path." Eric arched an eyebrow, confused. "Same path? What path is that?" Brynjolf chuckled softly, shaking his head. "There's no need to pretend, friend. Only a seasoned thief could move the way you do, especially wearing armor like that." He motioned to Eric's ebony mail. "And the way you handled that little shakedown with the guards outside, well, that was enough for me to take notice." Eric couldn't help but sigh internally. He should have expected something like this. The ebony mail, a relic of the Daedric Prince Boethia, had many properties beyond its formidable defenses. One of those was its ability to muffle the wearer's movements, making Eric near silent when walking, even in heavy armor. But Brynjolf had clearly mistaken this magical effect for Eric's personal skill. Waving his hand dismissively, Eric replied, "You're mistaken. I'm no thief, nor am I anything of the sort." Brynjolf frowned slightly, his fingers drumming on the table. "Not a thief, eh?" His tone became more curious than accusatory. "Then what? Are you part of the Dark Brotherhood?" Eric exhaled sharply, exasperation clear in his eyes. "The Dark Brotherhood? How in oblivion did you come to that conclusion?" Brynjolf leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as he studied Eric with an appraising look. "I've got my sources, lad. You've been seen in Morthal and Windhelm. And, wouldn't you know it, some strange things happened shortly after you passed through. A wench disappeared in Morthal, and then that fire at Calixto's shop in Windhelm took the old man's life." Eric's eyes widened momentarily, caught off guard by the information. He quickly gathered his composure, though his mind raced. The Thieves' Guild was much more well-connected than it had been in the game, he realized. In Skyrim's timeline, by the time the Dragonborn arrived, the guild had become a shadow of its former self. But now, it seemed, several years before the Dragonborn's appearance, the guild's intelligence network was still sharp, active, and formidable. Brynjolf leaned forward again, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "At first, I thought it was just coincidence. But if you're not a thief, Well, that leaves one obvious answer, doesn't it? You must be an assassin. That would explain a lot of things. Eric fought to keep his expression neutral. The absurdity of Brynjolf's assumption would have been laughable if it weren't actually true. Still, confessing to murder was out of the question. He cleared his throat, choosing his words carefully. An assassin? He said with a dismissive chuckle. No, not quite. I'm a hunter of sorts. Brynjolf's gaze stayed sharp, waiting for more. Eric shook his head, leaning in slightly as if sharing a secret. That wench you mentioned, yes, she did die by my hand. But not without good reason. She was a vampire. Part of a coven planning to turn Morthal into their personal livestock pen. His voice lowered. I made sure to handle it quietly, to avoid panic. But the Jarl knows of my actions. Brynjolf's eyes narrowed, searching Eric's face for any sign of deceit. And what of the fire in Windhelm? He pressed. That wasn't just coincidence, surely. Eric shrugged nonchalantly. Mere happenstance, I'd say. I heard about the fire, same as anyone. Apparently, that shopkeeper had a thing for collecting magical trinkets. Maybe one of them decided it was time to burst into flames. These things happen. For a moment, Brynjolf simply stared, weighing Eric's words. It wasn't clear whether he believed the explanation or not, but Eric didn't particularly care. There was no real evidence to tie him to the incidents, and that was enough. After a beat, Brynjolf leaned back in his chair, the tension in his posture easing slightly. No matter, he said, waving a hand. It's none of my business anyway. I wasn't trying to threaten you, friend. Just wanted to make sure you understood the guild's reach. He smirked, a sly glint in his eye. Rough times or not, our influence stretches across all the 9 holds. Eric regarded him with a passive look, unimpressed by the bravado. Consider me impressed, truly, he said dryly. But the question remains, what exactly do you want from me? Eric's gaze never wavered as Brynjolf began speaking again, the swagger in his tone barely masking the underlying desperation. Remember those hard times I mentioned? Brynjolf leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. We've hit a rough patch ever since our former guild master, well, let's just say he's no longer around. A bit of bad luck here, some misfortune there. None of it seems like much on its own, but when it all happens at once, the guild's seen better days. Eric nodded, not needing further explanation. The Thieves' Guild's downfall wasn't exactly news to him. It aligned with what he remembered from Skyrim. Mercer Frey, the current guild master, had betrayed them, killing the previous master and stealing Nocturnal's skeleton key, only to frame another member of the guild. Nocturnal took offense to the act and decided to punish the Thieves' Guild, gradually stripping the guild of its luck and power. It was only a matter of time before they were reduced to nothing more than petty criminals barely clinging to relevance, even in Riften. Brynjolf continued, cutting through Eric's thoughts. I figured new blood might just be what we need to turn things around, he said, his tone turning more persuasive. And you? You're perfect for the job. If you can move unnoticed, everything else will come naturally. With your skills, we could rebuild. At that, Eric froze, blinking in disbelief. He stared at Brynjolf as if the man had just proposed something utterly preposterous. Then, slowly, a laugh began to bubble up from deep within his chest. It started as a low rumble before erupting into a full, hearty laugh that echoed through the inn, drawing curious glances from the patrons. Brynjolf's expression twisted into one of confusion, then frustration, as Eric's laughter continued unabated. What's so damned funny, lad? Brynjolf asked, his voice clipped with barely concealed irritation. Eric finally composed himself, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, still chuckling softly. You want me, to join the Thieves' Guild? To become a thief, skulking around in the dark to snatch some coins and trinkets? He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest, a bemused grin still tugging at his lips. Now that's the funniest thing I've heard in many years. Brynjolf's scowl deepened, his patience clearly wearing thin. I wasn't trying to entertain you, friend. I was serious. Eric met Brynjolf's gaze with a firm shake of his head. The thought of slinking around as a petty criminal was almost offensive. Not in your lifetime, friend. There was a flicker of something dark in Eric's eyes as he said it, the weight of the old necromancer's memories past surfacing for just a moment. He had spent a lifetime dealing with matters far more grave than stealing coins and trinkets. If the lingering psyche of the ancient necromancer gnawing at the back of his mind had any say, he would have burned Brynjolf to ashes right then and there for even suggesting it. But instead, Eric took a slow breath, letting that thought fade. Brynjolf was silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he studied Eric. You laugh now, he said, his tone hardening. But we're not just thieves. We're a brotherhood. And there's power in what we do, more than you might think. Eric gave him a sidelong glance, the humor gone from his face. I don't need power from shadows and whispered deals. I walk a different path, one that doesn't involve your sneaking around and pickpocketing some idiots on the side of the road. Brynjolf, still looking displeased, stood up from the table, clearly not used to being refused. Suit yourself, he muttered, preparing to leave. But don't come crying to me when you need friends in low places. Eric's smile widened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Wait, don't leave just yet, he said, raising his hand casually. He didn't need much effort, just a subtle flicker of mana flowing through his fingertips as he cast a weight alteration spell on Brynjolf. The change was instantaneous. Brynjolf, who had been halfway out of his seat, was yanked back down as if invisible hands had pushed him into place. His expression paled, shock and outrage mixing together, though he kept his voice measured. Do you even understand what you're doing? His voice was tense, the words bitten off with forced restraint. To who? And where? Eric waved a hand dismissively, as if Brynjolf's outrage were a minor inconvenience. No need for all that anger. He leaned forward, the gleam in his eyes betraying his amusement. I may not be interested in joining your merry band of scoundrels, he paused, chuckling softly, letting the laughter linger in his voice before continuing, but I am more than capable of helping you solve your problem. Brynjolf's frown deepened, suspicion clouding his features. And how exactly do you plan to do that? His voice was laced with both doubt and curiosity, as though part of him couldn't help but wonder what Eric knew that he didn't. Eric's smile turned almost predatory. It's quite simple, really, he said, leaning back in his chair, as if the weight of the conversation was now in his hands. I'll help you understand why you're in this situation. He let his words trail off, feigning thoughtfulness, drawing out the tension. You mentioned your guild's been having a streak of bad luck, right? Eric's tone was casual, but the sharpness in his eyes showed he was far from indifferent. I'd wager it's things like, oh, a cloud moving at just the wrong moment, casting light on a thief trying to hide in the shadows, or maybe a brand new floorboard creaking just as one of your men is about to make their getaway, blowing their cover. His smile widened as he continued. Small coincidences, seemingly insignificant, but enough to ruin an entire mission. Brynjolf's eyes narrowed, his lips pressing into a thin line. It's as you say. He admitted grudgingly, but his suspicion hadn't faded. But how could you possibly help with something like that? Luck's just superstition. A thief survives on skill, nothing else. Eric chuckled, shaking his head as if Brynjolf's words were those of a child clinging to a comforting lie. Think about it, Brynjolf. One or two of these things happening. Sure, you can chalk that up to coincidence. But all of them? Time and time again, over and over? These small accidents piling up to ruin your operations. Brynjolf was silent for a moment, his frown deepening, but Eric could see the gears turning in his mind. Lucky breaks and misfortunes happen to everyone, Eric continued, his tone dropping into something more serious. But when they stack up like this, it's not just bad luck. It's a pattern. And patterns like these aren't born of coincidence. Luck isn't some idle superstition, it's as real as the wind or the rain. And for a thief, more than anyone else, it's a fact of life. It's something that can make or break you. Brynjolf shifted in his seat, his expression still skeptical, though the doubt in his eyes had softened slightly. You're saying someone's controlling our luck? Eric leaned back in his chair, folding his arms with a knowing look. Yes. Your guild's misfortunes aren't just random chance, he said, his tone matter of fact. Someone is controlling your luck, and you should already know exactly who that someone is. Brynjolf frowned, skepticism still etched into his features. Surely you don't mean nocturnal. His voice was laced with disbelief. That's just an old superstition, as ancient as the Thieves' Guild itself. Eric let out an exasperated sigh, shaking his head. Let me ask you this. Before your former guild master died, how often did your operations fail due to some ridiculous reason? Something as absurd as, say, a guard getting a stomachache and swapping shifts early, ruining your entire plan. Brynjolf stared at him for a moment before shaking his head slowly. I don't remember anything like that ever happening before his death. Exactly, Eric said, leaning forward, his eyes sharp. The fact that no minor inconvenience ever ruined one of your operations is even stranger than the series of unfortunate events you're dealing with now. He paused for emphasis, letting the words sink in. Misfortune happens to everyone, even the best of thieves. Small inconveniences that can wreck a plan are rare, yes, but they should still happen occasionally. It's the absence of those accidents that's abnormal. Brynjolf's face began to change, shifting from skepticism to dawning realization. His eyes widened with a growing sense of horror. So, we were blessed, and now, we're cursed. Deepest Fathoms number 19. Eric strode along the damp and creaking docks of Riften, the soft lapping of Lake Onrika's waters against the pier, a distant murmur beneath his boots. Jerry padded silently beside him, his fur blending into the mist rolling in from the water. Eric's conversation with Brynjolf replayed over and over again in his thoughts, drawing out a deep sigh from his chest. It would have been so simple to tell Brynjolf outright, Mercer Frey killed the old guild master and framed Carla to get his hands on the skeleton key. Eric knew the truth. But the truth, spoken so plainly, would have gotten him nowhere. Brynjolf's blind loyalty to Mercer was more than just personal, it was ingrained, rooted in years of trust and camaraderie. Even more frustrating was Brynjolf's casual dismissal of the supernatural. Luck? Patronage from a Daedric prince? To Brynjolf, such notions were old wives' tales, relics of an older time. Eric had needed subtlety. Guiding Brynjolf into uncovering the truth for himself was a delicate task, but a necessary one. So, Eric had steered the conversation in that direction, letting Brynjolf's own suspicions grow like seeds planted in fertile soil. He hadn't needed to say outright that the guild was cursed, it was enough to point out the series of unfortunate events that had plagued them. When had it all started? With the death of the old guild master. Once that realization sunk in, everything else followed, Eric mused. From there, it had been easy to imply that the old guild master's death was tied to Nocturnal's displeasure. The coincidence was too much to ignore. Eric could see the gears turning in Brynjolf's mind as he pieced it together, the dawning understanding that the former guild master's death, and not just his death, but everything surrounding it, was at the heart of the guild's bad luck. But there was still more left unsaid. Did Nocturnal favor the old guild master in some way? Why punish the Thieves' Guild when the one responsible for his death, Carla, had already been banished? Eric didn't offer answers. He didn't need to. The questions were enough to stir doubt in Brynjolf, enough to push him towards investigating the truth for himself. If all went well, Brynjolf would eventually uncover Mercer's betrayal, exposing him as the fraud and murderer he truly was. Eric chuckled softly to himself, the sound drowned out by the creaking planks underfoot. His plan was in motion, but it was far from over. Planting doubt was only the first step. Eric's efforts had proven successful in the end, but as he walked along the misty docks of Riften, his irritation simmered just beneath the surface. Convincing Brynjolf that luck was no mere superstition had been far more difficult than it should have been. The time spent dragging the thief from skepticism to reluctant belief felt wasted, hours spent explaining what should have been obvious in a world like this. He glanced out over the lake, the calm waters reflecting the moonlight, and muttered under his breath, to dismiss superstition in a world like this. He shook his head in disapproval. The world of Elder Scrolls was nothing short of a magical, unpredictable place, filled with curses, powerful artifacts, and fantastical beings, monsters, gods, and even demons. Almost anything and everything was possible here, yet people like Brynjolf clung to the arrogance of dismissing certain forces, like luck, as mere myth. The irony gnawed at Eric. Even in the real world from which he came, superstitions held sway. They had weight, power. There was no smoke without fire, after all. One particular memory floated to the surface, a tale from the real world, a story from an old village. The people there believed that building houses too close to the shore would incur the wrath of the sea god, resulting in catastrophe. When newcomers arrived, they scoffed at the old ways, dismissing the village's warnings as primitive nonsense. They built a port town right on the water, confident in their modern knowledge and defiance of old traditions. But after only a year, the town was swallowed whole by a tsunami. It wasn't until later that the true cause was revealed. The area was prone to frequent tsunamis, a natural disaster that repeated itself over the centuries. Each time, the waves would wipe out any trace of human settlement on the shore. The ancestors of the village had learned this through bitter experience and, over time, crafted a myth around it. The wrath of the sea god, they called it. A divine punishment, to be avoided at all costs. It wasn't divine wrath, of course. But the myth had served its purpose, protecting generations from disaster. And yet, Eric mused, it was always the arrogance of the new, the ignorance of the present, that led people to dismiss such wisdom. He couldn't help but compare that tale to Brynjolf's stubborn refusal to believe in the power of luck. To dismiss it as superstition was to misunderstand the world they lived in, a world shaped by forces both seen and unseen. A world where Daedric princes like Nocturnal existed and made their wills known through subtle manipulations of fate and fortune. Brynjolf, like the newcomers who ignored the warnings of the villagers, was blind to the undercurrents that governed the reality around him. Eric muttered under his breath, "There's always a lesson to be learned in these old tales, but it has nothing to do with me." He let the thought drift away like the fog rolling off the lake, dismissing the Thieves' Guild from his mind as easily as one brushes away a cobweb. His meeting with Brynjolf had been pure chance, a minor detour on his path. He had no grand plan to embroil himself in the affairs of the guild, nor any desire to entangle himself in their politics. In truth, his actions to expose Mercer Frey had stemmed from nothing more than a petty grudge. He recalled how, during his time playing the game, the guild master had treated his dragonborn character with condescension and disdain. Mercer had always carried himself with a cold, aloof air, as though everyone beneath him was unworthy of even basic respect. Eric had found the man insufferable, and if the opportunity arose to set the wheels in motion that would eventually rid the world of such an eyesore, well, why not? Still, there was something impressive about the guild's ability to track him down. The fact that their intelligence network had noticed him in Morthal, Windhelm, and likely other places, sending descriptions detailed enough for Brynjolf to recognize him on sight, that was no small feat. Eric couldn't help but be intrigued by how quickly they'd zeroed in on him, despite their first meeting being mere coincidence. It spoke of efficiency, resources, and an unsettling level of reach. For all their decline, the Thieves' Guild still had some teeth. He had been amused enough by this realization to plant a little seed of his own. After subtly guiding Brynjolf toward suspecting Mercer, he'd asked for a favor, one to be cashed in at some unspecified point in the future. It wasn't anything Brynjolf needed to worry about now, but Eric was always playing the long game. He had also dangled another offer before him, proposing that if Brynjolf ever found the real culprit behind the guild's misfortunes, Eric might help take care of them in exchange for future favors. It was an idle promise. Of course Mercer Frey wouldn't be so easily exposed, not without time and effort. And Eric had no intention of rushing things. Mercer was a mastermind in his own right, and unraveling his schemes would take time. For now, Eric had more pressing matters to focus on. His true reason for coming to Riften had little to do with the Thieves' Guild. No, his sights were set on a far different target, a certain Argonian whose mind was slowly unraveling, driven to madness by a Dwemer relic. He could already see her his primary reason for coming to Riften. An Argonian woman sat at the end of the pier, obsessively fiddling with something in her hands. A smile crept across Eric's face as he made his way toward her, stepping lightly over the wooden planks until he, too, was seated at the edge of the dock. The woman, from deepest fathoms, cast him a brief, cautious glance before losing interest and returning her focus to the item in her grasp. Eric waited for a moment, letting the soft lapping of water and creaking of the dock fill the silence. Jerry trotted up to join him, sitting by his side with a quiet huff. Only then did Eric speak, breaking the stillness with a calm voice. "You are from deepest fathoms, right?" The Argonian's eyes widened instantly, her fingers tightening protectively around the contraption she held. Her grip was almost possessive as she replied, her voice edged with suspicion. "You, who are you?" Eric turned his gaze toward her and smiled, his eyes darting to the item in her hands. It was unmistakable, a black cube, adorned with metallic circles and glowing red arcane symbols. The lexicon. Just as he had expected. "I'm here to do you a favor," Eric said, his tone gentle but deliberate. "That thing in your hands, it's not something you should have. But you already know that, don't you?" Fathom's eyes widened further, her expression twisting between shock and defiance. Her grip on the lexicon became even more jealous, her knuckles turning pale beneath her scales. "If it's not something I should have, then why did Roots, Brennan, and Bria all die for it?" She hissed, her voice full of grief and fury. "I will not relinquish it. Not until I've unveiled its secrets." Eric raised an eyebrow at her outburst, intrigued by her desperation. In the game, she had been a broken woman, crazed and pleading with the Dragonborn to take the lexicon from her, as though it were a cursed object she no longer wished to bear. But here she was, defiant, driven by obsession. It seemed the lexicon wasn't in her possession for long. Without a word, he turned his gaze away from her, casually picking up Jerry and placing the corgi on his lap. He stroked the dog's head thoughtfully before speaking again, his voice calm and measured. "And what will you do with its secrets, anyway?" From deepest fathoms froze at his words, her breath catching. "This device," Eric continued, gesturing toward the lexicon, "it's no ordinary artifact. It records the memories of countless Dwemer generations of knowledge, all encoded in that cube. It's like a book, but written in a language you could never hope to understand." He let out a soft chuckle, glancing at the intricate patterns etched across the lexicon's surface. "Even if you could decipher it, your head would likely explode from trying to contain that much knowledge." Fathom's grip tightened even further, her body trembling as she looked from Eric to the cube in her hands. Her resolve was faltering, and Eric could see the cracks forming in her obsessive determination. "But," she whispered, her voice wavering, "I can't let it go. Not after everything. Not after what happened to them." Eric sighed, rubbing Jerry's head thoughtfully as he considered how to handle her fragile state. Her attachment to the lexicon had consumed her, just as it had in the game. But here, in this world, he could see the toll it had taken on her much more clearly, the sleepless nights, the haunted look in her eyes. She was on the verge of breaking, and for what? A relic she couldn't hope to understand. "Dwemer isn't something you can just decipher on your own," Eric began, his voice calm and almost fatherly. "Not in this day and age. It's a lost language forgotten by almost everyone. The few who do know it aren't exactly eager to share. You'll only waste your time, and worse, your sanity, trying to unveil its secrets." From deepest fathoms didn't respond right away, her eyes still glued to the lexicon, her hands trembling as she held it. The weight of her friends' deaths clearly weighed heavily on her, but she was trapped in the illusion that understanding the lexicon would somehow make their sacrifices worth it. "And as for your friends?" Eric trailed off, snapping his fingers. A heavy thud echoed beside them as a large chest materialized out of thin air, causing the Argonian to leap back in surprise. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the chest, clearly struggling to process what had just happened. Eric, however, didn't seem fazed by her reaction. He kept his eyes on the lake, speaking as though the sudden appearance of a chest full of gold was the most natural thing in the world. There's more gold in this chest than you, or 100 others like you, could ever need. Enough for you to live the rest of your life in comfort and leisure, he said, his tone casual but laced with intention. Instead of driving yourself mad over the lexicon, it would be wiser to take this gold and compensate the families of your friends. Let them live easier lives. That's how you honor their memory. From deepest fathom stared at him, her resolve visibly crumbling. Her grip on the lexicon faltered, her once defiant posture now slumped with uncertainty. The allure of wealth and the chance to make amends for her friend's death seemed to weigh heavily on her. But, what do you intend to do with the lexicon? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric paused, the question catching him off guard. What did he plan to do with it? In the game, the lexicon's purpose had been relatively simple: return it to Avanchanzel and receive a minor boost to smithing and armor skills. A nice reward, but hardly life-altering. Yet here, in this world where the lines between game mechanics and reality blurred, Eric suspected the lexicon held far more potential and far more danger. He turned his gaze toward the glowing cube in her hands, its arcane symbols pulsing with a strange energy. The Dwemer were a mysterious and ancient race, their technology far beyond the understanding of even the most skilled scholars in Tamriel. Whatever knowledge the lexicon contained, it could very well be more than just a passive buff. It could be the key to something far greater. But for now, he hadn't given it much thought. His goal had always been to retrieve the lexicon, but what came after? That was a question he hadn't yet answered. I haven't decided yet, Eric admitted, his voice softer now. The Dwemer left behind many mysteries, some best left untouched. But this lexicon, it's more than just a trinket. There's power in it, power that shouldn't be left in the hands of just anyone. From deepest fathom swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she stared at the lexicon, torn between her obsession and Eric's reasoning. What I do know, Eric continued, is that holding onto it will only drive you mad. It's not meant for you. And no matter what secrets it holds, they won't bring your friends back. Tears welled up in the Argonian's eyes, her resolve finally shattering under the weight of his words. She let out a shaky breath and slowly extended the lexicon toward Eric, her hands trembling. Take it, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Take it, and do what I couldn't. Eric gently took the lexicon from her, feeling its weight and the strange, ancient energy pulsing within it. He looked down at the cube for a moment before nodding. You made the right choice, he said softly, placing the lexicon into his pack. Your friends can rest easier now. From deepest fathoms didn't respond. She simply sat there, staring at the chest of gold, her mind slowly processing the end of her long, tormenting journey. Eric stood up, Jerry hopping down from his lap and trotting beside him. With one last glance at the Argonian, Eric began walking away, the lexicon now in his possession. As he left the docks behind, his mind wandered. The lexicon was his now, but what secrets did it truly hold? And what would he uncover once he studied it thoroughly? Only time would tell. Riften's Reluctant Wraith number 20. Eric pushed open the heavy door of the Bee and the Barb, the familiar creak echoing through the inn. As he stepped inside, he sighed inwardly, already feeling the weight of the eyes on him. The lively chatter of the patrons died down almost instantly, the warmth of the room turning cold with tension. His fingers twitched at his side, resisting the urge to clench in annoyance as the stares burned into him, but he kept his expression neutral, unfazed. Brynjolf, sitting in his usual shadowed corner near the fire, watched him with a cautious, calculating gaze. The Nord thief's usual swagger was absent, replaced with something more akin to wariness. Eric returned the look briefly but moved on, ignoring the silent question in Brynjolf's eyes. He had no time or patience for another confrontation today. With purposeful strides, he crossed the room, his black boots making soft but deliberate thuds against the wooden floor. The tension in the room thickened with each step he took. Eric made a beeline for the counter, where Kiriva, the inn's Argonian innkeeper, was polishing a mug. She glanced up, her eyes meeting his without the fear or hesitation he saw in the others. Kiriva had seen her share of rough customers, and Eric was just another in a long line, even if his reputation was a bit more ominous than most. I'll have the same room as before, Eric said, his voice low and steady. Send up a meal, anything fresh will do. Kiriva raised an eyebrow but nodded, clearly recognizing the implied need for speed. All right. And for your companion? Eric glanced down at Jerry, who was wagging his tail in anticipation. The corgi let out an excited bark, ears perked and eyes bright, clearly understanding that food was involved. Something chewy for the mutt will do, Eric added with a faint smirk, motioning toward Jerry. Kiriva's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. Of course. Got some fresh mutton, I'll send up for him. Eric placed a few coins on the counter with a subtle clink of metal on wood. Good. Without waiting for more, he turned and headed upstairs, his black cloak trailing behind him. The patrons of the inn had resumed their hushed conversations, but he could feel their eyes following him. It was impossible to ignore the whisper of unease that passed through the room, like the ripple of a breeze through tall grass. Halfway up the stairs, the voices grew louder. He heard fragments of conversation, his name drifting through the air in tense murmurs. Isn't that the guy folk are calling a wraith? Eric's steps faltered for a moment, barely resisting the urge to palm his face. The same one who slaughtered the skooma gang on the docks. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to keep moving. I saw it with my own eyes at the fishery. He just drew his sword, and shadows started swirling around him. Not just shadows, another voice interjected, the man's tone hushed, as if he feared Eric could hear him. They clung to anyone who got too close. I saw it too. Blood everywhere. I can still hear the screams when I close my eyes. A wince crossed Eric's face. He hadn't intended to create such a spectacle in Riften, but it still turned out this way. The skooma gang had been too greedy for their own good, but they hadn't expected someone like him. And with the ebony mail enhancing his abilities, his swordplay had been more lethal than even he had anticipated. The shadows, the power of Boethia had reacted, drawn to the bloodshed and carnage like moths to a flame. Eric hadn't wanted to be noticed. Not like this. But a sword saint's technique combined with the malevolent magic of the ebony mail was hard to hide, leading to the entirety of Riften hearing about the carnage. As Eric reached his room, he pushed the door open with a slow creak, the dim light from the hallway casting a long shadow into the small space. He closed the door behind him, the latch clicking shut with a finality that echoed in the stillness. The weight of the day's events pressed down on him as he made his way to the bed, dropping down heavily on its edge. Jerry padded over and curled up at his feet, but Eric didn't spare the corgi a glance. His mind was elsewhere, lost in the quiet storm that brewed beneath his calm exterior. Reaching to his side, he unsheathed his sword with a metallic rasp, the blade gleaming faintly in the room's dim light, marred only by streaks of dried blood. He set to work, methodically cleaning the weapon, his movements mechanical, almost meditative. The rhythmic strokes of the cloth across the blade helped him focus, but it did little to dull the irritation gnawing at the back of his mind. He hadn't wanted to draw any attention to himself so quickly. Riften was already a powder keg of crime and corruption, and his goal was to slip in and out without making waves. But plans often crumbled under the weight of reality, and tonight had been no different. The skooma gang. They hadn't even waited for him to leave before going after from deepest fathoms. The moment his back was turned, the thugs had descended on her like wolves to a wounded deer, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of the gold he'd handed her in exchange for the lexicon. They hadn't cared who she was, only what she carried. Stupid, Eric thought to himself, sheathing the now clean sword with a sharp click. He wasn't sure if he was more irritated with the thugs or with himself for underestimating their greed and recklessness. He didn't care what happened to Fathoms, whether she lived or died was of no consequence to him. She was just a passerby, one whose expediency expired once he received the lexicon. The gold he gave her meant even less. She could squander it on skooma, throw it into the ratway, or use it to build a new life. None of it mattered to him. But there were some things, principles that could not be ignored. And Eric had never been one to appreciate theft, not of what he had given, no matter how little he cared for the recipient. It was more than just pride, it was the arrogance left over from the old Eric death song, the necromancer who had once seen himself as above the petty concerns of mortals. That arrogance had been tempered over time, but some things didn't die easily. He'd felt compelled to act, and so he had. The thugs hadn't stood a chance. The first had fallen with a single stroke of his blade, barely having time to register the attack before Eric's sword bit through muscle and bone. The others had tried to flee, but it was already too late for them. Eric had cut them down with brutal efficiency, not a flicker of hesitation in his movements. And when it was done, he hadn't stopped there. The rest of the gang, holed up in the nearby warehouse, had been next. Eric had carved through them like a shadow in the night, his sword a whirlwind of death. He hadn't needed to use magic, he'd wanted to avoid that, knowing full well that any display of sorcery would only draw more attention, but even without it, the slaughter had been impossible to miss. The ebony mail had seen to that. The cursed armor had a way of making a spectacle out of violence. With every swing of his blade, the shadows had clung to him, thick and poisonous, tendrils of blackness snaking out to envelop anyone who dared approach. The air had reeked of death and blood, and the docks had echoed with screams that would haunt the nightmares of Riften's citizens for days to come. If it had been just the skooma gang, Eric could have tolerated the situation, an unfortunate mess, but manageable. However, his next source of irritation arrived in the form of an eager apprentice alchemist, a complication he hadn't anticipated. After dealing with the gang at the docks and clearing up the immediate threat, his next stop had been Elgrim's Elixirs, Riften's sole alchemy shop. Eric needed to replenish his dwindling stock of potions and ingredients, nothing unusual, just another routine stop. Or so he had thought. That's when he met Ingun Blackbriar. Elgrim, the aged master alchemist, barely lifted an eyebrow when Eric began his brewing, observing with a casual interest. He complimented Eric's technique, muttering something about how it was unlike anything he'd ever seen before, but didn't press further. His mind seemed too preoccupied with his own work to dwell on Eric's abilities. Ingun, however, was an entirely different matter. The moment Eric began crafting, her attention locked onto him as if he'd cast a magnetizing spell. She hovered over his shoulder, wide-eyed and eager, watching each step of his potion-making process with rapt fascination. Every time he completed a refinement or added an ingredient, she bombarded him with questions, her voice a rapid-fire assault. What was that herb you just added? Is it better to crush it finely or leave it coarse? I've never seen that method used before. How does it affect the potency? Eric answered with a curt nod or the briefest of explanations, his focus more on his task than on the young woman shadowing him. His patience was thin, and while her enthusiasm was innocent enough, it grated on him. He didn't have time for an apprentice's curiosity, not when his mind was already occupied with more important matters, like the lexicon and the growing number of eyes on him in this city. With all the knowledge swirling in his mind from necromancy to alchemy, magic to the arcane arts, someone like Ingun Blackbriar barely registered on his scale of interest. The techniques and refinements he used were far beyond what most wizards or alchemists could grasp, and he knew full well that even the most prideful of Skyrim's master alchemists would abandon their heirs in exchange for a glimpse of what he knew. Elgrim had noticed this, but his apprentice? She was far more affected. Ingun's persistence was, frankly, an annoyance. But it wasn't her enthusiasm alone that troubled Eric, it was her family. The name Blackbriar carried weight in Riften, dangerous weight. Ingun was the daughter of Maven Blackbriar, the most powerful and ruthless woman in the city. She practically owned Riften, and anyone who crossed her or her family was swiftly dealt with. Ingun's growing interest in him was harmless enough for now, but Eric knew the Blackbriars weren't the kind to let such things slide unnoticed. If Maven caught wind that her daughter had become so fascinated by a stranger, especially one with his reputation, there was a chance she might send her goons to sniff around. Or worse, she might take a direct interest herself. It didn't stop Eric from brushing Ingun off, though. Her relentless questions, her wide-eyed admiration, they were distractions, nothing more. He'd dealt with far worse in his time. But now, he'd have to keep an eye on the Blackbriars, just in case. Their reach was long, and their influence even longer, but that didn't mean Eric feared them. If it came down to it, there was little in Riften, no, in all of Skyrim, that could stand against him. Still, it was a complication he didn't need. A minor one in the grand scheme of things, but an irritation nonetheless. Eric had planned to stay in Riften for a few days, at most, to study the lexicon. Now, he had to consider the potential entanglements with the Blackbriars, entanglements that could grow troublesome if Ingun's curiosity developed into something more. He didn't intend to start any unnecessary conflict, but if it came to that, well, the Blackbriars would learn the error of their ways, as others had before. Eric's thoughts about the Blackbriars were abruptly interrupted by a knock on the door. He blinked, shaking off the creeping thoughts of potential complications, and stood up from the bed. He slid his sword back into its sheath, its blade now clean and polished, before making his way to the door. When he opened it, Kiriva, the inn's Argonian proprietor, stood there with a tray of food. She flashed him a polite but cautious smile, setting the tray down without a word. Eric returned the nod. "Thank you," he said simply. "Fresh, as requested." "And something chewy for the mutt," Kiriva replied, her gaze briefly darting to Jerry, who wagged his tail enthusiastically. She left without further conversation, and Eric shut the door behind her. After setting Jerry's meal on the floor, Eric watched as the corgi eagerly attacked it, his tail wagging with excitement. Satisfied that Jerry was content, Eric placed his own meal on the small table near the window. He glanced at the food: bread, cheese, some roast venison, but his appetite was barely there. His mind was already drifting to something else. The lexicon. He reached into his satchel and pulled out the ancient, intricately carved Dwemer artifact, feeling its cold weight in his hand. Its surface was a blend of shimmering metal and dull stone, pulsating faintly as if it were alive. The moment his fingers wrapped around it, a barrage of whispers surged into his mind. Eric stiffened, the sheer force of the voices crashing into him like a tidal wave. They were everywhere at once, loud, jumbled, incomprehensible. Dozens, no, hundreds and thousands of voices speaking all at once in a language too alien for most minds to comprehend. Even Eric, with all his power and experience, felt the disorienting effect as they swirled through his consciousness, each word colliding with the next. It was like being trapped in a storm of thoughts, none of them making any sense. Unnerving, he mused to himself, marveling at the chaotic flood that threatened to drown his mind. Even for someone well versed in the arcane and used to dealing with ancient, dangerous magic, this was disconcerting. How had Fathoms managed to hold on to this thing without losing her sanity? The fact that she'd survived its influence for as long as she had was a testament to her resilience, though perhaps also her obsession. Still, Eric wasn't so easily overwhelmed. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and focused. His will sharpened like the edge of a blade as he directed his magicka into the lexicon, probing it, feeling its ancient power respond to him. He pushed through the cacophony of voices, filtering them out, searching for anything that made sense. Slowly, the whispers began to change. The torrent of voices didn't stop, but they started to fade, one by one, as Eric concentrated. His magicka flared again, sinking deeper into the lexicon, and the chaotic mass of words shifted. He could feel the ancient knowledge stored within, waiting to be unlocked, but it was buried beneath layers of confusion. One by one, the whispers dwindled, their intensity lessening as Eric honed in on a singular thread. It was like plucking a single note out of a symphony of discord. Gradually, the chaos quieted until only one voice remained. It was clear now, distinct. The voice spoke in Dwemerus, the ancient language of the Dwemer, its tone cold, mechanical, as if it had been locked away for centuries, waiting for someone to uncover it. Eric's eyes narrowed in concentration as he listened, translating the words in his mind. The voice spoke of intricate smithing techniques, discussing the process of crafting Dwemer armor and weapons with a level of detail that no living blacksmith could replicate. It described the manipulation of materials ebony, quicksilver, moonstone and how the ancient Dwemer had bent these elements to their will, forging creations of unparalleled strength and durability. As the voice continued, Eric moved swiftly to his pack, retrieving a blank journal and quill. He began writing down everything he heard, his hand moving almost of its own accord as he transcribed the knowledge being funneled into his mind. Each word, each instruction was carefully recorded, piece by piece, until entire paragraphs of ancient technique filled the pages. The lexicon pulsed faintly in his hand, as if recognizing that its secrets were being unraveled. From forge to field number 21. Eric made his way down Riften's narrow streets, heading toward the unmistakable clang of metal against metal. Jerry trotted alongside him, the corgi's ears perking up at every sound of the bustling city. The smoke of forges and the tang of molten metal filled the air as they approached the Scorched Hammer, Riften's resident smithy. The owner, Ballimund, was hard at work, his muscular arms glistening with sweat as he hammered away at a horseshoe. The forge's fire roared behind him, though it was weaker than usual, its once roaring flames now subdued. Eric approached with purpose, Jerry staying close to his heels. Ballimund looked up, wiping his brow with the back of his arm. "What can I do for you?" He grunted, though his tone was more curious than annoyed. "I need to use your forge," Eric said plainly, eyes briefly scanning the layout of the smithy. "I'll buy the materials, but I need access for a bit." Ballimund raised an eyebrow. "You a smith?" His tone was skeptical, though not dismissive. Eric certainly didn't look like one of the usual blacksmiths in Riften. "Something like that," Eric replied. "I need to practice." Ballimund crossed his arms, clearly intrigued. "Well, practice ain't free, but if you're buying materials, I suppose I can let you use it. Just don't go expecting to work on anything fancy. The forge isn't what it used to be." Eric's gaze flicked to the forge, noticing the lower intensity of the flames. "Why not?" Ballimund sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Ran out of fire salts," he admitted. "Without the forge doesn't burn hot enough for the sturdier stuff. Worked on ebony metal once or twice before, but now." He gestured at the forge with a helpless shrug. Eric nodded. "That won't be an issue. I only intend to work with iron for now." Ballimund eyed him for a moment longer before giving a curt nod. "Suit yourself. The forge is yours, for now. What do you need?" "Iron ingots. Leather strips," Eric said, reaching into his pouch. "Enough for a simple sword." Ballimund moved to the side, retrieving the requested materials with practiced efficiency. "Here you go. And I'll be watching. Just to make sure you don't blow up my forge." A small smirk tugged at the corner of Eric's lips as he handed over the coin. "I'll do my best." He took the ingots and leather to the anvil, laying them out neatly. Ballimund leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching with a curious eye. Jerry, meanwhile, sat by Eric's feet, occasionally looking up at him as if waiting for something interesting to happen. As Eric began to heat the iron in the forge, the first few hammer strikes were rough, his movements not as smooth as the more seasoned smiths. The rhythm was off, the balance of the metal uneven. Ballimund's expression hardened slightly, his skepticism creeping back. But Eric wasn't deterred. With each strike of the hammer, he adjusted his grip, his stance, his timing. The knowledge was there, the techniques locked deep within his mind, relics of a time long forgotten, but his hands were not yet accustomed to the craft. Slowly, the rough edges of his work began to smooth out, and the clang of the hammer grew more precise. Ballimund's brow furrowed as he watched. Eric was improving quickly. Far too quickly for someone who had just started. With each pass of the hammer, each adjustment of the metal, Eric's work transformed. The once shoddy form of the blade began to take shape, the iron bending to his will with increasing finesse. "You've done this before," Ballymun said, more statement than question. Eric didn't reply immediately, focused on his task. His eyes narrowed, sweat beading on his forehead as he hammered out the last imperfections. Maybe once or twice. He finally muttered, his voice distant. Ballymun watched, astonished. The blade was taking the form hilt a simple sword, but crafted with an efficiency and skill that few could muster after so little time. Finally, Eric plunged the sword into the water barrel, steam hissing as the blade cooled. He pulled it out, wrapping the leather strips around the hilt and inspecting his work with a critical eye. It wasn't perfect, but it was far from amateur. Eric reckoned he'd create an iron sword that was infinitely close to perfection if he tried again without much trouble, but there was no need for that. He only needed to apply and absorb what he learned from the lexicon. He wasn't here to show off his skills, after all. Ballymun, though still skeptical, couldn't hide his surprise. Not bad, he admitted, walking over to get a closer look. Could use a bit of refining here and there, but for someone who hasn't spent the past 20 years of his life working a forge, your work is exemplary. Eric nodded but didn't seem satisfied. He raised the blade in front of him, narrowing his eyes as he focused. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of magicka enveloped the sword as he tested its magical conductivity. He summoned a small flame, barely the size of a candle, and directed it toward the blade. For a brief moment, the sword glowed, reacting to the magic. But almost as quickly as it began, the flame sputtered out, extinguished as if snuffed by some unseen force. Eric frowned, nodding to himself. Not good enough, he muttered. I'll need better materials. Ballymun, who had been watching intently, raised an eyebrow. What were you expecting? Iron's not conductive enough for what I need, Eric explained, more to himself than to Ballymun. He placed the sword down on the table, his mind already turning toward the next attempt. Ballymun scratched his head. Well, I don't have ebony, if that's what you're after. You'll need to find fire salts before I can get this forge hot enough for that. I'll take care of that later. Eric turned to leave, Jerry perking up and following him. But before he reached the door, he placed the newly forged sword on the counter. Consider that payment for letting me use the forge. Ballymun stared at the sword for a moment, then nodded, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Not bad. You're welcome to use the forge whenever you need. Just let me know. Eric gave a curt nod. I'll be back tomorrow. With that, he left the scorched hammer, Jerry trotting faithfully by his side, the rhythmic clang of the forge fading behind him as they disappeared into the streets of Riften. Eric hummed the familiar tune of the Dragonborn comes under his breath as he made his way up the rocky, winding path, Jerry trailing dutifully behind him. The sound of his humming mingled with the rustle of the wind through the trees, and the faint echo of his boots on the uneven ground added a rhythmic cadence to his ascent. It was a habit he'd picked up to pass the time on long, silent treks like this. Having finished his early morning practice at Ballymun's forge, Eric felt restless, and so he decided to start exploring the wilderness surrounding Riften. He could only absorb so much knowledge from the lexicon every day without straining his mind, and he did need the combat experience to make himself more familiar with the sword, after all. In the end, no matter how sharp his skills grew or how fine the blades he crafted became, there was only so much progress to be made without real experience. His mind held the memories of the Ansei, the fabled Reguard sword saints, their graceful and lethal techniques ingrained in his memory. Yet, as formidable as he was with their knowledge, he still felt like an impostor, a man imitating greatness rather than embodying it. Every swing, every parry, though executed flawlessly, lacked the depth of personal mastery. To truly claim their skills as his own, he had to fight, bleed, and learn from the chaos of battle. So, he set out into the wilderness of the rift, sword at his side, seeking that elusive experience. There had been wolves more than a few, in fact, and even the occasional bear that had crossed his path. Their savagery was no match for his skill, but still, they offered little in the way of true challenge. Each encounter ended swiftly, leaving him with a gnawing sense of dissatisfaction. But it was still better than stagnating in Riften, where every glance in his direction carried whispers of fear and uncertainty. The townsfolk had begun calling him Wraith after the slaughter at the docks, and while that name didn't bother him, he had no desire to sit idle while the rumors grew. As he climbed higher, the sky began to darken, the sun dipping low on the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched over the rugged terrain. The light was fading quickly, but that was when he saw it, a faint, flickering glow further up the mountain. It cut through the growing darkness like a beacon, a sure sign that people were nearby. People, Eric thought, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It didn't matter who they were. Bandits, Daedric cultists, or just unfortunate souls, none of that mattered to him. What mattered was that they were the kind of people who wouldn't be missed. Perfect for practice. His fingers brushed the hilt of his sword, a calm readiness settling over him as he quickened his pace. Jerry, sensing the shift in his master's mood, stayed close, the corgi's eyes gleaming with excitement. Eric's path twisted up the slope, the terrain growing rockier and more treacherous with each step. The light became clearer now, more distinct firelight, no doubt. The kind of fire that only travelers or brigands would set to ward off the cold mountain air. The closer he got, the sharper his instincts became, the faint sounds of voices carried on the wind. Laughter, rough and guttural, definitely not travelers. Bandits, most likely. With the ebony male cloaking his movements in silence and shadow, Eric crept forward, each step barely a whisper against the rocky terrain. He found himself crouched behind a large boulder, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene before him. The ridge he had stumbled upon was slightly elevated, more of a platform, really, with the cave entrance set into the mountainside, its door a crude assembly of old wood and rusted iron hinges. A pitiful attempt at fortification, Eric thought with a faint sigh. Two bandits stood at the mouth of the cave, warming their hands by the flickering flames of a brazier. They were chatting idly, their guard completely down, unaware of the danger that now watched them from the shadows. Eric's eyes schemed over their sorry state. Their blades were rusted, their armor a ragtag mix of leather and mismatched metal plates. They looked more like scavengers than hardened fighters. It was disappointing, really. Eric had hoped to encounter something more challenging, someone whose skill would push him to refine his swordplay further. But these men? They were barely more than a nuisance. Still, he hadn't come all this way to leave empty-handed. If their abilities weren't enough to hone his blade, he could always harvest their bones for future use in his necromantic pursuits. With a soft sigh of resignation, Eric deactivated the concealing power of the ebony mail, letting the dark shroud that had enveloped him fade away. He stepped into the light cast by the brazier, his tall figure emerging from the shadows. Jerry, trotting at his side, let out a low, eager growl, his small frame practically vibrating with anticipation. The bandits, startled, exchanged confused glances as they noticed the intruder, their hands instinctively going for their weapons. The hell? One of them muttered, squinting through the dim light to make sense of what he was seeing. A man in dark, ancient armor and a dog? His confusion quickly gave way to a snarl. Oi, you lost or something? Wrong place to be wandering, friend. The bandits, though clearly ill-prepared for anything resembling a real fight, didn't hesitate. One of them, a bulky Nord with a shaved head, hefted a two-handed sword from his back and charged at Eric with a wild battle cry, his footfalls heavy against the rocky ground. The other, a thinner, wiry Imperial with twin iron swords, moved toward Jerry with a wicked grin. I'll take care of the mutt. He spat, twirling his blades with a flourish. The Nord charged forward, his face twisted in a scowl as he closed the distance, raising his massive sword high over his head. Eric raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the predictable move, and calmly lifted his own blade to block the incoming strike. Seeing this, the Nord's scowl twisted into a wide grin. I'll split you and that toothpick in your hands with one fell swing. He bellowed, clearly confident in his brute strength. Eric didn't bother responding. As soon as their swords collided, he shifted his stance, taking a measured step to the side and redirecting the Nord's blade with minimal effort. The heavy sword, now off balance, crashed into the ground with a dull thud, sending a small plume of dust into the air. The Nord's grin vanished instantly, replaced by a look of panic as he tried to lift his weapon again. But Eric was quicker, pressing his foot firmly onto the blade, keeping it pinned against the ground. In a situation like this, Eric said coolly, his voice barely above a murmur as he pointed his own sword downward, a competent swordsman would pull back his sword, take a few steps back, and prepare to block or evade depending on the situation. With a swift motion, Eric brought the hilt of his sword up, slamming it into the Nord's chin. The force of the blow sent the man reeling backward, his eyes glazing over as he crumpled to the ground in a heap, his body limp. Eric shook his head, stepping back. But you wouldn't be here if you were any good with that sword, I suppose. He turned his attention to the second bandit, the wiry Imperial, who had charged at Jerry. Eric's eyes narrowed, already calculating his next move, but before he could fully assess the situation, a loud, anguished scream split the air. Eric blinked in surprise and quickly turned to see the Imperial lying on the ground, his legs flailing wildly as he desperately tried to pry Jerry off his crotch. The corgi had sunk his teeth into the softest part of the man's body, viciously thrashing his head from side to side, blood staining the bandit's breeches. The Imperial's face was contorted in agony, his hands trembling as he frantically clawed at Jerry, but the dog was relentless. Eric paused for a moment, suppressing the urge to laugh. The scene was almost absurd. Here was a grown man, a so-called bandit, reduced to a pitiful, squirming mess, completely at the mercy of a corgi, albeit a highly unusual, possible demonic one. The sound of the bandit's screams echoed off the rocky walls, and for a brief second, Eric considered sparing the man just for the entertainment value alone. But then again, the Imperial's fate had already been sealed. Eric approached the squirming Imperial with measured steps, his sword sheathed as he gazed down at the pitiful sight. Blood pooled around the bandit's thrashing legs, the sounds of his whimpers almost drowned out by Jerry's excited panting. Eric's gaze softened for a brief moment as he sighed, tilting his head. As a fellow man, Eric began, his voice devoid of malice, I feel your pain. So, I'll end your misery, at least. Before the Imperial could muster a response, Eric raised his hand, focusing his magicka. A sharp, crimson droplet formed at the tip of his finger, a frozen blood drop. With a swift motion, the shard shot forward, piercing clean through the bandit's skull. The body went limp, a final gurgle escaping his lips before silence filled the clearing once more. Jerry, triumphant, trotted over to Eric, his muzzle stained with blood, tail wagging in anticipation of praise. The little corgi looked up expectantly, his eyes wide and bright. Eric couldn't help but chuckle. Bad boy, Jerry, he scolded lightly, bending down to ruffle the dog's ears. You don't go after a man's balls like that. That's just pure evil. Jerry let out a soft whine, clearly unrepentant, his tail still wagging as though he believed he'd done a fine job. Eric shrugged, smiling wryly. Oh well, who am I to judge anyway? He muttered, patting the corgi's head. Good boy, Jerry. At that, Jerry perked up instantly, his tail whipping back and forth as he barked in excitement. Eric shook his head, amused by the dog's enthusiasm, before turning his attention to the unconscious Nord. Unsheathing his blade once more, Eric knelt beside the prone body and drove the tip of his sword into the man's thigh, just enough to jolt him awake. The Nord let out a sharp gasp, his eyes snapping open, only to find Eric looming over him. Panic set in as the bandit tried to scramble away, but Eric pressed a boot down on his chest, keeping him pinned. Don't bother struggling, Eric said coldly. I have questions. The Nord stared wide-eyed at his captor, fear creeping into his expression as he spotted the dead Imperial lying in the dirt, Jerry still standing by his side, blood covering the dog's snout. Eric followed the Nord's gaze and smirked, wiping the blood from his blade. You saw what happened to your friend, Eric continued, his voice casual yet threatening. Cooperate, and you might get to meet RK with your balls intact. How many people are inside? Who's leading this little operation? The Nord hesitated, but after another glance at the dead Imperial, he swallowed hard and nodded. 3 others, he stammered. Besides our boss. We were just small time, I swear. The leader, he's the one running everything. We just follow orders. Eric raised an eyebrow, looking unimpressed. 3 others, hey? And your boss? If they're all as pitiful as you, it hardly matters if there were 20 of you. Before the Nord could plead further, Eric swiftly plunged his sword through the man's heart, ending his life with a single, clean strike. The bandit's body slumped, lifeless, as Eric stood and sighed in disappointment. Wiping his blade clean on the dead bandit's ragged clothes, Eric mused over the situation. If the bandits inside were on the same level as these two, it would hardly be a challenge. He felt a pang of boredom creeping in, the prospect of a mindless slaughter hardly appealing to him now. Still, he had come this far. Pausing for a moment, Eric's thoughts drifted to Heelrith, the undead skeleton he'd raised with the summoning stones back in Morthal. The memory of the skeleton's swordsmanship during the battle against Muvarth and his coven of vampires flashed through Eric's mind. He couldn't help but wonder, had Heelrith improved since then? Maybe he'll have a good show, after all. Chip of the Oid block number 22. With a snap of Eric's fingers, Heelrith materialized from a swirl of dark energy, his skeletal form now more imposing than ever. His bones, once a dull and decayed black, gleamed in the dim light as though forged from shadow itself. The spectral flame burning within his hollow eye sockets roared with renewed intensity, casting flickering light across his sharpened features. The large shield Heelrith once carried was nowhere to be seen, now, only a massive two-handed sword rested on his back, its length nearly matching his towering frame. As soon as he appeared, Heelrith dropped to one knee before Eric in a display of unwavering loyalty. Eric observed the silent figure for a moment, one eyebrow arching in mild surprise. I see you ditched the shield, Eric muttered with a faint chuckle. How come? Heelrith remained motionless, the hollow void of his eyes fixated on the ground. There was no response, no sign that Heelrith had processed Eric's words beyond the act of kneeling. Eric sighed and shook his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Oh well, he muttered, I guess I overestimated your capacity for learning. With a flick of his wrist, Eric gestured toward the cave entrance, where faint torchlight flickered from within. The wooden door rattled faintly in the evening wind, the muffled voices of bandits heard from inside. Stand up and get in there, Eric commanded, his tone casual but with a sharp edge. Show me if you've made any improvements in your swordsmanship. Heelrith rose instantly, his towering frame straightening as he gripped the hilt of his enormous sword. Without a word, the skeleton turned and made his way toward the cave entrance, his steps unnaturally quiet despite the heavy armor that adorned him. Jerry trotted at Eric's side as they followed behind Heelrith, taking on the role of spectators. The corgi's ears perked up, clearly sensing the impending violence as his small paws padded eagerly along the rocky path. Eric, hands clasped behind his back, hummed a quiet tune under his breath, more curious than anything about how Heelrith would handle this test. The cave was small, consisting of only 2 chambers connected by a narrow passage. In the first chamber, 3 bandits sat around a fire, laughing and sharing stories of their past misdeeds, unaware of the silent storm approaching. Beyond them, deeper in the cave, the bandit leader rested on a crude throne of stone, his figure barely visible from the main chamber. Heelrith did not hesitate. The moment he stepped into the flickering light of the chamber, his sword gleamed with a cold, lethal intent. One of the bandits, noticing the movement, scrambled to his feet, drawing a rusty iron sword. What the? His words were cut short as Heelrith's blade moved with terrifying speed. The first bandit's sword never even left its scabbard before Heelrith's great sword cleaved through his torso with surgical precision. The skeleton moved with fluidity and grace, a stark contrast to the raw, basic swordsmanship he had displayed during the fight with Muvarth. Every swing was calculated, deliberate, and seemingly the product of countless battles. The remaining 2 bandits barely had time to react before Heelrith was upon them. One swung a war axe in a desperate arc, but Heelrith deflected it with a flick of his wrist, sending the axe flying across the room. The bandit barely had time to register his loss of weapon before Heelrith's sword plunged into his chest, piercing through his leather armor as though it were paper. With a swift motion, Heelrith kicked the corpse off his blade, spinning around just in time to face the last bandit. This one was more cautious, circling Heelrith with a pair of daggers in hand, his movements jittery and unpredictable. But Heelrith didn't falter. With a single step forward, he brought his great sword down in a vertical slash, forcing the bandit to dodge. The bandit darted to Heelrith's side, attempting to exploit a supposed opening, but Heelrith anticipated the move. His sword reversed direction mid-swing, sweeping in a wide arc and cutting across the bandit's chest, sending him crumpling to the floor in a pool of blood. Eric watched from the shadows of the cave's entrance, his expression one of mild amusement. Heelrith's improvement was undeniable. Where before he had fought like a mere brute, now his technique showed a level of sophistication that hadn't been there during the battle with Muvarth. Every swing, every block, every calculated strike spoke of a deeper understanding of swordsmanship, a warrior who had honed his craft through endless practice. The fight hadn't lasted long, but it was clear that Heelrith was no longer the mere skeleton warrior Eric had summoned in the past. He was something more, something far deadlier. The sound of footsteps echoed from deeper within the cave as the bandit leader emerged from the second chamber, alerted by the commotion. He was a burly Nord, heavily armored with a steel greatsword resting on his shoulder. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of the fallen bandits and the towering figure of Heelrith standing amidst the carnage. You bastard! The leader roared, charging forward with his sword raised high. Heelrith met him head-on. The bandit leader's first strike was powerful, the kind of swing meant to split a man in 2. But Heelrith caught the blow with his own sword, the 2 blades clashing with a deafening ring of steel. For a moment, they stood locked in a battle of strength, but it quickly became clear who held the upper hand. With a single twist of his blade, Heelrith sent the bandit leader's sword skittering across the stone floor. The leader's eyes widened in terror as Heelrith's sword came down with brutal efficiency, severing his head from his shoulders in one swift motion. Silence fell over the cave once more. Heelrith, his task complete, retrieved the bandit leader's sword from the ground and turned back toward Eric, kneeling once more as he presented the blade as an offering. Eric circled Heelrith, feeling the thick, palpable hum of magicka radiating off his charred, blackened bones. The air around the skeletal warrior shimmered with energy, dark and ancient, making the hair on Eric's arms stand on end. He smirked, folding his arms behind his back as he walked, the light clinking of his boots echoing in the now quiet cave. You've certainly improved your swordsmanship, Eric mused, his tone half compliment, half expectation. He stopped in front of Heelrith, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. But, that shouldn't be all you're capable of now, is it? Heelrith remained as still as a statue, his massive sword resting against the stone floor. For a moment, it seemed as though he hadn't heard Eric at all. But then, above the skeleton's head, a purple magic circle flickered into existence, casting a ghostly glow over the cave walls. The sigils within the circle twisted and pulsed, humming with eerie power as spectral chains began to materialize from its center, glowing faintly with otherworldly light. The chains shot out like snakes, latching onto the corpses of the fallen bandits scattered across the floor. Eric's eyes widened slightly as the bodies began to stir with groans and creaking joints, the sound of death clawing back to life. One by one, the corpses rose unsteadily to their feet, their movements slow and jerky, eyes clouded with the dull fog of undeath. The smell of decay and blood filled the air as the reanimated bandits shuffled forward, coming to a halt behind Heelrith and kneeling in a grotesque parody of servitude. Mass reanimate! Eric murmured, his voice tinged with surprise. It was a powerful spell, one even he could not use not since his soul had been fractured, leaving his mana reserves crippled and unable to fuel such high-level magic. The spell alone was a feat, but what stunned him more was the fact that Heelrith had done it, without command, with such effortless precision. Before Eric could fully process the implications of what had just transpired, a low, rough sound broke through his thoughts, echoing in the cave like the grinding of stone on stone. Fa, there. Eric's eyes snapped back to Heelrith, his expression freezing in place. The sound hadn't come from the cave's walls or some unseen corner, it had come from Heelrith himself. The once mute skeleton now stood, head tilted slightly as the ethereal fire in his eyes flickered, his jaws creaking open once more. Ser. Vance, 4, Fath, Er, the voice rasped. It was rough, gravelly, as though pulled from the depths of the void, and yet there was a strange resonance to it, a hollow, ancient echo that made the words even more unsettling. For a long moment, Eric simply stared, his lips twitching into an amused smile. He couldn't help it, the absurdity, the audacity of this creature calling him father of all things. And yet, in a twisted way, it made sense. After all, Eric had created Heelrith, shaped him, raised him from mere bones into the formidable force that stood before him now. Eric chuckled, his breath misting in the cold air. Father, hey? I suppose I did bring you into this world. He walked over to one of the reanimated corpses, nudging it with the toe of his boot. The bandit, now an empty husk of his former self, swayed slightly but remained kneeling, awaiting further command. Eric wrinkled his nose in mild distaste. Though I have to say, he continued, shaking his head, these zombies aren't exactly useful for much. Slow, clumsy, but I suppose they can make for decent meat shields in a pinch. Not that we need them right now. Heelrith stood silently as Eric spoke, showing no outward reaction. And yet, as if on some unspoken cue, the purple magic circle above his head began to flicker and fade. The spectral chains connecting the corpses to Heelrith dissolved into the air, leaving behind a faint shimmer as the reanimated bodies crumbled into piles of fine, colorful sand. It was as if the very essence of their existence had been erased, leaving nothing behind but tattered clothing and the whisper of magic dissipating into the ether. But just as Eric turned to move on, Jerry darted away from his side, tail wagging excitedly as if he had detected something. The corgi buried his head into one of the dust piles, sniffing fervently, before pulling out a shiny object. Eric raised an eyebrow as he approached, recognizing the item immediately, a darkened crystal, the size of a hand, gleaming with a sinister glow. It was a black soul gem, and from its faint pulse of energy, a filled one at that. Well, Eric muttered, kneeling beside the dust pile and taking the gem from Jerry's jaws. He felt the familiar weight of the gem in his hand, the contained souls within writhing faintly against the confines of the crystal. His eyes narrowed. Curiosity piqued, Eric checked the other piles of dust left by the bandits. To his surprise, he found another filled black soul gem buried in each one. He collected them, turning the gems over in his hands, their eerie glow casting fleeting shadows on the cave walls. He glanced at Heelrith, his mind drifting to the ancient magics that he had used to create the skeleton. Out of all the energies of the Oblivion realms he had infused into Heelrith's bones, it was Malag Bal's influence that resonated the most. Eric couldn't help but sigh, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. You really take after Malag, Eric said, his voice laced with amusement. Gobbling these poor sods down to their souls and leaving nothing behind. Heelrith remained motionless, offering no response, but Eric didn't particularly care for one. The skeleton's silence was to be expected, he was a creature born of Malag's corruption, after all, and this sort of soul harvesting came as naturally as breathing to a mortal. Eric gestured dismissively toward the bandit leader's sword, still clutched in Heelrith's bony hands. Throw that piece of garbage away. I'll send you back to Snowhawk Fortress. Without hesitation, Heelrith began to move, lifting the sword to discard it as commanded. But just as he was about to toss it aside, the blade caught a flicker of light from the lingering flames in the cave, casting an unusual shine across its surface. Eric's eyes sharpened, instantly interjecting. Stop. Heelrith froze, the sword still in his grasp. Eric stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. Let me take a look at that, he said, gesturing for Heelrith to present the weapon. Though silent, the skeletal warrior seemed momentarily puzzled at Eric's sudden change of heart but complied without question, holding the sword out for inspection. Eric took it into his hand, feeling the weight of the weapon as he examined it closely. The blade's surface was dull and weathered from years of use, but now that the flames reflected off it, there was a telltale gleam that Eric recognized immediately. He ran his thumb along the edge, feeling the slight tingling of enchantment woven into the material. Silver, Eric muttered under his breath. He could tell from the texture and sheen that this was no ordinary weapon. Silver, whether pure or plated, was rare enough in Skyrim, and weapons forged from it were usually reserved for hunting vampires, lycanthropes, or the undead. The material was too costly and too specialized for anything else. No regular bandit would carry a weapon like this. If one did, their first instinct would be to sell it. After all, a silver weapon was virtually useless against common enemies, and the coin it could fetch far outweighed its combat value to a lowly bandit. He had decided to leave after exterminating the bandits, deducing he'd find nothing of value or interest in their hideout, but it seems that he'll have to take a good look around before leaving. Bargaining number 23. Walking out of the cave, Eric glanced down at the ebony fragment in his hand. Wrapped tightly in coarse cloth, the dark metal piece was decorated with jagged, intricate lines, hints of something far greater than the fragment he now held. It didn't take a trained eye to see that this sliver of ebony was once part of something far more significant. He turned it over in his palm, studying it closely. This was no ordinary piece of scrap metal. Its identity was unmistakable, a fragment of Wicked132, the legendary battle axe once wielded by Skyrim himself. The decoration on the metal, though faded and worn, still carried the weight of history, a piece of the ancient weapon used by the founder of the Companions. The thought sent a ripple of intrigue through Eric. Wicked132, the famed axe of the Harbinger. This fragment alone explained why the so-called bandit leader had been carrying a silver-bladed sword. The truth was simple enough: the man hadn't been a bandit at all. He was a member of the Silver Hand, the notorious faction of werewolf hunters dedicated to opposing the Companions at every turn. Eric's mind drifted to his recent encounter with Ela the Huntress, her battle with the troll still fresh in his mind. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head at the odd coincidence of crossing paths with the Silver Hand so soon after speaking with her. Slipping the fragment back into the folds of his cloak, he muttered, "Whatever. This might come in handy later." He allowed himself a small smirk. "I could use it to get access to the Skyforge someday, but for now, it's just a chunk of useless metal." As Eric mused over his newfound treasure, Jerry, the ever-watchful corgi, let out a loud bark, his nose buried in the dirt as he sniffed around. Eric looked down at the excited dog, unable to help but chuckle as he shook his head. Right. Let's see if our friends are still waiting at the foot of the mountain," he muttered, more to himself than the dog. Gathering his magicka, Eric closed his eyes for a brief moment, muttering the incantation under his breath, "Detect living." A pulse of energy surged through his body, focusing in his eyes. When he opened them again, his irises glowed a deep crimson, and the world around him shifted. The familiar landscape of rocks and snow was now overlaid with the glowing auras of life, vivid outlines that marked every living creature within range. He scanned the area carefully. Hares and mountain goats scurried around the rocky slopes, their faint auras flickering as they went about their business. But no humanoid auras, no sign of his quarry. The foot of the mountain was eerily devoid of human presence. Eric's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the empty path ahead. Just a short while ago, there had been a group of 5 men tailing him ever since he had left the gates of Riften. Their presence had been far from subtle, always lingering just at the edge of his awareness, a shadow that never strayed too far. And yet, now, nothing. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, momentarily intrigued by their sudden disappearance. He had been tempted to rid himself of their constant shadowing more than once. After all, having someone track his every movement was annoying at best. But he had thought better of it, dismissing the notion just as quickly as it came. Either they were Maven Blackbriar's people, or thieves from the guild, he mused, recalling the unspoken power struggles in Riften. He doubted Maven herself had sent them, but it wouldn't be the first time one of her agents had been overly ambitious. As for the Thieves' Guild, they were slippery, always eager to keep tabs on anyone who might disrupt their delicate balance of power. Still, Eric knew better than to cause unnecessary waves. Disposing of them might draw unwanted attention, he thought, a flicker of amusement crossing his mind. It wasn't that he feared the repercussions, but it was the potential inconvenience that gave him pause. Should they fail to return, their employers might raise questions, and questions had a way of leading to complications he had no interest in dealing with at the moment. Besides, his time in Riften was far too valuable. He had yet to fully extract the smithing knowledge embedded in the lexicon, and distractions would only delay his progress. His desire to unlock the secrets within that ancient Dwemer artifact left little room for petty scuffles or hidden enemies. The process was delicate and demanding, every scrap of knowledge pulled from the lexicon was like a puzzle, slowly piecing together ancient crafting techniques. And, frankly, he wasn't doing anything that needed to be hidden. His exploration of the region was hardly a secret, so why bother eliminating a minor nuisance? Let them watch. Let them report back. It mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Eric tilted his head back, eyes drawn to the sky now blanketed in darkness. The twin moons of Necromancer and Secunda hovered low over the horizon, casting an eerie, pale light over the mountain. The world felt still, quiet, as if waiting for something to break the tranquility. But for now, there was only the rustle of wind through the trees and the distant sound of nocturnal animals stirring. "I suppose it's time we head back to Riften," Eric muttered, his voice barely a whisper beneath the weight of the night. His thoughts had already shifted back to the warm hearths of the city, the quiet corners where he could resume his work in peace. There was no need to linger here any longer. At his side, Jerry let out a sharp bark, as if in agreement, his small tail wagging eagerly. Eric chuckled, bending down to scoop the corgi into his arms. All right. Don't get too excited. We'll be back in no time." With Jerry comfortably nestled in his arms, Eric turned, beginning his slow trek down the mountain. The path was steep and winding, but his feet moved with ease, finding the familiar grooves in the earth. The night air was cold but crisp, and for a moment, Eric allowed himself to simply enjoy the solitude, the quiet. Eric pushed open the heavy wooden door of the Bee and Barb, expecting the usual din of chatter and clinking tankards, but as he stepped inside, the eerie silence made him pause. His gaze swept the room, instantly noticing the absence of the inn's usual patrons. The bar, typically bustling with activity, stood empty. Not a single attendant in sight. Even Talon Jei, the innkeeper who was always ready to offer a polite greeting, was nowhere to be found. The chairs that usually held tired travelers and suspicious locals were vacant, except for one figure sitting at a table in the center. A woman, her presence striking in contrast to the empty room, sat calmly with a steel ornate wine goblet in her hand. Her jet black hair framed her sharp features, and she was dressed in heavy, luxurious clothing, a rich brown fabric, embroidered with intricate gold patterns. The kind of attire worn only by those of wealth and influence. Her yellow eyes, glowing with quiet power and intensity, lifted to meet his. Eric sighed internally, though he kept his expression neutral. It wasn't the usual nervous or curious glances of patrons that made him pause this time, it was the unmistakable authority radiating from Maven Blackbriar, the most powerful woman in Riften. Lady Blackbriar, Eric began, his tone calm but with a hint of weariness, to what do I owe the pleasure? Much to his surprise, Maven stood up gracefully from her chair, setting the wine glass down with a quiet clink. She gestured toward the empty seat across from her, a thin smile playing at her lips. Please, take a seat, Thane Death Song of Jalmarch, she said smoothly. Her voice, while polite, carried the same steely undertone that made her infamous across Skyrim. I have something to discuss with you. Eric's brow furrowed slightly, caught off guard. Her tone was unusually formal, almost respectful, which was out of character for the ruthless, insufferable Maven he'd known from the game. And that wasn't all. How did she know of his Thane status already? The title had only been made official recently, and while Brynjolf had heard it directly from him, Eric hadn't expected the information to reach Maven so quickly, let alone be confirmed. The Thieves' Guild, he thought with a touch of amusement. They never fail to impress with their speed. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Eric slowly moved toward the offered chair, his eyes never leaving hers. He sat down, casually leaning back as though he hadn't a care in the world, though he knew well enough that Maven Blackbriar rarely called someone for a simple conversation. Only someone like you would chase an innkeeper out of their own establishment just to discuss something, he remarked dryly, folding his arms. Should I feel flattered or alarmed? Maven's smile remained fixed, her sharp eyes studying him for a moment before she responded. A bit of both, perhaps, she said smoothly, her voice laced with amusement. I prefer to handle important matters without prying eyes or loose tongues. And you, Thane Deathsong, have caught my interest. Eric raised an eyebrow but stayed silent, letting her continue. Maven leaned forward slightly, her fingers drumming lightly on the table. You've made quite the impression since arriving in Riften. The Thane of a distant hold, yet meddling in Riften's affairs. I couldn't help but wonder what could someone like you possibly want from my city. Eric barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes at Maven's pointed question, keeping his expression neutral. Her probing wasn't unexpected, but it was still irritating. He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms as he responded, voice laced with casual indifference. I wouldn't call taking out a skooma gang meddling in Riften's affairs, he remarked. It's more of a public service performed in the spur of the moment, really. He gave a slight shake of his head, letting his words hang in the air before adding, as for what I want with this city, I can assure you it has nothing to do with you or your daughter, if that's why you're here. Maven's expression remained calm, though her eyes gleamed with that calculating sharpness she was known for. She rested her hands on the table, fingers tapping lightly in thought before she spoke. I've already concluded that your encounter with my daughter was nothing more than a coincidence, she replied smoothly. We wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise. Her voice was as cool and collected as ever, but there was a subtle edge to her words, a reminder of her control over the situation. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze steady on Eric. As I said, I'm here to discuss something important. An offer, if you will. Before Eric could reply, the sound of clattering plates shattered the tense atmosphere. His eyes flicked to the side, where Jerry had managed to knock over several platters of food from a nearby table. The small dog was now enthusiastically burying his muzzle in the spilled food, completely oblivious to the awkward timing of his feast. Eric sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Of course, he thought, half amused, half exasperated. Leave it to Jerry to interrupt a meeting with one of the most powerful people in Skyrim by devouring a meal off the floor. With a flick of his wrist, Eric used a simple telekinesis spell to lift Jerry off the ground and pull the corgi into his lap. Jerry, seemingly unfazed by the sudden magic, looked up at Eric with innocent, wide eyes, a scrap of meat still hanging from his mouth. Eric shook his head, muttering, You've had enough, troublemaker. He turned his attention back to Maven, who raised an eyebrow but said nothing about the interruption. Eric gestured for her to continue, settling Jerry more comfortably in his lap. All right, he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. I'm all ears. Maven's gaze remained steady on Eric, her eyes calculating as she continued. I've heard from my people that you recently visited the mountain southeast of Riften. Her tone was matter of fact, with no hint of accusation, but Eric could sense the weight behind her words. Coincidentally, the offer I'm here to discuss is related to that very place. More specifically, the Nordic ruin of Farlhost atop the mountain. Eric raised an eyebrow, already curious but remaining silent as Maven explained further. The mountain is riddled with caves, she continued, rich in various ores. Until recently, it was a thriving network of mines. A profitable venture for all involved until the miners dug too deep. They breached the interior of the ruins within the mountain, and Dragr began to emerge. In great numbers. Her voice took on a faint edge, the frustration of a businesswoman who had lost a valuable asset. The infestation has grown large enough to permanently disrupt mining operations. No one dares venture near the place anymore. Maven's eyes narrowed, her voice turning crisp. I want you to lead a group of mercenaries into the ruins. Clear out the Dragr, rid the mountain of that cursed presence, and restore the mines. Eric paused at her words, the name Farlhost striking a chord deep within his memory. From what he recalled of his time playing Skyrim, Farlhost was no ordinary ruin. It was the burial site of a named dragon priest Roget. That kind of place wasn't to be trifled with. Ancient traps, Dragr by the dozens, and a dragon priest's power lurking at its core. Amused, Eric let a smirk curl at the edge of his lips. An offer, eh? Not a threat? Or a simple do as I say, or I'll crush you. I suppose you can't trust all the rumors. Maven scoffed, clearly unfazed by his sarcasm. The rumors aren't unfounded, she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. But I didn't get where I am by relying solely on threats. I have a keen eye for talent, and I can judge when someone is capable of more than the average sellsword. She leaned back slightly, folding her arms as she continued. Threats and coercion only work on sheep. You, however, are no sheep to my eyes. Eric chuckled inwardly, mildly impressed by her approach. It made sense, in a way. Maven Blackbriar wasn't some back-alley thug leaning on brute force alone. She was a sharp businesswoman, with more influence in Riften than even the Jarl. Her reach extended across Skyrim and maybe even beyond, and needed to know when to step forward and when to step back. In order to succeed, she needed to be an expert in understanding who to antagonize and who to befriend to achieve her goals. In the game, she was always portrayed as arrogant, unyielding no matter what the Dragonborn accomplished. But here, in this real version of Skyrim, Maven was showing a side of herself that was far more pragmatic. She could be cautious, even respectful, when necessary. Eric's grin widened as a thought surfaced in his mind. I suppose transforming from an essential NPC to a regular old mortal has a way of humbling even the most snobbish of people. He shifted in his seat, considering the weight of the offer. While clearing out the ruins might have seemed like a straightforward task, the reality of what awaited within Farlhost was far more dangerous than Maven likely realized. Dragr were one thing, but a dragon priest? He couldn't deny the allure of the challenge, though. Besides, getting on Maven's good side wasn't the worst idea in the world. Having the most powerful woman in Riften owe him a favor could prove useful in the future. Well, Eric said after a moment, his tone light but thoughtful, it's certainly an interesting proposition. But I have to wonder, why me? Surely you have plenty of mercenaries at your disposal. Maven's lips curved into a thin smile. Let's just say, I prefer to hire those with a reputation for getting things done. And after your little public service with the Skooma gang, you've proven that you can handle yourself. I need someone reliable. Someone I can trust with this task. The idea of facing a dragon priest wasn't something he took lightly, but in his current state, he needed a worthy challenge. Roget, the dragon priest of Farlhost, would be just the opponent to push him toward mastering the memories and techniques of the Ansei that still swirled inside his mind. Plus, there was Roget's mask, a relic that greatly bolstered the wearer's stamina. Considering the constant drain on his vitality caused by the Necromancer's amulet, that mask would be the perfect tool to counterbalance its drawbacks. And that wasn't all. The idea of getting his hands on a dragon priest's staff, which could serve as an efficient conduit for casting spells, was another tempting incentive. On paper, it all seemed to benefit him. But despite these enticing rewards, Eric couldn't ignore his already tight schedule. His mission to reach the beacon of Stendar, then return to Morthal to awaken Serena and begin repairing his soul, took precedence. Sure, the mask and staff were alluring, but he didn't need them. Ultimately, whether or not he accepted Maven's offer would depend on what she put on the table. If the reward was good enough, he'd consider it. Otherwise, Farlhost could wait until he had the time and until Maven wasn't dangling it in front of him like a bargaining chip. He eyed Maven for a moment before breaking the silence. So, what's in it for me? Maven met his gaze without hesitation. Name your price. Eric arched an eyebrow, intrigued by her openness. A share of the mines, he said, leaning forward. And the right to claim anything and everything that catches my eye inside Farlhost. Maven didn't blink. She agreed instantly, her tone crisp. You'll get 10% of the mine's profits. Eric was caught off guard by her quick agreement. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Just like that. She nodded, folding her arms as if the matter was already settled. Not only that, but I can arrange it so that you'll have the option to buy a larger share assuming, of course, you have the coin for it. That was too smooth. Eric frowned slightly, confusion flickering across his features. Why so generous? I know your reputation, Maven. You don't just hand out profits like sweet rolls at a feast. What's your angle? Maven smiled, the gleam in her eyes cold and calculating. Generosity has nothing to do with it. The truth is, I lack the funds to monopolize the mines outright. With my current resources focused on expanding the meadery, I wouldn't be able to secure more than half the total shares once the dragger infestation is dealt with. But with you taking 10%, it's better to have a neutral party, someone I can trust with business claiming shares than risk a rival swooping in. You're a far safer investment. Eric was undeniably tempted by the prospect of a steady flow of wealth. The old necromancer whose memories still whispered in the corners of his mind had left behind a considerable fortune, enough to buy an entire hold if he wanted. But it wasn't infinite. And with the way Eric had been spending gold lately, he estimated it might not even last a decade. A constant income stream from the mines would solve that problem. All right, Eric said, his tone firm. I'll take the 10%. And I'll reserve the right to buy any shares that might slip through your fingers. Maven's frown was immediate. Those shares won't come cheap, she warned, her voice taking on a sharper edge. A purchase like that could cost you hundreds of thousands of septims. Do you truly have that kind of gold to throw around? Eric met her gaze steadily, unbothered by her skepticism. Doesn't matter how much it costs, he replied. I have enough. Maven paused, her sharp yellow eyes narrowing as she studied him, as if searching for cracks in his confidence. It wasn't often that someone surprised her, and Eric could see the wheels turning in her mind, calculating. But finally, she allowed herself a smirk, seemingly satisfied with what she saw. This meeting has been more fruitful than I anticipated, Maven said, her voice smooth. Perhaps we'll have a very long, mutually beneficial relationship after all. Eric gave a slight nod, rising from his chair. I'll drink to that. He reached over to a nearby table, picking up a bottle of Blackbriar mead, popping the cork, and taking a long sip. The familiar burn of the honeyed alcohol warmed his throat. I'll need a couple of days to finish my business. Once I'm ready to head to Farlhost, I'll contact you. With that, he turned, Jerry following loyally at his heels as he made his way toward the stairs, intent on calling it a night. His thoughts were already shifting, formulating a plan for what lay ahead. Behind him, Maven straightened, adjusting her coat as she prepared to leave. I'll be waiting, she said, her voice trailing after him as she headed toward the exit. Eric didn't look back. The game had begun, and both of them knew it. As he climbed the stairs, Jerry at his side, a small grin tugged at the corner of his lips. The night had proven more eventful than he expected, and with the promise of treasure, power, and wealth looming on the horizon, sleep would be a welcome respite. Old Tales number 24. Eric stood at the edge of the Farlhost courtyard, Jerry trailing close behind him, the corgi's paws leaving faint tracks in the freshly fallen snow. The biting cold wind tugged at the edges of his cloak, but Eric barely noticed. His gaze was fixed ahead, taking in the sight before him. The courtyard, situated at the top of the mountain, was surrounded by the crumbling remains of ancient walls and weathered battlements. The snow, thick and untouched except where his future companions had already gathered, lay heavy on the stone, creating an eerie quiet that seemed to swallow all sound. The entrance to Farlhost loomed ahead, seemingly carved directly into the mountain itself. The stronghold's stone arches and statues were blackened by time, their details worn away by centuries of wind and snow. Despite their weathered state, there was a palpable sense of dread that clung to the ruins, an ancient power that had lain dormant for far too long. Eric could feel it in the air, the subtle pull of old magic buried beneath the rock. The promise of danger. As Eric moved further into the courtyard, he quickly took stock of the group assembled before him. Over 20 people stood scattered about the open space, their breath rising in misty plumes. Some were already shifting uneasily, huddled close to the fire pit in the center. Eric's eyes fell on a familiar face, Mercurio, the Riften-based mercenary who fancied himself an adept of destruction magic. He stood to one side, his orange robes a stark contrast to the white snow around him, arms crossed as he stared up at the ruins with a look of mild disdain. Eric wasn't particularly impressed, though he'd heard the man was competent enough. Next to Mercurio was a figure clad in a dark cloak, their face hidden beneath a hood that cast deep shadows. Eric couldn't make out much about the man, but there was a sense of purpose in the way he stood, someone used to command, perhaps. Aside from those two, no one else stood out. A ragtag group of sellswords, by the look of it, hired by Maven to clear out the infestation of Dragr. It had been 5 days since Eric's meeting with Maven. In that time, he'd fallen into a comfortable routine extracting knowledge from the lexicon before bed, waking to forge swords and other weapons to solidify that knowledge in his mind, and then venturing into the wilds around Riften to test his growing skills. The art of smithing had nearly bent to his will, he could feel it. Maybe a day or 2 more, and he would rival even the finest craftsman in history. The thought amused him, though not as much as the near extinction of the trolls, bears, and bandits in the region, all thanks to his hunting excursions. But the wilderness had grown dull, and the need for a new challenge was becoming a weight on his shoulders. With nothing left to keep his interest, Eric had reached out to Maven, ready to fulfill their agreement. And now, here he was, standing at the doorstep of one of the most dangerous ruins in Skyrim. Jerry, sensing his master's brief pause, trotted up beside him, his small stature almost comical against the backdrop of towering mountains and ancient ruins. Eric glanced down at the corgi, giving a faint smirk. "You ready for this, boy?" Jerry barked in response, his tail wagging in excitement, completely unaware of the danger that lay ahead. Eric chuckled under his breath before turning his attention back to the gathered mercenaries. "Quite the welcoming party," he muttered sarcastically. He wasn't sure what Maven had promised these people, but from the nervous energy buzzing among them, it was clear none of them fully understood what they were walking into. As Eric approached the group, Mercurio's gaze flicked over to him, recognition sparking in his eyes. Well, the mercenary called out, his voice thick with amusement. "Looks like Maven brought in some extra muscle after all, and she chose the so-called wraith no less." "Don't think too highly of yourself, apprentice," Eric replied evenly, a slight hint of contempt in his tone, coming to a stop near the fire. "I'm here to get the job done, not to babysit." Eric's gaze swept over the gathered crowd of mercenaries, his frown deepening. They were nothing more than a mismatched collection of sellswords and adventurers, and it was clear from the tension in the air that none of them had any real faith in their success. He took a slow breath before speaking, his voice cutting through the cold like a blade. "In truth, I had planned to clear this ruin myself," he said, his words deliberately measured, each one dripping with disdain. "But Maven Blackbriar insisted on sending help." The last word came out like a curse, his eyes narrowing as he stared down the ragtag group. "Frankly, I think you'll all be more of a hindrance than anything else. But since you're here, you'd better pull your weight and earn your keep. If not," his tone grew sharp, cold as the wind cutting across the mountain, "the Dragr inside will be the least of your worries." Mercurio's scowl deepened, and the tension between them was palpable. "You want to say that again, whelp?" In an instant, sparks of lightning flickered to life in the mage's palm, crackling with barely contained energy. The Imperial's eyes blazed with defiance, his body coiled with the threat of action. Eric, however, remained utterly still, his face devoid of emotion, but his eyes held a cold promise. He didn't need to say anything, his posture made it clear that he was waiting for Mercurio to make a move, daring him to cast his spell. An excuse to kill the arrogant mage would set a perfect example for the rest. If they were going to survive this ruin, they needed to understand the pecking order and that anyone who questioned his command wouldn't live to regret it. But the moment didn't come. A hand suddenly clamped down on Mercurio's shoulder, halting him mid-spell. "Easy, lad." The voice was calm but firm, carrying a quiet authority that commanded respect. "Maven put him in charge for a reason. If you don't like it, you can go back the way you came." Mercurio hesitated, his lips curling in frustration, but after a tense beat, he let out a scoff and dispersed the magica from his hand, the crackling energy flickering out of existence. He stepped back reluctantly, still glaring at Eric with open resentment, but unwilling to cross the line. Eric's icy gaze shifted to the cloaked figure who had intervened. He recognized the voice now, even though it had been a while since they'd spoken face to face. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he raised an eyebrow. "Brynjolf? I didn't realize the Thieves' Guild take up Dragr extermination as a side business." With a smirk of his own, Brynjolf lowered the hood of his cloak, revealing his familiar face. The red-haired thief looked just as Eric remembered him, sharp-eyed, confident, and carrying that same roguish charm that had earned him his place in the guild. "Oh, we leave that to the companions," Brynjolf said with a chuckle. "But in a place like this, you'd be surprised how useful a thief can be. Nordic ruins are littered with traps, and you'll want someone to dismantle them before you lose a limb." He winked, adding with a grin, "Besides, I've got an eye for shiny things. Might just find something worth pilfering along the way." Eric gave a short laugh, the coldness slightly fading from his tone. "As long as you don't slow me down." Brynjolf's smile widened. "Wouldn't dream of it." With the tension momentarily diffused, Eric cast a final glance over the group. They were watching him closely now, and it was clear that Mercurio's brief rebellion had only reinforced their wariness. That was fine. Fear was a tool, and as long as they feared him more than what lay inside the ruin, they would follow his lead. "Good," Eric said, his voice cutting through the air once more. "We head inside now." Stay close, stay quiet, and keep your eyes open. If any of you fall behind or get yourselves killed, don't expect me to come back for you. He shot Mercurio a look that made the man clench his jaw in frustration, but he remained silent. Without another word, Eric turned toward the entrance of Farlhost. The massive stone doors stood before him, their ancient carvings faded but still recognizable symbols of power from a time long forgotten. Snow had collected in the crevices of the stone, and the wind howled as if warning them to turn back. Eric, however, felt no hesitation. He had faced worse than Dragar in his time, and the treasure that lay within these walls was something he intended to claim for himself. Jerry padded up beside him, the small dog's breath visible in the frigid air as he wagged his tail, seemingly unaffected by the looming sense of dread. Eric smirked at his companion before pushing the door open, the heavy stone groaning as it gave way. The door creaked open slowly, its ancient hinges groaning under the weight of centuries, revealing the dark, cold interior of Farlhost. The first room they stepped into was a small, forgotten foyer. The scent of stale air, dust, and decay hung heavy as the faint flicker of light from a distant brazier fought against the gloom. On either side of the room were two large braziers, one still burning, casting long shadows across the cracked stone floor, while the other had long since been extinguished, its coals cold and dead. An iron door stood ahead, unlocked but weathered by time, and just beyond it, the faint glow of a fire reflected off the stone floor, accompanied by the unmistakable outline of a corpse lying next to it. Jerry sniffed the air and let out a low growl, sensing something lurking beyond the visible. Eric followed behind, his steps measured as his eyes swept across the room, taking in every detail. The silence here was thick, unnerving even to those accustomed to the dangers of Nordic ruins. He could feel something off, a presence lingering in the shadows, something old, something dangerous. Without breaking stride, Eric muttered a few arcane words, and the soft glow of a detect undead spell illuminated his vision. Instantly, a spectral form shimmered into view near the brazier. It was a dragon cultist spectre, its twisted, translucent figure lingering by the unlit brazier, perfectly invisible to the naked eye. The wraith remained still, biding its time, clearly waiting for them to lower their guard. "Stop," Eric commanded, his voice low but firm. The group halted at once, tension rising as their eyes darted around the room, trying to spot the threat Eric had seen. He raised his hand again, this time preparing a more complex combination of restoration and alteration magic. His fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, the energy building within him before he unleashed the spell. With a sharp pulse, a wave of brilliant light flooded the room, radiating out from Eric like the midday sun piercing through a storm. The spectre let out a shriek, its form flickering violently as the light seared through its dark essence, forcing it out of the shadows and into full view. "There!" Eric barked, pointing at the creature as it recoiled. The mercenaries didn't waste a second. Steel rang as weapons were drawn, and they surged forward. Mercurio was the first to react, sending a bolt of lightning crashing into the ghost, its ethereal body convulsing under the magical onslaught. Two of the other mercenaries followed, their swords slicing through the spectre's form as it writhed in agony, unable to defend itself against the sudden assault. Moments later, the ghost dissipated, its anguished wail fading into silence as it was cut down. The room grew still again, the tension easing slightly. Eric gave a short nod, satisfied. That was the easy part, he muttered under his breath, his attention shifting to the room once more. On either side of the room, he noticed two tables pushed up against the walls, cluttered with various items. Dusty scrolls, old books, rusted tools, miscellaneous relics left behind by whoever had last passed through these halls. A brief glance was all he spared them, nothing there was of immediate interest. Jerry, on the other hand, seemed more interested in the violence that had just occurred. The Didrik dog's tail wagged eagerly, and he let out a bark of approval, his eyes gleaming with a hint of sadistic pleasure. The small corgi trotted over to the spot where the spectre had fallen, sniffing the air and letting out a satisfied huff, almost disappointed there hadn't been more bloodshed. Eric's gaze moved to the floor just ahead of the next doorway, his sharp eyes catching the telltale outline of a pressure plate half buried beneath the dust. He said nothing, his expression unreadable as he glanced over it, then turned his attention forward, already moving toward the doorway. He could see the faint outline of a battering ram mechanism above, cleverly hidden within the shadows of the ceiling, just waiting for some fool to trigger the trap. But Eric made no move to warn the others. It wasn't his job, after all. As he approached, Brynjolf's eyes darted to the ground, his thief's instincts kicking in. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto the pressure plate, and let out a low whistle. "Hold up," he said, stepping in front of the group. "Trap here. Would have made a mess of things if one of you lot triggered it." With the practiced ease of someone who had disarmed more than his share of traps, Brynjolf knelt down, his fingers working quickly to dismantle the mechanism. There was a soft click, and the trap was rendered harmless, the deadly battering ram above now inert. Brynjolf stood and dusted off his hands with a smirk. "There. No need to thank me." Eric raised an eyebrow, offering a curt nod of acknowledgement. "Good work." Now let's keep moving. Without further delay, he led the group through the doorway, deeper into the cold, dark heart of Farlhost. Behind him, the mercenaries followed, still on edge, but wary of challenging Eric's authority. Jerry, ever vigilant and eager for the next fight, padded along at his master's heels, his eyes gleaming in the dim light, always ready for the violence to come. Eric and the others made their way through the winding halls of Farlhost, dispatching the spectral remnants of dragon cultists with precision and cutting through the last of the traps that Brynjolf expertly disarmed. The ruin seemed to go on forever, each shadowy corner concealing new dangers. Eric moved with purpose, his eyes always scanning for any sign of treachery or more traps. Jerry trotted along beside him, the Daedric dog's little legs deceptively agile as they crossed the worn stone floors, its tongue lolling with excitement after each fight. Finally, they arrived at a wooden door tucked into the western corner of the chamber. Eric pushed it open to reveal a short, vine-choked hall with a staircase leading down. A dusty burial urn sat against the left wall, forgotten in time, and another wooden door stood at the end. Eric approached it cautiously, the weight of the air growing heavier with every step. He could sense the remnants of dark magic lingering here, the whispers of those long dead still clinging to the stone like a bad omen. He reached for the door, and it creaked open, revealing a room filled with rows of decrepit wooden beds. The air was musty and stale, the scent of rot and decay permeating the space. Standing in the center of the room was a dragon cultist, its glowing eyes narrowing as it spotted them. Another figure lurked in the northern corner, equally ready for battle. Before the cultists could utter a word, Eric unleashed a devastating spell, the light from his hands flooding the room. Mercurio followed up with a burst of lightning, and Brynjolf, quick as ever, lunged forward with his blade. The cultists, though dangerous in life, stood little chance against their combined onslaught. Within moments, the room was still once more, the specters lying dead at their feet. Good work, Eric muttered, already turning his attention to the rest of the room. The beds were old, most falling apart from centuries of neglect, but two of them immediately caught Brynjolf's eye as the others began flipping through the old furniture, searching for valuables. Lying on those beds were two skeletons, their bones brittle and blackened with age. Next to each of them, an empty, charred bottle lay discarded on the mattress. Brynjolf knelt down beside one of the beds, picking up the bottle and turning it in his hands. What happened here? He muttered to himself before lifting the bottle to his nose to sniff it. Before he could bring the bottle closer, Eric stepped forward and stopped him with a sharp word. Don't. Brynjolf glanced up, confused, but Eric's expression was deadly serious. That bottle contained poison, Eric explained. Even after all these centuries, the residual scent alone could give you a stomachache or worse. Brynjolf's eyes widened, quickly lowering the bottle. Poison? Then, they killed themselves. His voice was tinged with disbelief as he looked down at the skeletons, trying to piece it together. Eric gave a grim nod, his gaze dark as he surveyed the room. These people were the remnants of the dragon cult. After the Dragon War, many of the cultists fled here, seeking refuge. They thought they could regroup, maybe rebuild what they had lost. But King Harold's forces hounded them, desperate to stamp out the last of the cult. Brynjolf's eyes widened. King Harold? As in 13th in the line of Iskmaror and founder of the great kingdom of Skyrim. He stepped closer to the skeletons, his eyes narrowing. The one and only, in any case, Roget, the dragon priest who ruled over this place, knew they were doomed. He couldn't afford to let the cult fall into enemy hands. So, he sealed himself in the upper portion of this keep and ordered his followers to commit mass suicide. Men, women, children, all of them. He believed it was the only way to hide his existence. When Harold's soldiers finally broke through, all they found were bodies. Hundreds of them. The sight was so horrifying, Harold retreated, assuming everyone was dead. Brynjolf's eyes widened, alarm creeping into his voice. Are you telling me there's a dragon priest buried here somewhere? Eric smirked, the corner of his lips tugging upward. That's right, he said smoothly, his voice holding a hint of dark amusement. He's been slumbering for millennia, and if we're lucky, we'll have the distinct displeasure of being greeted by his morning breath. Brynjolf shook his head, letting out a low groan. Please tell me you're joking, lad. Before Eric could answer, Mercurio cut in, his tone dripping with skepticism. Oh, come on now. Are we really going to buy into this nonsense? A dragon priest slumbering in a ruin? This is just some wild Nord superstition, he said, his voice loud enough to catch the attention of the others. The way he stood, arms crossed and chin raised, made it clear he wasn't intimidated by Eric or the stories. Eric cast a glance at the mercenary, noting how unfazed Mercurio seemed in contrast to the group of nervous Nords around him. The fact that Mercurio was the only Imperial among them was clearly a source of his bravado. Eric's lips curled into a dismissive smile, but he said nothing. Words wouldn't convince the man, and soon enough, he wouldn't need to. Mercurio would see the dragon priest with his own eyes, and if he was lucky, he might even survive the encounter. Believe what you want, Eric said coolly, turning his back on the Imperial and surveying the room once more. The rest of you, finish looting this place. I want to keep moving. The others moved quickly, gathering what little remained of value in the ancient chamber, though their nerves were clearly fraying. Eric ignored their whispered conversations, his mind already on the final confrontation ahead. The dragon priest Rogat awaited them, and Eric knew that the deeper they went into the ruins, the darker the magic they'd face. As the group finished their task and began gathering near the exit, Eric cast one last glance at the skeletons lying on the beds, the empty bottles of poison beside them. They had chosen death, but Eric wasn't about to give Rogat that mercy. When the time came, the dragon priest would face something much worse. And Eric would be the one to deliver it. Drem Rogat number 25. The crackling fire offered some reprieve from the cold stone walls of Farlhost as the group huddled around it, drying their soaked clothes. The refectory was just beyond them now, the sealed upper portion of the ruin they had fought so hard to reach. Getting there had been a grueling ordeal, filled with the ancient dead and nearly impassable obstacles. The collapsed staircases leading to it had forced them deep into the crypts, where drag rose in overwhelming numbers, their cold, lifeless eyes burning with hatred as they defended the resting place of their masters. To make matters worse, they had to swim through an underground tunnel filled with icy water to reach the hidden staircase that led to the refectory. Only Eric's knowledge, which he attributed to scrying magic from the school of mysticism, had made it possible. None of them, not even the skeptical Mercurio, had bothered to question it. After all, most saw mysticism as an arcane and obscure field of magic, and Eric's quiet confidence carried the weight of someone who knew more than they let on. But now, with the fire warming their bones and the endless groaning of the crypts momentarily behind them, they could finally rest. Though Eric could have easily dried them all with a spell, he didn't bother. It wasn't the cold that had worn them down, it was the endless fighting and tension, the looming presence of the dragon priest Rogat waiting for them somewhere ahead. The sellswords sat in silence, eyes distant as they took stock of their wounds and exhaustion. Eric glanced at them, his mind elsewhere, though he remained outwardly calm. Jerry, in his usual mischievous manner, curled up near the fire, occasionally emitting a low growl at nothing in particular, eager for more bloodshed. The Didrik hound was always ready for violence, and Eric knew he'd see plenty before their mission was done. One of the sellswords, a burly Nord with a scar running down his cheek, finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with disbelief. It's hard to believe, isn't it? The stories. Dragon cultists, forcing their own people to kill themselves. Even the children. All for that cursed dragon priest. Another sellsword, a younger man with haunted eyes, nodded slowly. I'd heard rumors, but I thought they were just that. Tales to scare people. But this place. I don't know anymore. Brynjolf, seated across the fire, turned his gaze to Eric. You seem to know a lot about this place, he said, his voice casual but laced with curiosity. More than just about Rogat and his lot. What else do you know about the dragon cult, lad? I've heard bits and pieces, but nothing that explains this. Eric leaned back, his face illuminated by the flickering light. He stared into the flames for a moment before answering, his voice measured. The dragon cult was more than just a religious order. It was a way of life. Thousands of years ago, long before the Septim dynasty, before the empire as we know it, dragons ruled over men. They weren't just worshipped as gods, they were gods, or so the people believed. He paused, letting that sink in before continuing. The dragon priests were the chosen ones, those who served directly under the dragons. They were given immense power in exchange for absolute loyalty. It wasn't enough for them to lead their people, they demanded unwavering obedience. To disobey a dragon priest was to disobey a dragon itself, and that was a death sentence. The group remained silent, eyes on Eric as he spoke, the weight of history pressing down on them. The burly Nord shifted uncomfortably. And the people just followed them. Eric nodded. For a long time, yes. The dragons were powerful, and the dragon priests were even worse. Rogat, the one we're here for, was ruthless, even by their standards. He didn't just demand obedience, he commanded it through fear. When the dragon war broke out and men rose against their masters, the cultists were some of the last to stand. They believed the dragons would return, that their loyalty would be rewarded. Brynjolf frowned. But they didn't. The dragons fell. Eric's expression darkened. Not all of them. The war didn't just end with a clean victory. The dragons were powerful, but they weren't invincible. The ancient Nords, with the help of the tongues those gifted in the Thursday managed to turn the tide. But it wasn't just about killing dragons. It was about dismantling the cults that kept them in power. Mercurio, who had been listening quietly, scoffed. All this for some long-dead priest? Sounds like Nord superstition to me. Eric didn't bother responding to the Imperial's dismissive tone. He knew better than to argue with someone who hadn't seen the things he had. You'll see soon enough, was all he said, his voice carrying a quiet finality that silenced any further comments. Brynjolf rubbed his hands together near the fire, his mind visibly turning over the things Eric had said. So what you're saying is, this dragon priest, Roget, he believed the dragons would come back for him. Eric nodded. He did. He sealed himself and his followers away, convinced that one day, the dragons would return and restore the world to what it was. That's why they committed suicide to hide him, to protect him, to give him the time he needed. He's been waiting ever since. Brynjolf let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Sounds like madness. It is, Eric agreed, his eyes cold. And we're about to wake him up. The fire crackled between them as the group fell into a tense silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. The wind howled outside the stone walls, and the faint creaks of the ancient ruins seemed to whisper warnings they could not fully hear. Eric stood, stretching out his limbs as he surveyed the weary group. We'll set up shifts to keep watch. Rest while you can. The worst is yet to come. Brynjolf nodded, already moving to organize the lookout. The sellswords muttered their agreements, though the weight of Eric's words hung heavily over them. They were about to face something ancient, something powerful, and none of them knew if they'd live to see the end of it. The team awoke after a much-needed rest, their bodies sore but their minds sharp and ready to continue the exploration of Farel Host's refectory. The ancient ruin still echoed with the weight of centuries, the staleness of the air thick with dust and decay. The fire from their camp had long since burned down to embers, leaving only the faint warmth of lingering heat, but they had kept safe through the night. Dragra had stumbled upon their campsite during the early hours, their lifeless eyes gleaming with malice as they attempted to close in. However, Eric's runes had done their job. The undead creatures were reduced to nothing but shattered ice sculptures or charred husks, unable to breach the wards protecting the resting group. Now, as they packed their supplies and made ready to move on, Eric took a final glance at the frozen remains of their assailants, their crumbled forms littering the edges of the camp. They'll be the least of our problems soon enough, he muttered under his breath, though the others heard him well enough. Brynjolf adjusted his gear and gave Eric a nod. Let's keep moving. This place is giving me more chills than that frost magic of yours. With the group back on their feet, they resumed their exploration. The refectory was vast and labyrinthine, the walls adorned with ancient Nordic carvings, faded and worn by time. Dragra lurked in the shadows, but they were swiftly dispatched, the clashing of steel and bursts of spellwork filling the once silent halls. As they pressed forward, the Nords in the group fell into their familiar rhythm, hacking down the undead with practiced ease, while Eric and Mercurio handled any threats from a distance with their spells. Some of the sellswords suffered injuries due to being ambushed or taken off guard by Dragra wielding their bows from vantage points, but they all came prepared with healing potions, and Eric even went out of his way to heal one severely injured mercenary with a restoration spell. Loot was gathered from every corner, their eyes trained to spot even the faintest glimmer. Potions, ancient Nord weapons, and coins were carefully added to their growing haul, but nothing of great significance presented itself yet. After several winding hallways and battles, they finally found themselves at a dead end. Ahead, a pathway was blocked by a set of metal spears jutting from the ground like an impenetrable gate. The tips of the spears gleamed ominously in the low light, making it clear that brute force wasn't an option here. Eric approached the spears, narrowing his eyes as he studied them, hands behind his back. He didn't even consider attempting to break through them. It wasn't the time, nor was it worth the effort, especially when he knew there was another way to unlock the path. Nordic ruins had their puzzles always a way through, if you knew where to look. There's no point wasting time on this, Eric said calmly, turning to the group. Start searching the area. There's bound to be something nearby. Brynjolf didn't need any further instructions. He began scouring the room along with the others, carefully inspecting every corner. Mercurio muttered under his breath about needlessly elaborate Nord designs, while Jerry sniffed around the stone floors with keen interest. It didn't take long for Brynjolf's keen eyes to spot something out of place. Farther back in the room, tucked into a dark alcove, was another door, its lock old and rusted, but still intact. Found something. Brynjolf called out, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Eric approached as Brynjolf expertly set to work on the lock, his nimble fingers moving with precision. Within moments, the lock clicked open, and the door swung inward with a low groan, revealing a small chamber beyond. The room was narrow and unassuming, but it was clear it held significance. Ancient Nord weapons lined the walls, their blades still gleaming under the layers of dust, and potions set carefully arranged on shelves, some still intact after all these centuries. But the most important object lay on a pedestal near the back of the room, a glass dragon claw. The claw's translucent surface caught the flickering torchlight, its intricate designs glowing faintly. Eric's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. There it is. That'll do the trick. Carefully, Eric lifted the claw from the pedestal, turning it over in his hands. The craftsmanship was remarkable, as always a testament to the ancient Nord's skill in creating objects both practical and mystical. He gestured toward the blocked path. Removing this should unlock the gate. True to his word, the moment the claw was lifted, a low rumbling echoed through the chamber. The metallic spears slowly retracted into the ground with a grinding noise, leaving the path open and ready for them to proceed. Well done, lad, Brynjolf said, giving Eric a satisfied grin. Let's move on before anything decides to wake up and walk again. The group passed through the now open path, weapons at the ready as they pressed forward. The air grew colder as they advanced, the silence oppressive. More Dragra awaited them, rising from their tombs as the group entered each new chamber, but they were dealt with swiftly. Eric's eyes flew through the air, and Mercurio's fire spells lit the darkened corridors with bursts of orange and red. Finally, after what felt like hours of fighting and searching, they came upon another obstacle, a large, imposing Nordic puzzle door. The circular stone slab was engraved with 3 rotating rings, each bearing the symbols of animals. The familiar sight of an ancient puzzle stood before them, its mechanism waiting to be unlocked by the dragon claw Eric now held. Using the combination of fox-owl-snake, Eric rotated the rings of the Nordic puzzle door into place and inserted the claw. A deep rumble echoed through the chamber as the door shifted, stone grinding against stone, and slowly, it slid open to reveal the final room beyond. The air was thick with ancient power, stifling and cold as they stepped into the massive chamber. Their footsteps echoed off the high stone walls as they approached the back of the room, where a wide flight of stairs led to a grand dais. At the top, enshrined in his tomb, sat Roget, dragon priest of Alduin. His sarcophagus loomed like an altar to forgotten gods, carved with intricate draconic symbols and bathed in an eerie glow. Behind him stood an enormous, ornate door, leading to the balcony overlooking the snowy peaks of Skyrim. Flanking the chamber, 4 tombs, 2 on each side, leaned against the walls, ancient and silent but not for long. Brynjolf's hand rested nervously on his weapon as the group ascended the stairs, the tension rising with every step. Something's coming, he muttered, his eyes darting around. As if in answer, Roget's coffin lid exploded outward, shards of stone scattering across the floor as the ancient priest rose, his skeletal form draped in rotting robes, his mask gleaming darkly beneath the torchlight. His eyes glowed with malice as he floated above his tomb, his staff crackling with arcane energy. The 4 Dragra champions stirred in their own tombs, the lids flying off as they rose to stand beside their master. Each one was armored in the finest of ancient Nord gear, weapons drawn, their soulless eyes fixed on Eric and his companions. Roget's voice boomed in the ancient tongue of dragons, echoing off the stone walls. SOS Hinvoken Sil Fensi of Aelin, Tol Los Alduin. Your blood will feed the sky above, for this is Alduin's will. As his words filled the chamber, Roget summoned 3 Atronax flame, ice, and storm. They materialized with violent bursts of elemental energy, filling the air with the crackling sound of fire and the howling wind of ice. The chamber roared with power as the Dragra champions let out guttural battle cries, brandishing their weapons with unnatural fury. Eric, unfazed by the display, stepped forward with a grin of anticipation. He raised his chin, his voice steady and cold as he replied in the dragon tongue. Duvelos nid pa. Rocklos nid full. The dragons are not all. He is not everything. Roget's glowing eyes narrowed as he understood the challenge. Eric's words cut through the room, and even in the dragon priest's ancient arrogance, there was a flicker of recognition. He had been defied before, but this time, the defiance was different. With a sweeping motion, Roget raised his staff, and the room erupted into chaos. The Atronax surged forward, their elemental forms surging with violent intent, flame, ice, and storm, while the Dragra roared and charged down the stairs, weapons gleaming with ancient enchantments. Roget floated backward, the dark energy swirling around him as he began preparing a series of destructive spells, crackling with lightning, fire, and frost. The clash of the living against the dead echoed through the chamber as Eric and his team surged forward to meet their fate. Eric's grin widened as he unsheathed his sword, his fighting spirit almost tangible. The cell swords moved into formation, weapons ready, spells charged. The final battle had begun. Drem Roget, Nid du Duva. Hintayad Fen o Fall. Chaos unfolds number 26. Eric charged toward Roget with fierce determination, his straight sword gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. The dragon priest floated above the stone floor, his skeletal mask locked in a permanent grimace as he conjured flames and ice, ready to hurl at Eric. But Eric was not one to be cowed. His sword swung with lethal precision, forcing Roget to conjure defensive wards, the edges of Eric's blade crackling with arcane energy as it slammed into the shimmering barriers. Beh2ind him, Jerry's small corgi body erupted into flames, transforming into an elemental force of nature. With a low growl, Jerry split into 3 distinct entities, flame, ice, and storm. Each form raced toward one of Roget's summoned Atronax, elemental forces colliding with a thunderous roar. The cell swords gaped at the sight of the tiny dog now blazing as a trio of elemental creatures. For a moment, they hesitated, unable to fully comprehend what they were witnessing. By the gods! One of them muttered, gripping his axe tighter. But there was no time for awe. The Dragra champions had awakened, their ancient eyes glowing with malevolent blue light as they rose from their crypts, and more of them were rushing toward the area from the crypts. Brynjolf rallied the cell swords, stepping forward to meet the undead warriors head-on. "To arms, lads!" he roared, steel flashing as his sword met the rusted blade of a dragger, the impact almost breaking his wrist. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the chamber as the Nords barely kept the ancient champions at bay. While the Nords fought valiantly, Mercurio had other plans. Eager to prove his superiority, he stepped forward, hands crackling with magical energy. "Let me show you how it's done," he sneered, preparing to unleash a devastating spell. But before the magic fully coalesced, one of the Dragger champions turned its head toward him, its ancient lips parting as it bellowed "Fus-ro!" The force of the unrelenting shout hit Mercurio like a hammer. His body was torn apart mid-spell, chunks of flesh and bone exploding in all directions. His headless torso slammed into a pillar, blood splattering across the room, staining Brynjolf and the others. The smell of iron filled the air as the sellswords faltered, their morale shaken by the brutal demise of the cocky Imperial. Eric spared a glance at the carnage, his eyes narrowing in disdain. "Stop shaming your ancestors, you damn whelps!" he roared, slapping away an incoming fireball with a compressed ward spell. His voice boomed across the chamber, cutting through the chaos. "Either find your courage, or I'll send you to Sovngarde myself." His hand snapped, summoning Sir Tuur in a burst of black and crimson flames. Sir Tuur materialized in the midst of the battle, a towering skeletal figure adorned with the searing energies of the Deadlands. Flames licked his bony frame, and his hollow eye sockets burned with the malevolent red glow of Oblivion's fire. Unlike Heelrith, who was imbued with the cold cruelty of Cold Harbor, Sir Tuur embodied the wild, savage heat of Marons Dagon's realm. The ground smoldered beneath his feet as he charged the Dragger champions with an unrelenting ferocity. The sellswords regained their composure as Sir Tuur tore into the Dragger, taking advantage of the element of surprise. His fiery fists ignited as they crushed ancient armor and brittle bone, each swing sending out bursts of flame. One Dragger staggered, its torso severed in two by a brutal swipe of Sir Tuur's claws. Another found its sword arm torn from its body before being incinerated by a blast of fire from Sir Tuur's mouth. The sellswords, inspired by the summoned monstrosity, regained their fighting spirit and pressed forward. Brynjolf wiped the blood from his face, shaking his head in disgust as he pushed Mercurio's dismembered arm out of his way. "Gods damn it," he muttered, rallying the men. "We fight! For Sovngarde or glory!" The Nords clashed with the Dragger champions, their shouts of battle rage mixing with the clanging of weapons. Axes and swords swung with brutal efficiency, cleaving into the decaying flesh of their enemies. But these were no ordinary Dragger. They were champions of old, their skills honed in countless battles. The fight was hard, each blow a test of endurance, but Brynjolf and the sellswords fought with the fury of their ancestors, and it was enough to slowly push them back. Meanwhile, Jerry, in his three elemental forms, engaged Roget's Atronax. The flaming Jerry bit into the fire Atronach's core, his flames burning brighter as he tore into his opponent. The ice Jerry slammed into the frost Atronach, each impact sending shards of ice flying in every direction, while the storm Jerry faced off with the storm Atronach, their energies colliding in a swirl of lightning and thunder. The chamber trembled under the weight of their elemental battle, the very air charged with raw magical energy. Roget, still levitating, cast spell after spell at Eric, attempting to keep his distance. Fireballs, ice spikes, and streams of lightning shot through the air, but Eric deflected them all with calculated precision. His straight sword reflected the light of the wards he wove with his other hand, his grin widening with every blocked spell. Roget's hollow eyes flared with fury, his voice a deep growl as he spat a response in the ancient tongue, Hinsil los vora, nil balon. "Your soul is weak, unworthy one." But Eric merely chuckled, advancing relentlessly. Roget let out a guttural roar, summoning even more power from the depths of his ancient soul. Lightning crackled around his skeletal frame as he raised both hands, preparing to unleash a devastating wave of destruction magic. But Eric was faster. With a burst of magicka, he surged forward, bringing his sword up in a deadly arc. Roget barely managed to raise his staff in time to block the blow, the force of their clash sending a shockwave through the room. Behind them, the Dragger champions were slowly being overwhelmed by the combined might of Sir Tuur, Brynjolf, and the sellswords. Sir Tuur's fiery sword cleaved through their ranks, each strike a blazing inferno of destruction. Brynjolf fought with grim determination, his sword hacking at the ancient warriors with practiced precision. The sellswords, their fear forgotten, pressed the attack, their axes and swords biting deep into Dragger flesh. The chamber echoed with the sounds of battle clashing weapons, roaring flames, and the guttural shouts of the undead. The air was thick with the stench of burning flesh and ozone, the ground littered with the corpses of fallen Dragger and shattered Atronachs. Eric grinned as he saw the tide turning in their favor. Roget, now on the defensive, was running out of options. The dragon priest's once mighty spells were beginning to falter, and Eric could feel the end drawing near. "Ziu yu cry di sarat himda. Ha-un!" Eric shouted. "Your time has come. Now die!" Suddenly, Roget brandished his staff, slamming it into the ground. The air crackled with fiery energy as a wall of flame erupted between him and the others, cutting him off from view. The last of the Dragra champions fell, their ancient bodies crumbling into dust as the Nord sellswords hacked through their ranks. But the victory was fleeting. Roget's bones began to glow with an eerie light, his hollow sockets burning brighter as the surrounding magicka was drawn into him, devoured like a hungry beast consuming the very essence of the room. Eric's eyes narrowed. "Ready yourselves. He's preparing something big," he exclaimed for everyone to hear, immediately launching a volley of ice spikes toward the flaming barrier. The shards of ice shimmered as they shot through the air, but as they neared the dragon priest, they simply dissipated into the heat, turning to steam before even touching him. Roget wasn't just absorbing the magicka, he was feeding on it. Eric's expression darkened, his grip tightening on his sword. He could feel the air becoming thick with energy, the atmosphere growing more oppressive as Roget's power grew. The priest was drawing in every ounce of magic in the room, preparing for something catastrophic. The very stones of the ancient ruins seemed to tremble beneath Eric's feet, as though the entire structure was straining to hold against the unnatural force that was building. "Bloody dragon slave," Eric growled, quickly reaching into his pouch. He withdrew a flame resistance potion and a mana recovery elixir, uncorking both and downing them in quick succession. The bitter taste of the potions burned his throat, but there was no time to hesitate. With a burst of energy, Eric leaped over the towering wall of flame, his sword raised, ready to cut down the dragon priest. But before he could close the distance, Roget let out a low, guttural chant, summoning 2 Dremora lords from the fires of oblivion. The Daedric warriors appeared with a blinding flash of red and black light, their massive, armored forms radiating malevolence. The first Dremora charged Eric with a vicious battle cry, its ebony sword slashing through the air toward his neck. Eric barely managed to block the incoming blow, the force of it sending vibrations up his arm. Sparks flew as steel met Daedric metal, the clash echoing throughout the chamber. The second Dremora was already charging from the side, its weapon poised to strike Eric from behind. But before it could reach him, Jerry's flame elemental form lunged through the fiery barrier, slamming into the Dremora with the force of a blazing meteor. The two tumbled across the stone floor in a whirlwind of fire and Daedric metal, the elemental dog gnashing at the Dremora's armor as it struggled to rise. Eric's focus, however, remained locked on Roget. The dragon priest floated ominously in the air, his skeletal form wreathed in an intense, fiery aura. He was continuing to accumulate magicka, more and more of it, until the sheer pressure of his power filled the chamber. The oppressive heat pressed against Eric's skin, even with the flame resistance potion still fresh in his veins. "I don't have time for this. Begone!" Eric cursed, sweat dripping down his brow as he deflected another savage blow from the first Dremora. With a burst of magicka, he channeled his energy into his hands, casting a Banish Daedra spell. His voice rang out with arcane authority, the ancient words pulling at the fabric of oblivion itself. A shimmering portal opened beneath the Dremora, dragging the Daedric warrior back to the realm from whence it came. The creature let out one last guttural roar before vanishing, its essence scattered back to the void. Eric winced as the spell drained the last of his magicka reserves. He was running on fumes now, his body aching from the strain. But there was no time to recover. He summoned Healrith with a snap of his fingers, the skeletal warrior appearing with its cold, blue glow. Eric didn't even bother giving it instructions. Healrith needed no guidance. The undead knight charged at the second Dremora, its ethereal blade clashing with Daedric steel as they locked in combat, bone and metal grinding in a vicious struggle. Eric's gaze snapped back to Roget, who was still suspended in the air, the fiery aura around him growing ever more intense. The chamber trembled, the ancient stones groaning under the strain of the immense magical energy. If Eric didn't stop him now, the entire ruin might collapse, and whatever spell Roget was preparing could level half the mountain. With a guttural snarl, Eric charged at the dragon priest, his sword raised high. The distance between them closed in an instant, and Eric swung his blade down toward Roget's skull, hoping to sever the dragon priest's connection to his magicka in one decisive blow. But it was too late. With a deafening roar, Roget unleashed the full force of his accumulated magicka. The fiery aura surrounding him exploded outward in a violent, fiery tempest. Eric barely had time to react as the blast hit him like a battering ram, the heat and force tearing through his body and sending him hurtling backward. His vision blurred, the chamber spinning as he crashed into the stone floor, skidding across the ground like a ragdoll. He could hear nothing but the roar of the flames, the very air vibrating with the might of the master-level destruction spell. The world around him seemed to darken, the edges of his vision closing in as he struggled to stay conscious. The ancient stones of the ruin creaked and groaned, barely containing the fiery storm that Roget had unleashed. Smoke filled the air, the scent of burning stone and ash overwhelming Eric's senses. Eric's eyes flickered open, a groan of pain escaping his lips as he forced himself to breathe. Above him, the collapsed ceiling of the ancient ruins lay strewn about in massive chunks, remnants of a structure that had once entombed Roget's body. Now, it was nothing but rubble, pulverized by the overwhelming force of the dragon priest's magicka explosion. The walls, the altars, the intricate carvings all obliterated, leaving nothing behind but debris, dust, and ruin. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning stone and scorched earth. Heelrith and Surtur stood vigil over him, their glowing eyes casting a cold, spectral light over the shattered landscape. Heelrith, his skeletal knight, held his blade aloft, ever the silent guardian. Surtur, the fiery berserker bound to Eric by the energies of oblivion, flickered like a living inferno, his wild, untamed power barely contained. They were the only reason Eric had survived the blast, their protective stances shielding his battered body from the worst of it. Eric grunted, wincing as pain shot through his body. His ribs felt like they were on fire, his limbs heavy with the weight of shattered bones. Each attempt to move was met with agony, a reminder of how close he had come to death. His magicka reserves were utterly drained, leaving him powerless. He tried to lift himself up, only to fall back with a frustrated growl. He was stuck. Through the haze of pain, Eric's gaze swept across the scene. What he saw made his heart sink. The expedition team, his sellswords, Brynjolf's crew lay scattered across the rubble, their bodies broken and lifeless. More than half of them had fallen, reduced to little more than twisted corpses among the debris. Only Brynjolf and two of the more seasoned sellswords remained on their feet, though they were barely standing, their breaths ragged, their bodies bruised and bloodied. Eric clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding against each other. He had led them into this, and now most of them were dead. But as dire as their situation was, none of that compared to the growing alarm that gnawed at his insides. Eric's eyes slowly lifted toward the sky, his heart pounding in his chest. High above them, Rocket hovered in the air, his skeletal arms spread wide as if in a mockery of triumph. His tattered robes billowed in the unnatural wind that swirled around him. But what truly chilled Eric's blood was the massive sphere of fire coalescing above the dragon priest's head. The flames roared to life, growing larger and larger with each passing second, feeding on the magicka that Rocket continued to siphon from the surrounding area. The power radiating from the fiery orb was unlike anything Eric had felt before, raw, volatile, and catastrophically dangerous. Shit! Eric whispered, his voice barely audible. If Rocket unleashed that, there wouldn't be anything left, not of them, not of the ruins, not even of the mountain. Eric's mind raced. He needed to act, and fast. But his magicka was depleted, his body battered, and he had no potions left. He instinctively reached for his belt, only to curse under his breath as he realized the vials he kept there had been shattered by the blast. His fingers clenched around empty air, the bitter taste of failure rising in his throat. Think, damn it, think. Eric muttered, his vision swimming from the pain. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited in his mind. He remembered Brynjolf, always the opportunist, pocketing a few potions among other items from the ruin when he thought no one was watching. Eric had deemed their values as beneath the effort to call out Brynjolf on his petty theft, but now, that little bit of thievery might just save them all. With a ragged breath, Eric turned his head toward where Brynjolf stood, barely able to stay upright, his face streaked with blood and grime. Brynjolf! Eric rasped, his voice hoarse. You took potions from the ruin, didn't you? Brynjolf looked up, startled, his eyes wide with confusion and fear. What in oblivion are you talking about? Now's not the time to play dumb. Eric spat, wincing from the effort. You took some potions. I need one now. A magicka potion, anything. Rocket's going to obliterate us if I don't stop him. Brynjolf hesitated, his gaze flicking toward the blazing sphere of fire growing above Rocket. The sellsword swallowed hard, his expression torn between fear and self-preservation. For a moment, it seemed like he might turn heel and run, but then he reached into his pouch and pulled out a small vial of blue liquid. Eric's heart raced as Brynjolf stumbled toward him, tossing the potion into his hand. Without a second thought, Eric uncorked it with his teeth and downed the contents, the cool liquid sliding down his throat like salvation. The rush of magicka flooded his veins, a revitalizing surge that filled the emptiness left by the battle. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Shattered resolve number 27. Eric forced himself to his feet, biting down on the agony that lanced through his body. His limbs trembled, his bones screaming in protest, but there was no time for weakness. Not now. Gritting his teeth, he whispered the incantations of healing spells, pale light flickering over his broken form as he mended fractured ribs, torn muscles, and bruised flesh. It wasn't perfect, but it would keep him alive. His body still ached, his magicka drained to its dregs, but Brynjolf's stolen potions had bought him precious time. And that time was running out. With what little mana he had regained, Eric reached out through the arcane connection to Snowhawk Fortress. His mind briefly touched the hoarded stash hidden in its depths, his cache of potions, scrolls, and supplies. With a flex of will, he summoned them into the ruins. A rush of glass vials shimmered into existence, landing at his feet with soft clinks. He wasted no time, uncorking each one with a sharp twist, guzzling down healing, mana, and stamina restoration potions like a man parched after weeks in the desert. The bittersweet tang of the liquids hit his tongue, and he forced them down, his eyes never leaving Rocket. The dragon priest floated high above the rubble, encased in a shimmering ward that repelled every attack so far. His skeletal frame radiated with ancient power, the air around him crackling with the raw energy he was siphoning from the very stones of the ruin. Eric's instincts screamed at him to start flinging spells, to lash out with frost and fire, but the weight of 2 millennia's worth of experience settled like cold steel over his shoulders. He had seen enough to know that rushing in blindly would be a fool's errand. Breathing deeply, Eric allowed the ancient knowledge of his predecessor Eric Death Song to wash over him, that old necromancer's hardened composure guiding him in this moment of desperation. There was no room for panic. Only precision and power would see them through this. Surveying the battlefield, Eric's sharp gaze caught a familiar sight. "Jerry!" he called out, his voice slicing through the chaos. From beneath a mound of rubble, the demonic corgi emerged, his tiny form bounding toward Eric with an eager bark. In his mouth dangled the severed leg of a Dragra champion, which he shook proudly like a prized trophy, his stubby tail wagging in excitement. Eric couldn't help but crack a dry smile. "Enough with the playing, mutt. Throw everything you've got at that damned dragon slave." Jerry gave a delighted yip and, without hesitation, his small, stocky body shimmered. With a burst of energy, the corgi split into 3 identical forms, each infused with elemental power. One crackled with lightning, another glowed with ice, and the third burned with fire. In perfect sync, the 3 Jerry copies began flinging elemental spells with rapid-fire precision, their attacks streaking through the air toward Rocket. However, as the spells made contact with the dragon priest's barrier, they were absorbed effortlessly into the ward, dissolving before they could even scratch the surface. The shimmering wall of energy pulsed, mocking their attempts. Eric narrowed his eyes. "Of course," he muttered. Rocket's defenses were formidable, layered with the strength of a soul that had accumulated magicka for many millennia. This wouldn't be easy. He turned toward his undead creations, his gaze hardening with command. Surtur and Heelrith, his skeletal minions, stood poised for battle, awaiting his orders. He shot them both a look that could curdle milk. "If you let a dog outdo you, I'll grind you both into bone meal for my potions." The effect was immediate. Alarmed, Heelrith and Surtur sprang into action. Heelrith, his skeletal knight, planted his massive sword into the stone ground with a resounding clang. Purple magic surged from the blade, forming a glowing circle beneath him. From the circle, ethereal chains materialized, their links shimmering with ancient power. The chains shot forward, snaking through the air toward Rocket, seeking to bind the dragon priest in place. But once again, the ward held. The chains struck the barrier and recoiled, unable to penetrate the protective field surrounding Rocket. The dragon priest's skeletal head tilted ever so slightly, his eyeless sockets seeming to taunt their futile efforts. Surtur, however, was not deterred. The flame-wreathed berserker lowered his massive frame, his molten eyes blazing with fury. With a guttural growl, Surtur opened his maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, a beam of concentrated, hellish fire that roared toward Rocket's barrier. The heat was so intense that the very air around it shimmered, warping with the sheer ferocity of the attack. The flames battered against the ward, causing it to shimmer and pulse, but still, it held firm. The barrier absorbed the onslaught, though it flickered slightly under the pressure. Eric's mind raced as he observed the battlefield. The combined assault from his summoned minions was having an effect, but not nearly enough. The fiery sphere above Rocket, which had been expanding with terrifying speed, now began to slow in its growth. The magicka needed to maintain Rocket's ward was clearly taxing the dragon priest, draining him, but it still wasn't enough. Eric could see that the barrier, though flickering under the pressure of flames, chains, and spells, held strong. Gritting his teeth, Eric raised his hand, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Come to me." At his command, 10 skeletal archers materialized from the void, summoned from the Necromancer altar beneath Windelm's bridge where Eric had created them long ago. They were an unsettling sight, withered, gaunt forms wrapped in the remnants of ancient armor, their hands clutching ancient bows that creaked with age. But it wasn't the bows themselves that would catch the attention of an experienced archer, it was the arrows nestled in their quivers. Each arrow was fitted with a gleaming crystalline tip, sharp as razors and glinting under the ashen sky. These weren't ordinary arrowheads, each one was a fully charged petty soul gem, crackling with contained magicka. Eric felt a surge of satisfaction as he saw them ready their weapons. He didn't need to issue commands. These skeletons knew their purpose. "Fire!" Eric shouted, his voice thunderous. Without hesitation, the skeletal archers loosed their arrows in perfect unison. The crystalline tips hissed through the air, striking Rocket's shimmering ward with violent explosions. Each impact sent ripples through the barrier, arcs of energy sizzling across its surface. The ward flared with every strike, absorbing the blasts of magical energy, but Eric could see the strain it was putting on Rocket. The dragon priest's skeletal arms trembled as he channeled more and more power into maintaining his defense. Arrow after arrow hit the ward, the relentless barrage of enchanted projectiles lighting up the sky like a deadly fireworks display. Rocket's barrier still held, but the momentum was shifting. Eric watched intently, his eyes narrowing as he studied the dragon priest's form. Rocket was absorbing magicka at an ungodly rate, leeching power from the surroundings to keep his defense intact. And though the flaming sphere above him had stopped growing, it still burned ominously, pulsing with unspent energy. "We're close," Eric muttered, his voice low and dangerous. "Almost there. Just one more push." Eric took a deep breath, raising his hand. Magicka danced at his fingertips, crackling and sparking. He concentrated, focusing his will, and the sparks transformed into a swirling arc of lightning that shot from his hand. The thin, bright stream of energy struck Rocket's barrier with a sharp crack, spreading like the roots of a tree over the shimmering ward. Eric's eyes gleamed with cold determination as the continuous stream of lightning connected him to the dragon priest's defense. It was a simple spell sparks, but Eric knew its potential. He poured more magicka into the spell, feeding it, empowering it. The concept was simple: amplify the spell's effect by overloading it with raw mana. The constant stream of lightning wasn't meant to break through the ward by brute force. Instead, it would erode it, disrupt the flow of magicka Rocket was using to sustain his barrier. The lightning hissed and crackled, digging into the ward, destabilizing it bit by bit. Rocket's barrier shimmered violently under the continuous assault, the magicka within it wavering. The dragon priest's skeletal head twitched, his concentration faltering as he struggled to maintain both the barrier and the immense power of the fire sphere above him. Eric gritted his teeth and pressed on, pushing every last drop of mana he had left into the spell while guzzling down magicka restoration potions with his free hand. "Break, damn you!" Eric growled, his voice low and dangerous. His entire body trembled as he forced more and more magicka into his lightning spell. His vision blurred from the exertion, sweat pouring down his face, but he could feel the breakthrough coming. Rocket's ward was finally beginning to falter under the relentless assault. The once massive flaming sphere hanging ominously in the air above them, crackling with raw destructive power, began to shrink. It was subtle at first, but Eric's trained eyes caught it. The flaming orb's size was diminishing, ever so slightly, as Rocket was forced to redirect more of his energy into maintaining the ward. The dragon priest's greed for power was working against him. The sheer magnitude of the spell he had created now demanded more magicka than he could absorb, leaving him with no choice but to siphon power from the very sphere he had conjured. Rocket's voice echoed across the battlefield in a shriek of fury and frustration, the words ringing out in the guttural, ancient language of dragons. "Ziu you los nid faden. You are not worthy." Eric winced as the dragon priest's shriek resonated deep within his bones, but he didn't let up, the lightning in his hand growing fiercer, crackling with raw power. And then, finally, it happened. The ward that had protected Rocket for so long flickered, dimmed, and vanished entirely. The protective barrier that had held back their combined assault was gone, leaving the dragon priest vulnerable. In that instant, all of the attacks, Surtur's beam of flames, Heelritha's ethereal chains, Jerry's elemental spells, and the arrows from Eric's skeletons rushed in to strike Rocket down. But just as the onslaught was about to connect, Rocket raised his skeletal arms and screamed in the dragon tongue, "Feimz Gron." Eric's eyes widened as the words of the shout tore through the air. A chilling wave of magic swept across the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, Rocket's form shimmered and became ghostly, ethereal. His entire body turned translucent, as if made of mist, and all the attacks passed harmlessly through him. Surtur's fire beam struck the spot where Rocket had been, only to hit empty air. Jerry's elemental bolts fizzled as they passed through Rocket's intangible form. Even the arrows, infused with the magicka of soul gems, whizzed right through, leaving the dragon priest untouched. But Heelritha's chains, anchored in the very essence of necromantic power, did not falter. The glowing ethereal chains wrapped around Rocket's ethereal form, locking onto him with an unearthly grip. Rocket's body shuddered as the chains coiled tighter, disrupting the flow of magicka within him. The dragon priest hissed in fury, struggling against the binding power of the chains. The massive sphere of flames above him wavered, shrinking once more, losing nearly half its size as Rocket's focus was broken. Eric's heart raced. They had weakened him. But not enough. Despite the chains disrupting his power, Rocket remained undeterred. Even with the sphere reduced in size, the destructive energy it contained was more than enough to decimate them all. The dragon priest's skeletal face twisted into a snarl as he raised his arms, channeling what remained of his power into the sphere. His voice, filled with malice and triumph, echoed across the battlefield once more. "Maze Dinoke. Death!" Rocket shrieked in the dragon tongue. With a vicious motion, he hurled the flaming sphere down from the sky. Eric's eyes widened in horror as the massive, blazing orb of fire plummeted toward them, its size and ferocity eclipsing everything in his mind. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, each second stretched to an eternity as his mind went into overdrive, desperately searching for a solution, a way out. His heart pounded in his chest, a relentless drumbeat of dread. Around him, the battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, but none of it mattered not now. He could see Jerry, the demonic little corgi, still barking with determination as he hurled spells at the descending inferno. Heelrith and Surtur fought with all they had, the skeletal knight anchoring his chains to the ground in an attempt to pull the flaming sphere off course, while Serge unleashed torrents of fire from his maw, trying to counter the flames with his own. Eric's skeletons, though faceless and emotionless, methodically knocked arrow after arrow, aiming at the sky, their enchanted gems exploding against the sphere's surface in bright flashes of light. All of them his undead minions, Jerry, his summoned allies, they were fighting to the bitter end. In stark contrast, Brynjolf and the surviving sellswords stood paralyzed with terror, their faces pale, eyes wide, hands trembling as they stared helplessly at their impending doom. The fear was palpable, an almost tangible force that hung heavy in the air around them. Their weapons hung limply at their sides, utterly useless against the overwhelming power descending upon them. It wasn't their fear that gnawed at his heart, nor the destruction that was moments away from engulfing them all. It was the bitter taste of failure, the suffocating realization that he had lost, a strangely familiar sentiment. He had come so far, fought so hard, only to be bested here, in his first true battle against the forces of this world. He had stared down the maw of death before, but this time, it felt different. This time, the weight of defeat bore down on him like a mountain. His mind raced, weighing his options with cold, ruthless logic. He could survive. There were ways, there were always ways. He could minimize his losses and escape this death trap with just a snap of his fingers. His undead creations could be sent back to Snowhawk Fortress in an instant, safely tucked away in the crypts where they belonged. As for Jerry, well, Eric suspected that the demonic little dog would survive regardless. Then there was Maven. He had no doubt that failing here would sever his connection with her, a significant setback considering all the plans he had crafted, and the schemes he altered after their chance meeting. But plans could be rebuilt. Allies could be replaced. Pawns could be found again, scattered across Skyrim like stones waiting to be picked up and played with. Though at a hefty price, he could teleport away right now, leave the others to their fate. It would be costly, but his life was the only thing that truly mattered. The price of failure was steep, but survival was the ultimate priority. And yet, Eric hesitated. Despite everything, the logic, the cold calculations, something deep inside him, something primal, tugged at his soul. It was a feeling he hadn't felt before, something buried beneath layers of cynicism and ambition. The peril he faced wasn't merely a catastrophe, it was an opportunity. An obstacle that could not be overcome with mere cunning or retreat. It demanded more of him and offered the very thing he'd been seeking, an opportunity for growth. His instincts screamed at him to flee, to cut his losses and live another day. But something, deep in the marrow of his bones, whispered that this was a moment unlike any other. He looked up again, at the massive, flaming sphere descending from the sky, its fiery glow casting long shadows across the battlefield. Roget was confident in his victory, his shrieks of triumph echoing through the air, but Eric's mind was already shifting. This was no longer about survival. It was about something more. Following his instinct, Eric retrieved his sword from his belt, its worn leather sheath still attached. His fingers lingered on the hilt for just a moment as he muttered under his breath, "You've been with me ever since I left Snowhawk Fortress, but it's time for us to part ways." The words carried a weight of finality, and as he hardened his expression, he turned his palm outward. The sheathed straight sword vanished in a shimmer of magic, leaving his hand empty for only a second. In its place appeared a broadsword, one forged from a mixture of dwarven alloy and orichalcum, its edge gleaming under the fiery light of the descending sphere. Eric hefted the blade, feeling its weight, the familiar pulse of magicka coursing through the metal. It wasn't the ideal sword he had always envisioned, far from the perfect weapon he had hoped to forge one day. It didn't have the hardness nor the durability of his old blade from Snowhawk. And yet, this sword had one unique advantage, a remarkable ability as a conduit for magicka. Good enough, Eric muttered, his eyes narrowing on the flaming sphere descending faster by the second. Without wasting another breath, he thrust the blade forward and began channeling his magicka into the metal. His power surged through the dwarven alloy, weaving into the very essence of the sword, and something began to stir. An ethereal, dark aura began to envelop it, wrapping around the metal like smoke, shifting and twisting. It wasn't a mere extension of the sword, it was as though the magicka had taken on its own form, a spectral blade that rippled with raw energy, sharper and deadlier than any steel. The air around Eric shimmered with the intensity of his power, the ground beneath him vibrating as he concentrated everything he had into this one final strike. The weight of exhaustion threatened to crush him, but Eric gritted his teeth, forcing himself to focus. This wasn't just about surviving, this was about conquering. Roget! Eric roared, his voice cutting through the chaos, carrying across the battlefield. The dragon priest's head snapped toward him, his hollow eyes narrowing behind his mask as he sensed the impending danger. With a primal shout, Eric swung the broadsword in a wide arc, and the ethereal blade followed, cutting through the air with a sound like ripping fabric. The magicka-infused sword collided with the flaming sphere above, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. For a moment, time seemed to freeze again. Fire met magic, and for a split second, it seemed like the sphere would overpower the blade. But then, Eric pushed harder. The dark, Ethereal blade of magicka surged through the flaming sphere, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter. The flames split apart, dissipating into nothingness as the sphere collapsed inward, its power utterly destroyed. The battlefield was engulfed in a blinding light as the magic broke apart, and in the same fluid motion, Eric brought the sword down toward Roget. The dragon priest barely had time to react, his ethereal form still struggling against Heelrith's chains. The spectral blade sliced cleanly through Roget's body, the aura cutting through his ancient armor and rotting flesh with ease. A shriek echoed through the sky as the dragon priest's form split in two, his bones crumbling to dust as his dark magic faltered. His mask fell with a hollow clatter, hitting the ground just as his skeletal body collapsed. The clouds above parted slowly, as if Kine itself recognized the end of the battle. Shafts of light pierced the darkness, casting their glow on Eric as he stood there, panting, the last remnants of his magicka flickering around the blade in his hand. His body trembled with exhaustion, his legs barely able to support him as he dropped to his knees. The sword slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground beside him. But Eric didn't care. A victorious grin spread across his face, his chest heaving with each labored breath. He had done it. He had won. As the battlefield fell silent, Eric looked up at the clear sky above, his vision swimming with fatigue. But there, in that moment, victory tasted sweeter than ever. Hrothmar, Wrathwolf number 28. Eric drank deeply from yet another potion, the acrid taste coating his throat and making his stomach churn. He had downed enough of them to feel his insides twist in discomfort, but they were doing their job. His muscles were no longer burning with fatigue, and his mind was beginning to clear. With a deep breath, he slowly rose to his feet, feeling the energy surge back into his body enough to stand, enough to move. He glanced down at the sword in his hand, the same one that had channeled so much raw power just moments ago. His frown deepened at the sight of its battered blade. Long cracks ran along its length, spider webbing out from the center, threatening to split it in two. It was nearly on the verge of breaking. Useless now, he muttered, shaking his head in frustration. The sword had served him well in battle, but it was a temporary tool never meant to withstand the full force of his magic. With a twist of his palm, the weapon vanished in a flicker of light. Heelrith, Eric called out, turning to scan the battlefield for his skeletal ally. To his surprise, he found Heelrith already kneeling behind him, alongside the hulking figure of Surtur. Both stood silent, statuesque in their undead obedience. But what caught Eric's attention wasn't their posture, it was what Heelrith held in his bony hands. A large black soul gem, 2 times the size of a regular one, gleamed under the dimming light. Its surface was smooth, almost flawless, but the presence radiating from it was far from benign. It thrummed with an ancient, malevolent energy, overflowing with the raw power of magicka. The soul trapped within was unmistakable. A smirk tugged at Eric's lips. Roget's soul, I take it. He mused to himself. There was no need to ask, the answer was clear. Heelrith had succeeded in capturing the dragon priest's essence, sealing it within the gem like a prize. Eric reached out, tucking the gem into the folds of his cloak. It hummed softly against his chest, a constant reminder of the power he now held. His thoughts raced at the possibilities. What he could learn, what he could gain from Roget's soul was limitless. But that would come later. Before he could contemplate further, Brynjolf approached, stepping over the charred remains of the battlefield. His expression was one of weary relief, though there was still an edge to his voice as he said, "Well, you've really done it, lad. That dragon priest and his dragger won't be haunting this mountain anymore." He paused, glancing around at the carnage. "Should we head back to Riften now?" Eric shook his head. "Not just yet." His eyes shifted to the idle skeletons standing among the debris. Their hollow, empty gazes awaited his command. "I want to take care of a few things first." With a flick of his wrist, he gestured to the skeletons. "Clear the rubble," he ordered. "Gather the dead, both ours and theirs, and prepare them for cremation." The undead soldiers moved immediately, their bones clattering as they went to work. There was no hesitation in their actions, no need for further instruction. They obeyed without question, their hands methodically sifting through the ruins, retrieving the bodies strewn across the battlefield. It was a grim task, but necessary. Eric turned back to Brynjolf, who was watching the skeletons with a wary eye. "Take some time to rest. We'll be heading down the mountain in an hour or two at most." Brynjolf opened his mouth to reply, but before he could say anything, Eric snapped his fingers. A large wooden crate materialized in front of them, filled to the brim with potions of varying shapes and sizes. Eric gestured to it. "You and the ones still breathing can use those. If the potions aren't enough to keep someone alive, bring them to me." Brynjolf blinked, clearly caught off guard by the gesture. His hard features softened slightly as he nodded in gratitude. "Thank you. I'm sure the lads will appreciate the help." Without further delay, Brynjolf hefted the crate and began walking toward the surviving sellswords, who were tending to their wounds and the bodies of their fallen comrades. Watching Brynjolf disappear into the distance, Eric's gaze drifted back to the remains of Roget. The once formidable dragon priest was now reduced to nothing more than a pile of ash and dust, the ancient magics that had bound his form together dissipating with his death and the capture of his soul. His once imposing skeletal form had crumbled away, leaving behind only a faint trace of his former might. Kneeling down, Eric began to sift through the remnants, his fingers brushing against the tattered robes that had once adorned the dragon priest. The robes disintegrated at his touch, falling apart like brittle paper, but buried within the dust, something far more solid caught his attention. With a quick motion, he retrieved Roget's mask. The mask was an imposing piece, crafted from orichalcum, its greenish hue unmistakable even beneath the layers of dust that clung to it. As Eric held it up to the light, he could feel the energy radiating from it, an almost palpable sense of vitality coursing through the air around it. The mask seemed to pulse faintly, as though it still held some trace of the power that had once animated Roget's body. A smirk played on Eric's lips as he studied the artifact. A powerful relic indeed, he thought, the possibilities already swirling in his mind. He had read about the ancient masks of the dragon priests, how they had been imbued with powerful enchantments, each one unique, each one a testament to the magic of a forgotten era. He would have plenty of time to study its properties, to unlock its secrets, but for now, he slipped it into the folds of his cloak. It would serve him well in time. Turning his attention back to the pile of ash, Eric's hand brushed against another object. Pulling it free from the dust, he found Roget's staff. It was just as he remembered it from the game, ebony in color, standing just over half his height. The staff's surface was intricately inscribed with ancient runes, winding up its length like coiled serpents. At its head, a dragon's snarling visage roared toward the sky, frozen in eternal defiance. Eric ran his fingers over the dragon's head, feeling the cold metal beneath his touch. There were two types of staves in this world, some enchanted with a single spell, others merely serving as conduits to enhance a mage's casting ability. This one, however, was unique. It combined both traits, allowing for more efficient spell casting while also holding a permanent enchantment. The spell embedded within the staff wall of fire was potent, though Eric found it somewhat limiting for his purposes. The spell had little practical application in most scenarios, but the staff itself, well, that was another matter. He had no intention of leaving it as it was. Already, he was considering how best to reforge it, to mold it into something greater. With the right rituals and enchantments, this staff could become something far more dangerous, a weapon tailored to his specific needs. His mind churned with possibilities, each more tantalizing than the last. As he was lost in thought, a sharp bark broke through his reverie. Eric turned, his eyes narrowing as he saw Jerry, the demonic hound, standing near the edge of the ruined balcony. The creature was wagging its tail excitedly, barking at something just beyond the crumbled stone railing. Eric's brow furrowed in confusion as he followed the dog's gaze, his eyes landing on the ancient word wall nestled into the cliffside. The wall loomed over the edge of the mountain, weathered and worn, but still imposing. The carved dragon language etched into its surface glowed faintly, as if the very stones themselves remembered the power they once held. A sense of ancient, raw magic emanated from it, a connection to the Thursday the dragon shouts, that had shaped this world long before Eric had ever arrived. Eric approached the word wall, intrigued as the ancient runes glowed faintly in the fading light. He smirked, musing to himself, I always wondered what was written on these walls, but I was too lazy to ever look into it. Now, however, the opportunity to find out was right before him, and for the first time, the allure of the ancient dragon language drew him in. With the staff still in hand, he stepped closer, his eyes scanning the ancient text with an intensity he rarely displayed. The carved words seemed to shimmer, pulling his focus deeper into the meaning they conveyed. As he read, Eric's expression grew dazed, entranced by the weight of the history embedded within the stone. He could almost feel the echoes of the past, the warriors who had once stood on this very mountain, carving their legends into eternity. It wasn't until Brynjolf's voice cut through the fog in his mind that Eric snapped back to the present. You all right, lad? Brynjolf called, his voice tinged with concern. The thief had a keen eye for when something was amiss. Eric blinked, turning to Brynjolf and offering a quick nod. All is well. Just lost in thought for a moment, he said, his voice calm but distant as if part of him was still connected to the wall and the power it contained. Brynjolf glanced from Eric to the word wall, then back again, his brow furrowed. I take it you can read this gibberish then? Care to share? Eric shrugged, a casual motion, but his mind was still piecing together the meaning behind the words. He spoke, his voice taking on a strange cadence as he recited the ancient text. Here fell Hrothmar, Wrath-Wolf, from the savage plains, may his soul wander Sovngarde forever. Brynjolf's eyes widened in surprise, his curiosity piqued. And who is this Hrothmar to be honored in such a way? Eric shook his head slowly, his fingers idly tracing the grooves of the dragon script. I've never heard the name before, but the dragon tongue conveys more than just words. It speaks with intent. From what I can gather. He paused, thoughtfully tapping his chin. Brynjolf raised an eyebrow, clearly impatient. Well? Don't keep me waiting. A chuckle escaped Eric as he continued. Since Hrothmar is called Wrath-Wolf, it's highly likely he was a lycanthrope. The dragon language is precise, every word carries layers of meaning. This title suggests he was not just a warrior, but a fierce one, driven by the rage of a wolf's blood. And since it says he fell here, I'd wager he was an enemy of the dragon cult. Possibly a champion who fought against them. Brynjolf folded his arms, his expression skeptical but intrigued. And what makes you think he fought against them? Eric's eyes gleamed as he delved deeper into his theory. Look where we are, this mountain was likely a stronghold of the cult. If Hrothmar fell here, he was either defending or attacking it. My guess is he was a warrior of High King Harold, or maybe even someone from that era. The ancient kings led campaigns against the cult, and it's not a stretch to think Hrothmar fought in those battles. Brynjolf's brow furrowed, skepticism etched into his features as he studied the ancient markings on the wall. It's rather impressive, he began, that you pull such a story from a few scratches on the wall, but would the dragon cult really honor their enemy like this? If Rocket is anything to judge them by, they don't seem like such an honorable lot. Eric glanced at Brynjolf with a blank expression, his lips curling into a smirk. Then, unexpectedly, he let out a laugh sharp and cutting through the mountain air. The thief's comment amused him, but the truth of the matter was something far darker. What makes you think this word wall was constructed to honor him? Eric asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If anything, it's a clear mockery. Brynjolf's frown deepened, his mind turning over Eric's words, trying to reconcile what he had just heard. A mockery? What other purpose could this word wall serve other than to honor this Hrothmar fellow? They even bid his soul to forever wander Sovngarde. Eric's amusement faded into a weary sigh. He turned his gaze back to the wall, the weight of ancient history pressing on his thoughts. That's exactly why I think it's a mockery, he explained, his voice softer now, tinged with a scholar's disdain for those who would twist legends to their own ends. You might not know this, but a werewolf can never enter Sovngarde. Herson wouldn't allow it. Brynjolf blinked, confusion flickering in his eyes. What do you mean? Eric's expression hardened as he continued, his tone more deliberate now, as though he were lecturing a novice. All lycanthropes are destined to forever hunt at their master's side in the hunting grounds after their souls leave Mundus. Herson, the Daedric prince of the hunt, claims them, every last one of them. To bid Hrothmar's soul to wander Sovngarde, knowing full well that he could never set foot there, it's a cruel jest. The words hung between them, and for a moment, the mountain seemed quieter. Even the wind, which had been howling moments before, seemed to still, as though out of respect for the truth Eric had just laid bare. Brynjolf's frown grew more pronounced. So, this is meant as an insult? A jab at his fate. Eric's gaze turned sharp, his disdain for the dragon cult clear in every word that followed. Think about it. Would a cult of cowards who bent their knees to dragons really regard Sovngarde so highly? These men, these priests, forsook everything for power, for the fleeting favor of the dragons. They worshipped their overlords, carved these walls with their draconic tongue, and subjugated the people. To them, Sovngarde was just another farce, one they likely despised for how it glorified the warriors who fought against them. Brynjolf exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck as he glanced again at the word wall. So, what you're saying is, they wrote this knowing full well Hrothmar would never reach Sovngarde. That it was a curse disguised as an honor. Eric gave a curt nod, his voice calm yet dismissive as he replied, exactly. But it's nothing more than ancient history now. It has nothing to do with us. Turning away from the wall, Eric cast his gaze over the area, and his eyes fell on the sight of the skeletons, Healrith and Surtr among them, having already gathered the fallen soldiers. The bodies lay in neat rows, their faces turned skyward as if awaiting their final journey. The battlefield, once filled with the clamor of steel and the roars of battle, now lay silent, except for the faint whisper of the wind that carried with it the scent of snow and death. Eric walked forward, his steps steady but heavy with the weight of what had transpired. He stood at the center of the fallen, looking over the bodies of those who had fought and died in Roget's forsaken lair. He raised his hands and addressed the dead, his voice somber but full of a quiet respect. Your deaths need not be pitied, Eric began, his tone carrying across the cold air. You fought with blades in your hands, as true Nords should. Your souls will find their way to Sovngarde. He paused, letting the words sink in, not just for himself but for any who might still be listening from the afterlife. You will feast with the heroes of old, drink mead in the halls of Shore, and your names will be sung alongside the greatest warriors to have ever lived. This world may forget you, but Sovngarde will welcome you with open arms. The quiet reverence of the moment stretched, and for a fleeting second, it felt as if the dead themselves were listening, as if the spirits were waiting for the release that would carry them away from this cold, broken world. With a deep breath, Eric lowered his hands and, with a swift motion, began weaving his magicka into a spell. The fire that erupted from his hands was not wild and raging, but a steady, controlled blaze that moved from one body to the next, igniting them in ceremonial flames. The fire danced over the dead, consuming them in a glow of orange and gold, the heat radiating outward but never threatening the living. The snow around them began to melt as the flames roared higher, and a faint smell of burning flesh mixed with the crisp mountain air. Eric stood still, watching as the fire took them, transforming the fallen into ashes that would soon be carried away by the wind. There was something both cleansing and final about the act, a fitting end for those who had died in battle. Satisfied that the dead were being seen off properly, Eric turned to his undead companions. Heelrith, still clutching the large black soul gem, and Surtur, the towering skeletal warrior, stood at attention, awaiting their master's command. The rest of his undead legion stood behind them, their vacant eyes glowing faintly in the dimming light. With a snap of his fingers, Eric dismissed them all. "Return to Snowhawk Fortress," he commanded, his voice laced with authority. "You've served your purpose here." One by one, Heelrith, Surtur, and the rest of the undead minions vanished in swirls of ethereal energy, their forms dissipating like shadows cast by a fading sun. Soon, the only reminder of their presence was the stillness that followed, a silence that felt strangely peaceful after the chaos of battle. Eric exhaled, feeling the weight of the day's events pressing on his shoulders, but he was far from done. Turning back toward the path down the mountain, he began preparing himself for the journey. "We should head down soon," he muttered to himself, already thinking about what awaited him next. Brynjolf reappeared, his steps crunching softly in the snow as he approached. "Everything in order, lad?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. Eric nodded, casting one last glance at the burning pyre that consumed the bodies of the fallen. "Aye. Let's get off this mountain before the storm rolls in." With that, they began their descent, the distant glow of the fire behind them, marking the end of one battle and the start of whatever came next. The Weight of Souls number 29. Eric hummed to himself, a low, steady tune that carried softly through the cooling evening air as he strolled through Riften's market square. Jerry padded silently at his heels, the corgi's silver fur gleaming faintly in the last traces of daylight. The sun was sinking behind the jagged peaks that framed the city, casting long shadows over the marketplace. Stall owners were beginning to pack away their wares, pulling down faded cloth awnings and securing their goods for the night. But despite the calmness of the scene, Eric could feel the weight of dozens of eyes on him. The usual buzz of chatter that filled the square had hushed the moment he appeared. Some merchants halted mid-task, their hands frozen on the ropes of their stalls, nervously glancing at him whenever they thought his attention was elsewhere. Others weren't as subtle, openly whispering behind hands, their voices tinged with fear. "Wraith," one voice muttered from somewhere behind a vegetable stand. "That's him, the Wraith of the Docks, Noah Farlhost. Did you hear what the mercenaries said?" Another whispered, eyes wide. "They say he even speaks to the dead." Eric pretended not to hear. The gossip didn't bother him. In fact, it almost amused him. Necromancy was frowned upon in Skyrim, but it was not against the law. As long as it was mere words, they could call him what they wanted: Wraith, Necromancer, Dark Mage. It made no difference to him. He cared not for their approval or their fear. All that mattered was the work he'd set out to do, and he had far more pressing concerns than the opinions of Riften's merchants. It had been 4 days since he'd returned to the city, and even now, he could still vividly recall the scene that greeted him upon his arrival. Maven Blackbriar had been waiting at the gate, a formidable contingent of city guards at her side. Her face had been a mixture of impatience and curiosity, and she had wasted no time in confronting him. "I saw the glow of magic all the way from Riften," she had said, her sharp eyes narrowing. And the court wizard almost tore her own hair out in anxiousness after feeling the ripples of magica from Farlhost. Care to explain what exactly went on up there? Eric had been too exhausted to engage in a proper conversation, let alone entertain Maven's demands for answers. His body had been heavy with fatigue, his mind still reeling from the battle with Roget and the aftermath. He had simply shrugged and said, "I'm too tired to discuss it now," before brushing past her and making his way to the Bee and the Barb. Once inside the tavern, Eric had ordered a meal that could have fed 5 starved Nords, a feast of meats, bread and mead that made even the tavern's regulars gawk. He had devoured every bite without a second thought, then staggered to his room, collapsing into the bed with a groan. He hadn't expected to sleep for 2 straight days, but when he woke, the sun had already dipped below the horizon once again. Upon waking, he had followed the same ritual, another large meal, this time smaller in scale but still enough to draw curious glances from the innkeeper, and then it was back to business. He'd spent the next 2 days at the forge, hammering away at raw ingots, forging new blades to replace the one that had shattered during the fight with Roget. The clang of metal on metal had been a strangely meditative process, the heat of the forge offering a distraction from the lingering weight of his victory and the souls he had claimed in the process. Of course, he didn't neglect his study of the lexicon and devoted even more time to unlocking its secrets. However, with both the accumulation of mental and physical fatigue, he stopped going out to explore the wilderness of the rift. Instead, he devoted his free time to simply sleeping and reading books to relax whenever the whispers of the Dwemer from within the lexicon became too heavy to bear. Once his weapons were ready, Eric had moved on to Riften's alchemy shop, stocking up on the ingredients he needed to replenish his depleted stash of potions. The shopkeeper had been polite enough, though Eric noticed the man's eyes constantly flicking to Jerry, as if half expecting the corgi to pounce at any moment. Thanks to the chatter of the sellswords that accompanied him, he wasn't the only one to gain a reputation. Eric paid him no mind, purchasing what he needed without engaging in small talk, proceeding to brew the needed potions without delay, and by the time he was done, the sky had already darkened, leaving the city bathed in twilight. Now, as he made his way back toward the Bee and the Barb, Eric felt the familiar weariness returning. His body still wasn't fully recovered from his ordeal at Farlhost, and though he'd managed to rest, the lingering tension in his muscles reminded him that he was still far from his best. Jerry let out a low, soft whine as they passed by the meatmonger's stall, the corgi's nose twitching wildly at the scent of fresh cuts of beef and venison. The little dog's tongue dangled from his mouth, his wide eyes fixed on the array of meats laid out in the open air, practically flooding the cobblestones beneath him with drool. Eric followed the corgi's gaze and couldn't help but smirk, rolling his eyes at his companion's never-ending appetite. "We're almost back to the inn," Eric said with a resigned sigh, nudging Jerry away from the stall. "I'll get you something nice and chewy there." Jerry trotted along obediently, though he cast one last, longing glance over his shoulder at the tantalizing display. Eric shook his head with a faint chuckle, his thoughts wandering as they made their way toward the Bee and the Barb. The familiar glow of the inn spilled out onto the cobblestone street ahead, a beacon of warmth against the darkening sky. The smell of roasted meat and ale drifted toward him, comforting and welcoming after a long, tiresome day. Yet, despite the inviting aromas and the promise of food and drink, something felt off. Eric couldn't quite place it, but the feeling gnawed at him. A strange tension hung in the air, as though the city itself was holding its breath. He shrugged the feeling off, telling himself it was just the exhaustion lingering from his days at the forge and the lingering aftershocks of his time in Farlhost. As Eric reached the door of the inn, he paused briefly before pushing it open. The instant he stepped inside, the feeling of unease solidified. The once lively atmosphere of the Bee and the Barb had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. Gone were the usual sounds of raucous laughter, clinking mugs, and the cheerful strumming of the bard's lute. The tables, typically crowded with boisterous patrons, were now empty. Only one person remained in the dimly lit room, Maven Blackbriar, sitting calmly at a table directly opposite the entrance. Her expression was one of cool amusement, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips as she took a slow sip from a jeweled goblet. The flickering candlelight reflected off her rings, casting sharp glints across the darkened tavern. Eric let out a long, tired sigh. "Of course. Haven't we been here before?" he muttered under his breath, his voice laced with exasperation. He made his way toward Maven, grabbing a half-finished plate of food from an abandoned table as he passed. Jerry's ears perked up immediately at the sight of the meal, and Eric lowered the plate to the floor, letting the corgi dig in with a happy, muffled bark. With that taken care of, Eric picked up a nearby bottle of mead, popping the cork off with a practiced motion, and slumped into the seat across from Maven. He took a long swig, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand before leveling a dry look at the woman. "You couldn't have just sent a letter? Or waited like a normal person?" Eric asked, gesturing toward the empty room with the bottle in hand. "Do you really have to chase away every single patron and even the innkeepers out of the inn just to have a chat?" Maven's smile widened ever so slightly, her eyes gleaming with that calculating sharpness that Eric had come to expect from her. She set the goblet down delicately, folding her hands on the table as though this were just a casual chat between friends. "Where would be the fun in that?" she said smoothly, her voice rich with amusement. "You and I both know that sending a letter wouldn't have the desired effect. Besides, the patrons will return once we're done. I simply needed some privacy." Eric groaned, leaning back in his chair and taking another long swig of mead. "Privacy," he repeated, his tone flat, the word rolling off his tongue like it left a bitter taste in his mouth. His eyes wandered toward the wooden chest placed on the ground beside the table. He gestured to it, adding, "Well, what is it that you wanted to discuss? And does that chest have anything to do with it?" Maven followed his gaze, her expression unchanging as she gave a small shake of her head. "Not at all," she said, her tone dismissive. "That chest contains the money you gave to Brynjolf. The compensation you intended for the families of the dead mercenaries." Eric raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Maven's face grew more exasperated as she continued. "I don't know what's more astonishing," she added, her voice thick with irritation. "That you entrusted so much gold to a thief, or the fact that he didn't try to embezzle it." Eric couldn't help but laugh at that, the sound rough and genuine as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Even thieves have their codes of honor," he said with a smirk. "That Brynjolf might not flaunt it, but he's not as rotten as he likes people to think." Maven chuckled at those words, but there was a slight hint of disdain in her voice as she spoke. "Indeed, a thief with a heart of gold." He shot Maven a pointed glance, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "In any case," he added, his tone turning more serious, "why is the gold still here, and not in the hands of the families of the deceased. Maven's lips curled slightly into a subtle, knowing smile, but there was a hardness in her eyes as she offered a small shrug. Because you are not obliged to offer compensation, she said matter-of-factly. Then, trailing off, she leaned back and added with a hint of something almost vulnerable, you wanted to go to Farlhost alone. I insisted on sending help. So, I should be the one to compensate them, shouldn't I? Eric's brow lifted in amusement, his interest piqued as he studied Maven's face more intently. Her mask of indifference was expertly crafted, but he could sense there was more to her gesture than simple generosity. She wasn't a kind soul by nature, and while Eric knew she wasn't ruled by fear, she was far too calculating to act purely out of goodwill. Perhaps she saw this as a way to ensure her control, to remind the mercenaries who truly held their purse strings. Or maybe it was her way of placating them before any unrest festered, he couldn't say for sure. Whatever her reason, Eric found himself mildly amused. He didn't care much for the loyalty or opinions of sellswords, but pride, his pride, was something else entirely. Scoffing softly, Eric leaned back again, his hand idly swirling the mead in the bottle as he mulled over her words. The things I've given, he said slowly, his voice low and firm, should not be taken back so lightly. Think of it as added compensation from me and give it to the families. I was the one who led their sons into their deaths, after all. His eyes locked with Maven's, and though his words were practical, there was a finality in them that silenced any further debate. Eric understood the weight of responsibility for those who had fallen under his watch, and he had no intention of letting someone else carry that burden, not even if Maven saw it as a chance to extend her influence. Like thieves, who adhered to their own unspoken codes of honor and limits, Eric had his own. The remnants of 2,000 years' worth of memories, the beliefs of an ancient necromancer, and the habits of that long-perished soul clung to him from the moment he awoke at the ritual's conclusion, even if he didn't fully realize it. He remained himself, the video game addict who had once preferred the glow of his computer screen to real human interaction. But now, he was also a Norda Skald, a necromancer who had once turned Tamriel on its head. And the warrior tradition of Skyrim, etched into his very soul, shaped his every thought. Those fallen sellswords, though mere passers-by in the greater sweep of his journey, had been brave warriors. Even if their skill didn't stand out, they deserved the respect of those who fell with their weapons still in hand, defiant until their final breaths. Maven studied him for a moment, her expression inscrutable. Then, after a brief pause, she inclined her head slightly, as if acknowledging his decision. Very well, she said softly. It shall be as you wish. Eric leaned back, stretching his arms over his head as he let out a long breath. Glad we got that out of the way, he said, his tone a little lighter, though his sharp gaze remained on Maven. Now, what's this really about? I know you didn't clear out the inn just to discuss some pocket change. Maven's smile widened as she reached beneath the table and pulled out 2 rolled parchments, placing them on the worn wooden surface with deliberate care. Eric quirked an eyebrow, reaching for one of them. What are these? He asked as he began to unfurl the first scroll. Maven leaned back in her chair, taking a leisurely sip from her goblet before responding. The first, she said, her voice smooth, is a decree from Jarl Lila Lawgiver, proclaiming you Thane of Riften for your great service to the hold. Eric blinked, glancing from the parchment to Maven before his lips curled into a smirk. Thane of Riften. He shook his head in amusement. And here I thought titles like that required at least a meeting with the Jarl. Maven's eyes sparkled with amusement as she gestured to the second scroll. The other, she continued, is a property deed for Honeyside, a lovely little house overlooking the harbor. A gift, from me. A house? Eric asked, picking up the second scroll. Generous. Though I suppose it wouldn't do for the Thane of the Rift to be holed up in the bee and the barb like a common tourist, now would it? Maven chuckled softly, her fingers tracing the rim of her goblet. Precisely. It's a rather dignified position, wouldn't you say? Eric tilted his head, studying the parchments before glancing back at her. I don't know how you pulled this off without me even meeting the Jarl, but I'll remind you I'm already Thane of Hjalmarch. Your little maneuver here might have been for nothing. Maven's expression didn't falter as she leaned in slightly, her voice lowering in that silky, persuasive way of hers. That might be true in ordinary times, she admitted. But these are far from ordinary times. Oh. Eric raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. And what, exactly, makes these such extraordinary times? Maven's smile faltered, but only briefly, as she gestured around the room. Vampires stir in Hjalmarch. The ancient dragon cult awakens here, in the rift. And you, dear Eric, just happened to crush both threats in a single blow. Her voice took on a more serious note. And then, of course, we have Ulfric Stormcloak eyeing the throne of High King with the subtlety of a troll, while bandits and marauders multiply like Skyvar across Skyrim. If these aren't times of turmoil, then I don't know what is. Eric let out a hearty laugh, shaking his head. That sounds like a regular Morndas in Skyrim if you ask me. But, who am I to argue? Especially when this arrangement serves my purposes. Maven's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then it's settled. Eric gave her a nod, folding the parchments and setting them aside. Very well. Now let's discuss something that truly matters, my shares in the mines beneath Forehost, and how much they're going to cost me. Maven's demeanor shifted instantly, her eyes gleaming with a business-like focus. Ah, yes. The mines. You'll find they are quite profitable, though they've been largely untouched for some time now. They both leaned in, their conversation turning to the finer points of investment, shares, and ownership rights. Eric, as ever, kept a casual demeanor, but his eyes gleamed with interest as he pressed Maven for details, negotiating with the seasoned Blackbriar matriarch in a way few could manage without being devoured whole. Meanwhile, as the conversation stretched on, Jerry had entirely lost interest in their discussion. The corgi was far more concerned with the plate of food Eric had set down earlier. He licked it clean, his little nose twitching in satisfaction. When that was done, he turned his attention to one of the empty tables nearby. With a small bark, Jerry hopped up onto it and made himself comfortable, content to keep nibbling on scraps while his master brokered deals that would undoubtedly shape the future of Riften and perhaps Skyrim itself. The fire crackled warmly, casting flickering shadows against the stone walls of the inn. Maven and Eric's voices blended into the background as the night deepened, leaving the world outside in darkness while Jerry, blissfully unaware of the weighty matters being discussed, finished his meal in peace. Test of patience number 30. The black drapery covering Skidoo's skeletal frame fluttered slightly in the cool autumn breeze as the steed trotted steadily along the cobblestone road. Eric sat atop the undead horse, his dark cloak blending with the shadows cast by the jagged rocks and towering trees lining the path. Jerry padded along at his side, his bright blue eyes wide with curiosity as he darted ahead to sniff at the occasional leaf or stone. The vibrant yellow of the trees, caught in the golden grip of fall, contrasted sharply with the desolate crags of Forehost Mountain looming over them to the west. Once a barren, snow-covered peak, Forehost had now become a bustling hub of activity. Builders, miners, and prospectors swarmed its slopes, eager to reopen the old mines beneath the mountain. The sounds of pickaxes striking stone echoed faintly in the distance, and Eric couldn't help but let a rare smile tug at the corner of his lips. He had brought this change with his own hands, turning the abandoned ruins into a beacon of wealth and opportunity. Sure enough, people flocked to gold wherever and whenever it appeared. Wealth had a way of making the impossible possible, drawing even the most stubborn from their holes. He tore his gaze away from the busy mountain, focusing once more on the road ahead. It had been 3 days since Maven Blackbriar had waited for him like a spectre in the bee and barb, her ever-calculating gaze watching his every move. They had discussed the terms of his investment in Forelhost's mines, agreeing on a fair price for the shares. True to his word, Eric had provided the gold immediately, not one to let opportunities slip through his fingers. The prospect of owning a piece of those lucrative veins of ore had been too tempting to pass up. But now, that was behind him. His mind drifted to meeting his new housecarl. Eric shifted slightly in the saddle, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension in his back as he recalled his meeting with the Jarl's pick. Lila Lawgiver had seen fit to appoint a Nordic woman named Iola to serve him. She was loud, boisterous, and had a tendency to shout everything she said, as if speaking normally wasn't quite enough for her. Eric had found it irritating at first, but there was no denying her competence. After some exchanges with Eric, she had proven capable and clever enough for him to entrust her with managing his properties in Riften, including Honeyside and his shares in the Forehost mines. Though Eric had little interest in playing the role of a traditional thane or some businessman, he recognized the value of proper management. Wealth needed to be tended, like a fire that must be fed to burn bright. Their meeting had been brief but direct, much to Eric's relief. After explaining how he wanted her to handle the properties and respond to the various challenges that would undoubtedly arise, he had handed her a substantial amount of gold. Enough to refurbish Honeyside and ensure her living expenses were covered for a few years. Iola had taken the assignment with a determined nod, her loud voice booming across the room as she assured him everything would be handled to perfection. The memory of that encounter brought a faint chuckle to Eric's lips. It had reminded him of his first housecarl, Valdemar, a man who had faded into obscurity in his memory. The man seemed eager to serve, but unfortunately, Eric had no need of his services at the time. Maybe, in time, when he's finally ready to start working on Snowhawk Fortress and turn it into the hub of commerce he envisioned, he'll call on Valdemar and appoint him as a steward, but for now, the housecarl would have to settle for managing his land in the marshes and fending off the local mud crabs and horkers. Eric turned to Jerry and spoke. Come on, boy. We'll be picking up the pace. Stendarr's beacon should be right ahead. With that, he spurred Skidoo to start galloping, and Jerry followed along, his short stubby legs moving at a deceptively fast pace. The cold wind whipped around Eric as he approached Stendarr's beacon, its worn stones jutting out from the snow-covered peak like the skeletal remains of a once great beast. The tower stood defiant against the elements, a lonely sentinel in the unforgiving mountains southeast of Riften. Though time had weathered its stones, the beacon still served as a stronghold for the vigilance of Stendarr, a place where they held their grim watch against the evils that threatened Tamriel. Eric couldn't help but admire the resilience of the structure, though he suspected the vigilance within might not share the same grit as he recalled their fate from the game. He Stendarr's beacon as one of the last remaining holdouts for the Vigilant after the sudden emergence of the vampires who made their presence known by decimating a great number of the Order's branches, but that won't happen for at least a few years. Skidoo, his skeletal steed, had been dismissed long before the ascent, and Jerry padded quietly at his side, the enchanted collar around his neck masking the Daedric aura that would otherwise set the Vigilants on edge. As Eric drew nearer, 2 Vigilants, clad in the dull steel of their order, stood at the entrance. Their eyes were cold, their postures rigid, as if the weight of their duty had stripped them of anything resembling warmth or empathy. Vigilants were known for their strict adherence to Stendarr's teachings, hunting down Daedra worshippers and creatures of dark magic with fervent zeal. Eric approached with measured steps, his cloak billowing slightly in the wind, a document held firmly in hand. When he was close enough, he raised it in greeting. "Thane Eric of Hishalmarch," he said, his voice cutting through the wind. "I come with urgent business." The Vigilants exchanged glances, but their expressions barely changed. Eric handed them the rolled parchment, a letter bearing the official seal of Jarl Edgerod Ravencrone. One of them took it with a slow, deliberate motion, unraveling the scroll and reading through the contents with an air of disinterest. The other crossed his arms, his gaze locked onto Eric with the same intensity one might reserve for a suspicious beggar. "I've been tracking an ancient clan of vampires," Eric continued, his tone steady. "I could use the help of the Vigilants. The Jarl herself has endorsed my mission." The first Vigilant scanned the document for a few more moments, then passed it to his companion with an exasperated sigh. "Vampires, you say," he muttered, his voice laced with disdain. "We have no time for mere skeeters lurking in some cave or the other. We're occupied with far more pressing matters, keeping Skyrim free of Daedric influence." Eric's eyes flickered with irritation. His mind drifted briefly to the numerous Daedric cults scattered across Skyrim, the insidious influence they had over the people and the land, and he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "And what a good job you're doing of it," he mused sarcastically, biting back the words before they could escape his lips. Before Eric could respond, the second Vigilant chimed in, his voice mocking. "Go waste someone else's time with this nonsense, Thane. We've got real threats to deal with." A vein bulged on Eric's forehead as his hand instinctively moved toward the hilt of his sword. What little patience he had was wearing thin, and the blatant dismissal of these vigilantes was more than enough to grate his nerves. But, with a great deal of restraint, he refrained from drawing his weapon. He hadn't come here for a fight, though if these fools continued their mockery, he couldn't promise that his temper would hold. Taking a deep breath, Eric steadied his voice and restrained his irritation. "This is an official request from the Jarl of Morthal," he said, emphasizing the title. "Are you telling me it's acceptable to dismiss such a request so casually?" The first Vigilant snorted, rolling his eyes. "Even if it was from the Jarl herself, we're an independent order. We don't take orders from a Jarl, a Thane, or even the High King himself. We follow Stendarr's teachings. Nothing more, nothing less. Stop wasting our time, Thane." Eric could feel the thin knot that held his tempter slowly unraveling. He clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to lash out with a fireball. He had expected resistance, but not this level of disrespect. Even Jerry seemed to be annoyed, growling at the 2 vigilantes. Still, Eric decided to hold it in and give them one more chance to reconsider. "Stendarr's teachings are all well and good," Eric said, his voice sharp now, "but you're blind if you can't see that the vampire threat is as real as any Daedric influence. They will decimate villages, slaughter innocents. Does that not fall under your sacred duty?" The second Vigilant stepped forward, his hand resting lightly on the pommel of his sword, as if ready to escalate the situation at the slightest provocation. "Again, our duty," he spat, "is to keep Skyrim safe from the Daedra. Vampires are beneath our concern. I strongly suggest you stop wasting our time or else." The Vigilant's threat lingered in the cold mountain air, a thinly veiled provocation that pushed Eric to the brink. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, the leather wrapping creaking beneath the pressure of his hand. In his other palm, Magicka coiled like a serpent ready to strike, the air around him vibrating with its unseen force. Jerry, ever attuned to Eric's mood, growled lowly at his side, his wide blue eyes glowing with a cold, dim light that betrayed his Daedric nature. The enchanted collar around his neck strained under the pressure of his dark energy, on the verge of snapping. Eric was seconds away from unleashing his fury. The Vigilants, ignorant as they were, had pushed him too far. But before either he or Jerry could act, something shifted in the air between them. One of the Vigilants, his stern expression faltering for a moment, leaned over and whispered into his comrade's ear. Whatever he said brought a sneer to the other's face, his lips curling with amusement. "Now that I think about it," the second Vigilant drawled mockingly, "we did have a new transfer here recently. Some fool who seemed just as concerned about these so-called vampire threats as you are." The 2 Vigilants exchanged smug glances, clearly enjoying the power they wielded over the situation. The first vigilance smirk deepened as he gestured lazily toward the tower behind them. You'll find him atop the watchtower, staring off into the horizon like he's expecting a horde of vampires to suddenly appear, he continued, his voice dripping with condescension. Perhaps he's the kind of help you're looking for. Eric's muscles tensed, the urge to wipe the smug looks off their faces gnawing at him. It would be so easy, just a flick of his wrist, a swift draw of his sword, or a burst of magic, and these fools would be put in their place. But he stopped himself, taking a deep breath, forcing the surge of irritation to subside. Slowly, his hand slipped from the hilt of his sword, the magicka in his other hand dispersing into the cold mountain air. Jerry, sensing his master's restraint, stopped growling but continued to glare at the vigilance, the faint glow of his eyes still visible. With a final look of disdain, Eric bent down and scooped Jerry up, the corgi's small form trembling with barely suppressed aggression. Eric held him firmly, his own patience tested to its limits. Without another word, he walked past the two vigilants, not bothering to grace them with a glance or acknowledgement. Their mocking laughter followed him as he made his way toward the watchtower, echoing through the mountain pass like the call of carrion birds. The snow crunched beneath his boots as he climbed the worn stone steps, the bitter wind biting at his face. The tower loomed above him, a solitary beacon in a desolate land. Despite its purpose, the place felt abandoned. The only thing that seemed to receive any type of maintenance was the shrine to Stendar, resting on a table near the stairwell leading upward. Eric didn't linger for long and quickly proceeded to make his way up. Eric ascended the final steps of the tower, his breath steady despite the cold air biting at his lungs. As he reached the top, he halted, his eyes locking onto the figure standing before him. A tall Reguard, broad-shouldered and imposing, stood at the edge of the tower, his posture unyielding. His hands rested firmly on the shaft of a heavy warhammer, its head embedded in the snow-covered stone. He wasn't holding it in a threatening manner, but there was a weight to the way his fingers curled around it, as if he was always ready to use it. The man's bald head gleamed under the weak sun, while his long, grizzled beard hung thick and untamed down to the base of his neck. His sharp blue eyes, colder than the wine swirling around the peak, bored into Eric, studying him with an intensity that was hard to ignore. It felt as though the man was trying to see straight through him, to uncover every hidden intention, every unspoken thought. Eric's brow twisted slightly in recognition. Of all the people in Skyrim, he had to be here. He forced himself not to grimace. Iran. The man who would one day lead the Dawn Guard, Skyrim's fiercest vampire hunters. This was the very last person Eric had wanted to run into on this quiet, half-abandoned watchtower. Someone out there was having a laugh at his expense, for sure. Eric exhaled slowly, the mist of his breath disappearing into the cold air. He had made so many plans before leaving Snowhawk Fortress. Detailed, meticulous plans. Yet it seemed like every step along the way, fate had thrown him a new twist to deal with. First, the revelation that the summoning stones were actually conduits to a powerful spell, one that concealed Serena's presence from the Folkihar clan, something Thalion had barely managed to explain in time. Then came the incident with the fragment of Wicked132, which he had found after inadvertently killing a Silverhand member he'd mistaken for a common bandit. The whole Farlhost incident that came after had nearly derailed his efforts, not to mention the tangled mess of his mind shares and newfound status as a Thane of Riften. None of this had been in the plan. And now this. He'd come to Stendar's beacon hoping to recruit a handful of vigilants into his service. Just some nameless zealots, pawns he could send to harass the Folkihar vampires once he stirred their nest. Instead, here stood Iran. Iran had no tolerance for anything less than absolute commitment to his cause, and while that hatred could be useful alongside his commitment and knowledge of vampires, it also meant the man was dangerously sharp and cautious. Not someone who would be easily manipulated or deceived. Eric barely held back a bitter chuckle, not sure if this was a blessing or a curse. Granting wishes number 31. Eric shook away the stray thoughts clouding his mind and focused on the task at hand. He cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Before he could finish his sentence, the man cut him off, his deep voice rumbling through the cold air like a distant thunder. You are Thane Eric, here on vampire-related business. I overheard the conversation. Eric blinked, caught off guard by the abruptness, but said nothing. The Reguard continued, shaking his head as if weary of the entire exchange. Normally, I'd apologize on behalf of my brothers in the order. But there's no need for that. His lips curled slightly, though it wasn't a smile. They're as much a part of the vigilance as you are. Eric's brow furrowed. As I am? He asked, raising an eyebrow at the strange turn of phrase. Iran tilted his head, the cold blue of his eyes flashing with a hint of dark humor. You see, this place is where the vigilants send their exiles. A place to forget about those they deem inconvenient. Undesirables. Undesirables? Eric's curiosity piqued. He glanced back down the stairs toward where the two vigilants had been stationed, their arrogance still fresh in his mind. And yet you ended up here? He asked, his voice laced with skepticism. A low chuckle escaped Iran's throat, a bitter sound that seemed to carry the weight of long years of frustration. There are two kinds of people who end up at Stendar's beacon, he said, his tone cynical, his hand gesturing lazily as if waving away the absurdity of it all. Incompetent, arrogant fools like the two down there. And then there's people like me, people who don't get along with others for various reasons. Eric studied him carefully, noting the faint edge of contempt in his voice. Iran wasn't just some embittered soldier cast aside, he was someone who had seen the rot within his own ranks. Someone who had clashed with it. Eric had to admit, the man was becoming more interesting by the second. But I suppose none of that matters, Iran continued, his dismissive gesture cutting off any further introspection about his past. His sharp eyes locked onto Eric's again. I am Iran. And if you have business with vampires, you've come to the right place, know the right man. Eric met Iran's piercing gaze, his expression hardening as he made his decision. Then I won't beat around the bush, he began, his voice steady, each word deliberate. I'm hunting for a vampire clan, not just some feral bloodsuckers skulking in a cave, but a sizable, organized clan. And they're led by an ancient vampire lord, one who was bestowed sanguinare vampiris by Malag Bal himself. For a moment, Iran's eyes widened in surprise, the mention of Malag Bal's direct involvement clearly rattling him. But just as quickly, the seasoned Reguard composed himself, his features hardening as his grip tightened on the warmer in his hands. I've heard of such clans, he said, his voice calm but laced with tension. But unlike the usual rabble of vampires, they tend to mind their business, stay out of sight. He paused, glancing toward the distant horizon as if weighing his next words carefully. As much as I'd like to shed vampire blood, he added, his voice now quieter, almost begrudging, there's no need to stir that kind of hornet's nest. The people will suffer if we provoke them without a plan. Stirring them into action too soon could mean the deaths of thousands. Eric sighed, his frustration creeping into his voice. He shook his head slowly, knowing that time was no longer on their side. It's only a matter of time before they emerge from the shadows on their own, Eric warned, his tone growing darker. And when they do, they'll begin terrorizing the people of Skyrim anyway. I know this for certain. Iran's frown deepened, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his posture shifting into one of silent scrutiny. And how do you know this? He asked, his voice measured, though there was an unmistakable edge to the question. Eric hesitated, purposefully letting the silence stretch just long enough to suggest reluctance. He needed to sell this carefully, make Iran believe that this information was something dangerous, something few should know. After a moment, he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. Have you ever heard of the tyranny of the sun? Iran's brow furrowed, confusion crossing his features. He shook his head. No, he said, clearly intrigued but wary. What is it? It's an old prophecy, Eric continued, his voice low and almost conspiratorial. Written on an elder scroll, deciphered by a moth priest. It foretells of a day when, through a heinous ritual of defilement, vampires can sever Oriel's or Akatosha's connection to Mundus. Iran's frown deepened, his knuckles widening as his hands tightened around the shaft of his warhammer. Eric's words had struck a nerve. Sever Akatosha's connection to Mundus. Iran muttered, almost in disbelief. What does that mean? Eric met Iran's eyes, his expression grim. It means they can block out the sun. Permanently. The prophecy says that the sun will be blotted out for eternity, leaving Nirn in eternal darkness. Vampires would reign supreme unchallenged by the light of day. Iran's face darkened as the full weight of the prophecy sank in. His lips twisted into a grimace, his disdain for vampires palpable. And the clan you're after, they know of this prophecy? Eric nodded. They do. The only reason they remain in the shadows is because they lack the tools to complete the ritual. But make no mistake, they're searching for them. And if they find what they need, it won't just be Skyrim that suffers. The entire world will fall into darkness. Iran was silent for a long moment, the only sound being the faint howl of wind as it swept across the mountaintop. When he finally spoke, his voice was filled with cold resolve and a hint of skepticism. If what you're saying is true, then this is far worse than I thought. There is no time to waste, and yet I can't help but wonder, how did you learn of this prophecy? Eric kept his face carefully neutral, even as his mind raced for the right words. He couldn't tell Iran the truth, that he knew about this world because it had been a video game he once played before his consciousness was thrown into this body. Not only would Iran think him mad, but the revelation could cause untold complications, perhaps even drive Iran to question the very fabric of his reality. Eric needed to be cautious, and above all, convincing. He let out a quiet sigh, feigning weariness. I learned about it from the journal of a long-dead vampire hunter, Eric said, keeping his tone matter-of-fact. The hunter himself heard about the ritual from a vampire thrall he rescued. The thrall's memory was hazy, but the vampires had been too careless, blabbering in front of him. Iran's sharp gaze lingered on Eric, scrutinizing every word, but Eric remained calm. He could sense the older man's curiosity and skepticism mingling behind those intense blue eyes. Apparently there was an inner conflict amongst the vampires, and one of them took off with an important item related to the ritual for some reason. Eric reached into his cloak, producing a weathered, tattered book bound in cracked leather. Take a look for yourself. Iran raised an eyebrow as Eric handed him the journal, clearly intrigued but still wary. His large hands gripped the book with surprising care, flipping it open. As Iran began thumbing through the brittle pages, Eric continued. It's ancient. Millennia old, from the early First Era. The ink has faded, and a good number of pages were torn out. But what remains is a record of the vampire hunter's various hunts, Eric explained. He fell silent for a moment, letting Iran inspect the journal. It was indeed the journal of a vampire hunter from long ago, one of the many treasures Eric Deathsong had stumbled upon during his centuries of wandering. The journal was authentic down to its core. Except for the last few pages. Eric had taken great care when crafting his addition to the journal. He used illusion magic to perfectly mimic the original handwriting, and the parchment he added was artificially aged through magic, completely indistinguishable from the rest. The lies were woven so seamlessly into the truth that even a vigilant investigator like Iran would find it difficult to uncover the deception. Iran's expression shifted as he carefully read the passages, his eyes narrowing in concentration. The wind whipped around them on the high tower, but the Reguard remained still, his focus locked on the journal. This is remarkable, Iran muttered as he continued to flip through the pages. He glanced up at Eric, suspicion flickering in his gaze but quickly replaced by a grudging respect. I've read countless reports on vampires and their clans, but nothing like this. If this is real. It is, Eric interjected with quiet intensity, his gaze locked on the vigilant. It's all there in the last pages. The hints are subtle, vague even, but they're unmistakable. Tyranny of the Sun, it's all there, written by a man who saw it firsthand. He gestured toward the journal. I found it in a ruin, next to his remains nothing but bones by the time I got there. The poor bastard didn't even have the chance to investigate the thrall's claims properly. Iran's brow furrowed as he flipped through the final entries, his eyes scanning the faded ink. Indeed, he muttered. It's clear he didn't stop writing because he wanted to. Eric shrugged, a casualness to his tone that masked the gravity of the situation. With how vague everything was, most would have dismissed it as nonsense. But I've always been a bit too curious for my own good. He chuckled, though the sound lacked real humor. In the end, it only took me a few years to track down one of the items the vampires need to initiate their ritual. It was locked away in Hashalmarch, tucked away where no one would think to look. Iran's face darkened as he absorbed Eric's words, the weight of it pressing down on him. And if it only took you a few years to find this relic, even with the scraps of information in this journal. His voice dropped, becoming solemn. Eric smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with a quiet certainty. Then it's only a matter of time before the vampires find it too. That was all Iran needed to hear. His jaw tightened, and without a word, he reached for the warmer resting against the wall. He lifted the massive weapon with ease, settling it onto his shoulder. His expression was grim, but resolute. We can't afford to waste any time, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Where is this relic sealed? We need to get to it before they do. Dimalo Crypt, Eric replied, turning on his heel and heading toward the stairs, gesturing for Iran to follow. Near Morthal. It's sealed away alongside a daughter of Cold Harbor. Iran's eyes narrowed as he descended the stairs behind Eric, the mention of Malag Bal's spawn sending a ripple of disgust across his features. A first vampire. He muttered, almost to himself. The thought of such an ancient and powerful creature was enough to stir even the most hardened vampire hunters. Indeed, Eric confirmed, his tone casual despite the gravity of his words. The poor girl was probably offered to Malag Bal centuries ago. What happened after that? Well, you know as well as I do what kind of blessing she received. He shook his head, a flicker of sympathy crossing his face. Iran shot him a cold glance. There's no need to sympathize with those blood-sucking vermin, he said, his voice hard as iron. The only good vampire is a dead one. By the time they reached the exit of the watchtower, Eric simply shrugged. Doesn't really matter right now, does it? He pushed open the heavy door, letting the crisp night air rush in. The chill of the Skyrim night washed over them as they stepped outside, the sky dark and foreboding. Let's head to Riften and grab a carriage. We can talk about everything else on the way. As Eric and Iran made their way toward the road leading out of the watchtower, the two vigilants stationed below called out, their voices brimming with self-importance. Where do you think you're going, Iran? One of them sneered. Leaving your post already? Iran didn't even break his stride as he shot back, his voice flat and unimpressed. If anyone asks, tell them I'm quitting the order. The vigilants shared a mocking laugh, the sound grating against the cold wind. Running away, hey! One of them jeered. Seems the great Irons is off to chasing shadows, and it looks he even found a bosom friend who is just as delusional. Eric felt his jaw tighten, a flicker of anger rising inside him. His eyes narrowed, and his steps slowed just enough to signal his agitation. If he didn't need Iran, the two fools would already be little more than charred remains. Their arrogance was nauseating, and their smugness only served to fan the flames of his irritation. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. His hand instinctively went to the inside of his cloak, brushing against the cool surface of a black soul gem nestled within its folds. The temptation tugged at him, dark and irresistible. He could feel the familiar rush of magica stir within him, and the thought of silencing those buffoons became all the more enticing. Still, he had a plan to see through. He convinced himself that patience was the key to success and prepared to continue walking, but the two vigilants, unaware of the dark storm brewing in Eric's mind, continued their mockery. Be sure to hold each other's hands, Ed. Otherwise those vampires will get you. They dared to mock him again. Eric's patience finally snapped as the two vigilants began laughing, their voices echoing all over the peak. His eyes grew cold, and without a word, his hand slipped beneath his cloak. The black soul gem, its surface covered in intricate allied runes, pulsed faintly as he summoned it into his palm. Unlike ordinary soul gems, this one held a darker purpose, its ancient symbols humming with malevolent power. Eric could feel the magic coursing through it, a well of energy waiting to be unleashed. If you like dealing with Daedra so much. Eric mused silently, his lips curling into a smirk as he eyed the vigilance ahead. He loosened his fingers, dropping the soul gem onto the snow-covered ground. With a soft whisper of magica, the snow seemed to shift and swirl around the gem, as if welcoming it into the earth. The gem vanished, sinking beneath the surface, hidden from sight but not from its purpose. Then I'll give you more Daedra to fight than you can count. He continued his stride smoothly, his expression impassive, his thoughts carefully masked. Neither Iran nor the vigilants noticed his subtle movements, their attention focused elsewhere. But Eric felt a quiet satisfaction bloom within him. The gem was set, and soon the vigilants would get their wish. They wanted to deal with dark forces well, Eric had given them their chance. The only one who noticed his actions was Jerry. The little corgi let out an excited bark, tail wagging furiously as he trotted happily by Eric's side. His wide, blue eyes usually sparkled with innocent joy, but in that moment, they gleamed with something else, something darker, more mischievous. Jerry's bark carried a hint of malevolence, as if the tiny creature was in on the plan, his excitement palpable. Threads of Deception number 32. Somewhere in the rift, the cold night air hung heavy, the stars muted by thick clouds overhead. A small campfire crackled softly, its orange glow casting flickering shadows across the surrounding trees. Eric and Iran sat across from one another, the warmth of the fire doing little to chase away the bite of Skyrim's unforgiving chill. The hired carriage driver they'd enlisted for their journey tended to his horses not far off, grumbling to himself about the cold. Jerry was making quick work of a piece of venison, his small yet ferocious bites tearing into the meat. He held it down with his front paws, gnawing with a focus that seemed almost comical given his size. Iran, watching the display, raised an eyebrow in mild amusement. Interesting pet you've got there, Iran remarked, his deep voice breaking the quiet. He kept his gaze on Jerry for a moment longer before turning to Eric. I might have mistaken it for a regular mutt if it weren't for the ominous magica emanating from him. The last part was said with a bit more weight, as if he'd been puzzling over it since they set out. Eric shrugged nonchalantly, though a small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. I found Jerry a while back in a summoning circle. Haven't quite figured out what he is exactly, but he's obedient enough. And, well, he's surprisingly good company. As if to prove Eric's point, Jerry lifted his head from the venison, his tongue lolling out before he barked excitedly, the sound sharp in the still night air. His tail wagged in rapid, delighted movements as if voicing his agreement. Iran hummed in thought, staring into the flames for a moment. I suppose it doesn't matter, he said finally, his voice carrying a hint of resignation. In these strange times, I've seen stranger things. We've got more pressing matters than figuring out what your pet is. The fire popped as a log cracked, sending a few embers floating up into the night sky. The silence stretched for a few beats before Iran turned his attention back to Eric. His tone grew more serious, his sharp eyes fixing on the Necromancer. We didn't have time for chit-chat earlier, but now that we have a moment to breathe. I have to ask, what's our plan? You spoke of the vampires and their relic, but what exactly are we going to do about it? Eric, leaning back slightly against a nearby boulder, smiled faintly. It's quite simple, really, or at least it should be, he said, his tone confident but cautious. He gestured toward the fire, almost as if outlining the strategy in its flickering light. The vampires want the relic sealed in Dimalo Crypt. They need it to fulfill the prophecy of the tyranny of the sun, which, as you've read, will blot out the sun and give them dominion over the world. He paused, watching Iran's face harden with understanding. In that case, Eric continued, we have two choices, we either hide the relic in a place where they can't find or take it by force, or... Iran interjected with a sharp shake of his head. Hiding it isn't an option. The relic and the daughter of Cold Harbor were sealed in Dimalo Crypt for a reason. The vampires must have a way to track it down, even if we move it, unless we have some specific countermeasure. Eric smiled inwardly. Iran was sharp, managing to piece together the hints Eric had carefully planted in the journal. It was a subtle manipulation, one that required finesse, but so far, it was working as planned. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Eric nodded with a measured look of concern. I'm afraid that's exactly the case, Eric said evenly. That only leaves us with one choice: to destroy the relic before the vampires can get their hands on it. Iran rubbed his chin, thoughtful as the firelight flickered in his eyes. I don't see any other way. He murmured in agreement. The weight of the situation was heavy in his voice. Eric, however, hesitated visibly. His expression shifted, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as if he were suddenly unsure of the direction they were heading. Iran noticed the change immediately, his brow furrowing as he raised an eyebrow in question. What is it? Iran asked, his voice carrying an edge of impatience. With a sigh, Eric ran a hand through his hair, letting the silence hang for a moment longer than necessary. Like I said, he began carefully, it should be simple, but it might not be as easy as we think. Destroying the relic, I mean. Iran's frown deepened, his eyes narrowing at Eric. And why is that? Eric leaned forward slightly, his tone growing quieter, more deliberate. Think about it. The last entries in the journal are vague, sure, but there's something important between the lines. The relic in Dimalo Crypt, it isn't necessary for the ritual itself. It's a tool, a way to locate something else. Something much bigger. Specifically, it's a tool to find the bow of Oriel and... Well, it's a record of sorts. A guide to performing the ritual that will bring about the tyranny of the Sunday. Iran's posture stiffened, his eyes locked on Eric. A guide? He echoed, his tone darkening. Eric nodded, not giving away too much too soon. There's only one thing that could accurately pinpoint the location of such a divine weapon and record a ritual as blasphemous as this. Only one source of knowledge ancient enough, powerful enough. He trailed off deliberately, leaving the thought unfinished, watching Iran closely. The dawning realization was swift. Iran's eyes narrowed, his lips pressing into a thin line as he muttered under his breath. An Elder Scroll. Eric didn't respond immediately, allowing the weight of those words to settle between them. He could almost hear the gears turning in Iran's mind. The implications were vast. If an Elder Scroll was involved, their mission had just become infinitely more complicated. Eric leaned forward slightly, his tone low and steady. Now you see the problem. Destroying an Elder Scroll, it's too difficult. No, it might even be impossible unless you can tamper with the streams of time itself. Iran scowled but said nothing, his jaw tightening as Eric continued. If the relic in Dimalo Crypt is indeed an Elder Scroll, then hiding it won't work. And destroying it, well, that isn't an option either. Iran's frustration boiled over, his growl low and dangerous. Then our only choice is to take the scroll and be on the run for the rest of our lives, or until the vampires inevitably get us. He shook his head, the weight of their dire situation settling heavily on his shoulders. If only I had more time. I could build a force, something strong enough to oppose the vampires. But like this, we're grasping at straws. Eric had to suppress the urge to smile at that. Iran had finally taken the bait, playing right into the scenario Eric had crafted in his mind. His expression remained neutral, though, as he let out a hesitant sigh. There is a way to buy time, Eric began carefully, his voice tinged with false reluctance. But I don't think you'll like it. Iran's frown deepened, his gaze hardening as he eyed Eric suspiciously. Speak. What is it? Eric took a deep breath, letting the silence build tension. We can simply give it to the vampires, before they find it. Iran's reaction was immediate, his eyes widening in shock, his expression contorting with outrage. Have you gone mad? To willingly hand over an Elder Scroll to a coven of vampires? Are you out of your damned mind? Eric raised his hand calmly, trying to placate him. Calm down. Just, listen to me for a moment, he said softly. This might be our only option. Iran still looked furious, but he remained quiet, his glare fixed on Eric. The vampire sealed alongside the relic, Eric continued, the daughter of Cold Harbor, she's been slumbering for over 5,000 years, trapped in that crypt. When she wakes, nothing in Skyrim will be familiar to her. Nothing. She'll need time to adjust, and more importantly, she'll need a guide to take her back to her people. Eric paused, watching as Iran processed his words. The vigilance anger remained palpable, but there was a flicker of understanding behind his eyes. That's where we come in, Eric said, his voice soft but firm. If we play our cards right, one of us can offer himself as that guide. Get close to her. Infiltrate the vampire clan she's a part of. From the inside, we'll have more time, more information, more control over the situation. The other can stay outside and build a force to combat the vampires as you suggested. It's risky, yes, but it's our best chance to stop them. Iran's fists tightened, knuckles white as the firelight danced over his grim face. This is madness, he muttered, voice thick with frustration. But if we succeed, not only will we uncover where these vampires are hiding, we'll be in a position to steal the scroll or even stop the ritual once and for all. His words hung heavy in the night air, but the shadows deepened in his expression as he added darkly, but vampires only work with thralls and their own kind. To infiltrate their ranks, one of us would need to become one of them. Eric let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head. Yes, unfortunately. His smile was laced with sarcasm. I would have preferred if you volunteered yourself for that job, Iran, but I suppose asking a vigilant to turn into a vampire would be pushing things a bit too far, wouldn't it? His eyes gleamed with a wry amusement, though his tone was serious. Besides, I suspect you'd be more suited than me to establishing a force of vampire hunters to keep them in check given your profession and all. Iran's eyes narrowed in suspicion, his mind racing. On the surface, the plan made sense. Eric, by offering the relic to the vampires, could gain their trust. From within their ranks, he could gather vital information, bide time, and perhaps even sabotage their plans. Meanwhile, Iran would be free to build up a network, recruit allies, and prepare for a strike against the vampires from the outside. It was almost too perfect, too convenient. But that nagging doubt gnawed at Iran. Eric had led him down this path so easily, playing on his fears, his hatred of vampires, and his desire for a solution. Was this all a game to Eric? Did he simply want to join the vampires and use Iran as a pawn to further his own ends? Iran's gaze drifted to Eric, studying him closely. What was his real endgame? If Eric had the knowledge to orchestrate this whole plan, what was stopping him from entering Dimalo Crypt on his own and retrieving the relic himself? Could it be that he was unable to undo the seal? Was that why he needed Iran? But then, as he looked at Eric's calloused hands, the scars running across his skin, and the well-worn armor he wore with the ease of a seasoned warrior, Iran felt that doubt waver. Eric was no weakling. He had wielded both sword and magic with effortless precision, summoning fire to light their bonfire and dispatching wolves with chilling efficiency on their journey. It wasn't a lack of strength or arcane knowledge holding him back, that much was clear. However, if that wasn't the case, was Eric perhaps a vampire pawn? Iran quickly shook away the thought as soon as it surfaced. If he was working for the vampires, then what good will revealing their plan would do? Wouldn't it be better for the vampires to continue working in the shadows like they always have? Iran shook his head, dispelling the uneasy thoughts. Eric was dangerous of that, he was certain. But his reasoning, while cold and ruthless, was sound. The stakes were too high to let suspicion cloud his judgment. They needed a way in, and if Eric was willing to step into the role of a vampire to give them that chance, perhaps it was a necessary evil. I don't like this, Iran said, his voice low, his words weighted with distrust. It's too risky. Too many things could go wrong. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not convinced you're doing this for the right reasons. Iran was more right than he knew. Eric's motives, though not entirely selfish, were far from noble. Yes, he didn't want Skyrim plunged into chaos under the iron grip of the Folkihar vampires, no, there was some truth in that. But the larger, unspoken part of Eric's plan was far more intricate, and far more ambitious than just keeping the Folkihar in check. Establishing the Dawnguard was just the first step in a much grander game, one that spanned beyond this petty skirmish between mortals and vampires. Eric's mind wandered to the soul cairn, the bleak, otherworldly realm where his broken soul might finally be mended. The portal to that place was nestled deep within Castle Folkihar, and it wasn't lost on him that he would need access to the Folkihar court if he was ever going to set foot there. That goal alone was enough to justify his manipulation of Iran, guiding the man toward establishing the Dawnguard sooner than he was supposed to. But there was more. Much more. The game's binary choice between joining the Dawnguard or siding with the Folkihar vampires was restrictive. In the coded world of Skyrim, one could destroy one side to preserve the other, but that was a scripted outcome. In real life, Eric wasn't bound by the rigid lines of code or limited by the predetermined paths of a character written by someone else. He didn't have to choose one or the other. Why limit himself? Instead, Eric had set his sights on something far grander, playing both sides. If he could position himself within both factions, manipulating their every move, he could control them like pieces on a chessboard even after Harkon's death. The vampires could serve him, their treachery a weapon he could wield as long as he could rule over them with strength. The Dawnguard, on the other hand, could be led by Iran, a righteous force of vampire hunters, unknowing pawns, whose zeal would keep the vampires in check, too busy to even doubt Eric's intentions while he maneuvered in the shadows. Considering his own nature, Eric knew he was better suited to the Folkihar. The vampires were long-lived, clever, and powerful, traits Eric admired. But they were also treacherous. A necromancer like him, with his own ambitions and hunger for power, wouldn't have to tread too carefully in their ranks. However, he couldn't simply align himself fully with them, not without risking betrayal. The Dawn Guard, though righteous and stubborn, were the kind of force he could manipulate more easily, especially with Iran as their leader. Their sense of justice and blind faith in their cause could be weaponized to keep the Folkihar distracted. As long as both sides were at each other's throats, Eric would be free to operate from the shadows, feeding the conflict just enough to keep the balance. Neither side could afford to disregard him, as they would need him more than they realized. And by slowly weaving himself into the fabric of both factions, he would not just influence them, he would own them. One of Eric Deathshong's greatest failures in the past had been his reliance on himself alone. He had made enemies of everyone, trusted no one, and walked the dark path as a solitary figure. That had led to his downfall. But Eric would not make the same mistake twice. He needed minions. Allies. Friends, even, though the word tasted bitter on his tongue. In truth, he needed pawns, people who would do his bidding, knowingly or unknowingly, when the time came. The Dawn Guard and the Folkihar vampires were just the beginning. He looked at Iran again, his cold, calculating gaze hidden behind a mask of calm resolve. The man was suspicious, of course anyone with half a brain would be. But that was part of the game. Eric didn't need Iran's trust. He only needed his cooperation, and that was already in motion. Eric smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting the fire's glow, though there was no warmth in them. I don't expect you to trust me. In fact, I'd be concerned if you did. He leaned forward, his tone softening but still edged with that same dark pragmatism. But you have to admit, this is the best shot we've got. We both know the vampires will emerge sooner or later. We can't afford to play by the rules anymore, Iran. Iran stared at him, weighing his words. Eric was manipulative, no doubt about that, but there was a ruthless logic in what he said. And you're willing to give up your humanity for this? To become one of them? His voice dripped with disdain at the thought of willingly choosing such a fate. Eric shrugged, the faintest hint of bitterness in his smile. Humanity's a fragile thing. It is easier to lose than you might think. As for vampirism, it can be shed just as easily, there are ways to cure it. He leaned back, letting the words settle in. Besides, if it buys us time to stop them, then it's worth it. Don't you think? Iran let out a heavy breath, his hands tightening into fists once more. He hated the plan, hated that they were being forced into this position. But more than anything, he hated the vampires, and if this was the only way to stop them, he would make sure they did it on his terms. Fine, Iran said at last, his voice hard. But understand this, I'll be watching you. If you even think about taking the side of the vampires, I'll kill you myself. Eric's smile widened, a dangerous glint in his eye. I wouldn't expect anything less. The fire crackled between them, the uneasy silence stretching as both men stared into the flames, knowing the path they had chosen was one of no return. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, its mournful cry echoing through the night, as if sensing the darkness to come. Jerry, having finished his meal, sat alert beside Eric, his blue eyes gleaming with a strange, almost unsettling intelligence. The corgi barked softly, wagging his tail, as if anticipating the danger ahead. Through familiar gates number 33. After a brief interrogation by the city guards, who eyed them warily but allowed them through, Eric, Iran, and Jerry stepped through the great gates of Wicked132, passing under the looming stone archway. Beyond the short wooden bridge that arched over a flowing canal, the Plains district unfurled before them, a bustling, vibrant heart of the city. The scent of cooking fires, fresh baked bread, and the unmistakable tang of iron from the nearby smithy filled the air. Wicked132 had grown, its streets teeming with merchants, travelers, and townsfolk going about their daily business, but to Eric, it retained the feel of a rugged Nord village, just as it had centuries ago in the memories of Eric Deathsong and, strangely, just as he remembered from the game. Eric's gaze drifted over the familiar sight. Wicked132, founded by Jeek of the River, captain of the Horvaskar, the same longship that now housed the legendary companions, was once a modest settlement in the Merithic era. Over time, it had grown into a thriving hub of trade, strategically positioned at the crossroads of Skyrim's central plains. Yet, despite the growth and expansion, Wicked132 never fully shed its roots. The Nord village at its heart still whispered through the cobblestones and timbered houses. Eric couldn't help but smile broadly as his eyes took in the scene. It was all so familiar, yet at the same time alien, more alive than the static world he remembered from the game. Here, everything moved and breathed. The trees lining the streets swayed in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly. Townsfolk bustled around the square, haggling with merchants, carrying goods, and going about their lives. The statue of the Great White Steed, which stood proudly in the center of the town square, gleamed in the afternoon sunlight, its marble surface worn smooth by the touch of countless hands over the years. To the right, the distinctive clang of a hammer striking steel rang out from War Maiden's, the forge that belonged to Adrienne Avenici. The blacksmith herself stood at her anvil, her strong arms swinging the hammer down with rhythmic precision, sparks flying with every strike. To the left, the drunken huntsman's sign swayed in the wind, creaking slightly as it rocked back and forth. Eric could already imagine the warmth of the hearth inside, the smell of roasting meat and spiced mead that always seemed to fill the tavern. He found himself lost in thought for a moment, comparing the different versions of Wicked132 that now existed in his head, the game world's version, rigid and predictable, the ancient one from Eric Deathshong's memories, when the city was little more than a collection of huts, and now, this living, breathing grand city before him, so much more vibrant and real than either of the others. Iran, however, had little interest in sightseeing. His eyes scanned the streets with a suspicious glint, his hand never straying far from the warmer strapped across his back. "I've never liked this city," he muttered under his breath, glancing at Eric. "Too open. Too exposed. If the vampires ever wanted to strike, this place would fall in a day." "Not every place needs to be a fortress," Eric replied with a shrug, though he understood Iran's unease. "Besides, not everything is about vampires. Wicked132's held its own for centuries, against dragons, bandits, and everything in between." Iran grunted, clearly not convinced. "They're not prepared for what's coming." "No one is." Eric smiled faintly, though he kept his thoughts to himself. He appreciated Iran's passion, but the man was wound too tightly, his paranoia laser-focused on vampires as if nothing else in the world mattered. He saw threats in every shadow and every corner, convinced that the vampire's impending rise overshadowed all else. It wasn't that Eric disagreed the Folkihar vampires were a menace, but Iran's one-track mind was more of a hindrance than an asset at times. Eric took another casual glance around, scanning the area out of habit. The city bustled with life, merchants calling out their wares, townsfolk chatting in the streets, the sounds of clinking armor and the shuffling of feet blending with the calls of distant birds. It was peaceful. Too peaceful, in Iran's eyes. After a moment, Eric turned back to the future Dawnguard leader. "Let's split up here," Eric suggested. "Go ahead and get yourself situated in the Bannered Mare while I take care of some business." Iran raised an eyebrow, suspicion flashing in his eyes as usual. "I won't pry into your business, but I need to know where to find you in case something happens." Exasperated, Eric rolled his eyes, though there was a glint of amusement in his voice as he replied, "I'll be at Horvaskar. Once my business there is concluded, I'll find you at the Bannered Mare." He paused for a moment before adding with a slight smirk, "In any case, it's not like what I plan to do there is a secret. Feel free to come find me if you get bored." Iran nodded once, his expression softening slightly, though his posture remained rigid. Without another word, he turned and headed deeper into the Plains district, his boots crunching against the cobblestones as he made his way toward the marketplace. The Bannered Mare, along with the various shops and stalls, lay ahead, nestled within the lively heart of Wicked132. Eric watched him go for a moment before turning on his heel and heading in the opposite direction. He moved toward the Wind district, making his way through the quieter, more residential area of the city. The chatter of the marketplace faded behind him as he walked, his gaze briefly catching sight of children playing near one of the houses, their laughter carrying in the air. The streets here were less crowded, the homes larger, some adorned with banners and well-maintained gardens. It was a far cry from the rough-hewn wilderness outside the city walls. As he approached the Gilder Green, the massive, ancient tree that stood at the heart of Wicked132, Eric felt a strange pang of nostalgia. The Gilder Green, its leaves a mix of gold and green, was a symbol of hope and resilience, rooted deep in the history of the city. Its towering branches stretched high above, casting dappled shadows on the stone paths below. But Eric's mind wasn't on the tree or its history. He had other matters to attend to. His destination lay beyond the Gilder Green, Horvaskar, the mead hall of the companions. He soon found himself standing at the entrance of Horvaskar, the legendary mead hall of the companions. The ancient longhouse loomed before him, a relic of an age-old legacy that stretched back to Iskrammer and the 500 companions. Eric didn't have any grand illusions about why he was here. He wasn't looking to manipulate the companions or entrench himself in their hierarchy. For all their storied history and might in battle, they held little real value to him. A mercenary group wrapped in tradition, more concerned with the honor of their forebears than anything truly ambitious or forward-thinking. They clung to their beliefs, their ways so deeply ingrained that even the Harbinger, the supposed leader, was more an advisor than an actual commander. Eric knew better than to waste time trying to influence them. Even if he somehow managed to rise to the rank of Harbinger, it wouldn't matter. The companions weren't the kind of force that could be bent to someone's will, not his, not anyone's. They followed the teachings of their founders with a blind reverence, and that wasn't going to change. Still, there was one practical reason for his visit, the Wilyathrad fragment he had come across on his travels. It would earn him access to the Skyforge, and that was where his true interest lay. Pushing the heavy doors open, Eric was greeted by the raucous sounds of cheers and laughter. The mead hall was packed, and off to one side, a large group of companions gathered, watching something with eager eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Eric stepped further inside, making his way toward the commotion. The air was thick with the scent of mead and sweat, and as he moved closer, he realized what was holding their attention: a brawl. Two companions, one a woman of considerable strength and the other a broad-shouldered man, were locked in a bare-knuckle fight, throwing punches with a brutal intensity. Their fists thudded into each other's flesh with dull, sickening sounds, but neither seemed close to backing down. Around them, the crowd cheered, jeering and shouting encouragement as the fighters circled and swung. Eric watched the scene with mild amusement. It was a perfect display of what he already thought of the companions: brutal, straightforward, and utterly predictable. A few people noticed him standing at a distance, his presence drawing their attention momentarily, but they quickly returned their focus to the fight. After all, to them, he was just another outsider, someone of no consequence in their world. The fight ended with a sudden, sharp thud. The female warrior, having taken a heavy blow to her midsection, stumbled backward and collapsed onto the floor with a gasp. The victor, the man who had knocked her down, let out a triumphant yell, raising his fists into the air as the crowd erupted in cheers once more. The woman lay on her back, grimacing but laughing through her defeat, clearly accustomed to the rough camaraderie that defined the companions. Eric leaned against one of the wooden beams near the entrance, arms crossed, observing the scene. It was a reminder of the kind of brotherhood that held the companions together, something that would never bind him. As the crowd of companions slowly dispersed, laughing and slapping each other on the back, one of them made his way toward Eric. The man was clad in heavy steel armor lined with fur, his imposing presence matched only by the sharpness of his gaze. His long black hair, pulled back loosely, framed his face, and dark war paint stretched across his eyes, giving him a fierce, predatory look. It didn't take much for Eric to recognize him: Farkas, one of the twins. "Welcome to Horvaskr," Farkas said, his voice deep and gruff. "Are you here to apply for the companions?" Eric sized him up for a moment. Farkas was broad-shouldered, tall, and undoubtedly powerful, the kind of man who could break bones with ease. But his question, though simple, carried an expectation. Most who walked through these doors did so with the intent of joining their ranks, seeking the glory and camaraderie that came with the companions. Eric, however, had no such desires. "Not quite," Eric replied with a slight smile. He met Farkas's eyes, unfazed by the man's imposing presence. "I met one of your members not long ago, a Nord huntress with red hair. She suggested I visit if I passed through Wicked132, and so I did." Farkas raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Ela," he said, more to himself than to Eric. "She doesn't send people here lightly." Eric smiled a little wider. "I didn't come empty-handed, though," he added. "I've brought both a present and a request." Farkas opened his mouth to reply, but before he could speak, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. The man who stepped forward bore an uncanny resemblance to him: just as tall, just as broad, but his features were more refined, his eyes sharper, more calculating. This was Vilkas, Farkas's brother, and he had clearly heard the conversation. "I've heard about you," Vilkas said, his voice carrying a cool authority. His eyes narrowed as he studied Eric, as though sizing up his worth in an instant. "Ela mentioned the troll you killed, the one she was struggling with." Eric returned the man's gaze evenly, neither flaunting nor downplaying the event. "It wasn't anything special," he said with a shrug. "Just happened to be in the right place at the right time." Vilkas's eyes flickered, but he didn't seem impressed or dismissive, merely curious. "So," he continued, "what kind of request do you have?" "We mostly exterminate beasts and bandits, if the price is right." Eric chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I can handle bandits and beasts on my own just fine. I'm not here for that." Vilkas raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you here?" "The Skyforge," Eric replied simply. "I need to borrow it for a few days." That seemed to catch Vilkas off guard. His eyes widened, and for a moment, he was silent, processing the request. "The Skyforge," he repeated, a note of surprise in his voice. "So, you're a smith too?" Eric's expression didn't change. "Something like that." Vilkas looked thoughtful, his eyes studying Eric with a new kind of interest. After a moment, he shook his head. "Orland Greymane runs the forge. If you want to use it, you'll have to ask his permission. All we can do is put in a good word for you." Eric had expected as much. Orland was a master smith, revered by the companions, and though the Skyforge was a revered artifact in its own right, it was still Orland's domain. Vilkas, noticing the faintest hint of calculation in Eric's expression, suddenly smiled. "You said you brought a gift, right?" Eric barely suppressed a chuckle at Vilkas' words. He understood the underlying message: if your gift proves valuable, then maybe I'll go out of my way to convince Orland for you. Typical, he thought. Everyone had a price, even among the companions. Without further ado, Eric reached into his cloak and carefully withdrew a bundle wrapped in thick cloth. The weight of the object was solid, heavy, and when he unraveled the fabric, he presented it to Vilkas. The gleam of the dark, jagged fragment caught the light of the mead hall's hearth. I suspect this is a fragment of Wicked132, Eric said casually. Isgrammer's famed axe. I found it in a bandit lair after clearing out the residence. Vilka's eyes widened with astonishment as he took the ebony fragment from Eric's hands, his thick fingers tracing the contours of the ancient piece of metal. He studied it intently, turning it over, feeling the weight and inspecting the jagged edges. This. Vilkas muttered, awe creeping into his voice. This does look like a fragment of Wicked132. His fingers tightened around the fragment as though he was afraid it might vanish from his grip. But then, his cautious nature returned, and he gave Eric a searching glance. Though, we'll need to have Vinar or Orland confirm it for certain. He turned back to Eric, eyes sharp with scrutiny. To recognize the origins of a piece of metal from a bandit lair, and to identify it as a fragment of Wicked132? That's not something just anyone could do. His voice held a note of suspicion now, his earlier awe tempered by caution. Eric met Vilka's gaze evenly and gave a nonchalant shrug. I know a thing or two about Skyrim's history and its relics. But even so, I wouldn't have bothered with some random scrap of metal if the bandits themselves didn't seem off. Vilka's frown deepened. He crossed his arms, curiosity mingling with skepticism. What do you mean by off? His tone was guarded, as though he suspected Eric might be withholding more than he let on. Eric let out a sigh, knowing that he needed to play his cards carefully here. The bandits were holed up in a mountain cave beneath Farlhost, he began. Until recently, that place was crawling with lots of them. Not exactly an ideal hideout for your run-of-the-mill highwayman. He paused, allowing Vilkas to absorb that detail before continuing. Their leader wasn't any ordinary cutthroat either. He had a silver blade. That's not common for bandits, especially not in Skyrim. Silver's expensive, and it's usually reserved for, well, monster hunters. Farkas' face immediately tightened, alarm flickering in his eyes. His lips parted as though to speak, and he muttered, the silver Haan. But Vilkas interrupted his brother swiftly, holding up a hand. His face was a mask of restraint, though his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Well then, Vilkas said, his voice a little too measured. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I'll have to inform Kodlak about this, and about Farlhost. It seems things are stirring where they shouldn't be. Eric watched the exchange with mild interest. He hadn't been sure at first, but now he was certain mentioning the silver sword had touched a nerve. They were already at war with the silver hand. Vilkas cleared his throat and forced a tight smile. As for the fragment, you've done us a great service by returning it. I'll have it appraised by Orland or Vinar to confirm its authenticity. If it is indeed part of Wicked132, he added, glancing at the fragment with renewed reverence, then I'll personally do everything in my power to convince Orland to lend you the Skyforge. Eric nodded, a satisfied smirk playing at the edges of his lips. He had expected Vilkas to offer his help, but this eagerness to assist was more than he had hoped for. That's all I ask, he said simply. I'll wait here while you appraise it. Vilkas inclined his head, and with the fragment still cradled in his hands, he turned to leave. Farkas lingered for a moment, giving Eric one last look, an odd mixture of respect and wariness before following his brother. As the two companions disappeared into the back chambers, Eric allowed himself a moment to exhale. Things were proceeding smoothly, almost too smoothly. But there was no need to rush. He would play his role, wait for the appraisal, and once he had access to the Skyforge, the next phase of his plan could begin. For now, patience was key. Fates Fragments number 34. Otter's note, I'm not much of a smut or romance enjoyed, and I have little experience in writing such things, so do try not to judge this chapter too hard. Most my FICS MCs end up in so much distress that they have little time for anything than struggling for lives, so yeah, just enjoy the read. After a while of waiting, the noise of Horvasker's hall had quieted, and Eric found himself lingering in the familiar scents of mead and burning hearths. His eyes swept across the carved wooden beams above, noting the history embedded in the very structure of the hall. It was a reminder of the legacy he was intruding upon, but it didn't faze him. Soon enough, the sound of footsteps caught his attention. Emerging from the living quarters below the main hall was Ela, her stride confident, her presence commanding despite the casual air she carried. She spotted Eric almost instantly, her piercing gaze locking onto his, and a smile curled at her lips as she approached. I know I told you to visit, Ela said, crossing her arms with a teasing smirk, but I didn't think I'd see you again so soon, and certainly not with a fragment of Wicked132 in hand. Eric returned her smile with an amused side glance. Fate is a strange thing, he replied. I didn't exactly plan on acquiring a fragment of Wicked132, much less find myself in need of borrowing the Skyforge after our little meeting. He tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with playful irony. Yet, here we are. Ela let out a soft chuckle, her eyes gleaming with amusement. She leaned in slightly and winked. Fate, huh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were hinting at something more. Eric paused for a moment, considering her words. His eyes traveled over her, taking in the sharp angles of her face, partially hidden beneath her war paint. The paint, fierce and tribal, did little to hide her natural beauty. Her form, lean and strong beneath the layers of fur and leather, was equally striking. Unlike the necromancer whose memories still haunted his mind, Eric had not abandoned his more primal desires. He still considered himself a hot-blooded man, after all. Rubbing his chin, he met her gaze again with a smirk. I did no such thing, he said smoothly. But I won't deny that I'd be a happy man if you were to share a drink or two with me sometime. Ela raised an eyebrow, though the grin that tugged at her lips was unmistakable. She shrugged nonchalantly, though there was a playful spark in her eyes. Why not? She said, as if the idea of a shared drink was a casual proposition. But then, her tone shifted as curiosity crept into her voice. But first, there's something I'm curious about. Eric's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly in caution. Oh. He prompted. When we first met, Ela began, crossing her arms and leaning a little closer, her tone becoming more probing, you said you were heading to Riften, right? Eric raised an eyebrow, but said nothing at first, simply giving her a small nod of confirmation. He knew where this was going. Ela's smile widened at his response, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. It just so happens, she continued, her voice taking on a playful, almost accusing tone, that someone in the rift cleared out an ancient ruin recently. Slaughtered Dragr by the dozens and even took down a dragon priest soon after we parted ways. She let the words hang in the air, studying Eric's reaction with a knowing grin. You wouldn't happen to have anything to do with that, would you? Eric sighed, though there was a hint of amusement in his exhale. He knew he couldn't hide the expedition to Farlhost, not for long, and Ela, well it seemed her instincts were sharper than most. A dragon priest, he repeated, rubbing the back of his neck as if considering the weight of the title. His tone was dry as he added, are you sure you're not overestimating me? Ela's eyes narrowed as her smile took on a more skeptical edge. Maybe I am overestimating you. She trailed off, her gaze steady and probing. Then, as if weighing her words, she added, then again, answering a question with another question. That's usually a telltale sign of someone with something to hide. Eric let out a genuine laugh at her insight, leaning back against one of the wooden pillars of the hall. Oh, I've got plenty to hide, he said with a grin. But a good drink might loosen my tongue, who knows? Ela rolled her eyes, but the grin on her face didn't waver. You never quit, do you? Not when I know something's worth pursuing, Eric replied smoothly. She chuckled, the hint of a challenge sparking in her eyes. I like that in a man, she said with a shrug, as if admitting it were no big deal. All right, then. Once you've got some time, let's head to the Bannered Mare. I'll be waiting. Eric crossed his arms, a look of amusement dancing on his features. I knew you couldn't resist a little dash of mystery, he said, his tone teasing. Ela's laugh echoed through the hall, genuine and full of warmth. Before she could reply, however, both of their attentions were drawn to the heavy footfalls approaching. Vilkas had returned to the main hall, but he wasn't alone. Walking beside him was an elderly man, bare-chested despite the cool Whiterun air. Eric's gaze immediately took in the sight of the newcomer. Despite his age, the man's physique was nothing short of impressive. Long, flowing grey hair framed a weathered but proud face, and his body was bulging with muscle, each sinew and vein standing out in stark relief. His posture was straight and unyielding, exuding the confidence of a man who had mastered his craft over decades. His hands, thick and calloused from countless hours spent at the forge, left no doubt about his profession. This was no ordinary blacksmith. Vilkas and the older man came to a stop in front of Eric and Ela. Vilkas gave Ela a nod in greeting before turning his attention to Eric. This is... Eric interrupted with a knowing smile. Orland Greymane, master of the Skyforge. He nodded with genuine respect. Not many people in Skyrim would be ignorant of his name. Orland gave a curt nod, unfazed by Eric's flattery. His sharp eyes quickly sized Eric up as he extended a hand in greeting. You must be Eric, he said, his voice gruff but steady. That fragment you brought is indeed authentic. I've appraised it myself. But Vilkas mentioned something about you needing to borrow the Skyforge. Eric grasped Orland's outstretched hand, meeting the man's gaze with equal intensity. As their hands met, Eric felt Orland's grip tighten, the man's calluses rough and hard against his own. For a brief moment, Eric could see the flicker of surprise in the old smith's eyes. He had clearly felt the well-worn hands of someone no stranger to hard labor or battle. Eric held back a chuckle, keeping his amusement to himself. I've acquired some good materials lately, Eric said, his tone casual but confident. The kind of materials that would go to waste in any forge other than the Skyforge. Orland's brow arched, though his expression remained mostly impassive. Is that so? He muttered, releasing Eric's hand and crossing his arms. And what makes you think the Skyforge is just sitting here, waiting for any wanderer with good materials to come by. Eric met Orland's gaze without flinching, his smile unwavering. The Skyforge isn't just for anyone. I know that. But I wouldn't have come here if I didn't think these materials and my skills were worthy of it. He glanced briefly at Vilkas, then back to Orland. Besides, I figured a fragment of Wilyathrad would at least buy me a conversation. Vilkas snorted in amusement at that, but Orland's expression didn't change. The blacksmith studied Eric for a long moment, weighing his words carefully. Finally, he spoke. A conversation, maybe, Orland said, his voice carrying a hint of dry humor. But you'll have to prove more than just good manners if you want to work the Skyforge. Eric's smile widened slightly, recognizing the test in the smith's words. I wouldn't expect any less. Ela, who had been silently observing the exchange, grinned. Looks like you've got yourself a challenge, young man, she said, her tone light but her eyes glinting with excitement. Better not disappoint. Eric shot her a sidelong glance. And here I thought we were just going to have a drink, he quipped. Who said it can't be both? Ela teased, crossing her arms and leaning back, clearly enjoying the situation. Orland cleared his throat, drawing Eric's attention back. I'll tell you what, the old blacksmith said, his voice stern but not unkind. If Vilkas is vouching for you, then I'll take a look at your materials, bring them to the Skyforge, and if they're as good as you claim, I'll give you a chance to earn the right to use it. Eric nodded. I'll have them ready by morning. Good, Orland said. Then we'll see if you've got what it takes to work with the Skyforge come morn. He turned to Vilkas and gave him a short nod. Come, Vilkas. We've got work to do. With that, the master blacksmith turned and walked away, his powerful frame moving with the grace and strength of someone who had spent a lifetime honing their craft. Vilkas followed after him, though he gave Eric one last glance before disappearing down the hallway. As they left, Ela glanced back at Eric, a smirk still playing at the corners of her lips. Looks like you've impressed the master, she said. Now all you have to do is prove it. Eric chuckled, shaking his head slightly. I'm sure I'll manage, but it certainly won't be easy. That's the fun part, Ela replied with a wink. Now, how about that drink? I've got a feeling there's more to your story than you're letting on. Eric gave her a mock-serious look. I told you, I've got plenty to hide. And I'm plenty curious, Ela shot back with a grin, grabbing Eric's arm and dragging him toward the exit. The room in the Bannered Mare was dimly lit by the soft glow of the hearth's embers, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. The air was thick with warmth and the lingering scent of mead and worn leather, though now it felt quieter, more intimate. The bed creaked faintly as Eric towered over Ela, pushing into her being. His breathing grew heavy, his muscles going slack with a sense of contentment as he released his essence. Ela lay beneath him, her auburn hair tousled against the pillow, her form wrapped loosely around him as she painted with a flushed face. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound in the room was the soft crackling of the fire and the distant hum of voices from the tavern below. Eric glanced down at Ela, her features softened in the half-light. She lay with her eyes half-closed, as if savoring the aftertaste, her body still glowing with the warmth of their shared moment. The heat between them had simmered down, and they each took a side of the bed, covering themselves in the sheets. Finally, Ela broke the silence, her voice hushed yet still carrying that familiar edge. You're full of surprises, Eric. She turned her head, her eyes meeting his, curious but guarded. One moment, you're some wanderer with a fragment of Wilyathrad, and the next, you're a savage beast. Eric smirked, running a hand through his hair. I've been called worse, I suppose. She chuckled softly, shifting onto her side to face him. You've got secrets. I can tell. Her gaze lingered on him for a long moment, as if she could peel back his layers with just a look. What's a man like you really doing in Wicked132? It's not every day someone clears out a tomb full of dragon lives to tell the tale. And don't give me that fate nonsense again. Eric sighed, leaning back further as if considering how much to reveal. I guard my secrets jealously. He trailed off, a grin spreading across his face as he reached under the sheets, cupping Ela's mound. But considering your performance just now, I suppose I can tell you a thing or two. Ela raised an eyebrow, slapping his hand away. Go on then, don't keep me waiting. He chuckled a low sound that rumbled in his chest. Let's just say, I've been a lot of things in my time. A skald, mage, now I'm just wanderer. Eric rubbed his jaw, feeling the rough stubble there. I didn't come here for any grand purpose. Not at first, anyway. I'm in search of something very important to me. Along the way, I got tangled up in all sorts of things. He gestured vaguely. A dragon priest here, a chance encounter with a beautiful huntress there. It's not exactly what I had planned. Ela studied him, her expression unreadable. So you're not just some wanderer then. You've got a past, one that's catching up to you. Her voice was thoughtful, as though she were piecing together a puzzle. Eric met her gaze, his eyes steady. We all have a past, don't we? The trick is not letting it weigh you down. She tilted her head, her lips curving into a slight smile. Is that what you're doing here then? Trying to outrun yours? Rather than outrun, I'd say I'm trying to catch up to my past, Eric admitted, his voice quieter now. But Skyrim. It's got a way of drawing you into its chaos whether you want it or not. Ela shifted closer, propping herself up on an elbow as she looked at him, her eyes searching his. Well, you don't seem like a man who'd run from most things. In fact, you seem like someone who's looking for something and you're very close. Eric raised an eyebrow at Ela's words, her perceptiveness catching him off guard. You're not wrong, he said with a chuckle, a faint smirk pulling at his lips, but that's as far as you'll get for today. She tilted her head, clearly not satisfied, but let it go for the moment. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the narrow window, casting a soft golden glow over the room. The distant crow of a rooster echoed from the stables outside, signaling the arrival of morning. Eric stretched, his muscles still loose from their time together, the tension from his travels and battles seemingly washed away in the night's embrace. He glanced at Ela, who was lazily lying beside him, her fiery hair splayed across the pillow, a satisfied grin on her lips. This, he said, running a hand through his hair, was rather therapeutic. There was a playful glint in his eyes as he added, we should do it again sometime. Ela's gaze flickered down as Eric stood, the sheet sliding away to reveal his scarred, battle-hardened form. His pale skin glistened faintly in the early light, the product of sword mastery, evident in the defined muscles and marks from seemingly old scars, a result of his battle with Rogat that simple healing spells and potions couldn't erase. Her grin widened, and she let out a low whistle, one hand propped under her head. Shore's beard, you make a fine sight. Eric snorted, shaking his head in amusement. You're incorrigible. He turned his back to her, gathering his armor piece by piece. The familiar weight of the leather and darkened metal of the ebony mail settled over his shoulders, each piece sliding into place with practiced ease. As he strapped on his greaves, he could feel Ela's eyes still on him, her gaze like the weight of an arrow ready to fly. Next time, she said, her voice carrying a note of challenge, we'll do something more exciting than drinking. How about a hunt? Her lips curved into a mischievous smile as she sat up, wrapping herself in the blanket. I know a few spots in the wilderness that might just get your heart racing more than sword practice. Eric couldn't help but laugh as he buckled his sword belt. He slung his cloak over his shoulders and turned toward the door, pausing to give her one last glance. I'll take you up on that, he said with a grin. But I warn you, I'm not easy to impress. Ela arched an eyebrow, her voice confident and teasing. Oh, don't worry. I won't have to try. He laughed again, his deep voice filling the small room. With a casual wave over his shoulder, Eric left the room, the door creaking as it closed behind him. The warmth of their shared night clung to the air, but now the world outside awaited. As he made his way down the narrow hallway, Eric's thoughts lingered on Ela's words. Perhaps, for once, this hunt would be more than just the thrill of the chase. Outside, the day was already beginning to stir. Widerun streets hummed with life, but Eric walked with an easy confidence, the events of the night leaving him with a sense of calm that had eluded him for some time. The bannered mare faded into the background, but the promise of more to come lingered on his mind like the fading warmth of the sun's first light. And as Eric stepped into the morning, he couldn't shake the feeling that, in more ways than one, things were about to get far more interesting. Wormspire number 35. As Eric stepped out of the bannered mare, Jerry trotting loyally by his side, he took in the sight of Iran waiting against the inn's outer wall. Arms crossed, Iran's expression hovered between amusement and impatience, brows raised in a look that bordered on mockery. Morning light poured over Widerun, casting a warm glow that accentuated the deep lines of worry etched into Iran's face. Funny, Iran drawled, an eyebrow arching as Eric approached. Here I was thinking we were on a mission of some urgency. Yet there you are, spending the night like you haven't a care in the world. Enjoy yourself, did you? Eric couldn't resist a chuckle, a glint of mischief in his eye. What do you think? He shot back, smirking. Iran shook his head, feigning disappointment. That tells me all I need to know. Eric shrugged dismissively. Not like I had pressing plans. Anyway, I'm heading to the Skyforge. Unless you're in a hurry to find trouble, you're welcome to tag along. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode toward the Wind District, Jerry bounding ahead, tail wagging eagerly. Iran fell into step beside him, still faintly bemused. A new weapon? Now of all times? A silver blade would do fine for vampire hunting, Eric. This crafting detour of yours seems like a waste. Eric sighed, the weight of their task settling in his chest. This isn't about common vampires in some forgotten cave. We're up against an ancient clan, Iran one that has survived and thrived for ages. The Elder Scroll had lain dormant in Dimalo for thousands of years, a few days won't make a difference in their long game. Iran shot him a skeptical look. I still don't see the wisdom in delaying. You will, Eric replied with a confident grin. Stick around, and I might even craft something that'll surprise you. They continued toward the Skyforge, the streets of Wicked132 bustling with morning activity. The distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoed like a steady heartbeat, amplifying Eric's own anticipation. Every step felt like he was moving closer not just to crafting a weapon, but to uncovering something hidden within ancient metal and memories. When Eric, Iran, and Jerry reached the Skyforge, it stood proud, blazing with the fires of craftsmanship. Silhouetted against the forge's glow were Eorland and Vilkas, waiting, their expressions expectant. Eric, Eorland greeted with a nod. I see you've brought company. Just here to observe, Iran replied, nodding in return, while Jerry wagged his tail, angling for a scratch behind the ears. Eric offered a quick handshake before pulling 2 items from his satchel: the Dragon Priest staff of Roget and a dark, ancient allied crown. He held them up, letting the ancient craftsmanship catch the fire's light. Eorland took the crown, inspecting it with narrowed eyes. A rare piece meteoric iron, no less. He then examined the staff. An ebony, yet it feels almost different. Dragon Priest's staff, Eric explained with pride. It's soaked in magicka from Roget himself. It's not just ebony anymore, it's something far more precious. Vilkas's eyes widened. Ela told me you were involved in that Farlhost incident. Seems she was right. Eric only shrugged, a cryptic smile crossing his face. Eorland cleared his throat, steering the conversation back. What matters here are the materials. Excellent choices. But using the Skyforge isn't for everyone. You'll have to prove you're right to work here. Eric's grin widened. What's the test? Simple, Eorland said, gesturing to the anvil. Forge a steel dagger. The quality will tell me all I need to know. Eric nodded, his confidence unwavering, and approached the forge. The intense heat embraced him, as familiar as an old friend. With practiced hands, he gathered the materials, his focus unwavering as he shaped steel into purpose. Each strike of his hammer resonated with determination, the rhythm almost meditative. Nearby, Jerry lay down, eyes fixed on Eric, while Iran and Vilkas exchanged glances, intrigued by Eric's mastery and his choice of materials. As he finished, Eric cooled the dagger in water, examining the blade. The glint in his eye told of satisfaction as he wrapped the handle in leather, smoothing it with care. Turning, he held the finished piece aloft. Vilkas nodded in approval, and Iran's gaze held newfound respect. Eorland, though, simply shook his head, as though struck by something he hadn't expected. I didn't think you'd pull this off, but that's craftsmanship. You have my blessing to use the Skyforge whenever you please. Eric chuckled, his tone light. Thank you. Now that's settled, I'll need the forge for a while. Got something special in mind? Eorland smiled in understanding. By all means. Though if you don't mind, I'd like to watch. I think there's much I can learn here. Suit yourself, Eric said with a shrug, already focused on the task at hand. Iran leaned back against the rock wall as Vilkas spoke up. I'd have liked to watch, but I'm due to hunt a giant near Rarikstead. Eric handed the dagger to Vilkas. Take this, then. Use it well. Vilkas nodded his thanks, a new respect gleaming in his eyes. With a final nod, he took his leave, leaving Eric to his work. The Skyforge's fire roared as Eric prepared the Dragon Priest's staff, the ebony metal thrumming in his grip. He gave a nod to Eorland, who watched intently, while Iran stood nearby, his arms crossed, surveying the scene in silence. Jerry lay sprawled on the floor, bored, idly rolling a helmet across the stones. Let's begin, Eric murmured, raising the staff and feeling the remnants of Roget's magicka pulse beneath his hands. He eased it into the flames, feeding the fire with charcoal and kindling. Eorland stepped closer, curious. You're certain about melting it down? That staff holds ancient power. Eric's eyes were resolute. That power will be part of the new weapon. As the flames enveloped the staff, the ebony metal began to glow, softening in the intense heat. Balance is key, Eorland advised, stepping back as the metal transformed. Balance is exactly what I'm after, Eric replied with a steady voice. No weapon like this exists in Tamriel. It'll be both strong and swift. With the staff softened, Eric poured the molten metal into a mold, forming a slender handle. He shaped a dragon's head at the end, preserving its aesthetic but concealing a blade within. This unique design would allow him to strike from both near and far, an advantage few could anticipate. Watching intently, Eorland gave an approving nod. A concealed blade within a staff, a fascinating choice. And the crown? I'll melt it down and use the metal for the blade, Eric answered, a grin flashing across his face. Allied metal is perfect for conducting magicka. Hours later, as the night descended over Wicked132, Eric stood back to admire his work. The staff's slender neck and concealed blade gleamed, imbued with the magicka and memory of Rogat's soul. With a new weapon forged and anticipation high, Eric felt ready to face any threat the ancient vampires of Dimalo Crypt could summon. It wasn't merely a weapon. It was a masterpiece, the legacy of knowledge, magic, and ambition, an instrument forged in the fires of destiny. Once satisfied with the staff's neck and head, Eric turned to the allied crown. He carefully placed it into the forge, its ancient, intricate designs twisting and warping under the intense heat. As the metal began to melt, a rich, metallic sheen emerged, the meteoric iron within coming alive with swirls of potential. Orland watched, brow furrowed in concentration. What kind of blade are you after? A blade that can slice through both flesh and spirit, Eric replied, eyes fixed on the forge. This isn't just a weapon, it's a conduit for my magic. With steady hands, Eric dipped a ladle into the molten metal, allowing the melted allied crown to pool into it. Pouring it into a blade mold with precision, he ensured that the steel would set perfectly to form a sharp, lethal edge. Taking a sip from a stamina potion, he felt the revitalizing warmth spread through his muscles, sharpening his focus. Nearby, Jerry, having tired of his earlier antics, rolled a helmet closer and sat watching with curious eyes. What if it doesn't come out right? He seemed to ask, tilting his head. Eric chuckled, glancing down at the molten metal. Then I'll have an expensive piece of scrap. But I'm not planning for failure. Confidence is good, Iran finally spoke, his voice low and serious. But magic isn't always predictable. I've accounted for that, Eric replied, wiping sweat from his brow. He brought the glowing red metal from the forge, ready to shape it. As Eric began hammering the softened allied metal into form, each strike rang out with a steady clang, filling the air with a rhythm that he quickly fell into. The blade took shape under his skilled hands, and the sound of metal on metal became a comforting cadence. Orland watched, his expression impressed. You're giving it everything, he noted, admiring the precision of each strike. Once you're done, it'll be more than just sharp, it'll be able to channel the staff's magic. Exactly, Eric replied, a grunt of effort accompanying each blow. Combining allied metal with a dragon priest staff, it'll create a unique channel for my magic. Iran leaned in, curiosity piqued. How do you plan to make the blade fit seamlessly into the staff? Eric wiped his brow, nodding thoughtfully. I'm building a locking mechanism that'll allow the blade to slide in and out. To most, it'll just look like an ordinary staff, but with a quick movement, it'll transform into a sword. As he continued hammering, he took another swig from his stamina potion, a fresh wave of energy invigorating him. Jerry watched, entranced, as Eric's focus deepened. At last, Eric held up the nearly finished blade, its sharp edges gleaming under the forge's light. This will be my masterpiece. With the blade completed, he returned his focus to the staff's neck, carefully fitting the blade in to ensure it would slide in smoothly and lock securely. He'd elongated the grip of the staff, adjusting it to allow for comfortable handling as a sword. Orland stepped forward, inspecting the work with an appreciative eye. You've done more than good work. This is art. Thank you, but it's not finished yet, Eric replied, securing the pieces with meticulous care. He tested the balance, ensuring each part aligned flawlessly. At this, Jerry trotted over, sniffing the blade with a keen interest, his nose twitching as if detecting some arcane presence. He tilted his head as if to say, this smells like magic. Magic and hard work, Eric chuckled, wiping his hands on his apron. Once I'm done, I'll enchant it to amplify its abilities. Iran, who had watched in silence, gave a nod. Keep your focus steady. You'll need it to channel energy when you enchant it. I will, Eric promised, piecing together the final parts. The staff felt solid in his grip, an almost tangible hum of latent power beneath its surface. With one last adjustment, he stepped back, admiring his creation. The staff and blade merged seamlessly, awaiting only enchantment to become something truly exceptional. I'd say that's a job well done, Orland remarked approvingly. Eric nodded, a sense of satisfaction settling over him. Its name will be the Wormspire Sword Staff. Whispers of the Blood Matron number 36. The vast expanse of the central plain stretched before Eric and Iran, an endless sea of gold and green broken only by the distant outline of mountains to the north. The jagged range split Hashal march from Wicked132, casting long shadows across the land as the sun began its descent. With his sword finished, and his business concluded in Wicked132, he had decided to leave without wasting any more time. After the completion of the forging process, he headed to Dragon's Reach to borrow the court wizard's enchanting table to put the final touches on his masterpiece, but unfortunately, the man was present. Naturally, the Jarl's men wouldn't allow him access to the court wizard's tools with Farengar away on business, so he decided to return to the Bannered Mare to call it a day. He had planned to wait until Farengar returned to finish enchanting his newly forged weapon before leaving, but due to Iran's insistence, he had no choice but to postpone it. He tried looking for Ila to bid her farewell, but yet again, he found her unavailable, having accompanied Filkas to hunt down the giant terrorizing Roar Kisted. Widerun, now a distant silhouette to the east, seemed small and remote, while Fort Greymoor loomed to the west, its dark towers imposing against the horizon. The wind carried the scent of wild flowers and wet earth, mingling with the faint sounds of wildlife in the distance. Their horses trotted steadily along the path, hooves clattering on the stone-paved road. Behind them, Jerry, the small but ever-energetic corgi, darted playfully between their horses, occasionally stopping to chase after a bird or sniff at the grass. Eric rode in silence for a time, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, but a tune slipped from his lips, soft at first, then growing louder as the rhythm of the ride carried it. Duvakian, nal okazin los varian, wat ein vocal mafairek ostval. His voice hummed with a low, melodic rumble, the ancient dragon language adding an eerie, almost hypnotic cadence to the words. Iran's frown deepened as he rode beside Eric, his brow furrowed in confusion. He didn't recognize the strange, guttural words. Finally, curiosity got the better of him. What is that chant you're humming? Iran's voice was gruff, tinged with suspicion as if the very language made him uneasy. Eric chuckled, breaking from the song and glancing at Iran with a grin. It's an old song. The Tale of Tongues, he said, his voice casual, but there was a hint of something deeper in his tone. It foretells the return of Alduin, the World Eater, and the coming of the Dragonborn, the one destined to slay him once and for all. Iran arched a brow. Alduin? The World Eater. His skepticism was clear. Sounds like a children's story. A warning and a lost hope more than anything else, Eric corrected, his smile fading as his tone became more serious. But since it was written in the dragon language, it's long been lost to most of Tamriel. Few can understand it now. Iran gave him a sideways look, still not entirely convinced. And yet you somehow know it. Eric shrugged, his hand brushing the hilt of his new creation, a combination of staff and sword, forged with ancient magic. I know a great deal, he replied cryptically, his eyes distant for a moment as if recalling things long buried. There are some things one stumbles upon in life, pieces of knowledge not meant for most. Iran rubbed his chin thoughtfully, as if weighing Eric's words. You always seem to have a knack for finding things that most people should never know about. Eric smirked but didn't respond. The wind picked up again, rustling the grass and causing their horses to flick their ears in irritation. Jerry, sensing the shift in mood, bounded ahead of them, barking at some unseen critter darting through the underbrush. Iran broke the silence once more, his voice lower, almost as if he was hesitant to ask the next question. Tell me then, if you're so well versed in these ancient tales, do you know anything about Lami Bal? Eric's expression shifted slightly, his brow lifting in surprise. He hadn't expected that. Lami Bal? He repeated, intrigued. Mother Lami, the blood matron. His voice trailed off as he turned his gaze fully to Iran, studying him. Yes, Iran nodded, his tone turning serious. Lami Bal, the first vampire. Her name often came up in old tomes about vampires, but there was not much. I thought you might know more than what the rumors tell. Eric leaned back slightly in his saddle, clearly impressed by Iran's knowledge. She is the first pure-blooded vampire in Tamrielic history. Born of Malag Bal's cruelty, he said, choosing his words carefully. It was Bal who transformed her into the creature she became, his dark gift, you could say. Iran grimaced at the mention of Malag Bal, the Daedric prince of domination and enslavement of mortals. His face darkened, his eyes fixed on the road ahead as if processing Eric's words. And her bloodline still curses Tamriel to this day, he said bitterly. The vampires, the abominations that plague us. Eric gave a slow nod. Her lineage persists, yes, though her story is largely forgotten outside of vampire covens, who despise Bal. They revere her, as you might expect. She is their matron, after all. But I wouldn't say her story is merely a curse. He glanced at Iran, his tone now curious. Why the sudden interest in her? Iran was silent for a moment, his lips pressed into a thin line. It's relevant to the mission, he said finally, his voice clipped. She and her kind are at the root of what we're dealing with now. Eric chuckled softly, but it was a humorless sound. The more you know about vampires, the better equipped we'll be to deal with them, I suppose, but Lami is not the monster you envision her to be, not entirely. Iran's brow furrowed. What do you mean by that? He asked, his voice edged with suspicion. Eric hummed thoughtfully, considering his words before replying. Lami Bal, or Lami Beolfig as she was known before Malag Bal tainted her, she was a devout worshipper of Arche. As pure as the unmelting snow atop the throat of the world, he said, his voice softening with reverence, as though speaking of a long-forgotten saint. He paused for a moment, letting the gravity of his words sink in, then continued. How and why she earned Malag Bal's attention is not truly known. There are many records, conflicting, as most tales of ancient history are. However, the one I find most credible was told by a bard, whose name is lost to time. An allied, if you can believe it, who fell in love with her at first sight. Iran raised an eyebrow, bemused. Of course, he muttered with dry sarcasm. A love story. Eric chuckled, though it was a dark, sardonic sound. Rather cliched, I know, he admitted. But that's how the story goes. Love between an allied, elf, and a Ned, human, absolutely forbidden at the time. They were enemies, their people separated by war and hatred. Still, this bard was not content to give her up. Iran's expression darkened as Eric spoke, his hand tightening around his reins. So he turned to Malag Bal for help, Iran said, his voice filled with disgust. Eric nodded. And, as you might expect, it ended in tragedy for both parties. Iran's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze studying Eric as though searching for the deeper meaning in his words. So Lamy became the first pure-blooded vampire, he said, more a statement than a question. But what of the bard? What became of him? Eric sighed, his expression clouding with something like regret. Who knows? He said with a shrug. Some say he took his own life out of regret and despair, unable to live with the consequences of his actions. Others claim he challenged Malag Bal in his own realm Cold Harbor and was slain for his defiance. Iran's lip curled slightly, unconvinced. That would be the best ending he could hope for, he said, his voice low, almost to himself. But, Eric continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, there are other stories. Darker ones. He leaned forward in his saddle, his eyes gleaming in the fading light as he spoke. Some say he never truly died. Instead, he became something, worse. A pawn in Malag Bal's twisted games. Cursed to forever wander Tamriel, to die and reincarnate again, spreading corruption in the name of his master. Wherever he goes, death and suffering follow. The horse's hooves beat a steady rhythm on the road as Eric's words hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken menace. Iran's gaze flickered to Eric, his expression unreadable. And you believe this? Eric smirked faintly, though there was little humor in it. I believe that there are many truths hidden in the shadows of myth, he said cryptically. What I do know is that Lamy's story is not a simple tragedy, it simply goes to show that some monsters are born from circumstance, not of an evil nature. Iran's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his reins. I don't care what she was before, he growled. All I care about is what she became. Eric shot Iran a sideways glance as they rode, the tension between them palpable. Blind hatred can make you powerful, Iran, Eric said, his voice calm but firm. But it can just as easily break you. Iran opened his mouth to reply, but before Eric could continue, the sound of distant screams shattered the moment. Both men snapped their heads forward, eyes narrowing as they scanned the road ahead. A lone figure appeared over the horizon, running toward them in a panic. His face was twisted in terror, his breath ragged as he stumbled over his words. Turn back! Turn back quickly! He screamed, his voice hoarse with fear. Vampires have ambushed our caravan. They're slaughtering everyone. Behind the man, a blood-colored cloud seemed to swirl ominously, dark and unnatural, as if the very air had been tainted by death. The figure from within the crimson mist surged forward with terrifying speed, lunging toward the fleeing man, claws outstretched. Eric reacted instantly. With a flick of his wrist, his staff was in hand, and the air around him crackled with energy. A fireball roared to life at the tip of the staff, streaking toward the vampire with deadly precision. It struck the creature squarely in the chest, exploding in a blinding flash of flames. An anguished scream echoed across the plains, and the blood cloud dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only a pile of ash where the vampire once stood. Blood-sucking vermin, Iran muttered, his voice cold and venomous as he dismounted, eyes narrowing on the smoldering remains. His hand instinctively moved toward the crossbow strapped to his back. I suppose we don't need to go looking for them anymore. Eric dismounted as well, his expression more contemplative than angry, though the grimness in his eyes showed he wasn't taking the situation lightly. The wind carried the faint, metallic scent of blood, mingling with the charred remains of the vampire. Jerry barked excitedly, sensing the tension in the air as he padded closer to his master. The man who had warned them, still pale and visibly shaken, was slumped over a rock, trying to catch his breath. His clothes were torn, and blood from a shallow gash on his arm stained his sleeve. Eric and Iran exchanged a quick glance before approaching him. Eric crouched down, his voice calm but direct. Tell us exactly what happened. The man looked up at Eric, his eyes wild with lingering terror. We were traveling from Mark Arth, he began, his voice trembling. I'm part of a merchantry small group. We mostly transport goods between the cities, but we've been hearing strange rumors over the last week. They said vampires were stirring up trouble in Hashalmarch. People disappearing in the wilderness. Cattle drained of blood. You know, the usual stories that send people running. He shuddered, as if the words themselves held power over him. Rumors like that are enough to keep most people away, Iran said gruffly, crossing his arms over his chest. What made your caravan come this way, then? The man grimaced, wiping the sweat from his brow. Our employer, stubborn fool, he thought it was just some exaggerations, you know? Bandits, maybe. We'd been hearing the price of certain goods had risen in Morthal recently, and he wanted to take advantage. Didn't matter what we said. Half of us didn't even want to come this way, especially with the stories, but he insisted. Promised us a bigger cut of the profits. Eric's brow furrowed as he listened. What exactly were the rumors saying? Anything specific about where the vampires were operating? The man shook his head. Not really. Just that Hashal March was cursed. They've been dealing with the monstrosities in the marshes for years now. We thought it was just talk, you know? Superstitions. Superstitions are often rooted in truth, Eric murmured, more to himself than to the man. He straightened up, his gaze shifting toward the direction the man had come from. How many of you were there? The man's face fell, his hands trembling as he ran them through his hair. There were 12 of us. Maybe and a couple of mercenaries, maybe a few are still alive, hiding in the wreckage. I don't know. It all happened so fast. Eric and Iran exchanged another look. 12 people, and this was all that remained? The vampires had descended on the caravan like wolves, striking without mercy. Iran's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing. How many vampires? The man swallowed hard. At least 5, maybe 6. They came out of nowhere. One moment we were just talking, and the next, blood, screams. They didn't even give us a chance to fight back. It was as if they were herding us like sheep. Eric's eyes darkened, the weight of the situation settling in. He nodded once, turning to Iran. If this guy made it here, then he hasn't been running for long. The rest of the vampires will be upon us soon. Iran didn't need to be told twice. His hatred for vampires was like a smoldering fire, one that was only fanned by the man's story. He adjusted the crossbow strapped to his back, his expression hard as steel. Keep running toward Widerun, Eric instructed the man, his tone leaving no room for argument. We'll deal with whatever's left. The man nodded frantically, his relief palpable. Thank you both. Sunlit Wrath number 37. It didn't take long before a thick cloud of bloody mist began to coalesce around them, creeping closer with a sinister, almost sentient intent. Eric felt a chill run down his spine as he caught sight of 4 shadowy figures lurking within the fog. He turned his gaze upward, noting the sun hanging low in the sky, its rays growing fainter as the day slipped away. With a weary sigh, he muttered, Blood Cloud. An old hemomancy spell used by vampires to shield themselves from sunlight. It takes a lot of magicka to maintain, but with 4 of them. He trailed off, contemplating the best way to deal with the encroaching threat while conserving his own strength. Each second was a gamble, the last thing he wanted was to get drawn into a prolonged battle with these creatures. Iran, however, didn't seem inclined to strategize. There's no need to overthink it, he said, his voice steady as he retrieved his war hammer from his back. The weapon gleamed ominously in the fading light, and Eric could see the determination etched on Iran's face. He raised the hammer high above his head, channeling magicka into it. A brilliant golden glow enveloped the hammer's head, radiating warmth that contrasted sharply with the chilling mist. With a forceful grunt, Iran brought the hammer crashing down against the ground. The impact sent shockwaves of golden energy rippling through the air, shattering the blood cloud like fragile glass. The vampires were suddenly exposed to the sun, and their high-pitched shrieks pierced the air as they covered their eyes, their pale skin sizzling in the light. Eric raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. This was a spell even he didn't know. The old Necromancer had studied all manner of magics, hemomancy, necromancy, and even the most obscure traditions, but he had little interest in specialized spells meant solely for combating vampires. That's quite handy, he said, unsheathing Wormspire. The staff transformed into a sword with his action, revealing the meteoric iron blade hidden within, gleaming wickedly in the sunlight. Iran shot him a skeptical look. Isn't that an unfinished product? Eric chuckled, a dark thrill coursing through him at the thought of what lay ahead. It still lacks enchantments, true. But the blade is sharp and solid, more than adequate to lob off the heads of some weakened vampires. As the shrieks subsided, Eric tightened his grip on Wormspire's hilt, adrenaline coursing through him. He dashed toward the nearest vampire, his heart pounding with the thrill of battle. The vampire, a gaunt figure with sunken cheeks, squinted against the sunlight, his red eyes narrowing as he raised a hand. A blood spike formed ominously on his palm, glistening with dark intent. Before Eric could close the distance, the vampire unleashed the projectile with startling speed. Instinctively, Eric summoned a shimmering barrier of lesser ward magic around his free hand, slapping the blood spike aside just in time. The spike flew past him, embedding itself harmlessly into the ground with a dull thud. Seizing the moment, Eric countered with a spell of his own. 2 small embers flickered into existence around his palm, glowing like miniature stars. With a determined push, he sent them flying straight at the vampire's face. The embers exploded on impact, a burst of fiery light blinding the creature momentarily. The vampire shrieked, clawing at his scorched face, and Eric wasted no time. He surged forward, Wormspire cleaving through the air with deadly precision. With a single swing of the blade, he severed the vampire's head, the body turning to ash before it could even touch the ground. A surge of triumph washed over Eric, but it was fleeting. A chill crept down his spine, a primal instinct warning him of danger. He spun around just as another vampire lunged at him, claws outstretched and teeth bared. The steel of his blade met the claws with a sharp clang, sending vibrations up his arm. The new vampire's eyes glowed like embers in the darkness, a chilling gaze that could freeze the blood in one's veins. "You may have killed one of us," he hissed, his voice a low growl, "but don't think it will go so easily now that I'm accustomed to the sunlight. I will suck your blood dry and raise you as an undead puppet." Eric couldn't help but chuckle, the sound echoing in the chaos around them. "To think that a mere vampire would threaten to turn me of all people, into an undead," he replied, shaking his head in mock disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, Eric conjured a small fireball in his palm, ready to unleash it. But the vampire was quick, his body transforming into a blur as he dodged Eric's attack. The fireball exploded harmlessly against the ground, sending up a spray of dirt and ash. "Is that all you've got?" the vampire taunted, his voice laced with derision. He lunged again, this time with a flurry of strikes aimed at Eric's torso. Eric parried with Wormspire, the blade singing as it met the vampire's claws, sparks flying as the two engaged in a deadly dance. Despite Eric's remarkable skill and unnatural speed in casting spells, the vampire proved to be faster and stronger, circling him like a predator sizing up its prey. With each lunge and retreat, the creature exploited its physical superiority, striking at Eric's blind spots and darting away just as he attempted to retaliate. Eric's reflexes were sharp, honed through memories of countless battles, but the relentless dance was beginning to wear on him. Glancing over at Iran, Eric felt a pang of concern. Iran was locked in combat with the two remaining vampires, his warhammer a blur as he swung it with fierce precision. Though he was holding his own, the tides of battle could shift at any moment, and Eric knew he needed to act quickly. Just then, the vampire seized on Eric's momentary distraction, lunging at him with lethal intent. Eric had anticipated this, however, and he quickly cast a stone flesh alteration spell. As the vampire's claws struck, they ricocheted off Eric's ebony mail with a metallic clang, leaving him unscathed. With a fierce determination, Eric countered, swinging Wormspire in a graceful arc. The blade bit into the vampire's chest, leaving a deep gash that spilled dark crimson blood onto the ground. But it wasn't enough, the vampire's speed saved him once again, allowing him to leap back and evade a more fatal blow. Wincing, the vampire pressed a hand to his wound, smearing blood across his pale skin. He raised the blood-covered hand to his mouth, licking it clean with a twisted grin. "I'll admit, you're quite skilled," he said, his voice a mocking drawl. "But you are no match for a noble vampire of the Folkihar clan." The words dripped with arrogance, and Eric felt a flicker of irritation spark within him. The vampire continued, shaking the blood from his hand as if it were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. "Soon enough, the sun will set, and you'll be nothing more than prey. All I have to do is waste time until then." His grin widened, revealing elongated fangs that gleamed in the harsh sunlight. Eric frowned at the vampire's taunting words. The vampire was even stronger than Muvarth, and he couldn't see a way to beat him quickly without summoning Surdr and Heelrith. Not far away, Jerry seemed thoroughly entertained, the Daedric mutt watching with keen interest, his tail wagging as if this violent spectacle was just a game. He clearly wasn't in a helping mood. With a resigned sigh, Eric reached into his cloak and pulled forth a familiar green mask he had stored away in Snowhawk Fortress. Rogget's mask materialized in his hands, its surface gleaming ominously in the fading light. He leisurely placed it over his face, muttering, "I really didn't want to use this thing because of its stench." The words trailed off as vitality surged through his veins, the mask's power infusing him with newfound energy. As the mask settled into place, Eric felt an exhilarating rush. His muscles tightened, his senses sharpened, and his heartbeat echoed in his ears like a war drum. In the game, Rogget's mask had merely boosted stamina, but here, in the unpredictable chaos of reality, its effects were magnified. The mask not only provided inexhaustible stamina, it strengthened his body, enhancing his speed, strength, and durability beyond his normal limits. The vampire snarled, his glowing red eyes narrowing in contempt. "You think that mask will save you?" it hissed, its voice a low growl that promised malice. "I don't need saving," Eric retorted, his voice steady. "I just need you to die quickly before the awful smell gets stuck in my nose." With a sudden burst of speed, Eric charged forward, feeling the mask's power coursing through him. The vampire lunged, claws poised to strike, but Eric was quicker. He sidestepped the attack, his body moving like a coiled spring. As the vampire staggered, he swung Wormspire with precision, the blade cleaving through the air with a lethal grace. The vampire's reflexes were impressive, but the mask amplified Eric's own speed, allowing him to overwhelm his foe. Eric's blade met flesh with a wet, satisfying sound, slicing deep into the vampire's side. The creature roared in pain, but Eric didn't relent, he followed through, his momentum carrying him forward. With one fluid motion, he twisted and brought the sword down again, this time splitting the vampire in two. Ash rained down as the body disintegrated before it could hit the ground, leaving nothing but a faint wisp of darkness behind. Eric barely had time to revel in his victory before he caught sight of Iran, still battling against the remaining vampires. Eric's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. One of the vampires was lunging at Iran from behind, claws poised to strike. Without hesitation, Eric dashed toward the skirmish, his heart pounding with purpose. The vampire had its back turned, too focused on Iran to notice Eric approaching. With a powerful thrust, Eric aimed Wormspire straight into the vampire's back, the blade plunging deep. The creature let out a choked gasp, its eyes widening in disbelief before it crumpled to the ground, reduced to ash in mere moments. Iran turned, his warhammer raised, and nodded in approval, a grim smile crossing his face. "Nice work," he said, then glanced over the battlefield to assess their situation. "Only one left. Let's see if we can get some information out of him," Eric said, moving toward the last vampire, who was cornered and struggling against Iran's hammer. The final vampire, seeing his situation was dire, growled defiantly. "You think I'll tell you anything?" He spat, his voice laced with venom. "You're just delaying the inevitable." Eric knelt beside the vampire, lowering his weapon slightly. "You might be surprised," he said calmly. "Tell us what you know about the vampire activity in Hashalmarch, and maybe I can let you die in." Before he could finish, Iran lunged forward, his hammer crashing down in a swift arc. The vampire's protest turned into a strangled scream as Iran's warhammer crushed its head like a ripe melon. Eric flinched, a mix of disbelief and frustration surging through him. "We could have received some valuable intel from him," he exclaimed, his voice rising in exasperation. Iran grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Whatever the vampires are planning, we'll figure it out sooner or later. These bastards never speak when you best them, they're only talkative when they think they have the advantage, arrogant vermin." Eric shook his head, trying to suppress his irritation. "Maybe, but we could have gained a real advantage by knowing their intentions." "Advantage?" Iran replied, raising an eyebrow. "We're not here to gather intel, we're here to eliminate a threat. Don't lose sight of that." With a frustrated sigh, Eric stepped back, taking a moment to compose himself. The sun was nearly gone, and the shadows lengthened ominously around them. "Fine, let's just get to Morthal," he said, turning to mount his horse. As they prepared to leave, Jerry trotted up, his tongue lolling out in a goofy grin, as if he'd just watched the greatest show of his life. Eric couldn't help but chuckle, despite the tension lingering in the air. "You enjoyed that, didn't you, you lazy little mutt?" he asked the Daedric mutt, who wagged his tail in response. The trio mounted their horses, the echoes of the battle fading into the cool evening air. Eric cast one last glance over the battlefield where ash and remnants of the vampires mingled with the dirt. The encounter had been fierce, but they had emerged victorious. For now. Iran led the way, his demeanor serious as he focused on the road ahead. "Stay alert," he warned, glancing back at Eric. "We don't know how many more of them are lurking in these woods." Eric nodded, the earlier adrenaline still coursing through him, making him feel alive. "I'll keep my eyes peeled," he replied, his voice steady. "But I have to admit, that was fun." "You have a strange definition of fun," Iran said, a hint of amusement breaking through his stern facade. "But I suppose that's why we're in this mess together." As they rode, the last vestiges of sunlight slipped beyond the horizon, casting the world into shadow. Eric felt a growing tension in the air, an unspoken sense of foreboding. The vampire threat loomed larger than ever, and he knew that their journey to Morthal would be fraught with danger. But for now, they had a goal. The Mage of Morthal number 38. As Eric and Iran approached Morthal, the path grew quieter, shrouded by mist and the shadowed outline of trees. They kept a steady pace until, abruptly, a hooded figure stepped out from the side of the road, blocking their path with an upraised hand. "Halt," the man commanded, his voice calm yet edged with authority. Eric's gaze sharpened as he felt an unmistakable surge of magicka in the air, crackling around them, making the temperature spike. He scanned the surrounding shadows and caught faint, flickering glints among the rocks and trees summoned flame Atronax, their fiery forms partially concealed behind the boulders and shrubs. Eric's hand instinctively moved toward Wormspire, his grip tightening on the hilt, but he hesitated, sensing the figure had more to say. "State your names and your reasons for being here," the man continued, his tone steady but unmistakably laced with a warning. Eric's brow furrowed. That voice had a familiarity he couldn't mistake. Recognition dawned on him, and he raised an eyebrow. Falion. The hooded figure seemed taken aback, stiffening at the sound of his name. A pause stretched between them before the figure reached up, pulling back his hood to reveal his face. In the moonlight, Eric saw the same thoughtful, slightly weary eyes, though they were tempered now with a steely determination that hadn't been there before. Eric. Falion's voice softened, the harsh edge melting into astonishment. The two men studied each other for a moment, each sizing up the other's familiar yet changed face, and then their expressions cracked into bitter smiles. "You're back," Falion said, his tone equal parts disbelief and begrudging acceptance. "And here I was, thinking I wouldn't see you in Hjalmarch again." Eric shrugged, his expression unreadable. "I said I'd be back, didn't I? I keep my word." He took another cautious glance around as the heat in the air began to dissipate. Falion dismissed the flame Atronax with a subtle flick of his hand, and they faded, vanishing in puffs of smoke and dying embers that drifted upward before dispersing into the night. "What happened while I was away for you to be lurking on the side of the road with your Atronax like some bandit?" Eric asked, eyes sweeping over the deserted path before returning to Falion. "Does it have anything to do with the vampires we encountered on the road to Morthal? They claim to be Folkihar. Judging by their strength, I'm inclined to believe them." Falion sighed, his face darkening at the mention of the Folkihar. "It's a long story, Eric," he replied, his voice carrying a weary resignation. "And one best told away from the open road." At this, Iran, who had remained silent, gave Eric a pointed look. It was a look that said, "It's your call," though his hand remained close to his own weapon, eyes sharp with distrust. Eric nodded at Falion. "Then let's go somewhere quieter." Without another word, Falion motioned for them to follow, and the three men continued down the road, leaving the mist-shrouded entrance behind. They kept a measured pace, their horses' hooves muffled against the dirt road as they moved toward Morthal, the dim outline of the marsh town barely visible through the haze ahead. The Moorside Inn was as deserted as Eric remembered, dimly lit and filled with the usual somber silence. Though it provided warmth and shelter from the marsh's oppressive chill, the peace inside was fractured by the off-key singing of Lurbuk, the orc bard, whose gruff voice echoed off the wooden walls like nails scraping glass. Eric, Iran, and Falion occupied a table at the center of the room, laden with steaming plates of stew, thick bread, and pitchers of mead. Beneath the table, Jerry gnawed at a sizable chunk of goat meat, tearing into it with the kind of focus only a Daedric dog could bring. Eric took a long swig of his mead, savoring the warmth it spread through his chest, before turning to Falion with a gleam of amusement in his eye. "So," he said, gesturing to the innkeeper, Jana, who was busy behind the counter. "The innkeeper is your sister, hey?" A grin crept across his face. "She had quite a lot to say about you the first time I came to visit, though I can't say any of it was exactly flattering." Falion exhaled, rubbing a hand over his forehead as if to dispel the memory. "Yes, well, to the townsfolk here, I'm practically a demon straight from Oblivion," he muttered, eyes flicking toward his sister with a mix of affection and frustration. "And my sister, she has to keep up appearances if she's going to fit in around here, keeps food on the table, after all." Eric chuckled, taking another gulp of mead. "That's what you get for practicing magic in a backwater like Morthal," he said, shaking his head. "The Nords here think anything beyond chopping wood or lighting a fire is the work of Daedra." Falion managed a wry smile. "Perhaps they're not far off," he replied, voice low enough not to carry across the inn. "But with their superstitions, it's only thanks to Jarl Idrod that I haven't been run out of town yet. Or worse." The moment of shared humor faded, and Eric's gaze sharpened as he set his mug down on the table. "Well, enough pleasantries. Now that we're rested and well fed, it's time we got to the heart of things. What exactly has happened here in Hjalmarch while I was away?" Falion's face grew serious, shadows settling into the creases of his features as he looked between Eric and Iran. "Vampires happened," he said finally, the weight of his words palpable. "A lot of them." Eric's expression darkened, brows knitting together in confusion. "It hasn't even been 3 months since I left. Has the warding spell already faded?" Falion shook his head. "No, the spell is still strong. The vampires are here because of something else." He trailed off as Iran leaned forward, his eyes narrowing, suspicion glinting in their depths. "What's this warding spell you're talking about?" Iran demanded, his tone sharp. "And what does it have to do with the vampires?" Eric leaned forward, fixing Iran with a steady gaze. "Remember that tyranny of the sun prophecy I've been telling you about?" Iran nodded, his eyes sharp and wary. I remember. Well, we're not the only ones who know about it," Eric continued, his voice dropping low. "Or about the fact that the daughter of Cold Harbor, Serena, is sealed somewhere in Hjalmarch along with an Elder Scroll." Eric paused to take another swig of mead, his eyes darting across the dimly lit inn as though the shadows themselves might be listening. "Thousands of years ago, possibly right after Serena was hidden away, someone set up a warding formation. Its purpose was to mask the unique blood resonance that ties her to Malag Bal and to keep the Folkihar from sensing her location. Faline's expression grew thoughtful, while Iran's brow furrowed in confusion. Eric cleared his throat, continuing, the warding relied on the magicka stored in an ancient summoning circle probably set by one of the vampires opposing the master of the Folkihar clan. The problem is, I drained that magicka without knowing its purpose for a certain ritual. Iran's face darkened, a glint of anger flickering in his eyes. And yet, this is the first time I'm hearing of it. Seems like that would have been something worth mentioning. Eric waved a hand dismissively. I had intended to handle the matter long before the effects wore off. Back then, I had no clue the summoning stones had such a critical role in keeping Jalmarch safe from a vampire scourge. And as promised, I returned before the spell's effects could fully fade. Iran's jaw clenched, but he kept silent, his arms folded across his chest in a tense stance. Eric, sensing the tension, shifted his gaze back to Faline. But if the spell hasn't weakened, if the resonance is still hidden, why are the Folkihar here? What exactly has changed? Faline sighed, rubbing his temples as if weary from the weight of what he was about to say. The arrival of the vampires in Jalmarch, as fate would have it, is indeed tied to your actions, though not to the daughter of Cold Harbor. Eric's brow furrowed in surprise. What do you mean? How could they be here because of me? With a nod, Faline continued, they came to avenge one of their own. Apparently, a member of the Folkihar clan had been hiding among Muvartha's coven right up until you, well, obliterated the lot of them. Eric blinked, taken aback. That's impossible, he replied, his tone defensive. There's no way a Folkihar vampire could have been hiding amongst those lowlifes without me noticing. Besides Muvarth himself, the rest were mere. He paused, catching himself as a distant memory came back to him. He cleared his throat, his tone shifting as he reluctantly admitted, well, now that you mention it, there was one vampire in particular. Dressed strangely. But the fool was deep in slumber when I drove my sword through his heart, so I wouldn't have known he was anything special. Faline shook his head in exasperation, and a bitter chuckle escaped Iran. Stendar preserve us. What rotten luck indeed. Iran turned to Faline with a budding respect in his eye. Still, to think you managed to pull so much information from a vampire, it's impressive. Eric nodded, his tone thoughtful. Aside from a few rare exceptions, most vampires are prideful and arrogant to the core. They'll refuse to say a word that isn't a threat or a curse if you try to subdue them. Surprising you got anything useful out of one. Faline chuckled, glancing over at the orc bard Lurbuk, who was belting out yet another off-key verse in a deep, gravelly tone that grated like nails on stone. Oh, there was no subduing involved, he replied with a wry grin. The arrogant bloodsucker actually thought he had me cornered. And in his excitement, he sang more enthusiastically than Lurbuk here. He gestured toward the bard, whose latest attempt at a song was just shy of painful. Eric glanced at Lurbuk and grimaced, wondering if the orc's singing might actually be some kind of spell to ward off customers. Meanwhile, Iran's grim smile broadened. I told you. Those vermin only open their mouths when they think they're in control. Faline rolled his eyes, but the amused smirk lingered. This one was particularly boastful, practically spilling the entire clan's business as he ranted. I picked up enough about their recent movements and intent, but it wasn't until he mentioned Muvartha's lair that I realized you were likely the target of their ire. Eric cleared his throat, leaning back with a casual air. Well, that's that, I suppose. What became of the vampire after? He asked, attempting to steer the conversation to a lighter note. Faline grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Oh, he was reduced to a fine pile of ashes courtesy of 3 very angry flame Atronachs. Eric chuckled at the image, and even Iran, usually stone-faced, allowed himself a brief smile, his respect for Faline visibly growing. Faline, was it? Iran said, nodding to him with a newfound approval. I have a feeling you and I will get along just fine. Faline raised his tankard in a casual toast, taking a long drink before replying, I'll drink to that. As the mead went down, Faline turned to Eric, a glint of curiosity and unease in his eyes. So, what exactly do you plan to do about these vampires? Eric sighed, running a hand through his hair as he weighed his words. Hunting down every vampire prowling around Morthal isn't impossible, but more would just follow. He shook his head and set down his tankard. Best to stick to the plan. Once I present them with the daughter of Cold Harbor, the Folkihars will have all the distraction they need, and they'll lose interest in Jalmarch. Iran's expression turned stormy at that. Though he said nothing, it was clear he wasn't thrilled about the idea. Faline glanced between the two of them, catching on to the unspoken tension. He shifted in his seat, wincing a little. I'm curious about this plan of yours, though something tells me I'd rather not know the details. He managed a half smile. As long as the vampires keep their distance from Morthal, I'll consider it a success. Iran grunted in agreement, his eyes still locked on Eric. You'll be satisfied, all right, he said, before turning to Eric. When are we heading to Demalo Crypt? As soon as possible, Eric replied, then turned to Falion. But first, I need to borrow your enchanting table for a few hours. Falion looked taken aback by the sudden request but quickly recovered, nodding. I don't mind, but I'm curious what exactly do you need it for? Before Eric could answer, the heavy doors of the Moorside Inn swung open with a dramatic creak, crashing against the wall. A burly Nord with a shaved head and a thick, proud mustache strode into the room, eyes scanning the crowd until they locked onto Eric with a look of profound relief and pride. My Thane! The Nord exclaimed, voice booming. His eyes were wide, and his expression positively glowed as he stepped forward, visibly moved. I heard word from the Jarl's men that you'd returned and came running. I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Eric felt a pang of guilt at the man's enthusiasm. He forced a friendly smile, masking the slight twinge of regret. I kind of did forget about him. He mused internally, feeling a little sheepish. But Valadmar didn't seem to notice, his smile so broad it almost seemed to crack his face. With a respectful nod to Iran and Falion, he stood by Eric's side, like a soldier reporting for duty, and in his booming voice that practically echoed through the empty inn, said, I've defended your home against a great many horkers and mud crabs. Please tell me if you have any further orders. When Shadows Stir number 39. Inside Falion's dimly lit house, Eric admired his handiwork on Wormspire. The blade, now fully enchanted, hummed with an almost palpable energy as he held it up to the flickering candlelight. Along its length, the runic inscription glowed a fiery orange, as though dragon fire itself had been captured within the ancient symbols. They represented an invocation in the dragon language, one that resonated the most with Eric and represented his comprehension after his battle with Roget. He grinned, a surge of satisfaction bubbling up within him. The weapon was now as formidable as the mission he was about to undertake. He slid the blade back into its sheath with a swift motion, and it shifted effortlessly back into its staff form, Wormspire once again appearing as a dragon priest staff with hints of its hidden strength. Eric downed a few potions, feeling the rejuvenating effects flow through him as his magicka and stamina returned, banishing the weariness that had settled in after hours of intense enchantment work. With Jerry trotting at his heels, Eric stepped out of the house and spotted Falion and Iran conversing quietly. The two men seemed almost comfortable with each other now, which Eric found mildly amusing. I see you two are getting along rather well, he said with a smile, nodding toward Iran. Iran gave a slight shrug, a hint of warmth cracking his usual stern demeanor. Turns not every mage is a catastrophe waiting to happen. He replied, his eyes narrowing at Eric. You'll have plenty of time to keep chatting once we've finished our business in Demalo Crypt, Eric said, rolling his eyes and gesturing toward the road. Let's go, Iran. Iran gave Falion a respectful nod, clearly preparing to leave, but they both paused as Falion called out. Wait, Falion said, stepping forward. I'll come along. The sooner you take the daughter of Cold Harbor out of Jalmarch, the sooner I can sleep easy. Eric and Iran exchanged looks. Eric arched an eyebrow, sizing Falion up with a mixture of curiosity and approval. Finally, he gave a nod. Suit yourself. But remember, you'll need to turn back halfway for the plan to work. Falion returned the nod, his face resolute. I can live with that. I've no intention of seeing what waits at the end of Demalo Crypt anyway. With a final look between them, the three men set off toward the marshes, where the night was thick with mist. The trio stood silently before the entrance of Demalo Crypt, gazing at the narrow, almost imperceptible gap in the cliff face. The dim torch flickered below, casting faint shadows across the jagged rocks that shielded the stairway from casual view. Eric took a moment to admire the crypt's hidden nature. It was as though the rock itself conspired to keep the entrance concealed. He knew that finding it had been no small feat, even with their knowledge of its location. This was a place sealed from the world, meant to hide secrets and horrors alike. Iran's gaze was fixed on the faint outline of a solitary cottage far in the distance, its shape barely discernible through the mist. His expression turned hard, almost haunted, as he muttered, to think, an Elder Scroll and a daughter of Cold Harbor were sealed this close to the Hall of the Vigilant. Right under our noses. He shook his head, the weight of the realization settling heavily on him. Eric shrugged, breaking the silence. Whoever sealed Serena here clearly didn't want the Folkihars finding her. Hiding her near the vigilance of Stendar made sense. He paused, letting his gaze sweep the shadowed cliff face before adding thoughtfully, then again, maybe one of your predecessors learned about her and decided to erect the hall nearby to keep an eye on the crypt, make sure nothing got in or out. Iran grunted, his expression darkening further. Stop referring to it by name. It is a vampire, accursed daughter of Cold Harbor, nothing more. Eric raised an eyebrow but kept his thoughts to himself, noticing the subtle tension that rippled through Iran's stance. They'd discussed this enough for him to understand that Iran wasn't pleased about taking Serena or the Elder Scroll back to Castle Folkihar. Yet here they were, about to cross the threshold into a place few dared to tread. Eric had done his part to convince Iran this was their best option, and he saw no need to reopen that discussion now. Sensing the charged silence, Falion cleared his throat. We can worry about the right way to address it or her later. For now, we have more urgent matters to deal with. He gestured to the entrance with a steady hand, encouraging them forward. Iran sighed, glancing at Falion and Eric before finally taking the lead. Fine, he muttered, stepping past the threshold and disappearing into the crypt's darkened maw. Eric chuckled under his breath, scooping Jerry up into his arms. The little corgi wagged his tail, as though sensing his master's resolve. Ready, boy? Eric murmured with a grin, patting the dog's head before following Iran into the shadows. Falion hesitated a beat longer, rubbing his temple in exasperation at the brewing tension. Magnus guide us. He muttered to himself before stepping in behind them, careful to stay alert as he entered the crypt. Dimalo crypt began as a narrow, dark tunnel that wound into the mountain like the maw of some ancient beast. The faint echo of dripping water grew louder with each step, mingling with their cautious footfalls until they reached a medium-sized cavern. Here, an underground river carved its way through the stone, cascading in thin waterfalls that shimmered in the dim light. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something feral, a musky, animal scent that put Jerry's hackles on edge. Sure enough, the trio soon found themselves surrounded by wolves, their yellow eyes gleaming in the shadows. Falion barely hesitated, his hand already lifting to summon his flame Atronax. The fiery spirits erupted into existence, illuminating the cavern with their blazing forms. With swift and brutal efficiency, they set upon the wolves, flames licking and consuming their coats until, with a final yelp, silence fell once more. Once the last wolf lay still, Eric surveyed the cavern. To the northeast, a heavy iron gate blocked their path forward. To the southwest stood a small, crumbling tower. Falion glanced around with a frown. Seems like a dead end, he murmured, sounding somewhat disappointed. Not quite, Eric replied, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Without further explanation, he moved toward the small tower, leaving Iran and Falion to exchange puzzled glances. Moments later, they heard the distinctive clank of a lever being pulled, and the gate creaked open, its ancient hinges groaning under the strain. Falion's frown deepened as he watched Eric emerge from the tower, clearly impressed and perhaps a little unsettled. I sometimes find myself alarmed by the extent of his knowledge, it seems to cover the most obscure of places and things. Iran's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a low tone. He is knowledgeable, yes, almost to the point of suspicion. Falion arched a brow, giving Iran a wry look. We all have our purposes, our reasons for being here, you included. He paused, then added with a knowing smile, I doubt you're here out of selflessness alone. That hatred you carry for vampires, it feels unnaturally deep. Iran's jaw tightened, and a flicker of something dark crossed his face. Perhaps you're right, he muttered, unwilling to discuss it further. Before the conversation could grow tenser, Eric appeared again, gesturing toward the now opened gate. Let's keep moving, he said, cutting through the thick silence that had fallen between the two. The gate led them into a winding, natural corridor, dimly lit by torches mounted along the walls. A lone sarcophagus lay to the left, its lid slightly ajar and revealing the skeletal remains within, long dead and undisturbed until now. They pressed onward, up a flight of stone steps, and found themselves in what seemed to be an ancient, dark graveyard. As they moved through the eerie expanse, guided by Eric's mage light spell, skeletal figures began to stir, bones rattling as they rose from the ground. With a quick swing of his hammer, Iran crushed the first skeleton, sending shards of bone scattering across the floor. Eric kept close, his fingers weaving the intricate signs of a fireball spell, but he waited, watching Iran and Falion handle the initial wave with a flicker of amusement. More skeletons, armed with ancient weapons, emerged from nearby alcoves and the ledges above, their brittle fingers clutching bows and firing down at the trio. Their bones were scattered by the second fireball. Iran frowned, muttering under his breath, honestly, I expected this to be more difficult, before releasing a powerful fireball that tore through the ledge, reducing the archers to smoldering heaps. Falion smirked, catching his breath after a particularly close encounter with a skeleton that had managed to sneak up behind him. Well, if you're not impressed yet, I think we may find a few more surprises the deeper we go. Eric chuckled as he patted Jerry, who was trying to keep up while trotting valiantly beside them. Let's not keep them waiting. Shall we? With that, he led them onward, deeper into the heart of Dimalo Crypt, where the true dangers lay waiting in the shadows. Hours later, Iran and Falion found themselves in yet another cavernous chamber, its damp stone walls lit only by the flickering light of their torches. The way forward was blocked by a rusted iron gate, its bars covered in faint etchings worn down by time. Eric had already slipped off into one of the shadowed corridors with Jerry trotting dutifully at his side, casually announcing he'd find the mechanism to open the gate. Now, only the sounds of his faint footsteps echoed in the stillness, leaving Iran and Falion waiting in the eerie quiet. Falion chuckled, crossing his arms. There he goes again, he muttered with a touch of admiration. I swear he knows every inch of this place. Almost as if he's been here before. Iran shook his head with a wry smile, having grown used to Eric's uncanny familiarity with the crypt. Well, at least he's thorough. Gets the job done, he replied, though his voice carried a hint of skepticism. He couldn't deny Eric's effectiveness, nor his peculiar knowledge, but he was beginning to wonder just how deeply Eric's insights ran. Their journey through Dimalo Crypt had been surprisingly smooth, though not without its fair share of grim encounters. The crypt was an unsettling mix of ancient Nordic burial architecture and naturally formed caverns, with chambers that varied from organized, solemn tombs to vast, rough-walled caves. They'd cleared multiple rooms and winding corridors, dispatching waves of the undead first skeletons, then frostbite spiders in every imaginable size, and finally, the Dragr, slumbering within their stone sarcophagi until disturbed. The Dragr had proven the most challenging, though still manageable thanks to Eric's foresight. Every time they entered a new burial chamber, Eric would pause, eyes narrowed as he raised a hand and cast a detect undead spell. The dimly glowing outlines of hidden Dragr flickered into view, marking those corpses lying in wait. Once he mapped out the threats, he'd begin setting runes near the sarcophagi. Eric's rune of choice fire runes would lie dormant until triggered, their magic simmering just beneath the stone, a silent promise of destruction. Following the plan to the letter, Falion would summon a pair of flame atronachs, who would waste no time launching streams of fire toward the sarcophagi. The moment the flames touched the resting Dragr, they'd stir, stepping directly into the rune traps Eric had prepared. Explosions filled the room, flame licking over the stone as several Dragr were reduced to smoldering remains. Those that stubbornly survived the ambush found themselves face to face with Iran, who dispatched them with brutal efficiency. With a single swing of his war hammer, he'd crush their skulls or sever their limbs, each blow accompanied by the crack and shatter of brittle bone. One of the Dragr, tougher than the rest, had managed to stumble forward, its ancient armor glowing faintly with enchantments. It let out a guttural roar, swinging a rusted greatsword in an arc toward Falion, but before it could land a hit, Eric stepped forward, casting an ice spike that pierced its chest. The Dragr staggered, and Iran finished it off with a powerful swing of his hammer, shattering its skull with a resounding crack. As the last of their foes crumbled to the ground, Iran let out a huff of satisfaction, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Now, with the gate still closed and Eric yet to return, Falion broke the silence once more, glancing around the dark stone chamber. You know, it's strange this crypt feels alive in its own way. Almost as if these walls have memories, old and bitter. Iran grunted, his gaze steady on the path Eric had taken. Old and cursed, more like. There's a reason the vigilance of Stendar were so thorough in trying to purge places like this. Nothing good ever rises from the dead. Falion arched a brow, an amused smirk on his face. Oh, is that what you're doing here, purging evil out of the kindness of your heart? He said, his tone light despite the tension in the air. Iran's face darkened, though a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Maybe not kindness, he muttered. Let's just say, I'm not fond of vampires. His tone left no room for further probing, and Falion wisely let the matter drop. Moments later, the sound of grinding metal echoed through the chamber as the iron gate slowly lifted, its ancient chains rattling. Eric appeared from the shadows with Jerry perched in his arms, the corgi looking surprisingly calm for a dog that had just navigated a crypt full of undead. Gates open, Eric announced with a grin, his face illuminated by the glow of the torches. Ready to press on? Let's get on with it, Iran replied, his eyes flashing with determination as he stepped forward, gripping his hammer tightly. Falion rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a smile as he followed, his atronachs trailing behind. Intent bound by force number 40. Beyond the iron gate, the trio entered yet another cavernous expanse, a realm of shadows and subtle, eerie light. The jagged walls were streaked with patches of moss and glowing mushrooms, their faint blue luminescence casting elongated, ghostly shapes along the stone. Falion's attention drifted momentarily as he noticed Jerry darting to the far corner of the room, nose to the ground, sniffing with unusual urgency. The little dog stopped by a cluster of eggs cloaked in cobwebs, each one pale and translucent, a network of thin fibers wrapping tightly around their surface. Inside, dark, many-limbed silhouettes writhed in restless anticipation, the sacs pulsing as though alive with their own heartbeat. Falion's gaze narrowed, a sense of foreboding twisting his features as he muttered to Eric, "Isn't this?" Eric followed his line of sight, then let out a quiet, knowing laugh. "Just keep looking up," he murmured, his tone almost mischievous. Both Falion and Iran raised their eyes cautiously. Their faces instantly hardened as they spotted the massive frostbite spider clinging to the ceiling above, its vast, bulbous body dangling like a nightmarish chandelier. The creature was as large as a carriage and its horse combined, its many legs curling inwards like deadly claws as it silently slid down its silken thread, descending toward them with the measured grace of a predator confident in its kill. "By the gods!" Falion breathed, his hand instinctively crackling with magicka. Iran's grip tightened on his warhammer, the seasoned hunter's eyes narrowing with intense focus. The two instinctively shifted to surround the creature, stepping back to prepare for its inevitable lunge. Faline's hands blazed with fiery magic, the heat intensifying around him, while Iran adjusted his stance, ready to strike. Eric, watching with mild amusement, chuckled and shook his head. Not a fan of large spiders, are we? He taunted lightly. Neither Faline nor Iran answered, their eyes glued to the giant arachnid. It hung in the balance, studying them with its countless, unblinking eyes. Eric gave a casual wave of his hand, stepping forward. No matter, he said, his tone almost playful. Leave the spider to me. Without another word, Eric reached for the sword at his side, his fingers resting on the hilt of Wormspire as he drew it for the first time since they had entered the crypt. The blade emerged in a flash of dark metal, runes etched along its length pulsing faintly with a subtle green glow that seemed to ripple with arcane energy. Reaching into his cloak, Eric produced the mask of Roget, slipping it on. As the dark, dragon-faced helm enveloped him, his aura shifted, a palpable menace filling the air around him, thickening like a storm cloud. Faline's eyes widened slightly, but he said nothing. Iran merely grunted in recognition, a glimmer of admiration barely visible in his hard expression. About time I try out this blade's enchantments, Eric murmured, voice deepened by the mask, echoing with an otherworldly timbre that sent a chill down Faline's spine. The spider, sensing its challenge, hissed loudly, its mandibles clicking as it prepared to pounce. Eric stepped forward, lifting Wormspire with an ease that belied the weapon's weight, and with a sharp flick, the blade's runes flared brighter, casting sickly green light around the chamber. The frostbite spider shifted, uncertain, a flicker of instinctive fear holding it back. The frostbite spider wavered, its rows of beady eyes darting between Eric and his companions, some primal instinct warning it of danger. But Eric didn't seem interested in waiting for the creature to gather courage. Havok vaulted Ra, he whispered under his breath, his voice a soft, guttural incantation. In an instant, his form blurred, vanishing from where he stood. Before Falion and Iran's astonished eyes, Eric materialized behind the spider. His reappearance was silent, deadly, and sudden. With a fluid strike, he swung Wormspire down, and the spider's right limbs shot outward in all directions, spraying green ichor across the cavern walls. The creature stumbled, its severed limbs shriveling as though drained of all life, brittle husks where once had been powerful, venomous claws. Staggering, the spider screeched, but Eric wasn't done. He lifted Wormspire high, his hand steady as he channeled his magicka through the staff. The sickly green glow emanating from the blade's edge darkened, shifting into an eerie black that pulsed and grew, elongating like a tangible aura around the blade. It expanded until it stretched nearly to the ceiling, a shadowy blade of pure, destructive energy that thrummed with raw power. Havok vaulted Ra, Eric whispered again, his voice barely audible but filled with deadly intent. With a swift and precise arc, he brought the enchanted blade down, cleaving the massive spider clean in half. The creature's remains hit the ground in a grotesque heap, twitching briefly before falling utterly still. As the black energy dissipated, Eric flicked Wormspire to the side, the last of the spider's blood dripping from the blade. With a practiced motion, he sheathed the weapon, and in an instant, Wormspire shifted back into its staff form, the gleaming blade disappearing within the smooth wood. He turned to his companions, who had watched the spectacle in stunned silence. Our quarry is close at hand, Eric said, his voice calm but carrying a hint of exhilaration. He gestured to a looming wooden door set into the southern wall of the cavern, nearly hidden by shadows. Right behind that door. Faline nodded, though his gaze lingered on Eric a moment longer, a look of curiosity mingling with wariness. That was an impressive display, he muttered, raising an eyebrow. Wormspire's enchantments are one thing, but the way channeled magicka into it leaves me in awe. Eric merely shrugged, though a hint of a smile played on his lips. Let's set up camp here and rest while we can. We'll talk later. Iran grunted, glancing at the thick wooden door that barred their way forward. He laid his hammer on the ground and knelt beside it, inspecting the area around them with a careful eye. Agreed. If the Guardians so far have been any indication, we'll face worse the deeper we go. Eric said nothing, merely smiling as he began to work, and the two didn't waste any time either in helping him. The trio sat around the crackling fire, the warmth of the flames a small comfort in the chill of the crypt. The shadows danced on the cavern walls, making the surrounding stalagmites appear like sentries keeping watch. Jerry lay sprawled on his back beside them, gnawing playfully on one of the giant spider's severed limbs, his tail wagging as he batted it with his paws. Falion bit into a piece of jerky and, after a moment of chewing, glanced at Eric. So, what was that you said before you killed the spider? Havok something. Eric chuckled and shrugged. Havok vaulted Ra, he corrected with a wry smile. It's a phrase in the dragon tongue. Translated directly into the common tongue, it means kill, bond, will. Iran's eyes widened slightly, and he leaned forward, his usually hard expression softened by surprise. That sounds suspiciously like a shout, he remarked, his voice low. Do you know the Thursday? Eric shook his head, but a flicker of nostalgia crossed his face. Not as a powerful tool to bend the world, no. It's more, a language I learned a long time ago, back when I had little to occupy myself with. Let's just say I took up some unusual studies out of sheer boredom. Falion let out a chuckle, shaking his head. If only my boredom was that productive. I'd probably end up with half-baked alchemy experiments if I tried filling my free time like that. Eric laughed, his tone light. To be fair, I had a very long time to practice. And little else to do. Iran, however, remained thoughtful, eyes fixed on the fire. You said kill, bond, will was the direct translation. Does that mean there's another meaning behind it? Eric nodded, the firelight reflecting off his face as he looked down, almost as if recalling some old memory. The dragon language is built on intent, not just words. When spoken, it's not just about literal meaning. To put it simply, Havok Valtidra means striking with a resolve that leaves no room for hesitation. A force that binds the intention to the act. He reached down to his side, unsheathing Wormspire, the blade catching the orange glow of the flames as he held it out for them to see. Inscribed along the blade were runes, etched deep and ancient, their design intricate and powerful. He traced a finger along the carvings, his voice reverent. It's the same phrase I inscribed here, on Wormspire. Falion leaned closer, peering at the runes. A blade marked by purpose, he murmured, eyes glinting with curiosity. That's no simple enchantment. Iran, however, wasn't quite as interested in the magical intricacies. You repeated that chant twice, he observed, his brows drawn together. Why is that? Eric sheathed the blade slowly, the metal sliding home with a soft rasp. As I said, the dragon language is one of intent. The same words spoken twice might carry entirely different meanings depending on how they're wielded. The first time, it was a summons, a promise to fight. The second time, it was to kill without hesitation. He chuckled, a glint of dark humor in his eyes. 3 words to start a fight, and 3 words to end it. Rather poetic, don't you think? Iran let out a grunt, shaking his head. Sounds like a lot of unnecessary ritual, if you ask me. Why bother with a chant when you could just cut down your enemy and be done with it? Eric shrugged, a faint smirk crossing his face. I use it as a reminder, he replied, leaning back. Not so long ago, I faced an opponent who outmatched me in every way. At a critical moment, I hesitated. That hesitation would have been fatal if I hadn't managed to push through it. Falion leaned forward, intrigued. What happened? Eric exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting to the flickering fire. I'm a mage, through and through. But, due to circumstances, I had to pick up a blade. He paused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Though I say forced, it's something I've come to appreciate, maybe even enjoy. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers as if feeling the weight of a blade all over again. Still, wielding magic and wielding a sword are worlds apart. As a mage, I'm always calculating, assessing every angle, weighing my magicka reserves, factoring in the cast times, predicting my opponent's next move. But in a sword fight? There's no time to overthink. It's instinct and action, trusting your body more than your mind. Iran folded his arms, frowning. So, this hesitation, it's because you're too used to being in your head. Eric nodded, his expression thoughtful. Precisely. As a mage, I have the luxury of time, even if it's only fractions of a second. But with a blade, that luxury turns into a liability. One moment of doubt can leave you open, vulnerable. Falion took a bite of his jerky, nodding slowly as he chewed. So, those words kill, bond, will they keep you grounded, remind you to stay sharp? Eric met his gaze, a flicker of something deeper in his eyes. Exactly. It's like a trigger, a way of resetting my mind when the instincts start to waver. He shrugged, glancing between them. A reminder that I've trained for this, that hesitation has no place here. Iran grunted, looking into the flames as if contemplating Eric's words. I suppose there's sense in that, in having something to fall back on when things get uncertain. He glanced at Eric, a grudging respect in his gaze. I don't know about all this intent talk, but they say only fools thrive on the battlefield, a fool with a purpose is already one step ahead. Eric gave him a small, appreciative nod. And knowing that purpose, he added, his tone thoughtful, it can be as much a weapon as the blade itself. Jerry, sensing the shift in conversation, rolled onto his back, gnawing on the spider limb with a contented rumble. Falion let out a chuckle, reaching over to scratch the wolf behind the ear. Looks like your mutt has found his purpose, at least, he remarked with a grin. Eric laughed, the sound warm against the crypt's cold air. If only life were as simple as knowing to chew on the right limb. He sighed, glancing at the fire before them. But, in some ways, maybe that's all we're doing too. Just, choosing the battles that suit us best. They fell into a companionable silence, the fire crackling as they each chewed on their thoughts along with their food, knowing full well that when they faced whatever lay ahead, Eric's words would echo in their minds. Intent was everything. Sleeping Beauty number 41. As the embers of their fire faded, Eric doused the last flicker of warmth with a careful sweep of his boot, ensuring no trace remained. With practiced efficiency, he and Iran packed their belongings, their movements quiet and deliberate in the stillness of the crypt. Eric turned to Falion, who was tightening the straps on his pack, his face calm but resolute. "It's best you turn back now," Eric said quietly, glancing toward the ominous stone corridors ahead. "The Daughter of Cold Harbor isn't far off. Things are about to get more complicated." Falion gave a single nod, the faint flicker of a smile crossing his face. "I understand. I'm well rested, and I've memorized the path back." He paused, glancing between Eric and Iran with a touch of warmth. "If fate permits it, we'll meet again." Eric inclined his head in agreement, a rare softness in his gaze, while Iran clasped a hand briefly on Falion's shoulder. Without another word, Falion turned, slipping into the shadows with steady steps, until he disappeared into the darkness. As Falion's footsteps faded, Eric turned to Iran, producing a small vial of thick, black liquid from a pocket inside his cloak. "It's going to get colder as we go on. Here, drink this, it'll help keep you warm." Iran raised an eyebrow, his face a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, but didn't question it. He took the potion, unscrewing the cap with one swift twist, and swallowed it in a single gulp. Eric smiled as he watched him finish it, then reached into his cloak again to retrieve a second potion, a brilliant crimson vial that glowed faintly in the dim light. "This one's for disease," Eric said, extending it to Iran. "Keep it close. We won't know what lurks further in, and there are things here that could do more than just scratch the surface." Iran accepted the vial, eyeing it with a trace of suspicion. "I always carry a cure disease potion. Last thing I need is to catch vampiric filth," he muttered, stashing it with the rest of his gear. He was about to tuck it away when Eric's chuckle drew his gaze. "Nothing like this one," Eric replied, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "This brew is special. Trust me. You never know what you might come across down here." Iran huffed but kept the vial close, securing it in the padded lining of his armor. Then, Eric turned and whistled softly, catching Jerry's attention as he sniffed at the shadows in one of the crypt's darker corners. Jerry's ears perked up, and he padded over, his tail flicking in anticipation. "Come on, boy," Eric murmured, scratching the wolf's ear. "Time to move on." They approached the heavy, iron-bound door ahead, its wood damp with age and streaked with the dark stains of time. Eric pressed his hand to it, feeling the chill seep through the worn wood as he pushed it open. The door creaked, revealing a dark passageway that beckoned them deeper into the crypt's heart. The heavy door creaked shut behind them as Eric and Iran stepped into the chamber, their footsteps echoing in the dense quiet. Shadows clung to the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of damp stone and ancient dust. They could barely make out the faint shapes of the room around them, though dim rays of light spilled in from the far side, marking a narrow path to a balcony. They made their way toward it, their eyes gradually adjusting to the gloom. Eric reached the edge first, leaning over the cold stone railing as Iran joined him, and the two men looked out over the vast, unexpected sight below. Iran's mouth dropped open as he muttered, "What in Stendar's name?" Before them lay a massive cavern, its ceiling vanishing into shadow, the distant flickers of ancient braziers barely illuminating the space. Suspended over a dark, glassy lake was a circular platform, grand yet eerie, like something torn from a forgotten age. Tall arches surrounded it in concentric rings, each one etched with strange symbols that seemed to shift under their gaze. A narrow bridge extended from the balcony to the platform, and beyond it, another bridge led deeper into the crypt. Eric gestured toward the platform. "I reckon that's where our target is sealed. Let's go." Iran didn't reply immediately, his gaze roaming over the structure with equal parts awe and caution. He finally exhaled a sigh and nodded, trailing after Eric down the stone steps leading to the bridge. Jerry, alert and sniffing at every corner, bounded along, his excitement echoing in the quiet as they crossed the bridge. The surface of the lake shimmered faintly below, reflecting the ancient stonework in unsettling, distorted fragments. Eric and Iran reached the heart of the platform, surrounded by the towering arches that loomed above them like silent guardians. In the center stood a pedestal, rough-hewn and foreboding, surrounded by a scattering of unlit braziers. Iran examined the structure with a wary frown. "This looks like a puzzle if I ever saw one." Eric's lips curved into a small smile, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Ruins and puzzles go hand in hand. It's only fitting, don't you think?" He stepped forward, running his fingers along the symbols carved into the side of the pedestal, his eyes narrowed in thought. Iran crossed his arms, casting a suspicious glance around the cavern. "All these arches, almost looks like some sort of ritual space." He kicked at the base of an unlit brazier. "Any idea how we're supposed to activate it?" Eric glanced up at him, a glint in his eye. "These old puzzles are like stories. There's a rhythm to them. You've just got to listen closely. He turned his gaze to the first ring of arches, noting faint depressions at each interval, then nodded to himself. If I'm not mistaken, these braziers will need to be positioned in a certain order, likely matching the sequence of symbols carved here. Iran sighed, eyeing the pedestal dubiously. You and your ancient stories. Let's hope this doesn't end with half the cavern collapsing on our heads. Eric smirked at Iran's concern. Trust me, he said with a faint gleam in his eyes. It won't. He turned his attention back to the pedestal, his expression calm yet focused. All we need to do is light the first brazier, and then, we get to work. With a practiced calm, he slipped off his gauntlet and placed his right hand firmly atop the pedestal at the center of the platform. In an instant, the stone shifted with a sharp clink. A slender, metallic spike shot up from the surface, stabbing through his palm. A small rivulet of blood trickled down the spike and seeped into the pedestal, disappearing as though the ancient stone were drinking it in. Just as quickly, the spike retracted, and a circular stone slab slid into place over the opening, sealing it seamlessly. Eric observed it with mild interest, his expression barely flickering. Iran's eyes widened in shock as he watched the blood drawn from Eric's hand, his jaw tightening. Eric, what an oblivion! But Eric didn't even flinch, letting his healing spell flow around his hand as if he'd been expecting the whole thing. His gaze remained fixed on the pedestal as a faint, eerie purple glow began to pulse outward. It snaked along thin, shallow lines carved into the platform, illuminating a web of intricate patterns that split the stone floor into a mosaic of interlocking segments. Eric's voice was calm as he addressed Iran's bewildered stare. I had my suspicions, but seeing those gargoyle carvings on the walls and the distinctive architecture, this place was almost certainly built by vampires. He gave a wry smile, flexing his mending fingers as the healing magic danced over his wound. And vampires value only one thing above all else, blood. There's no other substance that could break the kind of seals keeping a vampire locked away for thousands of years. Iran scoffed, though he couldn't hide the unease flickering in his eyes. Whatever you say. So long as you're in one piece, we'll keep moving. But what exactly are we supposed to do next? Eric gestured to the path of purple light flowing from the pedestal, casting an eerie glow along the edged channels that crisscrossed the platform. The light moved past unlit braziers, tracing a line all the way to the end of the platform where it met with an ancient stone wall, creating an almost paper-thin, translucent barrier of energy. I think, Eric began thoughtfully, tracing the lines with his gaze, we need to move the braziers along the path of the light to where it ends. Iran glanced skeptically at the nearest brazier. Move it, hey? These don't exactly look lightweight. Eric waved a hand at Iran's caution, dismissing it with a light smile. Maybe so, he mused, but looks can be deceiving. Besides, these braziers are placed exactly along the paths the light follows. Can't imagine there's any other way to solve this, unless you want to try rearranging an entire vampire crypt. His smirk widened. He placed a hand on the dormant brazier, feeling the rough iron cool beneath his touch. Then, with a calculated shove, he nudged it forward. To Iran's surprise, the heavy brazier glided along the carved grooves with a smoothness that seemed almost unnatural, coming to rest precisely at the terminus of the purple-lit line. In response, the brazier's bowl ignited with a deep purple flame, casting an eerie, flickering glow over their surroundings. The ground shuddered, and the sound of stone grinding against stone echoed through the chamber as the light flowed onward, illuminating another section of the platform. There you have it, Eric said with a satisfied nod. Let's keep moving them down the line. Maybe we'll unlock something worthwhile, or at least find out what these vampires thought was important enough to guard so obsessively. They moved in unison, Eric pushing each brazier carefully into place along the paths that intersected across the stone floor. As each brazier ignited, the purple light extended, connecting the platform in a network of shimmering, ethereal pathways. With each brazier, the tremors grew stronger, reverberating beneath their feet. Iran glanced around, his unease growing. I just hope we're not waking up half the dead in this crypt along with whatever's at the end of this line. Trust me, they'd make enough noise of their own if they were waking up, Eric replied, his tone light but his eyes sharp as he surveyed their work. And we're close, I can feel it. As the final brazier blazed to life, a deep, resonant hum filled the chamber. The purple light coursed along the carved lines in the floor, finally encircling the stone pedestal at the platform's heart. The ground beneath their feet trembled with an intensity that nearly threw them off balance, and then, with a grinding rumble, 3 concentric stone rings surrounding the pedestal began to descend. Slowly, they sank into the earth, creating a spiraling staircase that wrapped around the platform, bordered by the tall, ominous arches. Eric watched with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes as the stone slabs covering the pedestal vanished, replaced by swirling currents of violet energy. The air thickened, buzzing with arcane power. The energy coiled like a serpent, twisting upward in a tight spiral before dissipating, leaving behind a massive stone monolith where the pedestal once stood. Iran's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he studied the structure, his gut churning. That looks an awful lot like a coffin, he muttered, hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. Eric's grin widened, eyes alight with anticipation. And who sleeps in coffins? Only the dead, or vampires, Iran replied with a cold edge in his voice. Without a word, Eric stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. He extended a hand toward the monolith, his fingers brushing against the smooth, cold surface. As if his touch had triggered some ancient mechanism, the stone cover slid downward with a hiss, disappearing seamlessly into the floor. The crypt seemed to hold its breath as the figure inside was revealed. Lying within the monolith was a woman, unlike any they had ever seen. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, as though time itself had drained her of color and warmth, preserving her in an eternal, frozen state. Her face, sharp and elegant, was framed by long, inky black hair that cascaded over her shoulders like the night sky. Her lips, tinged with the faintest hint of blue, were parted slightly, giving her the appearance of someone caught between life and death. The clothing she wore, though ancient, remained remarkably well preserved, embroidered with the intricate insignia of a noble house long forgotten by history. Despite the crypt's decay and the weight of time pressing down on everything around her, the woman seemed perfectly in place. She lay as though waiting for this moment, for this exact awakening. Her beauty was both haunting and dangerous, like a deadly predator frozen in a moment of fragile stillness. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. The crimson glow within them was fierce, burning with an insatiable hunger. Her gaze swept over them, cold yet lethargic. There was no warmth in her stare, only the keen awareness of someone who had been left behind by the passage of time, untouched by the world's changes. She groaned, her body shifting as she tried to step forward. Her movements were slow, languid, as though waking from a deep slumber had drained her. She fell to her knees, her hands trembling as they touched the floor. After a long, ragged breath, she steadied herself, pushing off the ground with a delicate grace. She rose to her full height, regal and commanding, despite the clear exhaustion that weighed on her. Her voice, when it came, was like a whisper from the past, soft but tinged with an ancient authority. Where is? She trailed off, her crimson eyes locking onto Eric and Iran, suspicion and confusion flashing in their depths. Who sent you here? She demanded, her tone sharpening, though her body remained fragile from the long years of rest. Bound by secrets number 42. Serena's gaze remained steady as she observed the two men. Eric, with his calm stance and faintly amused expression, barely registered on her sense of threat. Yet, there was something peculiar about him, a presence she couldn't quite identify. It was almost familiar, a sensation that tugged at memories of her mother. The sensation was subtle, more of a lingering essence than a clear resemblance, but it stirred a sliver of wariness within her. But her attention quickly shifted to Iran, whose reaction was far more intense. His expression cycled from shock to hesitation, then twisted into outright rage. His face contorted, eyes blazing with a fury that seemed to consume him, and Serena could almost feel the weight of his hatred, a raw, seething thing that turned the air around him icy. Without warning, he grasped the handle of his warhammer, muscles coiling as he raised it high, his intent unmistakable. Her instincts roared at her to defend herself, but her body resisted, feeling sluggish as though weighed down by the ages of her sleep. Her limbs were numb, and her magicka, usually a familiar, thrumming source of power, felt distant and unresponsive, its slumber as deep as her own had been. She barely managed to draw a breath, her fingers twitching uselessly as her mind screamed for action. Eric watched the scene with a sigh, his brows knitting together in faint exasperation. Iran's reaction wasn't unexpected. In fact, Eric had seen the storm brewing in his companion's eyes from the moment they had uncovered her coffin. He knew that Iran's loyalty to the cause of ridding the world of vampires ran as deep as his veins. The thought of not only freeing Serena but escorting her to Castle Folkihar must have been insufferable for him, and the sight of her, the very embodiment of everything he despised, had pushed him past the edge of reason. I can't say that I didn't see this coming, still, it makes things easier for me. Acting swiftly, Eric raised an arm, summoning an ancient, weathered staff with gnarled wood and an intricately carved emerald set into its head. A hint of magicka pulsed from Eric's fingers into the staff, its green light flaring briefly. A jolt of emerald-colored electricity shot from the staff's gemstone, arcing through the air in a vivid bolt. It struck Iran square in the back. With a stunned grunt, Iran's body jerked and then locked up, his arms falling limp as his warhammer slipped from his fingers and clattered to the stone floor. He sank to his knees, his face frozen in a grimace of rage and surprise. His mouth moved as he struggled against the paralysis, but his voice was no more than a strangled whisper. "What do you?" he managed, his words clipped and strained as the spell took full effect, rendering him immobile. Eric's fingers snapped, and in a swirl of dark energy, two towering figures materialized beside him. Surtur, a massive, fiery skeleton clad in charred armor, loomed on Iran's left, while Heelrith, the Death Knight with hollow, gleaming eyes and a faint aura of cold decay, stood on his right. Their hands fell on Iran's shoulders with a steely grip, pinning him firmly in place. Iran's eyes widened as the two beings restrained him, each one exuding an eerie, silent authority that left no room for resistance. Eric folded his arms, his voice cold yet deceptively polite. "Allow me to apologize on his behalf," he said with a dismissive wave. "He's passionate about his work. Too passionate, some might say." His gaze flickered with faint amusement, but his tone sharpened as he turned his attention to Iran. "Though, I didn't expect him to exhibit such uncouth behavior, in front of a lady no less." Then, with an almost playful malice, he added, "Still, his blood would be as good as any. I don't know about you, but I always wake up famished after a long rest." At this, Iran's eyes shot open wide in horror. Helpless against the paralysis spell, he could only watch as Surtur's skeletal hand gripped his head, tilting it to expose his neck. His breaths came shallowly, panic twisting his features as he strained in vain against the spell. He looked like a wild animal caught in a trap, his normally steady composure unraveling in the face of impending death. Serena's gaze flickered to Iran's exposed neck, her expression unreadable as her crimson eyes took in the tempting sight of blood so close, so vulnerable. But after a moment's consideration, she shook her head and took a step back. "The blood I received from you earlier is enough to keep me going for a few days." Her voice was calm, though there was a glimmer of temptation that hadn't entirely faded. Eric's eyebrow arched at her response, and his lips curved into an amused smile. He knew, of course, that the blood she'd drawn from his hand earlier was only meant to break her seal. It shouldn't have been nearly enough sustenance for a vampire who had been slumbering for thousands of years. Was she testing him, he wondered, waiting to see how he would respond? "Ah, well," Eric mused, his grin widening. "I was offering only out of courtesy." He shrugged, casting a final, dismissive glance at Iran. "It seems his blood will go to waste after all." With a slow, deliberate motion, Eric raised his hand. The wooden staff faded from his grip, replaced